Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 449, C449 Graduation and Awakening. Police car light insert surrender/give up gifts here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, monk kayaking, trophy, A/N, crown. The days after his trip to Wakanda flowed by in a leisurely haze, which was great for lazing around. Time, a rare commodity in Peter's hectic life, now seemed to stretch, allowing him the luxury of being a couch potato at home with his family. It was a welcome change, a chance to catch his breath and relish the moments of normalcy he so often craved. With Lily's laughter echoing through the halls, and the faint scent of a home-cooked meal drifting from the kitchen, Peter couldn't help but smile. He had learned to cherish these simple moments, each one a reminder of the life he was fighting to protect. As the school year came to an end, a new chapter awaited Peter and his loved ones. He was finally done with high school, though he barely ever showed up to begin with. After a few tests, Peter graduated with perfect grades, making him the dream student for any college acceptance board. The graduation party at Ned's house had been a lively affair, celebrating their achievements and marking the end of an era. But now, as they sat in Peter's living room, basking in the afterglow of the festivities, a more serious conversation lay before them. "So, guys," Peter began, leaning back on the couch, "are you both thinking about college?" The question hung in the air for a moment before MJ spoke up, her thoughtful gaze fixed on the ceiling. "I've thought about it, but I don't think I'll be going. High school was already hectic enough with my job as Silk and being a mother, so I'd rather just skip the whole college thing." Ned nodded in agreement, his expression mirroring MJ's. "Yeah, same here. Between being black noir and keeping my game up to date, I've got my hands pretty full." A couple years after Peter released Candy Crush, which filled his and his loved ones' bank accounts with easy pay-to-win money, Ned released his own game, which became fairly popular on Steam. The last time Peter checked, it had around 70,000 concurrent players. Peter chuckled, understanding their reasoning all too well. "I guess being superheroes and having a stable source of income does that to you. I mean, why go to college when we have the money and resources to learn anything we want?" MJ's lips twitched into a wry smile. "Yeah, that's one way to put it. Besides, the Avengers' paycheck is nothing to scoff at. And speaking of which, I had a chat with my mom about my decision." Peter raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. "And what did she say?" Although Peter loves Grace, she can be a bit of a hard A*S, especially when it comes to Lily and her daughter's safety. Though he knew that she was only looking out for them, like a mother or grandmother should. MJ's smile turned mischievous. "Well, my mom was surprisingly okay with it, which was odd since she always wanted me to go to college. As for my dad, well, he's not around enough to notice, at least not for a while. I'm sure he'll be happy when he finds out." Peter smirked mischievously. "And Ned, what about your family?" Ned leaned back, a satisfied grin on his face. "Oh, they're thrilled. Paid off the mortgage, bought them new cars, they're basically living the dream. On the same day that I told them about my lack of college plans, I happened to also book them a vacation to Hawaii, so they didn't even have time to complain. They had a flight to catch." Peter couldn't help but smile at his friend's ingenious plan. "Well, I'm glad everyone's on board with your decisions. As for me, I've had time to think, and I've decided not to go to college either." "Yeah, I expected that." MJ nodded, knowing that even if her boyfriend went to college, he wouldn't attend classes, just like high school. Peter leaned back into his seat. "My reasoning is the same as you guys. Considering my responsibilities as Spider-Man, a father, and an Avengers councilman, not to mention my ongoing projects, college just doesn't make sense. And I don't think it ever will." MJ chimed in, her voice soft but supportive. "Did you talk to May yet?" Peter nodded. "Yeah, she wasn't happy at first. Apparently, she promised my parents to send me to college, like them." Ned leaned forward in interest. "I didn't know that your parents went to college." MJ's interest was piqued as well. "Yeah. Now that I think about it, we don't know anything about your birth parents." Peter shrugged. "Truthfully, I don't know much about them either. May doesn't talk about them and I never really cared to ask." Ned and MJ both give him incredulous looks. "You never once thought about your parents? Their likes, dislikes, appearance?" MJ asks. Ned cocks his head to the side as he watches Peter shake his head uncaringly. "Do you even know how they died?" Peter nods his head. "They were flying somewhere and the plane crashed. Everyone on the plane died on impact." "Dude." Ned practically jumped out of his seat. You do know that you're a superhero, right? Yeah, why? Peter asks in confusion. Ned rolls his eyes. Oh, come on. That's the most main character backstory that I've ever heard. He exclaimed. You do understand that they were probably killed off by some evil CEO or something, right? I mean, you said it yourself. They went to college. They were probably scientists or something. Peter sighed at his friend's overactive imagination. That's highly unlikely. But after a moment of thought. You know what, I'll look into it. Maybe he's right. After all, he is a superhero, so it's possible. The realm of Asgard was bathed in the ethereal glow of the Bifrost, its colors dancing across the golden spires and lush landscapes. Under the wise and benevolent rule of King Thor, the kingdom thrived, its people basking in an era of prosperity. Yet, amidst the splendor, there was a sense of anticipation, a feeling that something monumental was about to unfold. Within the heart of the royal palace, the grand chamber known as the Hall of Kings held an aura of reverence. The regal tapestries depicted the history of Asgard, its battles and triumphs, weaving a narrative that spanned countless generations. And now, in this momentous time, the hall's attention was directed toward a large, ornate bed adorned with shimmering fabrics and drapes. Atop the bed lay a figure, the form of a man with an air of regality about him. Odin, the Allfather, had been in a deep slumber, his consciousness temporarily relinquished to Odin's sleep, a period of rest and rejuvenation that occurred cyclically, allowing him to maintain his divine powers and keep Asgard safe. And finally, the time of his awakening has come, after years of sleep. Opening his eye for the first time since Loki was banished to Earth, Odin stretched his tired body before leaving his bed and strolling out of the room, intent on informing his family of his awakening. In the grand throne room of Asgard, Thor stood beside Jane Foster, who leaned into his chest, enjoying their reunion. She had just arrived from Earth, where she continued to live her life as a scientist. Though most of her time is spent with Thor in Asgard. Before the couple could get too intimate, suddenly, the large doors behind them swung open. Turning to yell at whoever interrupted his reunion with the woman he loved, Thor found his father standing there, looking healthy and well-rested. Father. He muttered in shock, his voice carrying a mixture of respect and anticipation. As if on cue, Thor knelt before Odin, a bow of reverence that acknowledged the Allfather's authority. Welcome back, father. Although he was king, the Allfather is still the Allfather. Odin deserved respect. Odin's gaze shifted to Jane, who had no idea what to do at the moment, his scrutiny piercing and intense. Jane, feeling the weight of his gaze upon her, did her best to stand her ground, her chin raised defiantly even as a sense of unease prickled at her skin. Who is this Midgardian girl? Odin's voice rumbled like distant thunder, his tone demanding an answer. Thor rose, placing a reassuring hand on Jane's shoulder. Father, this is Jane Foster. She is a scientist, a healer, and a woman of great courage. And she is dear to me. Odin's gaze held Jane's for a long moment, as if peering into the depths of her very soul. She resisted the urge to squirm under his scrutiny, her gaze unwavering and resolute. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Odin nodded, a flicker of approval in his eyes. I see. Welcome to Asgard, Jane Foster. It is not every day that a Midgardian catches the eye of an Asgardian prince, Odin said, his voice carrying air of surprise. Jane inclined her head respectfully, her unease beginning to cool down as she sensed Odin's acceptance. Thank you. It is an honor to be here, Your Majesty, sir. She summed awkwardly, unsure how to address the Allfather. Thor smiled proudly, his hand still resting on Jane's shoulder. Father, I would ask for your blessing upon my courtship with Jane. Her heart is as noble and her intentions are pure. I assure you. Odin's expression softened, a trace of paternal affection touching his features. Love knows no bounds, my son. If your heart has found its match in this mortal woman, then who am I to stand in your way? A sense of relief washed over Jane, and she offered a genuine smile to Odin. Thank you, Odin. Thor stepped closer to his father, his gaze earnest. You honor me, father. He said as he pulled his father into a hug. It's good to have you back. Odin returned the hug awkwardly, and used to such shows of affection. It's good to be back. As Thor released his father, Odin's gaze swept over the hall, looking for something. Thor, where's your mother? Suddenly, a voice could be heard over Odin's shoulder. I'm here, my love. Whipping around as a smile adorned his face, Odin rushed up to his beautiful wife. I'm sorry to have left you for so long. I know how my Odin sleep can weigh on you. He says as he brings her into an affectionate hug. Ugh, this is disgusting. Thor muttered as he witnessed his father get a little handsy with his mother. Pulling away from his wife for a moment, Odin peered around the room, a sad look appearing on his face. Now, all we need is Loki to return and everything will be as it was. Hel, also known as Helheim, one of the 9 realms, serves as the realm of the dead, filled with nothing but wandering souls and the stink of decay. A dark, cold, and desolate place, shrouded in a mist of perpetual twilight. Hela Odin's daughter paced the confines of her prison, sending nearby souls running with just a glance, her foul mood spreading across her prison in waves. The entire realm of death was etched with magic to contain her immense power, trapping her completely. Insert picture of Hela here. Her raven-black hair cascaded over her shoulders as she muttered to herself, her voice carrying a mix of frustration and determination. Why won't that old fool just die already? Her emerald eyes blazed with an intensity that matched the flames of her anger. After her frustration simmered to a low boil, Hela came to a decision. I can't wait for that one-eyed fossil to die anymore. I'll break out of this prison myself, no matter the cost. She declared, releasing her power at an output far greater than she'll be able to withstand for long. I refuse to be trapped any longer. She shouted as the realm around her began to shake violently. A/N, 2007 words, smiley face. Police car light, give me gemstone stones, gemstone eyes, police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 450, C450 Ruined Confession. Police car light, insert disgusting gifs/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy, yesterday's GIF winners, low end, trophy, A/N, crown. Back in the opulent halls of Asgard, a lavish feast was underway, where the royal family was gathered in joyful celebration. Odin sat beside Frigga, a warm smile on his face as he conversed with his queen. Across the table, Thor was engrossed in a lively conversation with Jane, their laughter ringing out amidst the festivities. It was a rare moment of unity and happiness, a family bound by both blood and love. As the night went on, news of Odin's awakening from his Odin sleep spread like wildfire through the imperial city of Asgard. The word spread quickly, from the elite to the common folk, as everyone felt a renewed sense of security and hope with the Allfather's return. The streets were alive with merriment and celebration, the grandeur of the occasion echoing through the hearts of the Asgardian people. Amidst the jubilation, Odin suddenly paused, his hand clenching against his temple as a surge of pain washed over him. Ugh. Frigga, ever vigilant, noticed his distress immediately. Odin, what's wrong? Her voice was tinged with concern, her gaze fixed on her husband. Thor, who was engrossed in a lively debate with Jane about the nuances of earthly cuisine, snapped his attention to his father. The prince's brows furrowed in worry. Father, what's happening? With a grimace, Odin shook his head, the pain beginning to subside. It can't be. And without a word, he pushed away from the table and rose to his feet, his expression growing more serious by the second. Heimdall. Prepare the Bifrost. He exclaimed, his worry and fear beginning to show. But Heimdall, the guardian of the Bifrost, was not present in the hall. He heard Odin's voice even from afar, having all sight and all sound, and instantly set the bridge in motion. Frigga, her concern deepening, rose as well and followed her husband, her eyes filled with worry. Odin, what's wrong? Why are you so alarmed? Thor stood up, his concern evident as he watched his father's urgency. Father, please, tell us what's happening. As they entered the Rainbow Bridge, the shimmering pathway that led to the Bifrost, Odin turned his head toward his family, his expression one of deep concern. Something has happened. I felt a disturbance. Something that should not have been possible. Without waiting for a single second, Odin's voice thundered across the bridge. Heimdall. Send me to hell. Frigga's heart skipped a beat as realization dawned on her. You mean? The Bifrost fired up in response to Odin's command, the swirling colors enveloping them. Thor exchanged a bewildered glance with Jane, his confusion mirrored in her eyes. But their curiosity was too strong, and they couldn't stand back and let Odin go without them. As they materialized in the desolate realm of hell, cold and dark with an eerie mist that hung in the air, Odin's face turned grim. Thor was taken aback, never having seen his father so fearful before. Father, what's happening? Why did you bring us here? Frigga's eyes glistened with a mixture of fear and dread, her voice soft but tremulous. Did she escape? Odin's gaze swept over the shadowy landscape, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. She's gone. Thor's eyes widened in shock, his voice shaking with disbelief. Gone. Who? Who has escaped? Frigga's expression turned grave as she whispered the name, her voice barely audible amidst the eerie silence of the realm. Hela. Thor's brows furrowed, confusion and concern warring within him. Hela. Who's Hela? Mother, what is he talking about? But Odin's focus remained on the darkness around them, a sense of foreboding settling over them all. She's your sister, my firstborn. His voice was heavy with regret, the weight of past mistakes evident in his words. But most of all, he looked fearful for what was to come now that she was free. Thor's mouth dropped open in shock. I have a sister. Minutes before her family's arrival. Hela's escape from her prison was a triumph that came at great cost. She had expended every ounce of her power and even sacrificed a portion of her own lifespan to shatter the spell that had bound her. The dark magic had resisted her efforts, but her determination had proven stronger. The moment the last barrier shattered, she felt the aftershock of her success reverberate through her body, a surge of adrenaline coursing through her veins. Realizing that Odin would soon be upon her, Hela knew she had to act swiftly. Using the last dregs of her power and a fragment of her already limited lifespan, she unleashed a spell that propelled her off the surface of the planet. Her form became a streak of darkness against the sky, hurtling through the atmosphere like a comet blazing with newfound freedom. The strain of the spell was immense, and Hela's consciousness began to fade as she soared through the cosmos. Her body, battered from her escape, ached with each passing second. She fought against the encroaching darkness, her willpower keeping her conscious as she drifted through the void. But eventually, the toll proved too great, and she succumbed to unconsciousness, her body floating through space like a fallen star. Time lost its meaning as Hela drifted through the stars. Hours turned to days, weeks, perhaps even months, though she had no way of knowing for sure. Eventually, her senses began to return to her, and she awoke with a start, her body aching and weak. As her eyes fluttered open, she found herself lying amidst unfamiliar surroundings. Pushing herself into a sitting position, Hela took in her surroundings. She was atop a cliff that overlooked a vast expanse of land below. Strange alien vegetation and bizarre rock formations stretched out before her, and the sky above was unlike any she had seen before. Despite her weakened state, a spark of curiosity ignited within her. She was free, and the universe lay open before her. As she tried to stand, her legs wobbled unsteadily, and she stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Hela gritted her teeth against the pain that radiated through her body. Even her connection to death, the very essence of her being, felt damaged and unstable. This weakened state was far from ideal, but she reminded herself that she had triumphed against insurmountable odds before. Hela's gaze swept across the landscape, taking in the alien beauty of the world she had landed on. But her attention was soon drawn to a presence beside her, a ghastly figure with a red, skull-like face floating in the air. She recognized the being immediately, for he was a creature of death, much like herself. Insert picture of red skull here. Unfazed by his appearance, Hela approached the figure with measured steps. Her weakened body did nothing to deter her confidence or determination. "And what brings you to this place, little soul?" she inquired, her voice steady and commanding. The figure regarded her with empty eye sockets, his tone hollow and devoid of emotion. "I am a keeper of souls of sorts, as are you. How peculiar that our paths would converge here." In the heart of New York City, amidst the hustle and bustle of everyday life, Loki stood atop the Avengers Tower. Dressed in casual attire that contrasted sharply with his past set's regal garb, he casually leaned against a nearby railing, though his stance hid the nervous anticipation that coursed through him. He had been on Earth for a while now, his powers stripped away by Odin's punishment, and he had come to appreciate the intricate nuances of the Midgardian way of life. His eyes were fixed on Jessica Jones, a woman he had come to know over his time on Earth. There was an undeniable spark between them, a connection that transcended his mischievous antics and her gruff demeanor. Today, Loki had finally mustered the courage to take a step that felt monumental to him. He was going to ask her out on a date. Clearing his throat in his usual snarky manner, Loki pushed himself off the railing and sauntered over, a nervous energy around him. Jessica looked up at him, a confused look on her face. "Loki, why did you call me up here? Is something wrong? Did your powers return?" Loki shook his head without a care for his powers. "At least for the moment. No, sadly not. I've come to inquire whether you would be interested in accompanying me on a little outing." Jessica raised an eyebrow, her expression curious. "An outing? You mean like a date?" She blushed as soon as those words left her mouth. Loki smirked, though it didn't quite hide the hint of nerves that flickered in his gaze. "Precisely. Before Loki could finish or Jessica could reply, the night sky above them rumbled with the sound of thunder. Loki's head turned toward the source of the disturbance, his brow furrowing slightly. A ripple of unease swept through him, his usually composed demeanor faltering. Jessica raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in her voice. "Afraid of a little thunder?" Loki's lips curled into a wry smile, his gaze remaining fixed on the sky. "It's not the thunder that concerns me, my dear. It's what often comes after it." As he spoke, a bolt of lightning crashed down before them, illuminating the night with blinding brilliance. In the midst of the lightning's glow stood a figure, shrouded in a swirling storm of energy. The air crackled with power, and as the brilliance faded, the figure was revealed to be none other than Thor, king of Asgard, his red cape billowing in the wind. Jessica's gaze flickered between Loki and the newly arrived Asgardian, her tone tinged with amusement. "And I thought thunderstorms were dramatic enough without adding godly entrances to the mix." Loki's expression had turned grim, his jaw tightening as he watched his brother approach. "Thor. This is a surprise." Thor's eyes held a mix of concern and exasperation as he looked at his brother. Loki, we need to talk. A/N, 1678 words, smiley face. Police car light give me gemstone stones gemstone smiling face with horns police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 451, C451A Valkyrie's Fury. Police car light insert artificial intelligence GIF/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, monkey-yacking, trophy, A/N, monkey A crown. Donning his spider suit, Peter opened a portal and stepped into the Avengers Tower. He was just about to head off to bed when he received a message from Jarvis. The message said that Thor was on Earth and waiting at the Avengers Tower. He would be lying if he said he had been expecting a visit from the King of Asgard. He only hoped it wasn't anything urgent. After all, he didn't want anything to ruin his lazy life. As he navigated the tower, he was soon greeted by the sight of Thor lounging in Jessica's office, a warm smile on the Asgardian's face. "My friend." Thor boomed, rising from his seat and crossing the room in large strides to envelop Peter in a bear hug. "Yo." Peter smiled involuntarily as he returned the hug. "What brings you to Earth?" Loki, leaning against a wall with an annoyed frown, interrupted before Thor could respond. "Yes, why are here? And when are you leaving?" His brother has barely been here for more than a few minutes and Loki already wanted him gone. Jessica, leaning against her desk with a bemused expression, observed the interaction with curiosity. She had briefly met Thor before, but they didn't spend enough time to actually get to know one another. Thor released Peter from the hug and turned to Loki, rolling his eyes. "And must you always be so moody? Lighten up a bit." Loki's frown deepened, but before he could retort, Jessica interjected with a raised eyebrow. "It's good to see you again, Thor." Thor chuckled, shooting her a wink. "You as well, Lady Jones. Has my brother started courting you yet? Or is he still acting like a sniveling coward?" "What?" Loki exclaims, appalled. "I am no coward." Jessica's lips curled into a smirk. "Actually, you interrupted his cute little confession on the roof." Thor turned to his brother, his expression showing approval. "Good, be sure to contact Heimdall if you need any money. I know how poor you are now. And as a prince of Asgard, you can't show a lady a bad time. F***CKU. Loki stated plainly. "Yes, I love you too, brother." Thor nodded, taking a seat as his demeanor turned serious. "Now, down to business." Loki's annoyance shifted a bit as he took a seat as well. Peter, sensing the gravity of the moment, joined them. "What happened?" Before Thor could respond, Peter interjected, stopping Thor's explanation. "Wait, before you start, is Thanos causing trouble?" Thor's expression softened with gratitude. "No, Thanos hasn't been seen since you poisoned him. We're starting to think that he truly might be dead. This is something entirely different." Loki leaned forward, his curiosity piqued. "Do tell." Thor hesitated for a moment, his gaze flicking to Loki. "We have a sister." Loki's eyes widened in surprise, and he exchanged a quick glance with Thor before his expression settled into nonchalance. "Ah, is that all? How long has Mother been pregnant? Maybe I should find her a gift." Thor sighed, shaking his head side to side. "No, Loki. We have an older sister. Our sister, Hela, was imprisoned by our father on Hel. And she has recently escaped." Loki's demeanor shifted from annoyance to genuine surprise. "Hela? How is that even possible?" Peter kept his face neutral, though his mind was racing. How the hell did she escape with Odin still alive? Thor's gaze rested on Loki, and he sighed heavily. "Father will explain everything when we arrive on Asgard. He has summoned you back for your safety. So, welcome home, brother." "That old B*****star's awake?" Loki asked, his eyes narrowed. "And what's father's plan for dealing with her?" Thor's expression grew grim. "He hasn't decided yet. But we must act swiftly." Loki nodded, his annoyance forgotten as he understood the gravity of the situation. "Very well, brother. I shall accompany you." Thor nodded as he stood from his seat, a smug look on his face. "Well, I would have taken you either way. After all, you're quite weak now, aren't you?" Loki frowns, pressing his lips together in anger. "When I get my powers back, I'll make his life a living hell." Peter cleared his throat, drawing their attention. "If you guys are going to Asgard, mind if I tag along? I'll just have to pick someone up first." Thor's brow furrowed in curiosity. "Someone?" Peter nodded. "Yeah, I'll meet you guys there." As Peter left the room, Thor turned to Loki, a bemused smile on his face. "Who could he be picking up?" Loki shrugged uncaringly. Knowing him, it's probably someone he's taken under his wing. He has a habit of doing that. Jessica chimed in, a smirk playing on her lips. Well, a little detour to Asgard sounds quite exciting. Loki eyed Jessica, a longing look in his eyes. And what about our date? He did his best not to show it, but Loki truly hated the fact that his confession was interrupted. Yet another reason to make Thor's life hell. Jessica's gaze met Loki's, a glint of mischief in her eyes. I'll just have to experience the magic of Asgard for our first date, she said as she turned to Thor. I can come, right? Thor nodded instantly. Of course, you're always welcome in Asgard, he says and gestures to his brother. Him, not so much. As Thor, Loki, and Jessica stepped onto the rooftop of the Avengers Tower, a palpable tension filled the air. The Bifrost ray cast a radiant rainbow glow across the dark city, capturing the attention of every New Yorker who happened to glance upward, staring in awe at the phenomenon that lit up the night sky. Meanwhile, outside one of the tower's apartments, Peter Parker stood before a door, his heart pounding with a mix of determination and obligation. He knocked firmly, waiting patiently as the door creaked open to reveal Brunhilde, the last surviving Valkyrie. Yo. Peter greeted, his voice carrying a sense of urgency. Grab your gear. We're leaving. Brunhilde's brows furrowed in confusion. Leaving? Why? Peter's expression grew more solemn. It's time to make good on my promise. Brunhilde stared at Peter in confusion before her eyes suddenly widened in realization, and a mixture of emotions flickered across her face. You mean? Peter nodded, his gaze unwavering. Yeah, it's time. Without another word, Brunhilde rushed into her apartment, donning her armor and securing her weapons. She emerged with a fierce determination in her eyes, her resolve clear. As Peter opened a portal leading to Asgard, Brunhilde stepped through beside him. The moment they arrived, the sounds of Odin's voice reached their ears, and they turned to see the Allfather standing beside his wife, addressing Thor, Loki, and Jessica. Odin's voice carried with it an air of gravity as he recounted the tale of his firstborn daughter, Hela. He spoke of raising her not as a daughter, but as a weapon, a conqueror of the 9 realms. His eyes held a mixture of pain and regret as he described his mistakes in not guiding her down a different path. She wanted war and conquest because I wanted war and conquest, Odin continued, his voice heavy with the weight of his past actions. She became a force of destruction and death. And when I realized my mistakes, I tried to reason with her and fix what I had done, but Hela wouldn't listen. She tried to claim the throne, and in her ambition, she even tried to kill me. Brunhilde's voice cut through the tense air, unable to listen any longer. Tell them the rest, Odin. Tell them how you sent us to die, she said, her fury palpable. All eyes turned to Brunhilde, and the room fell silent for a moment. Odin's gaze met hers, and his expression carried a sense of deep pain as he responded, I did what I believed was necessary to buy time to seal my daughter away. Brunhilde's grip on her sword tightened, and she took a step forward, her anger radiating off her in waves. You sent us to our deaths. You watched as she slaughtered my sisters. Thor stood in front of his father, ready to defend him, his eyes flickering between the last Valkyrie and his friend, Peter. Father, what does she mean by that? Odin sighed, his gaze still on Brunhilde. To keep Hela on Hel for as long as possible, I sent the Valkyrie. They were Asgard's best fighting force, and the only ones who could get the job done. Brunhilde's hand tightened on her sword, and her voice trembled with anger. And we were all killed by your maniac daughter. Thor's expression was one of shock and disbelief. What? That can't be. Loki, leaning against a wall with a bemused smirk, interjected, well, in his defense, it sounded like it had to be done. He muttered, uncaring for the lives of those he didn't know. Though he did waste a powerful military force. Jessica, not one to hold back, delivered a sharp smack to Loki's head. Show some respect. Odin's gaze shifted to Loki for a moment before returning to the last Valkyrie, his eyes carrying a mixture of sadness and regret. It was a decision I regret, Brunhilde. He says wholeheartedly, remembering every Valkyrie's name that died that day. I am truly sorry. Brunhilde's hand continued to tighten around the hilt of her sword, her anger giving way to a sense of sorrow. Unable to bear the presence of the Allfather any longer, she turned and stormed away, the heavy double doors slamming shut behind her. Peter sighed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Well, that went well. A/N, 1616 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone eyes police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 452, C452 Emotional Support Queen. Police car light insert flat earth gif /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, monkey yakking, trophy, A/N, monkey A crown. After Brunhilde stormed out of the room, Peter hesitated for a moment before making his way towards the double doors. But as he approached, a gentle hand on his arm stopped him. He turned to see Queen Frigga, her expression calm yet concerned. "Give me some time with her," Frigga said softly, her voice carrying a motherly warmth. "Her leader was my personal guard for a while, so we have some history." Peter nodded. "Sure, just try not to P*SS her off. She's a good person, which is why I recruited her into the Avengers, but she's very easy to anger when it comes to Hela, and your husband." With a nod, Frigga turned and walked out of the double door, making sure to close them behind her. Peter could hear the beginnings of their conversation, but stopped listening as they grew further and further away. Thankfully, he could sense the empathy and understanding in Frigga's demeanor, or else he wouldn't have let her go. It was clear that the Queen truly wanted to help the last Valkyrie. Turning his attention back to the room, Peter found himself facing Odin once again. He spoke up, his demeanor calm and curious. "Could you give me more insight into Hela's abilities here? What can we expect during a fight?" Although Peter knew the Hela from the MCU movies, that didn't mean he knew the Hela of this universe. They may be similar or they could be completely opposites from one another. He doubted that she'd be much different, but it was always best to be safe and know your enemy, especially before the battle. Odin regarded Peter for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Of course. While my daughter's physical strength rivals, if not surpasses, Thor's own, her mastery over various weapons and combat techniques is unparalleled. Hela was forged through constant bloody wars, so she can wield a variety of weapons with lethal precision." As Odin spoke, Thor's eyes widened as he took in the extent of his mysterious sister's powers. Even Loki was shocked to hear that she was probably stronger than Thor, who was considered the physically strongest in Asgard. Additionally, Odin continued, Hela possesses the ability to cast bolts of energy that could age, wither, and finally kill her targets. This comes from her dominion over death itself. She can restore the recently deceased to life, provided their souls haven't passed into the afterlife. She can also project destructive magical blasts and concentrate her power to strike with deadly force. Thor and Loki exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of awe and unease. It was clear that they were realizing just how much of a threat Hela posed, especially given the fact that she could resurrect the fallen. But Odin's explanation wasn't finished. Hela has the power to teleport across the realms by opening black deathly portals. She can levitate, cast illusions, and manipulate magic to devastating effect. She also possesses the power to raise the dead, which allows her to build an army of the deceased, and control souls to a smaller extent. The weight of Hela's power settled heavily in the room, leaving an atmosphere of tension and unease. Thor seemed to be grappling with the reality of his sister's strength, while Loki's frustration was palpable. Thor's voice broke the silence, carrying a sense of self-reflection. "I've been focusing so much on my physical strength that I've neglected my studies and training in other areas." Loki's eyes gleamed with a similar realization. "And I've become so reliant on my powers that I've ignored physical training." Odin regarded his sons with a mixture of understanding and approval. "This revelation is an opportunity for growth, my sons. Use this time to better yourselves." Hearing this, a small flicker of hope filled Loki's eyes. Father, does that mean you're returning my powers?" Bringing his full attention to Loki, Odin's gaze grew somber. "I'm sorry, my son, but you must regain them through your own efforts. Only then will you truly understand their value and the wrong that you've done." Loki's expression tightened, but he didn't argue. Instead, he turned on his heel and left the room, Jessica Jones following after him after a quick and clumsy bow to Odin. This was possibly her future father-in-law, so she had to at least try to make a good impression. As the room emptied, Odin smiled as he turned his gaze towards Thor. "You know, you and your brother are beginning to make me wonder whether I should have taken a few Midgardian lovers in my youth. How is it that both of my sons are so captivated by such mortal women?" Thor laughed uproariously. "I don't quite know. There's just something about them that's so alluring." Shaking his head at them, Peter gets everyone back on track. "Should I bring a team of Avengers to help with this? I don't think that fighting Hela with Asgard's army would be the best decision, especially after what happened to the Valkyrie." Odin frowned upon hearing the Valkyrie being brought up. "Thank you for your offer." He bowed his head slightly after a moment of thought. "Asgard will gladly and gratefully accept your assistance." Thor bowed as well, following after his fathers. "Yes, please bring Midgard's finest warriors. We need soldiers who can match Hela's strength and power." Peter nodded in agreement. "I'll return with reinforcements. We'll need every advantage we can get." With a final nod, Peter opened a portal, stepping through it as he left Asgard behind for the time being. The room fell into a thoughtful silence, the gravity of the situation settling in. Earlier, as Frigga stepped out of the double doors, she followed Brunhilde to the nearby balcony, her gaze fixed on the distant stars. The air was heavy with the weight of memories and emotions, a reminder of the past that had shaped their lives. "May I join you?" Frigga's voice carried a gentle warmth, an invitation rather than an intrusion. Brunhilde turned to look at Frigga, her eyes reflecting a mixture of pain and longing. She nodded silently, allowing the queen to approach and stand beside her. The two women stood in silence for a moment, the night breeze rustling through the leaves of the nearby trees. Frigga's gaze turned to the stars, her voice soft as she spoke. I remember watching you train in the gardens, Brunhilde. Your dedication and skill were truly remarkable. Brunhilde's lips curved into a faint smile, a bittersweet expression. My teacher taught me well. She was like a second mother to me. Frigga's eyes softened with understanding. I remember her. She was my personal guard for a time. A valiant warrior, a loyal protector, and an amazing friend. A heavy sigh escaped Brunhilde's lips as she leaned against the balcony's railing. She gave her life to protect me, they all did. And now, all the Valkyrie are gone. Frigga's voice carried a note of sorrow. I grieved for them as well. They were a force of honor and bravery, and their loss was felt deeply by all of Asgard. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but I doubt that. Brunhilde spoke, a venomous edge to her every word. The very fact that the new king of Asgard didn't even know the reason behind our disappearance shows what really happened. Odin covered it up. He sent us to our deaths and told no one. He hid our sacrifice so that he didn't have to experience the shame of his actions. Frigga frowned, silently agreeing with her statement. Yes, my husband certainly made a grave mistake when it came to the Valkyrie, but I don't think that's why he hid your deaths. I think he wanted to hide any information on the warmonger that he used to be, and set Asgard on a much more peaceful path. Sadly, that came at the expense of the best fighting force Asgard has ever had. It still doesn't make it right. Brunhilde's gaze dropped to the floor, her shoulders tense. I trained alongside them, fought alongside them. They practically raised me. And now they're gone, because of Odin and Hela. Frigga placed a comforting hand on Brunhilde's shoulder. Although their actions are their own, I apologize for my family, especially my daughter. Brunhilde shook her head. Hela isn't even your daughter. You have nothing to apologize for. Frigga smiled slightly. I may not have birthed her, nor did I raise her, but when I married Odin, she became my daughter, whether I like it or not. She said as she looked off into the distance. I only wish that I tried harder back in those days. Maybe if we spent more time together, she wouldn't have turned out the way she did. Brunhilde looked up at Frigga. Sadly, we can't go back and fix everything. Because trust me, I've thought about it, a lot. Frigga nodded. As have I. But it seems regret and mistakes can never be rewritten, no matter how much we want them to be undone. Brunhilde's voice trembled with emotion. I can't help but feel guilty, Frigga. Guilty that I survived when they didn't. That I couldn't save them. Frigga's voice was gentle, filled with empathy. Survivor's guilt is a heavy burden to bear. But remember that their sacrifice was not in vain. Their bravery and strength allowed us to seal Hela away and protect the 9 realms. Tears welled up in Brunhilde's eyes as she looked at Frigga. I wish they were here. I wish I could talk to them again, to hear them laugh and fight again. Frigga's expression softened, and she wrapped an arm around Brunhilde's shoulders, offering her comfort. Their spirits live on in your memories and in the legacy they left behind. You carry their strength within you. Brunhilde leaned into the embrace, finding solace in Frigga's presence. Thank you, Your Majesty. Frigga, the queen corrected gently. Call me Frigga. A small smile tugged at the corners of Brunhilde's lips. Frigga. The two women stood in silence for a while longer, drawing strength from each other's company. The bond between them was forged through shared experiences and the sorrow that had touched their lives. A/N, 1715 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 453, C453 Recruitment. Police car light insert phobia gifts/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, monkey-yacking, trophy, A/N, monkey A crown. This has to stop. A hero must rise. As Peter returned to the Avengers Tower, a determined look settled on his face. The imminent threat of Hela had brought a bit of urgency to his steps. He knew what happened in the movies and refused to allow that in his universe. Asgard was a good ally to the Avengers and Earth, he made sure of that, so letting them get wiped out wouldn't be good. Not to mention the fact that Thor is his friend. With each step, his thoughts swirled around the upcoming battle. The tower's upper floors was bustling with activity as various Avengers and agents went about their business, but Peter didn't bother them. For someone like Hela, only the heavy hitters would be helpful. People like Natasha or Daredevil would only get in the way. Peter quickly made his way to the elevator and punched in a code that led him down to the floors with the Avengers' private apartments. Standing in front of a particular door, he raised his hand and knocked, the sound echoing through the corridor. Seconds later, the door swung open to reveal Emil Blonsky, dressed in casual attire. The former criminal seemed surprised but still out on a friendly smile. "Well, if it isn't my benefactor. What brings you here? Want to come in and have some tea? I was just putting on the kettle." "No thanks." Peter greeted him with a swift refusal. "I've got a mission for us. Get suited up and meet me in my office." Blonsky raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. "A mission? Care to elaborate?" Peter shook his head. "I'll explain everything later. Just make sure you're ready to go within the hour." Blonsky nodded, taking in the serious tone in Peter's voice. "Got it. I'll meet you there." With that, Peter left Blonsky's apartment and headed back to the elevator. He punched in a specific code that took him up to a heavily restricted area of the tower, which only a select few are allowed access. As the elevator doors opened, Peter stepped out into a huge penthouse. The penthouse was built on a grand scale, tailored to the size of a giant. The massive space was filled with furniture and equipment that was 5 times the normal human size. Lamps, light switches, chairs, and everything else was custom-made to the largest sizes. Peter walked around the corner and into the spacious living room, where he found a giant green man-child engrossed in a video game, his eyes fixed on the enormous screen. "Hulk's living the life, isn't he?" Peter thought as he felt envious of the giant kid's leisurely life. Gunfire sounds filled the room as Hulk played a shooting game, his hands wrapped around a huge PlayStation controller. Suddenly, his character was overwhelmed and killed, and the screen turned red from the blood of his character. With a roar of frustration, he hurled the controller at the TV. But the penthouse's custom-made design prevented any damage, and the controller bounced off harmlessly before clattering to the floor. "Hey, big guy," Peter called out with a grin. The Hulk jumped, his massive green form visibly startled. He turned to face Peter, his voice booming as he yelled, "You scared Hulk." Peter chuckled, raising his hands in a placating gesture. "Sorry about that. Didn't mean to startle you." The Hulk grumbled, crossing his massive arms and pouting like a child. Peter's laughter grew, finding the Hulk's reaction oddly cute, like a small child's anger. "Well, I've got news for you. We've got a mission. Ready to smash some bad guys." The Hulk's eyes lit up with excitement, his earlier frustration forgotten. "Mission? Hulk ready. Let's smash." Peter nodded, gesturing for the Hulk to follow him. "Great. We've got a couple more recruits to pick up before we head out. Let's go." With a thunderous roar, the Hulk bounded after Peter as he opened a portal big enough for the Hulk to fit through. The anticipation in the giant's steps was clear to see. Hulk hasn't had a single mission since he and Banner were separated, so this was his time to shine. After grabbing Blonsky from his office, Peter opened a portal to Xavier's school in upstate New York. Stepping out into the front yard of X Mansion, Peter and his 2 strongest fighters appeared. The sun cast a warm glow over the grounds, where metahuman children played and studied, their abilities on display in various forms of activity. Though many of them froze and looked over in a mix of fear and curiosity as they caught sight of the Hulk's massive form. Before the kids could swarm him, Peter paced toward the front door. "You two stay out here. I'll be back in a minute. Blonsky, make sure Hulk doesn't get into any trouble." Blonsky nodded his head. "You got it, boss." He stood tall, his normal figure a reassuring presence for everyone as he watched over the Hulk, who stood there with an eager expression. The children couldn't help but glance over, their curiosity piqued by the unexpected arrivals. Leaving the Hulk outside with Blonsky, Peter headed inside the building, walking down the corridors he had traversed many times before. The interior was bustling with activity, the school a safe haven for young metahumans to learn and grow. Thankfully, most children seemed to be playing outside, so Peter didn't run into many fans along the way. Soon enough, he reached Xavier's office, where he found the telepath seated behind his desk, surrounded by a mountain of paperwork. Charles Xavier's expression was focused yet tired as he shuffled through the documents. Nearby, Eric Laneshare, also known as Magneto, lounged on a couch with a leisurely smirk. Ever since Peter brought them back together, the 2 former allies have slowly built up trust in one another again. Now, they work in perfect harmony with one another. Charles handles anything school-related as well as public relations, and Eric manages their forces, vanquishing any sort of enemies that threaten innocent metahumans. "Yo," Peter walked in, noticing Eric's presence. "Good, you're both here. That saves me a trip." Charles looked up and smiled tiredly. "Spider-Man, how can we help you?" Magneto glanced over, his smirk shifting into a more neutral expression. "What brings you to our humble abode?" Peter took a seat in front of Charles's desk, a determined glint in his eyes. "I've got an important mission, so I'm requiring a team. Suit up and grab anything that you'll need." Charles leaned back in his chair, a curious expression on his face. You have our attention. What's this mission about? Peter shook his head, a faint grin tugging at his lips. I'll explain everything, but I'd rather have everyone together first. It's easier that way. Magneto stood up, his interest piqued. Very well, I'm ready. Let's not keep everyone waiting. As Charles grabbed a few essential items from his desk, including an Kree blaster pistol, Peter led the way back outside. The trio made their way across the grounds, stepping out into the front yard once again. The sight of the Hulk and Blonsky waiting there, surrounded by curious metahuman children, signaled the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, they both realized that if Peter was bringing both Hulk and Abomination along for the mission, then this was a fairly serious situation. The children's voices hushed as they saw the principal and Magneto step outside. Not wanting to get into trouble, the kids all scatter across the yard, bringing amused smiles to both Charles and Eric. As they ran off, Peter noticed two familiar faces in the distance. Is that Wanda and Pietro? Both looked a bit younger than they were in the movies, appearing to be in their mid-teens. They were a bit older in the movie and they certainly didn't appear in the United States. Not to mention Xavier's school. They must have been rescued or applied for enrollment. Peter thought curiously as he glanced at Magneto. I wonder if there is children in this universe. Putting the Maximoff siblings to the back of his mind for the time being, Peter waved his hand and conjured a golden portal. All right, let's go. Charles paused, his expression serious. Where are we going? He asked the question that everyone else wanted to know. Peter's gaze swept over the group. To Asgard. Vormer. Hela's eyes fluttered open as her surroundings came into focus. The sound of water lapping against the rocky shore reached her ears, and she found herself standing in the shallow water at the base of the cliff that she originally landed on. Groggily, she pushed herself up, spitting out a mouthful of water and surveying her surroundings. Memories flooded back into her mind, recalling the encounter with the Red Skull and the revelation of the Soul Stone's location. She remembered the chilling words he had spoken, telling her that in order to obtain the coveted stone, she had to sacrifice someone she loved. But love was a foreign concept to Hela. Suddenly, a smirk curled Hela's lips as she remembered her defiant decision. She took a chance and hoped that it would pay off. Red Skull had been her ticket to the Soul Stone, her only chance at crushing her father and taking her rightful place as Queen of Asgard. And he had paid the price for standing in her way. With a flick of her wrist, Hela's powers over death and souls had surged forth. Red Skull's tortured screams echoed through the air as his life force was torn from his body, his soul writhing in agony as it was forcefully extracted from him. Hela's eyes gleamed with sadistic pleasure as she recalled him withering and dissolving into nothingness, his form dissipating like ashes on the wind. As the memory of his screams faded and silence settled around her, Hela opened her palm, revealing the Soul Stone cradled within. The stone shimmered with a golden light, pulsating with power. Her fingers closed around it, and a surge of energy coursed through her body. The Soul Stone was hers, a token of her triumph over death and her mastery over souls. Hela's smirk deepened as she held the stone between her fingers, basking in the sense of accomplishment. She had no loved ones to sacrifice, but she had taken what she desired by force, asserting her dominance. With the Soul Stone in her possession, Hela's weakened state from her forced escape meant nothing. She had all the power she needed in the palm of her hand. A/N, 1772 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone eyes police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 454, C454 Ragnarok begins. Police car light insert pay to win gifts /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, FR1 day _ trophy, A/N, a hero rises. Crown. After taking the Soul Stone by force, Hela returned to Hell, a place that she never thought she would willingly step foot in again. The Soul Stone pulsed in her hand, its golden light illuminating her features with an eerie glow. As she surveyed the power she now possessed, a sinister smile curled her lips. With a swift and triumphant motion, Hela raised the Soul Stone high above her head. Her eyes, a mesmerizing shade of green, fixated on the glowing jewel as she channeled its energy. The stone's energy surged through her, a pulse of vitality that made her feel more alive than ever before. She could feel the essence of the Soul Stone intertwining with her own dark magic, amplifying her abilities to an unprecedented level. As the energy coursed through her, Hela's power expanded outward, extending its influence over the very fabric of Hell itself. She opened her palm, and from it erupted a torrent of golden energy that spread like waves across the desolate landscape. The ground trembled, and ethereal wisps of smoke and mist swirled around her, reacting to the power she wielded. The sky above Hell darkened as the golden energy surged upward, mingling with the shadows. Thunder crackled in the distance, and the air was charged with an otherworldly tension. The realm of the dead seemed to come alive, responding to Hela's command. With a fierce determination, Hela directed her energy towards the ground. The earth quaked, and from the soil rose countless female figures, each one bearing the armor and weapons of an Asgardian warrior. They materialized one by one, their forms solidifying as they took shape into an army of mighty Valkyrie. Insert picture of Valkyrie here. Each Valkyrie was a reflection of a glorious past, their faces serene yet devoid of any individuality. They stood at attention, awaiting their queen's orders. These Valkyrie wore armor that seemed both ancient and timeless, adorned with intricate patterns and symbols that told tales of battles long past. Their armor bore the scars of their last battle against Hela, yet now they mindlessly serve her as queen. Their eyes, once bright with life, now glowed with an otherworldly light, giving them a haunting appearance. Their hair flowed like dark rivers of shadow, cascading down their backs as if guided by unseen winds. But despite their undead state, their presence exuded a solemn dignity, a reminder of their past valor. But Hela's control didn't stop there. Alongside the Valkyrie, deathly figures of winged horses materialized, their forms majestic and awe-inspiring. These were the Pegasus companions that the Valkyrie had once ridden into battle. Now, they stood ready to obey Hela's command just as faithfully as their riders. The Valkyrie and Pegasus alike were under Hela's complete control, their souls bound to her will by the power of the Soul Stone. Their minds were empty, their movements robotic, as if their personalities and identities had been stripped away, leaving only loyal soldiers who would carry out their queen's desires without question. Hela gazed upon her spectral army with a mixture of pride and madness. This was her ultimate triumph, a force that would secure her dominance and allow her to exact vengeance on Asgard and all who had ever dared to defy her. And they would march into battle at her command, ready to spill blood in her name. Her laughter, which had been triumphant before, now took on a maniacal edge. It echoed through the air, carried by the wind to the farthest reaches of hell. The very realm itself seemed to tremble under the weight of her newfound power, acknowledging her as its ruler. As Hela's laughter subsided, she lowered the Soul Stone, its golden light dimming slightly. The ethereal figures of her army remained at attention, waiting for her next command. With a satisfied smile, Hela opened a series of black portals, all leading to Asgard. Asgard will bow before us, and the realms shall tremble in our wake. The Valkyrie mounted the Pegasus as they surged forward, their movements coordinated and precise. The ground shook with their advance, and Hela strode at their forefront, the Soul Stone clutched in her hand. Her hair billowed around her, her eyes ablaze with the promise of conquest. As they charged through the portals, marched with a grace they didn't have in the past. With each step, Hela's dominance over the 9 realms grew closer and closer. Her undead army was unstoppable, and with the Soul Stone as her anchor, her control over them was absolute. She would bring death and destruction to all who stood in her path, and no realm would be safe from her wrath. The echoes of Hela's laughter and the thunderous footfalls of her spectral army reverberated through the desolate landscape of hell, a grim symphony of power and madness that heralded a new era of darkness. Moments earlier, the atmosphere in Asgard was heavy with tension as the Avengers, led by Peter, stood on a balcony overlooking the city. Brunhilde, Xavier, Magneto, Hulk, and Blonsky stood beside him, their expressions grim and resolute. Peter's explanation about Hela's escape from hell and the urgency of aiding their Asgardian allies had long sunk in, and they were ready for whatever battle lay ahead of them. Asgard had undergone a drastic transformation since news of Hela's escape had reached them. The city was in lockdown, its streets patrolled by heavily armed soldiers, ever watchful for any sign of Odin's firstborn. The bustling capital now appeared deserted, its once vibrant energy replaced with an eerie silence broken only by the occasional footsteps of guards. Even the civilians, who would only get in the way, were evacuated to hidden shelters behind the city. Odin even prepared evacuation ships for them, should the conflict escalate into the destruction of Asgard itself. Though he, and everyone else, hoped that wouldn't be the case. In the palace, Thor and Loki joined the Avengers on the balcony overlooking the barren city. Loki, once the god of mischief and chaos, was powerless after Odin had refused to return his abilities, even in a time of war like this. Thor's expression was a mix of concern and determination, his eyes scanning the horizon for any signs of approaching danger. As they waited, 2 figures came walking over. Jane Foster and Jessica Jones. Jane appeared as lovely as ever, her presence a calming one for Thor amidst the growing tension. However, it was Jessica who drew everyone's attention. She wore golden Asgardian armor which accentuated her body perfectly, a shining sword sheathed at her waist. The armor seemed to suit her, giving her a regal yet fierce appearance. Loki's gaze lingered on Jessica, his eyes darkening with a mixture of admiration and desire. He had tried to court her, though their plans had been postponed due to the chaos that had erupted. Now, seeing her dressed almost like a Valkyrie, his thoughts couldn't help but race. Jessica turned away from Loki's heated gaze, an embarrassed look on her face. "How do I look?" she asked in a whisper. "Your mom gave it to me after she realized that I'm an Avenger." Loki, finding himself almost breathless, managed to utter, "You look radiant." Jessica turned to him, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as a small smile graced her lips. She didn't expect him to like it so much, but she certainly didn't mind. Brunhilde, the last of the Valkyrie, spoke up, her voice tinged with a mix of melancholy and pride. You remind me of my sisters. Jessica turned to Brunhilde, a sad frown pulling at her lips. But before she could reply with her condolences, the tranquility of the moment was instantly shattered. Countless black portals materialized on the horizon, an ominous sight that drew everyone's attention. The ground trembled as figures emerged from the portals, an army of undead Valkyrie marching forth with an eerie grace, their forms bathed in a faint golden light that flickered like ethereal flames. The Valkyrie moved with a sense of purpose, their steps light yet commanding, as if they were still guided by the same honor that had once driven them in life. Each movement was deliberate, efficient, a reflection of their battle-hardened training. Weapons were held in hands that no longer felt fatigue or pain, but their grip was firm, a testament to their readiness for combat. Shields and swords gleamed in the faint light, their edges sharp and deadly. These were the weapons that had once defended Asgard from all threats, yet now they would be used for its downfall. As they marched, their movements were synchronized, their formation unwavering. The sound of their steps echoed through the city, a solemn drumbeat that heralded their arrival. Their presence was an eerie fusion of beauty and death. A surge of fury swept through Brunhilde. The undead army before her had once been her sisters, warriors who had given their lives to protect Asgard. Seeing them used as pawns in Hela's scheme, their eternal rest disturbed, ignited a tremendous anger within her. How dare you? Brunhilde shouted as she leaped from the balcony, unsheathing her sword midair, her eyes locked onto Hela in the distance. Thor's grip on the railing tightened as he observed the scene unfolding below. The undead Valkyrie were a haunting sight, their presence a grim reminder of Hela's power. He exchanged a tense glance with his brother, who was completely powerless in this situation. Suddenly, Odin and Frigga appeared beside them, followed by a large group of heavily armed guards, their expressions grave. Frigga's usually serene face bore a frown as she took in the sight of Hela leading the army of undead Valkyrie into the city. Odin's voice carried a weight of resignation as he muttered, "It has begun." A/N, 1641 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone face with steam from nose police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 455, C455 Ragnarok, 1/2. Police car light insert failure gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, Darkslayer and Monkayaking, trophy, A/N, crown. As the eerie glow of death illuminated the battlefield, Peter found himself drawn to the clash between Odin and Hela. He couldn't help but marvel at the power exuding from both figures, a testament to their godlike nature. Odin's spear gleamed in the sunlight as he met Hela's advance with measured grace, his eyes ablaze with a mixture of determination and sadness. Maybe I should spar with Odin later. Peter wondered. Although he probably wouldn't be able to last long, Peter knew that Odin could probably put up a better fight than Sholao. A/N, the dragon of Kunlun. In case anyone forgot. Moments earlier, Brunhilde had raced off, her sword held high as she rushed to engage the woman who slaughtered, and now desecrated the remains of her Valkyrie sisters. Seeing her run off, Odin followed closely, his trusted spear Gungnir at the ready. His aged body moved far quicker than Peter expected. At the edge of the city, Hela's laughter echoed through the air, as her army marched forward. But just as she was starting to enjoy herself, an uninvited guest arrived. Hela turned to Brunhilde as realization appeared in her mesmerizing green eyes, her lips curling into a wicked smile. Well, if it isn't the one that got away, Hela purred, her voice dripping with condescension. I thought you would have killed yourself out of shame by now. Come to say hello to the sisters that you abandoned. She asks, motioning towards the undead Valkyrie behind her. Brunhilde's fists clenched at her sides, her anger and resentment boiling to the surface. She had once served Hela, and fought loyally at her side, only for her sisters to be slaughtered in the end. You have no right to mock me, you be *tch, Brunhilde retorted, her voice a mixture of anger and sorrow. How dare you do this to my sisters? Was it not enough that you killed them all? You had to resurrect them as these monsters as well. Hela's laughter grew louder, her amusement clearly unfazed by Brunhilde's words. Oh, spare me your righteous indignation. The Valkyrie were always so eager to follow my orders, to do my bidding without question. They should be honored to serve me in death as well. Without warning, Hela lunged forward, her movements graceful and deadly. Brunhilde barely had time to react, her sword meeting Hela's with a resounding clash. The impact sent shockwaves through Brunhilde's arms, but she stood her ground, her eyes locked onto Hela's. Their swords clashed again and again, the sound of steel ringing through the air. Brunhilde fought with a fierce determination, every strike a testament to her skill and the pain she carried within her. She had lost her sisters, her comrades, to Hela's madness, and she would make her pay for it. But Hela was no ordinary opponent. Her movements were fluid and unpredictable, her attacks a deadly dance that seemed to defy the laws of physics. With each strike, she taunted Brunhilde, her words a mix of mockery and arrogance. "You think you can defeat me, little Valkyrie?" Hela sneered. "You were always the weakest of your sisters, so predictable. It's no wonder they had to sacrifice themselves to save you. What a pity." Brunhilde's anger burned hotter with each word, her resolve strengthening. She summoned all her training, every ounce of her skill, to meet Hela's attacks head-on. But despite her efforts, she was slowly being pushed back, her strength waning against Hela's relentless onslaught. As time went on, Brunhilde began to realize that she couldn't face Hela alone, that she needed help. Suddenly, Hela's black boot found its way buried into her stomach, sending Brunhilde tumbling to the ground. And just as her hope seemed began to dwindle with Hela stood above her, her sword positioned for the finishing blow, a powerful surge of energy swept through the air, and a familiar figure materialized beside her. Odin, his spear Gungnir glowing with otherworldly light, stood beside Brunhilde. His eyes blazed with a mixture of anger and determination, his presence a stark contrast to Hela's sinister aura. "Stand down, Hela," Odin's voice boomed, his words carrying the weight of his authority. "Peacefully return to your prison, or else." Hela's smug smile faltered for a moment, replaced by a flicker of surprise. She looked at Odin with a mixture of annoyance and amusement. Oh, the Allfather himself graces his only daughter with his presence. How touching. Without hesitation, Odin engaged Hela in battle, his spear clashing against her sword with a force that shook the ground. The two godlike beings fought with a power that defied mortal comprehension, their strikes resonating with raw energy. Momentarily shocked that the men who sent her sisters to die would choose to save her, Brunhilde picked herself up off the floor, grasped her sword and fought alongside her former king. "Thank you," she muttered as they fought. "But don't think that this makes up for what you did." Odin gave her a small smile but nodded solemnly in the end. He knew that he couldn't make up for what he did with just this alone, but he would do all he will continue to strive towards Brunhilde's forgiveness. The two sides clashed in a storm of steel and magic, the clash of their weapons echoing through the air. Brunhilde's strikes were swift and precise, her movements a reflection of her warrior training. She had once fought alongside Hela as a loyal Valkyrie, but now her loyalty was to herself and the Avengers. Odin's strikes were equally potent, each swing of his spear a display of his centuries of experience. He fought with a solemn determination, fully aware of the threat Hela posed. His mind was a mix of emotions, regret for what he had failed to prevent, sorrow for the loss of his firstborn, and resolve to protect his people and the realms. Their battle was a sight to behold, a clash of power that sent shockwaves through the ground and rumbled like distant thunder. The air crackled with magic, and the sky above seemed to darken in response to their confrontation. It was a battle of titans, godlike beings whose fates were intertwined in ways beyond mortal comprehension. As the battle raged on, Peter watched from a distance, enjoying the show for the time being. He would give Odin and Brunhilde a chance to settle this on their own, but if they failed, then he would swoop in and save them, like he always does. Meanwhile, Frigga led a contingent of soldiers into the fray, her hands dancing through the air as she conjured blades of wind and spears of fire, hurling them toward the army of undead Valkyrie. Her movements were a blend of elegance and overwhelming magical power, a testament to her skill as a sorceress. "Stand your ground." Frigga's voice rang out, her command a rallying cry for her soldiers. They fought with unyielding resolve, their loyalty to Asgard and their queen pushing them to new heights of bravery. Thor, electrified with a fierce determination, fought alongside the soldiers, his hammer Mjolnir smashing through the ranks of undead with a thunderous force. He was a whirlwind of power, his every strike sending shockwaves that radiated outward, creating waves of destruction as he marched toward his father and Brunhilde. In another part of the battlefield, Magneto and Xavier were using their unique abilities to devastating effect. Magneto's control over metal allowed him to immobilize the undead Valkyrie, rendering their weapons and armor useless. Xavier, while unable to enter their minds due to Hela's overwhelming control of the Valkyrie's souls, used his telekinesis and enhanced body to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Hulk and Abomination were a force to be reckoned with, their titanic strength tearing through the undead forces with unmatched ferocity. Hulk's roars filled the air, and each punch he delivered sent shockwaves that cracked the very earth. Abomination's more strategic approach saw him employing his military training to maximum effect, his blows precise and calculated. As the battle raged on, Peter's attention was drawn to Jessica, Loki, and Jane, who still stood beside him. What should we do?" Jessica asks, unwilling to leave Loki and Jane behind since neither had a way to defend themselves. Thinking for a moment, Peter came to a quick decision. "Loki, take Jane and Jessica to your father's vault. It should be a safe place. But if it is attacked, then Jessica can join the guards to defend the place. After all, we don't want Hela gaining any more fighting power." As they rushed off with newfound purpose, Loki's hidden smirk didn't go unnoticed by Peter. The god of mischief was never one to miss an opportunity, and the prospect of exploring Odin's vault likely held great appeal to him. "Meh, I'll pretend that I didn't see anything, for now." Peter continued watching from a distance as the battle between Hela, Odin, and Brunhilde raged on. As the fight dragged on, Hela appeared to be on the losing end of this battle. Her power seemed to grow with each passing moment, but with the combined force of both Odin and Brunhilde, her struggle became evident. But then, with a swift and calculated motion, Hela reached into her pocket and pulled out a large golden, amber stone. The soul stone appeared in Peter's enhanced vision, shocking him completely. How the hell did she get that? The golden gem glowed with an eerie light as she held it between her fingers, the energy within it pulsating with an otherworldly power. With a triumphant smile, she channeled the stone's energy, and a surge of dark magic radiated from her form. Odin and Brunhilde were taken aback, their expressions a mixture of surprise and concern. The tide of the battle had shifted in an instant, and Hela's newfound power made her a force to be reckoned with. The soul stone's energy coursed through her, amplifying her abilities to an unprecedented level. Peter's worry deepened as he realized the danger Hela posed. But all of that was squashed as he realized that the infinity stone that was the most difficult for him to acquire was right before his eyes. I really have to thank her for bringing it to me. What a kind-hearted psychopath. With a greedy look in his eyes, Peter leaped off the ground, his body moving with a speed and grace that defied human capabilities. He hurtled through the air, growing closer and closer to his prize. As he landed amidst the chaos, the ground trembled beneath his feet. Odin, Brunhilde, and Hela turned to look at him, their expressions a mix of surprise and confusion. Peter's eyes locked onto Hela, the soul stone gleaming with an ominous light. Yo, Peter's voice rang out, as casual as ever. That's a nice little stone you've got there. A/N, 1825 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone face screaming in fear police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 456, C456 A Prince's Redemption. Police car light insert mommy gif /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, Darkslayer, trophy, A/N, the 2-time, crown. In the heart of Odin's vault, Loki's eyes gleamed with avarice as he roamed amidst the treasures collected over eons. Each item held the promise of power, a temptation that tugged at his desires even in his depth-word state. His fingers danced dangerously close to the surface of the casket of ancient winters, his mind calculating the havoc he could wreak if only he still held his magical prowess. Just as he was about to touch the casket, a deathly chill filled his entire being. Maybe I shouldn't touch anything. He pulled his hand back before the casket to freeze him into a popsicle. After all, he is mortal at the moment. Yet, Loki's desire was bittersweet, for he knew his limitations now. As he glanced at a large golden gauntlet, a curious look appearing in his face. A/N, there was a fake infinity gauntlet in the movie. IDKY man shrugging, leaving the oddly large gauntlet for the time being, Loki's eyes flashed with greed as he continued perusing the vault. Tuning fork, eternal flame, warlock's eye, tablet of life and time. All powerful artifacts that he coveted dearly. Meanwhile, Jessica Jones stood by the sealed vault door, donned in the Asgardian armor bestowed upon her by Frigga. Her grip tightened on the sword at her side, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. She shifted her weight from foot to foot, her eyes flickering toward the sound of distant battle echoing from the city outside. Outside the vault door, a few guards, loyal to the last, stationed themselves with spears poised for defense. They shared anxious glances, their faces grim as they weren't allowed to join the fighting. Although they understood the need to guard the vault, they are Asgardian warriors nonetheless, so missing out on such a war was truly disheartening. Back inside the sealed vault, Jane Foster paced restlessly, her heart racing in time with the thundering booms of war. She clenched her fists, her palms damp with sweat, as she listened to the crescendo of battle growing louder by the minute. War was a foreign concept to her, a realm of experience she had never had to deal with before. Amidst the silent tension, the distant footsteps grew louder, filling the air with a haunting rhythm. The guards tensed, their spears held steady as they prepared to face the oncoming threat. Loki's eyes snapped to the entrance of the vault, his expression a mixture of curiosity and annoyance. He had hoped for a moment's respite in the presence of these coveted artifacts, but it seemed fate had other plans. The sound of clashing weapons and the anguished cries of the guards reverberated through the stone walls, sending a shiver down Jessica and Jane's spines. Jessica's grip on her sword tightened, her muscles coiling in anticipation. Jane's back pressed against the wall, her wide eyes fixed on the entrance. Fear knotted her stomach, threatening to overwhelm her as the distant sounds of battle drew nearer. With a roll of his eyes, Loki swiftly scanned the array of artifacts before him. His eyes searching for a weapon or device capable of empowering him. Sadly, his choices were limited, as most things here would either kill him, summon some evil monsters, or were a complete mystery. Soon enough, Loki began to realize that his options weren't just limited, they were non-existent. Come on. Think. Think. He paced across the vault, rushing to find anything that could be of help. As the battle outside escalated, the sounds of struggle soon faded, leaving the three within the vault to speculate on the outcome. A heavy silence hung in the air, broken only by the echoing footsteps of the undead Valkyrie. Just as they began to wonder whether the guards had managed to repel the attack, the sound of banging erupted, sending tremors through the thick vault door. The door groaned and creaked under the onslaught, dents forming as the undead Valkyrie pressed forward with relentless determination. Jessica shifted her stance, her eyes narrowing with a mixture of determination and apprehension. Gripping her sword with both hands, she prepared herself for the inevitable clash that loomed just beyond the reinforced door. Jane's breath quickened, her back pressed even tighter against the wall. Her mind raced with thoughts of Thor and the others out on the battlefield, and her heart ached with worry for their safety, as well as hers. With each relentless thud against the door, the tension within the vault escalated. Before the door finally collapsed off of its hinges, crashing to the floor and revealing a packed hallway filled to the brim with armed, undead Valkyrie. With their obstacle finally destroyed, a small army of undead Valkyrie surged forward, their every step shaking the stone floor below. With a ferocious battle cry, Jessica lunged into action. Every movement was a calculated dance of power and precision, as she swung her sword with blinding speed, cleaving through the ranks of the Valkyrie. Her superhuman strength allowed her to send them flying with each strike, and her armor protected her from their desperate blows. As the undead warriors closed in around her, Jessica pivoted on her heels, delivering a devastating kick that sent one Valkyrie crashing into another. She parried a flurry of attacks with her sword, deflecting their strikes with her novice skills. Nonetheless, her movements were fluid and confident, a testament to her combat experience and superhuman abilities. In the corner of the vault, Jane Foster cowered, her wide eyes fixed on the chaotic battle unfolding before her. She was powerless, a mere mortal caught in the crossfire of supernatural forces. Her heart raced with a mix of fear and awe as she watched Jessica's incredible feats of strength and agility. Each swing of the sword, every powerful kick. With each passing second, the tension within the vault escalated. Jessica's breathing grew heavier, her movements slightly slower as the relentless assault took its toll. The narrow entry point of the doorway had given her an advantage at first, but the sheer number and power of the undead Valkyrie were wearing her down. Meanwhile, Loki's eyes darted around the vault, his mind racing for a solution. His heart clenched with worry as he watched Jessica fight valiantly, her determination unwavering even as the odds continued to stack against her. He couldn't bear the thought of losing her, not after everything they had been through. They haven't even gone on their first date yet. His gaze shifted to the casket of ancient winters, a dangerous artifact that held the potential to return his lost powers, though the possibility of death was overwhelming. The Allfather has taken his powers, including those pertaining to his frost giant lineage. But, he was still a frost giant in the genetic sense, which means the chance that the casket could awaken his powers was at least there. If I die, I'm going to haunt Odin for the rest of his miserable life. With a mixture of determination and desperation, Loki's hand shot out, fingers inches away from the casket's surface. But he hesitated, a chill racing down his spine as he considered the risks. Oh. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, drawing Loki's attention back to the battle. A spear had found a gap in Jessica's armor, and she collapsed to the ground, blood seeping from her wound as she screamed in pain. Seeing their opening, the army of undead Valkyrie closed in, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Without a second thought, Loki's heart surged with overwhelming love and fear. He knew what he had to do. He grasped the casket of ancient winters, his body freezing over in an instant as an excruciating pain surged through him. But he wouldn't let Jessica die, not when he can do something about it. Outside, on the battlefield, Odin paused for a moment to look back at the palace, a proud smile forming on his aged face. He's finally done it. As Loki's skin turned a sickening blue hue from the piercing cold, out of nowhere, his body suddenly flashed with a quick bout of magic, awaking his cold bloodline. And as his frost giant lineage awakened, so did his Asgardian magic. The pain was agonizing, but the magic coursing through him brought a triumphant smirk to his cold blue lips. With the casket in one hand and newfound magic gathering in the other, Loki disappeared and reappeared across the vault in a flash of light. Acting quickly, he kicked a pointy spear away from Jessica's exposed neck just in the nick of time, saving her from a gruesome fate. His returned powers and frost giant strength allowed him to tear through the Valkyrie closest to her, their undead bodies froze upon contact as Loki smashed them to pieces with a wave of his hand. Before bothering with the rest of them, Loki spared a moment to cast a healing spell on Jessica, her wound closing before her eyes. And with a wave of Loki's hand, Jessica was sent sliding across the floor back to safety alongside Jane. "Keep an eye on her," he ordered. And with renewed determination, Loki turned back to the Valkyrie, his eyes blazing with power. His magic crackled in the air as Loki launched himself into the fray, his every move bringing destruction. The Valkyrie fell before him, their attempts to land a blow thwarted as every attack simply passed through Loki's body, leaving him completely unharmed. His opponents were fierce, but with the casket of ancient winters fueling him and his magic returned, Loki was truly an unstoppable force. In the end, the vault was bathed in silence, the once imposing army of undead Valkyrie returned to lifeless carcasses. And Loki didn't look winded at all, his body still pulsating with the power of the casket of ancient winters. He turned to Jessica, his frosty gaze softening with relief. "Are you all right?" Loki's voice was a mixture of concern and affection, his love for Jessica shining in his eyes. As Jane nodded, still in awe of the supernatural display of power, Loki's lips curved into a small smile. The battle had been won, Jessica was safe, his powers are back, but best of all, he was surrounded by his father's unguarded treasures. So many choices. What should I take first? A/N, 1732 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone face with steam from nose police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 457, C457 Ragnarok, 2 halves. Police car light insert daddy gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, monk kayaking, trophy, A/N, crown. Amidst the chaos, a new figure appeared, dressed in a spider-themed suit stood between Hela and her prey. Hela's eyes narrowed as she regarded this odd newcomer, their full face mask obscuring any sign of recognition. "Yo," Peter's voice rang out, as casual as ever. "That's a nice little stone you've got there. Mind if I see it for a second?" "And who might you be?" Hela drawled, her voice dripping with condescension. She turned to Odin with a raised eyebrow. "Father, where did you find this, clown?" A/N, I wrote condensation like 3 times before finally getting the word condescension right. Am I dumb? Wait, don't answer that. Odin's smile remained serene as he replied, "This is Spider-Man, a friend of Asgard." Hela's laughter echoed through the air. Spider-Man? Which child came up with such a ridiculous title? Peter couldn't help but chuckle alongside Hela's laughter, earning a perplexed look from the goddess. "Well, you know what they say, simplicity is key," Peter shrugged nonchalantly. Ignoring Hela's glare, Peter held out his hand expectantly. "So, how about you hand over that pretty soul stone you've got there? And if you do, then I'd be kind and spare your life. After all, you were so kind to deliver it to me." Hela's lips curled into a wicked smile. "Kind? Oh, I have a feeling you're in for a disappointment." With a swift movement, Hela held up the soul stone, channeling its energy and radiating with newfound power. Peter's eyes narrowed, and before anyone could react, he kicked off the ground, disappearing in a blur and reappearing beside Hela. His fist connected with her stomach, sending her soaring backwards to crash into the outer wall of Asgard. The impact created an explosion of dust and rubble. As Hela struggled to remove the rubble, which collapsed on top of her, her army undead Valkyrie rushed forward, ready to defend their queen. Turning to Odin and Brunhilde, Peter pointed toward the incoming forces. "You two handle them. I'll take care of Hela." Odin hesitated, "She's my daughter. So she's my responsibility dash." Even Brunhilde looked reluctant to follow Peter's order. "Just go." Peter shooed them off as a surge of red energy appeared in his hand. "I'm the only person here with an infinity stone to combat the soul stone. If you continue to fight her, the likelihood of her taking control of your soul is rather high." Surprised to see the reality stone in Peter's possession, both Odin and Brunhilde reluctantly agree and rush off to engage the Valkyrie, leaving Peter to face Hela head-on. Hela rose from the rubble, glaring at Peter with a dangerous intensity. But before she knew it, Peter was beside her once again, his movements were a blur of agility and precision. Seeing his attack coming this time around, Hela forms 2 black swords in her grasp and slash at his appearing figure. Peter ducked and weaved, dodging Hela's strikes with ease, and countering with a swift kick that sent her tumbling backwards. Each punch Peter delivered was calculated, each kick precise. He moved with a grace that displayed his strength, his spider-like reflexes and senses making it impossible for her to land a single hit. As time went on, Hela's attacks became more frenzied as she tried to catch Peter's elusive figure, but his agility allowed him to dance around her with ease. He exploited her openings, landing blows that sent shockwaves through her body. Blood trickled from Hela's lip as she spat in frustration, her rage fueling her attacks. Summoning her magic, Hela sent countless shards of obsidian blades flying toward Peter. But sadly for her, he just walked right through it, allowing the blades to phase through him. She watched in shock as Peter walked out of her attack, completely unscathed. And with a flick of his wrist, he shot webbing that wrapped around Hela's arms, pulling her off balance. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged forward, his fist striking with the force of a 1,000 speeding trains. Hela launched backwards, her breath uneven. She attempted to conjure her energy, but Peter moved too quickly, his fists a blur as they landed precise blows. Each hit seemed to weaken Hela further, and her desperation was palpable. Realizing that she was severely losing ground, Hela's eyes gleamed with a sinister light as she summoned the power of the Soul Stone. She attempted to manipulate Peter's soul, but to her surprise, it had no effect. Confusion marred her features as her power faltered. In an instant, the Peter she had been fighting vanished in a burst of red fog, revealing that it had been a clone created by the reality stone all along. Hella's eyes widened in realization, but before she could react, the real Peter appeared sitting on a piece of rubble, casually munching on a bag of potato chips. "Hey there," Peter gave a relaxed greeting, waving at Hella. "Ready to hand over the soul stone yet?" Hella's expression contorted in a mixture of rage and disbelief. With a furious cry, she charged toward Peter, her attacks growing more reckless and desperate. But Peter's movements were a blur, his reflexes and strength making it seem as though he was everywhere at once. And he was, thanks to the reality stone. Since she has the soul stone, which Peter knew was capable of influencing the soul or essence of a person, he decided to remain hidden and fight using the reality stone. Whether it be an attack or manipulation of his soul, Peter just didn't want to risk it, which is why he decided to make clones of himself and stay out of sight. But now it was finally time to step in. After all, Hella was weakened, shaken, and battered. Peter smirked. "It's time to add another stone to my collection." Folding his bag of chips and placing it to the side for later, Peter and his mirage of reality clones deflected Hella's strikes with ease, countering with powerful blows that sent her reeling. Blood stained her lips, and her aura of confidence was shattered. With a final, powerful strike to the face, Peter sent Hella crashing to the ground, her grip on the soul stone weakening. Breathing heavily, Hella struggled to her feet, her body battered and broken. She stared at Peter with a mix of rage and defeat, the soul stone slipping from her grasp. As it hit the ground, Peter strolled over, reached down, and snatched it up. Hella's eyes narrowed as she looked up at Peter. "You think you've won?" Peter smirked, a glint of triumph in his eyes. "Of course I have, and it's been a pleasure doing business with you," he said as he twirled the amber stone between his fingers. With the soul stone securely in Peter's grasp, he felt its pulsating power resonate through him. Power, time, reality, space, and now the soul stone. I have all but one. All that's left now is the mind stone. He smirked under his mask, though sounds of the continuing war surrounding Asgard interrupted the moment. They're still fighting. Is the soul stone powering the Valkyrie? His fingers tightened around the amber gem, and in a decisive moment, he called upon its might. The energy surged within him, and as he directed it outward, a shockwave of golden light spread across the battlefield. Instantly, the undead Valkyrie, Hella's once formidable army, collapsed into heaps of bones, dust, and rusted armor and weaponry, their forms disintegrating into nothingness. The piece they had been robbed of was finally returned. Across the battlefield, the scene unfolded like a surreal dream. Thor's eyes widened, his expression shifting from disbelief to awe. Odin's stern demeanor softened as he gazed upon the fading enemies, his relief palpable. Frigga's heartwarming smile conveyed her maternal condolences, and Brunhilde's tense stance relaxed, a mixture of relief and gratitude settling upon her. And lastly, the Hulk roared triumphantly, the sound echoing like a declaration of victory. Hella watched with an unbridled rage as her once indomitable forces crumbled away. The very power she had wielded to amass an army of the dead was now the force that brought them to their end. She gritted her teeth, her fists clenched as she witnessed her enemy celebrating across the battlefield. The taste of defeat was bitter on her tongue, a reality she could scarcely comprehend. Amidst the jubilation, Odin and Brunhilde approached Peter. Brunhilde walked with purpose, her eyes locked onto Hella, her intention clear. She unsheathed her sword, the metal gleaming in the sunlight. Her steps were determined, and her heart pounded with the desire for vengeance. But before her blade could strike true, Odin's spear intervened, clashing with the last Valkyrie sword and blocking the path of the sword, preserving his daughter's life. The tension between Brunhilde and Odin hung in the air, their conflicting desires palpable. Brunhilde's glare could have burned holes through stone, while Odin's expression was a mix of sadness and resolution. He spoke, his voice heavy with both regret and determination. Hella has committed countless atrocities, especially against the Valkyrie, and I share some of the blame for that and countless others. But, she's still my daughter. I ask that you please spare her. Brunhilde scoffed. Step aside. As Brunhilde stood ready to strike again, Peter stepped forward, his presence commanding attention. With a swift movement, he reached out and grabbed Brunhilde's wrist, halting her impending attack. His voice carried with it an air of authority as he addressed the tense situation. I have an idea that might satisfy both sides, he declared, his gaze flickering between Hella and Brunhilde. Odin's gaze shifted to Peter, his eyes reflecting curiosity and hope. He nodded, a silent agreement to hear out the young man's proposal. Brunhilde huffed, her irritation apparent, but she sheathed her sword, her stance softening slightly. She regarded Peter with a mixture of skepticism and anticipation, her eyes demanding that his solution be worth considering. With the soul stone pulsating ominously in his grasp, as well as the others in his possession, Peter turned his attention to Hella, his gaze unsettling for the evil princess. A sly smirk curled at the corner of his lips as an amusing idea came to mind. Hela frowned as a chill burst down her spine. She couldn't see Peter's face, nor did she know what he was thinking, but she could sense the impending doom that his gaze carried. Whatever he had planned, she knew it wouldn't be good. But before that, Peter turned to Brunhilde. Before we get to Hela's punishment, which I assure you will be quite satisfying, I have a quick question for you. Brunhilde raised a curious eyebrow. What? Peter held up the soul stone. If I told you that I might be able to revive the Valkyrie, what would you say? A/N, 1822 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone dizzy face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 458, C458 Surprising Punishment. Police car light insert police chase GIF/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, monk kayaking, trophy, A/N, the 2-time, crown. Brunhilde, Odin, and even Hela herself froze upon hearing Peter's question. The notion of bringing an entire army, especially the Valkyrie, back to life was staggering. It dredged up their deepest regrets. Brunhilde's guilt weighed heavily on her for leaving her sisters behind to die. Odin, in his role as a king and father, regretted ordering the Valkyrie to attack Hela, which ultimately led to their tragic demise. And Hela, well, she didn't have any regrets. Seeing Brunhilde falter, unable to reply to his astonishing offer, Peter repeated himself, a hint of patience in his voice, "How do you feel about me resurrecting your sisters? Is it something you'd be interested in?" Brunhilde stammered, her voice trembling with emotion. Is it truly possible? Could he really bring her sisters back from the dead? Peter nodded with conviction, his voice steady as he explained, "Thanks to Hela, their souls have been collected in the Soul Stone. I can choose to set them free to continue their journey to whatever afterlife, reincarnation, or dark void awaits us after death, or I can craft a ritual to bring them back to life, which won't be easy, by the way." The weight of Peter's words settled upon them, causing a stunned silence to linger among the group. Hela, who had so cruelly revived the Valkyrie as mere walking zombies, was now confronted with the possibility of their true resurrection. It was an unexpected twist that had her reeling in disbelief. After all, she couldn't do what Peter was offering. With her affinity over death, she could only create undead creatures. Seeing Brunhilde's conflicted expression and sensing, Peter gently advised her, "Take your time to think it over. Give me your answer after we've dealt with Hela's punishment." Instantly, everyone's attention turned to Hela, who was still lying on the ground, defeated and glaring at them like an injured predator. Odin, his stern demeanor unwavering, spoke up, "What do you have in mind for her punishment?" Peter's mask hid the sly smile that tugged at his lips. "Before we get to the good part, we need to strip her of her powers, much like you did with Thor and Loki." Hela, unable to move due to her weakened state, was forced to listen as Odin continued, "I can take her Asgardian powers as well as her dominion over death, but her ability to wield magic is beyond my reach." Peter nodded in agreement. "I can take care of sealing her magic." Nodding his head, Odin raised Gungnir, the spear's bottom end striking the ground with a resounding thud. "Hela, Odin's daughter. You have led an army to your homeland. Through your lust for power and destruction, you wish to open these peaceful realms and innocent lives to the horrors of war." The Allfather bangs Gungnir into the ground once again, watching as his daughter turns to him, a nervous look on her face. "You are unworthy of this realm, which you covet so dearly that you would kill your own family, unworthy of your title as Princess of Asgard." He spoke as his stern demeanor turned a bit softer. "Unworthy of the loved ones who would have done anything for you, who would still do anything for you." Hela's eyes widened upon hearing this, but her father wasn't done. "I hereby take from you your powers." Odin extends his hand towards his daughter. And suddenly, a black miasma exited Hela's body and shot toward Odin, solidifying into a black shard of glass as it landed in the palm of his hand. The power that coursed through Hela was gone, and she watched in silent despair as her Asgardian essence vanished, leaving her as a mere mortal woman. But, unlike her brothers, she wasn't banished since she was far too big of a threat. Peter watched Odin with a shake of his head. This guy has had to take all 3 of his children's powers away. Was he that bad of a father, or is it just bad for kids to be born with enormous godlike abilities? The shock of losing her powers left Hela deathly silent, and she looked down at herself, realizing the enormity of the transformation. She had been a goddess of death, feared and revered by all, but now she was nothing more than a vulnerable mortal woman. Before she could fully process her new reality, Peter waved his hands, conjuring intricate golden spell circles in the air. The circles filled with runes and intricate linear designs, dancing with arcane power. He directed his gaze at Hela. "Welcome to the Mortal Club. You're the last of your siblings to join, but I'm sure you'll learn to enjoy it." With a flick of his wrist, the spell shot toward her, sealing her ability to wield magic. Odin observed his daughter's reaction as her eyes rolled backward, and she fell unconscious. She was now a mere mortal with no power left to her name. The reality of it all was just too much, causing her to faint on the spot. Brunhilde smirked, savoring the beginning of Hellas' downfall. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Peter announced, "The first step of Hellas' punishment is complete. Now, I just need to prepare a ritual for the second part." As he spoke those words, he reached up to his necklace and pulled out a glowing green stone, which caught Odin's attention. The time stone. Odin thought in shock. Odin couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. He turned to Peter, his one-eyed gaze fixed on the glowing stone. "Where did you find the time stone?" he asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. The very idea of someone possessing not one but 3 infinity stones was beyond comprehension. Peter shrugged casually. "Oh, this." He held the stone as if it were a mere trinket. "Found it on the side of the road. You know, like a lucky penny." His nonchalant demeanor left Odin and Brunhilde utterly stunned. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Peter continued, "Anyway, while you're all dealing with this, I'm going to work on the second part of Hellas' punishment. Make sure to secure her in a prison cell, and gather all the Valkyrie remains, just in case," he said as he walked off toward the palace, leaving Brunhilde to come to a decision. Hours passed, and while Peter was gone, the Asgardians worked diligently to clean up the battlefield. They collected the remains of the Valkyrie, carefully preserving the fallen warriors. Repairs to the outer parts of the city were underway, a testament to the resilience of the Asgardian people. Meanwhile, Thor, bearing the responsibilities of kingship, personally thanked the Avengers who had come to their aid. He even offered them payment, as a gesture of gratitude. Most of them declined, with Hulk, Blonsky, and Charles being notably humble in their refusal. Magneto, however, had no qualms about accepting payment, especially when it came in the form of a hefty chunk of unrefined URU metal ore. With the Avengers ready to return to Earth, Thor escorted them to the Bifrost, which delivered them safely back to their home planet. And Magneto left with a triumphant smile, his newfound treasure in tow. He had vibranium and now he has URU, truly he would stand among the strongest Magnetos in the multiverse. Inside the palace, outside Hellas' prison cell, Brunhilde stood guard, refusing to allow her to escape. She still contemplated the idea of killing Hela, but thankfully, she trusted Peter enough to stay her hand. At least for the time being. A few steps away, Frigga and Odin were in the midst of a heartwarming reunion with their recently returned son, Loki. Frigga embraced Loki, her love and relief evident in her hug. Odin, too, smiled warmly, extending a hand to clasp his son's shoulder. They were blissfully unaware of Loki's sleight of hand in the palace vault during all the commotion, his illusions replacing the few artifacts he had taken. Frigga smiled warmly. "It's so good to have you back," she says as she brushes a piece of hair out of Loki's face. "The palace is so quiet without your mischief." Odin turned to his wife, an incredulous look on his face. "Don't encourage him. The last thing we need is more of Loki's mayhem," he said, though a warm look returned to his face. "But it is good to have you back, son." As the family gathered and chatted, a visibly tired Thor joined them. Odin couldn't help but smile at his son's exhaustion, glad that he was no longer burdened with the responsibilities of kingship. "Enjoying the throne, my son?" Odin asks, a sly smile on his face. "Ugh." Thor grunted in reply as he collapsed into a nearby chair. Soon enough, their conversation was interrupted by Peter's return, the time stone still in hand. "All right, open up the cell and I can get started." Frigga, protective of her stepdaughter despite her past actions, asked, "What are you planning to do with Hela?" Peter waved off her concerns. "Don't worry, I won't harm her. It's going to be a surprise," he said, smiling under his mask. After some deliberation, they agreed, and the prison cell was opened. Peter stepped in, immediately starting on a fairly complex ritual, which took him about an hour to set up, the time stone placed at the center. Laying Hela's unconscious form within an intricate circle beside the stone, Peter took his place and began chanting. Vorlither Thrinteros Zintrix. Eldrelith Mistanox Vorprix. Zindralor, Perthanos, Althracinth. A/N, UMO Gue Gue Faid Zao. Soon enough, the ritual grew in intensity, and the time stone activated, casting a brilliant green light that engulfed the prison cell. As the culmination of the ritual neared, Odin, Frigga, Thor, and Loki watched in awe as Hela's form began to shrink and de-age. First, she became a teenager, then a child, and finally, as the ritual concluded, Hela lay there in the cell as a newborn baby. Peter approached the sleeping, evil baby Hela, carefully lifting her into his arms. He then stored away the time stone before walking over to Frigga and Odin, a warm smile on his face. "Congratulations," he said, his voice filled with a touch of humor, "it's a girl." Opening her eyes, as she felt someone touching her, Hela looked up to find herself in Spider-Man's arms, with nothing but giants surrounding her. Instantly, she became alarmed and called upon her power, but Hela soon realized that it was all gone. Memories of her lose and subsequent punishment replaying in her head. Suddenly, Spider-Man handed her off to Frigga, who scooped her up with a confused look on her face. "Congratulations," he said, his voice filled with a touch of humor, "it's a girl." Suddenly, something clicked in Hela's head, prompting her to look down at her hands, which were now tiny, soft, baby hands. And as she realized what happened, Hela tried to speak and shout, but all that came out was "Wayawa." Witnessing the greatest joke of her life, Brunhilde savored the delicious cries of the new baby Hela. Ha 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 ha. She couldn't contain her laughter. This certainly wasn't as good as killing her, but it was damn near close to it. A/N, 1890 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone face with steam from nose police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 459, C459 Baby Hela. Police car light insert Minecraft GIF/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Lemaire_3815, trophy, A/N, crown. Upon taking the new baby Hela into her arms, Frigga and Odin exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes mirroring their shock. They had expected punishment for their wayward daughter, but nothing like this. With the villainous baby handed over to her parents, Peter turned to Brunhilde. "So, is the punishment enough?" Brunhilde couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh, her earlier rage and despair giving way to amusement. "It's not perfect, but it's good enough," she managed to say between chuckles. "I never thought I'd see the day when Hela Odin's daughter would be a crying, helpless baby." Thor, his expression a mix of curiosity and amusement, stepped closer to Peter. "How is this good enough? Didn't Hela kill her sisters?" Peter grinned behind his mask, relishing the moment. "Well, you see, Brunhilde wanted Hela dead, and Odin refused to let her be killed. So, I had to come up with a punishment that could make both sides happy." Thor listened, but he didn't understand how turning his sister into a baby would quench Brunhilde's need for revenge. First, Peter began, Brunhilde is happy because Hela now has to live through the torture and embarrassment of being a baby. Diaper changes, boredom, no privacy, no control over herself, or even her bowel movements. Hela is truly and utterly at the mercy of Odin and Frigga. Even if they treat her well, she'll live the next 3 or 4 years in a hellish nightmare. And even after that, she'll remain nothing but a mortal woman. A/N, I never understood why some authors make their MCs reincarnate as babies. And then they write that the MC enjoyed his second chance at childhood. No, that sounds like complete and utter torture. Just imagining having a sh*t filled diaper stuck to me is enough to make me want to puke. Disgusting nauseated face vomiting. He gestured toward Odin and Frigga, who held their newly transformed daughter. And on the other hand, Odin and Frigga get a second chance to raise Hela. And maybe, just maybe, they'll be able to rehabilitate her from the psycho that she is, because she most certainly still has her memories. Don't let the cute little face fool you, she's still just as evil and malicious as before. Loki, who had been watching the scene unfold with a smirk, chimed in, a cruel genius, you are, Spider-Man. I wouldn't wish Hela's fate on anyone, especially myself. Thankfully, I was only banished to Midgard after my powers were taken. If I were turned into a baby like her, I might just off myself to avoid the embarrassment." Realizing the gravity of the situation and the opportunity before them, Odin and Frigga smiled down at the new baby in their arms. Hela, unable to contain her fury, glared back up at them, cursing them in baby babble as she couldn't speak normal words anymore. Peter couldn't help but smile at the infant's futile attempts to convey her anger. He leaned in closer, poking her chubby cheeks as he cooed, "Ah, you're such a fierce little villain, aren't you?" Hela, with all her might, tried to bite Peter's finger, but her toothless gums did 0 damage. Frustration welled up in her, and she let out a series of indignant baby noises. Pushing Peter aside, Thor reached for Hela and hoisted her up, introducing himself with a booming voice, "I am Thor, your elder brother and the king of Asgard." Hela, still aghast at her new reality, turned her bald baby head toward Odin, her eyes wide with skepticism. But instead of Odin, Loki answered her, his tone dripping with mischief, "Yes, it's true, little sister. This large, loud, idiotic buffoon is the king of Asgard. I'm Loki Odinson, your other elder brother." He added emphasis to the word elder, smirking as he watched her twitch in annoyance. After all, she was born far before them. Thor and Loki quickly devolved into a bickering argument, which prompted Odin to intervene before things got out of hand. Meanwhile, Frigga stole Hela back from Thor, cradling her close. Hela wouldn't and couldn't admit it, since she couldn't speak, but she preferred Frigga's tender care to Thor's rough handling. For some reason, she felt safer and more comfortable in her stepmother's arms than she ever had in her entire life. Is this what a mother is supposed to feel like? With the chaos settled for the moment, Frigga couldn't contain her excitement at the prospect of being a mother again. She rushed off with Hela held against her bosom, calling for her attendants to prepare a nursery and gather all the necessary baby supplies. Before joining his excited wife, Odin turned to Peter, a wry smile on his face. "Thank you for your assistance and for this unique punishment. I hope this helps her find her way back to us." Peter waved it off, his mask hiding his grin. "We're friends. Friends help each other out. Besides, I know you'd help me out if I needed it," he said as Odin smiled, happy to have such a reliable ally. Suddenly, Frigga called out from down the hall. "Dear, should we put the nursery in our room? I think Hela will be lonely otherwise. Also, I don't want her to hurt herself. A/N, gotta watch out for suicide attempts. Whatever you want, my love." Giving Peter one last nod, Odin rushed off to help his wife prepare, a noticeable smile on his usually stern face. And as Hela's anguished cries echoed through the palace, signaling a new beginning for her and her family, Peter turned to Brunhilde. "Have you come to a decision?" Thor and Loki look at Brunhilde in interest. "A decision?" Thor asks as Loki followed behind him. "About what?" Peter quickly explains. "A decision on whether she wants me to revive the Valkyrie or not." Thor, his eyes alight with hope, turned to Brunhilde. "This is wonderful news. As king of Asgard, I would gladly welcome the Valkyrie back into our ranks. It would be an honor to have them by our side once more." Brunhilde scoffed at Thor's enthusiasm, her expression still somewhat hardened by the recent events. "That's not happening. I've seen what happened to my sisters. I won't subject them to the whims of another idiotic Asgardian king. We'll go to Earth, where we won't have to worry about being ordered to our deaths without thought." Thor's face fell, his brows furrowing in genuine concern. "Brunhilde, I promise you, I would never do such a thing. If anyone has to face danger or death, it should be me. I would fight to the very end to protect my people, and that includes the Valkyrie." Brunhilde regarded Thor with a mix of skepticism and contemplation. She believed him, but her resolve remained unshaken. "Thor, I appreciate your sincerity, but our path is clear. The Valkyrie will come with me, and I won't be staying in Asgard. That is if they agree. I won't force them. A/N, first the widows joined and now the Valkyrie might come to Earth. If this was a harem story, Peter would be drowning in warrior women by now." Peter interjected, sensing that Brunhilde had come to a decision. "So, have you decided?" Brunhilde nodded firmly, her gaze unwavering. "Yes, I want to bring back my sisters. I've thought about it and I have no qualms about interrupting their eternal rest. They can live long and happy lives before dying a much more dignified death, as they should have." Peter nodded, accepting her choice. "Very well. Thor, I'll need you to keep the remains of the Valkyrie safe. I'll have to prepare for the most intricate and powerful ritual I've ever attempted. It should be a fun one." Thor nodded solemnly. "I will ensure their safety." Turning to Brunhilde, Peter continued, "This time, the preparation will take more than just a few hours. You can either stay here in Asgard with me while I work, or return to Earth and wait for me to pick you up when it's time." Brunhilde shook her head resolutely. "I'll stay. I won't leave until my sisters are back with me, and I don't want to leave their remains behind either." Peter acknowledged her decision with a nod. "Very well. I'll be staying in the same room as the last time I was here. Thor, please let me know when dinner is ready." Thor smiled warmly. "Of course, my friend. It's good to have you here again." He was more than happy to house Peter for as long as he wanted to stay. After all, as a king, he never has time to visit Midgard anymore, so it always feels like a special occasion when a Midgardian friend, like Peter, stays in the palace. Almost like a child excited for a sleepover. With their plans set, Peter began to contemplate the intricate ritual that lay ahead. It was a task unlike any he had undertaken before, and the fate of the Valkyrie rested on his shoulders. As he retreated to his room to prepare, he pulled out 3 of the Infinity Stones, which he'd need to use to get the job done. Instantly, the room filled with a mix of amber, emerald, and violet light. "Hopefully this works and I don't blow myself up, alongside everyone else in Asgard, and the entire galaxy." He couldn't help but feel the weight of responsibility that came with wielding 3 Infinity Stone at once. A feat that he's never even tried before. Thankfully, he wouldn't be wielding them personally, or else he would probably explode. "Well, I could try out the rings, but I don't think they're ready yet. I still need to tweak them a bit before attaching the stones." Meanwhile, Brunhilde remained resolute in her decision, determined to reunite with her sisters and provide them with a chance for a new life. Thor, true to his word, ensured the remains of the fallen Valkyrie were safeguarded, their memories preserved until the day they would be resurrected. In the grand halls of Asgard, the anticipation for the upcoming ritual and the return of the Valkyrie hung in the air. Either Thor or Loki couldn't keep their mouths shut, because now, friends and family of the deceased Valkyrie waited with hope and curiosity, eager to witness the outcome of Peter's extraordinary endeavor. A/N, 1766 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone eyes police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 460, C460 Resurrection. Police car light insert clean gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Darkslayer, Trophy, A/N, Crown PS, is it Lemaire_3815 Lemaire_3815 or Imaire_3815? The first 2 are L's and the last one is an I. As Peter retreated to his room, the intricate preparations for the Valkyrie's resurrection weighing heavily on his mind, a different drama was unfolding in the grand halls of Asgard. Odin and Frigga, still holding their transformed daughter Hela, were forced to address the kingdom. Just a day after they had started caring of Hela, rumors began to spread around Asgard, stating that the king, Thor, had a child before marriage. But not only that, it was a child with a Midgardian prostitute, who he had slept with while visiting his brother, Loki, whilst he was still in exile. So naturally, Odin and Frigga were forced to announce that Hela was their daughter. Dear people of Asgard, Odin announced with a regal tone, his voice echoing through the vast hall, Frigga and I are pleased to introduce a new addition to our royal family, our daughter, Hela. Frigga stepped forward with a glaring, unhappy baby in her arms, who, though still fuming with silent anger, appeared quite adorable in her infant form. Her bald head and toothless gums made her look like any other innocent baby. The Asgardians in attendance gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening as they took in the sight of the supposed royal baby. Hushed whispers and murmurs began to spread among the crowd outside the palace, curiosity and excitement intertwining in the air. Rumors swirled like a tempest, but none who were in the know dared voice the truth, that this was the very psycho who had led an army to attack their beloved realm just days ago. Thor exchanged a knowing glance with Loki, who stood among the gathered Asgardians with a wry smile playing on his lips. He had, after all, started the outlandish rumors himself, using his talent for mischief to slander his brother's good name. Loki couldn't help but be amused by the gullibility of the Asgardian populace. They were so easily swayed by the carefully crafted tale his parents were spinning. But beneath his playful facade, he was keenly aware of the real purpose of this charade, to protect Hela, his sister, from the scorn and rejection of the very people she had sought to conquer. Of course, Odin and Frigga couldn't reveal that Hela is the same person who attacked their home with an undead army. Doing so would invite distrust toward the royal family and hate for baby Hela, who they are trying to rehabilitate into a good, normal person. So, they simply told everyone that Hela was a new child, freshly birthed from their former queen. And thanks to the fact that Odin completely rewrote history, erasing Hela from existence, the public easily believed their little lie. And upon hearing the news of a new royal child, the whole of Asgard began to celebrate. Meanwhile, in the midst of the nationwide celebration, Loki found himself in the company of Jessica Jones, finally finding a chance to take her out on a date. As they strolled through the radiant streets of Asgard, Loki couldn't help but be captivated by her presence. As they walked, Loki gave her a tour, acting as the perfect guide. Though he couldn't resist showing off his magical prowess, now that his powers were back, subtly weaving illusions and tricks to impress and entertain his date. He conjured illusions of majestic creatures and shimmering displays of light, all while regaling her with stories of Asgard's rich history. Jessica, her eyes alight with wonder, couldn't help but smile at Loki's playful antics. She had expected a typical date, but Loki's magical displays had added an unexpected layer of enchantment to the evening. Loki's mischievous side also emerged as they passed by unsuspecting Asgardians. With a flick of his wrist, he subtly pranked a few of them, causing drinks to explode in their faces or their clothes to disappear. Jessica couldn't help but chuckle at the bewildered reactions of Loki's victims as they found themselves naked or covered in alcohol. As the evening wore on, Loki and Jessica's connection deepened. They shared stories, laughter, and even a few secrets. It was a date unlike any Jessica had experienced before. Though technically, she hasn't been on many dates. Kilgrave sort of ruined that for her. In the midst of their laughter, Loki couldn't help but steal glances at Jessica when she wasn't looking, his eyes drawn to her lips. And before he knew what he was doing, Loki found himself pressing forward, snatching her mouth with his own. Instantly, Jessica's eyes widened in shock before she melted into his arms, returning the kiss with a surprising intensity. As the night continued, Loki and Jessica's date came to close in his royal bedchambers, where Loki realized how lucky he was that his powers were back. Because without them, he might not have been able to survive the night. After all, it was hard for Jessica to control her super strength during passionate situations. Hearing the rhythmic banging and sounds of some rather destructive lovemaking coming from his brother's bedroom, Thor wrapped a pillow tightly around both ears. I'm happy for my brother, but must they be so loud? Beside him, Jane looked up at the ceiling, a crimson blush on her face as she wondered if Thor and her were that loud. Luckily for Odin and Hela, Frigga kept their bedroom silent with a few runes carved into the walls, so their sleep wasn't interrupted that night. A few days had passed since Hela's introduction to Asgard as the newest child of Odin and Frigga. The kingdom buzzed with the news, oblivious to the truth behind the royal deception. In the heart of the palace, Peter had toiled tirelessly, finally completing the intricate preparations for the ritual that would bring the Valkyrie back to life. With Thor's assistance, the remains of the Valkyrie, consisting mainly of bones and dust, were carefully transported to the most spacious hall within the palace. Peter stood at the center, surrounded by a labyrinth of patterns and symbols he had meticulously painted on the floor with an unknown liquid. The intricate design seemed to pulse with arcane energy, a testament to Peter's mastery in the mystical arts. The onlookers Jane, Jessica, Brunhilde, Thor, Loki, Odin, Frigga, and Hela, who was cradled in Frigga's arms like always, watched in awe as Peter did his work. Even Loki and Frigga, renowned for their magical prowess, were taken aback by the complexity and power radiating from the ritual circle. Brunhilde, her heart a mix of hope and anxiety, couldn't contain her restlessness. She knew that the success of this ritual was the only hope of reuniting with her sisters again. Her gaze remained fixed on Peter as he meticulously arranged the remains of her fallen comrades in the center of the ritual circle. With utmost care, Peter retrieved the Infinity Stones one by one, handling them with care as he placed them around the remains. The Time Stone would be used to turn the remains back in time to before their tragic demise. The Soul Stone, holder of the Valkyrie's souls, would restore their essence to their newly resurrected forms. Finally, the Power Stone, the source of immense energy, would fuel the ritual, providing the necessary force to achieve Peter's ambitious goal. As Peter levitated the Power Stone into its designated spot, the room seemed to crackle with raw cosmic energy. Odin eyed the Infinity Stones warily, understanding their potential for devastation. Beside him, Loki's greedy gaze was evident, but the memory of Peter's formidable power dissuaded him from any thoughts of theft. With all the stones in place, Peter stepped back from the ritual lines, his masked visage showing only determination. He turned to the group, his voice resolute. "I'm ready to begin. Brace yourselves, and let's hope we don't blow up Asgard, or the galaxy." The cryptic warning sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers, but before they could voice their concerns, Peter's incantations began. His words flowed like a river of arcane power, resonating with the symbols and patterns etched on the floor. The Infinity Stones responded, their radiance bathing the vast hall in a kaleidoscope of brilliant light. At the peak of the ritual, a hushed tension filled the air. The pile of Valkyrie remains trembled, and time seemed to reverse itself. Bones and dust slowly coalesced, forming recognizable figures, each one pristine and healthy. The fallen warriors were returning to life, but they remained lifeless, their souls yet to be restored. Peter, speaking in tongues once more, called upon the Soul Stone. Immediately, amber wisps of energy shot forth from the gem, snaking their way into the lifeless bodies of the Valkyrie. Each wisp was an individual soul, reuniting with their rightful vessels. The air shimmered with magic, and the ritual drew to a close. Without waiting to know the results, Peter walked over and collected the Infinity Stones, sealing them away in his necklace once more. The weight of responsibility had lifted, replaced by the satisfaction of a mission accomplished. Well, that is if they actually wake up. The onlookers, their breaths held in anticipation, watched as the Valkyrie lay motionless at the center of the ritual circle. Brunhilde, in particular, felt her heart pounding in her chest. She prayed for a sign that her sisters were truly alive. Moments passed, and doubts crept in. Had the ritual failed? But then, as if responding to an unseen cue, one by one, the Valkyrie's eyes shot open. Their bodies jolted upright, taking in a sharp breath of air. The hall filled with a chorus of gasps and exclamations as the resurrected warriors awoke, bewildered yet undeniably alive. Brunhilde collapsed to her knees, tears streaming down her face. He actually did it. They're alive. She exclaimed as she sobbed, barely believing her eyes. The resurrected Valkyrie, now fully aware of their surroundings, began to sit up, their expressions a mix of confusion and wonder. Brunhilde couldn't contain her joy as she rushed forward, embracing her newly reborn sisters, who had absolutely no idea what was happening. A/N, 1,700 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone dizzy face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 461, C461 Brunhilde the Crybaby. Police car light insert dirty gifs/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, /ninja, trophy, A/N, a new king rises, crown. Amid the euphoria of the Valkyrie's resurrection, Brunhilde was overcome with emotions she had long suppressed. She fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face as she embraced her newly restored sisters. The bond between them was unbreakable, forged through countless battles and shared camaraderie. However, amidst the joyful chaos, a familiar voice rang out, commanding the resurrected Valkyrie. "Make way. Make way." Brunhilde looked up, her tear-filled eyes widening as she saw the imposing figure walking toward her. It was Lady Astrid, the leader of the Valkyrie, Brunhilde's teacher, and the closest thing she had to a mother. Lady Astrid, the formidable leader of the Valkyrie, was a commanding presence in every sense. Standing tall and proud, she possessed a regal bearing that demanded respect. Her long, golden hair cascaded down her back in a thick braid, a symbol of her strength and tradition. Though she had a slim and graceful figure, there was no mistaking the underlying strength that lay beneath her Asgardian armor. Her muscles, though not bulky, were toned and well-defined, a testament to the rigorous training she had undergone throughout her life. Astrid's beauty was undeniable, her features striking and captivating. Her piercing blue eyes held a wisdom that spoke of countless battles and experiences. They were eyes that could both command and comfort, a reflection that she embodied as a leader and a mother figure to her fellow Valkyrie. Clad in her Asgardian armor, she wore the symbols of her warrior heritage proudly. A sword hung at her hip, a symbol of her prowess in combat and her unwavering dedication to her sisters. But beyond her formidable exterior, Astrid possessed a deep and caring soul. Her seriousness and authority as a leader were tempered by a genuine love and concern for all the Valkyrie under her command. Her most profound affection, however, was reserved for Brunhilde, whom she had taken under her wing as a sort of daughter. With Brunhilde, her stern demeanor softened into a warm and protective presence, showing the depth of her love and care. Confusion marked Lady Astrid's face as she surveyed the scene before her, trying to make sense of the inexplicable turn of events. The last memory she had was sacrificing herself alongside her sisters to save Brunhilde and Asgard from Hel's wrath. Yet here she stood, alive and well, surrounded by living, breathing Valkyrie. As Lady Astrid approached, Brunhilde's emotions reached their breaking point. She cried out with all her might, her voice a mix of dark emotions, which she has been suppressing for a very long time. Lady Astrid. I am sorry. I'm so sorry. Please don't hate me. I'm sorry for leaving you to die. I shouldn't have left. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She cried like a baby as she attached herself to Astrid's leg, begging for forgiveness over and over. Hela, still in her infant form, rolled her eyes at Brunhilde's emotional outburst. She couldn't help but think, shouldn't I be the baby here? Lady Astrid's stern expression softened as she gazed down at Brunhilde, who clung to her leg like a lifeline. She knelt down and enveloped Brunhilde in a warm, comforting embrace, much like a mother consoling her child. Her voice was soothing, filled with understanding and forgiveness. Brunhilde, my dear, you have nothing to apologize for. We did what we had to do to protect you. Although she had no idea how she was alive, those questions could wait until Brunhilde was okay. And she obviously wasn't. Watching this, every single Valkyrie, including Astrid, thought, I didn't think she would take our deaths this badly. Brunhilde's sobs gradually subsided under the reassurance of her beloved leader. The weight of years of guilt and sorrow seemed to slowly lift from her shoulders as she allowed herself to be comforted. She felt safe and loved, a feeling she had longed for since the day she thought she'd lost her sisters. As Brunhilde began to calm down, Lady Astrid explained what had truly happened on that fateful day. You didn't leave us behind, Brunhilde. We sent you away because you were the youngest among us, and we couldn't bear to see you fall in battle. It wasn't your fault, and we never blamed you. Hearing those words from Lady Astrid, Brunhilde finally let go of a portion of her guilt and fear. She felt a sense of closure she had never thought possible. With a sigh of relief, she leaned into Lady Astrid's embrace, her trembling finally giving way to peaceful slumber. Frigga, who had been watching the emotional reunion from a distance, approached the sleeping Brunhilde with a gentle smile. She knelt beside them and spoke to Lady Astrid. She's been standing guard beside your remains for days without sleep, waiting for this moment. She needs this rest more than anyone. Lady Astrid nodded in gratitude, her gaze never leaving Brunhilde's peaceful face. Thank you for watching over her and bringing us back. We owe you a great debt. She bowed her head, thinking it was Frigga who brought them back. Frigga shook her head humbly. It wasn't me who brought you back, and I'm ashamed to say that I didn't watch over Brunhilde either. She gestured toward Peter, who stood nearby in his distinctive spider-themed suit. It was him. The Valkyrie, including Lady Astrid, turned their attention to Peter, curiosity evident in their expressions. They couldn't help but wonder about the men who had orchestrated their resurrection. Peter gave them his usual wave. Yo, I'm Spider-Man. And I did this for Brunhilde. Without her, I wouldn't have bothered resurrecting people that I don't know from thousands of years ago. So, if you want to repay anyone, direct it toward her. The Valkyrie exchanged glances, their astonishment at being brought back to life after thousands of years evident. They realized the immense burden Brunhilde had been carrying, and the guilt they had unknowingly placed upon her. But they also realized that their old lives were completely displaced, and more than likely, many of their families have probably moved on or died. Lady Astrid stepped forward, her expression one of solemn gratitude. Either way, thank you for this second chance at life. We owe you a life debt for what you've done. Peter waved off their gratitude. No need for that. Just take care of Brunhilde, she needs you guys. I'm sure you've begun to realize that. As the Valkyrie nodded in agreement, their collective gaze turned to Brunhilde, who lay peacefully asleep in Lady Astrid's arms. They were determined to be there for her, to help her banish the survivor's guilt that had haunted her for far too long. They had been given a second chance at life, and they would make the most of it, starting with supporting their beloved sister in her time of need. As the Valkyrie shared a tearful reunion, in a distant corner of the universe, aboard a Chitauri ship, Thanos the Mad Titan lay on a high-tech hospital bed, which periodically scanned his vitals. Thanks to his deal with Galactus, who had left after extracted the poison that Peter had cunningly delivered in their last encounter, the Mad Titan was slowly on the path to recovery. His once ashen complexion was regaining its color, and his immense strength was gradually returning. Yet, as he healed, Thanos couldn't escape the seething anger and burning hatred that consumed him. His thoughts were fixated on Spider-Man, the one who had repeatedly thwarted his grand ambitions and dared to trick him with poison. The mere thought of the web-slinger sent a shiver of rage through his revitalized body. But that wasn't all, he now owed Galactus the Infinity Stones. Once he was done using them, of course. Thankfully, he didn't have much need for them afterward anyway, so it wasn't a hard price to pay. As he lay there, Thanos envisioned the day when he would be back to full health, when he would have the strength to crush his enemies, especially Spider-Man, without restraint. Earth, the web-slinger's cherished home planet, would crumble under the weight of his vengeance. At first, he only wanted to cull the planet's population, as he usually does, but not anymore. They would all die and he would force Spider-Man to watch the death of his home as well as his loved ones. In the midst of his vengeful imagination, the door to Thanos' chamber swung open, and Ebony Maw hurriedly entered, his robe billowing as he bent into a deep bow before his Thanos. "Father," Maw began with reverence, "I bring urgent news." Thanos, his eyes narrowing in curiosity, gestured for Maw to speak. Maw had always been an enigmatic and loyal son, his gifted intellect matched only by his allegiance to Thanos. "Our sensors have detected a massive surge of universal energy emanating from Asgard," Maw reported, his voice filled with a mix of greed and trepidation. "It's as if there are at least 2 Infinity Stones present." Thanos fell into contemplative silence for a moment, his thoughts racing. Asgard, the realm ruled by Odin and the home of the powerful Asgardians, was a formidable force. Even at his peak strength, he had tread carefully when dealing with the Allfather in his realm. "We cannot confront Asgard in my current state," Thanos finally declared, his voice a low, rumbling growl. "We'll have to wait until I am fully healed to face Odin." Maw nodded in understanding, realizing that a confrontation with Asgard in their current condition would be unwise. After all, the realm had been a formidable adversary for Thanos in the past. "I'll bring your medicine soon, Father," Maw replied, his unwavering loyalty clear in his eyes. He knew that Thanos' recovery was paramount to their future endeavors. As Maw exited the chamber, Thanos settled back onto his hospital bed, his gaze turning to his hand, where he held a bright, glowing, yellow stone between his large fingers. He would bide his time, gather his strength, and when the moment was right, he would descend upon Earth with an unrelenting fury. And Asgard would be next. A/N, 1703 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 462, C462 Valkyrie Settlement. Police car light insert spooky gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, monk kayaking, trophy, A/N, crown. One day after her sisters were reborn, Brunhilde stood before the Valkyrie, her heart heavy with the weight of her request. Her eyes met those of her sisters, each of them bearing the mark of warriors who had faced battles beyond imagination. They were her family, her comrades, her everything. "I know that many of you may not like this," Brunhilde began, her voice unwavering despite the emotions that threatened to overwhelm her. "But I'd like it if all of you would return with me to Midgard." Murmurs and whispers spread among the Valkyrie, a mix of curiosity and uncertainty. Leaving the realm they had called home for thousands of years was a decision of profound magnitude. But Brunhilde continued, her resolve unwavering. "You've already died for this place once, so can't we just let it go and start over? We can find a new purpose on Earth. We can live freely, make our own choices, and be there for each other as we've always been." Eyeing her surroundings, she continues. "I don't know about you, but I can't stand being in Asgard anymore. And truthfully, I can't wait to leave. Not to mention that fact that Hela is here, but Brunhilde wouldn't mention that until they were out of Asgard, and away from Odin. After all, the Allfather is doing all he can to hide his new daughter's origins. And as much as she would love to ruin his plans, she knew it probably wasn't a good idea." Among the Valkyrie, dissenting voices arose. Loyalists who held steadfast to their duty and those who couldn't bear the thought of leaving their homes voiced their concerns. Their hesitation was palpable, and Brunhilde knew that convincing them would not be easy. However, just as Brunhilde's determination began to waver, a surprising voice broke through the turmoil. It was Odin, the Allfather, the ruler of Asgard, a figure of immense authority and wisdom. He raised his hand, and the hall fell silent. "I believe that you should leave with Brunhilde," Odin declared, his voice carrying the weight of his ageless wisdom. Beside him stood Frigga, the queen of Asgard, her eyes filled with a motherly warmth. "As Asgardian citizens, you are not bound to this realm alone. The Bifrost can take you to any realm, and you can return as you please. Simply call for Heimdall and he will ferry you. The choice is yours." The Valkyrie exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom why the Allfather, who had ruled with an iron fist for eons, was supporting Brunhilde's plea. It was Frigga who smiled gently at them, her eyes filled with understanding. She had always been the compassionate and caring heart of Asgard. Brunhilde instantly realized what was happening. Frigga must have talked him into this. Of course, she was right, but Odin wasn't as unwilling as she might think. After all, Asgard has a very close alliance with Earth, thanks to their connection with Peter and the Avengers, so sending the Valkyrie there isn't necessarily a bad idea, nor will it hurt Asgard or its people. In fact, it might actually strengthen their relationship, which Odin was more than happy to do after witnessing Peter's use of the Infinity Stones. In the end, Odin chose to strengthen his connection to Peter, a powerhouse who could help protect Asgard for millennia to come. With the former king and queen's support, Brunhilde's plea began to find resonance among her sisters. The realization that they could leave Asgard and return to it at will was a revelation. Those who had living families could visit them, and those who had other plans could freely explore the 9 realms. Slowly but surely, the Valkyrie made their decision. They chose to follow Brunhilde to Earth, to embark on a new journey together. Some wore smiles of excitement, eager to explore a world they knew little about, while others bore uncertainty in their eyes, unsure of what lay ahead. Especially when their last memories of Earth came from thousands of years ago, when the whole planet was extremely underdeveloped. As they departed Asgard with Peter's help, stepping through his portals one by one, Brunhilde couldn't help but feel a profound sense of gratitude and disbelief. She had not expected all of her sisters to agree. She thought that at least half of them would stay in Asgard, yet each and every one of them was leaving alongside her. But they did it all for Brunhilde, the little Valkyrie who had mourned them for thousands of years. Stepping through Peter's portals, the Valkyrie found themselves standing in a vast, grassy field. The transition from the grandeur of Asgard to the simplicity of Earth was stark. They exchanged curious glances, their armor-clad forms shimmering in the sunlight. Peter stood at the forefront, his spider suit contrasting sharply with the ethereal presence of the Valkyrie. He glanced around, his eyes narrowing as he assessed the situation. Taking them all to the Avengers Tower wasn't a feasible option. Sadly, they didn't prepare enough apartments for almost 1,000 Valkyrie. "We can't all fit in the tower," Peter explained to Brunhilde. "We'd need to use the auditorium, but I don't know if it's available right now. So let's just start here, and we can figure things out from there." With hundreds of Valkyrie now on Earth, the portals closed one by one. The Valkyrie glanced around, unsure of their next steps. Jessica Jones, however, was conspicuously absent upon their return to Earth. She had chosen to stay in Asgard a little longer, cherishing her time with Loki, the trickster who had somehow stolen her heart. As the Valkyrie looked around, uncertain of what to do next, Peter turned to Brunhilde. "Keep them company for a bit. I need to speak with Astrid." Nodding in understanding, Brunhilde made her way to her sisters, their reunion still fresh and filled with emotion. She had missed them dearly, and now they had the chance to start anew on Earth. Peter approached Astrid, who stood with an air of authority and grace. She regarded him with curiosity, awaiting his guidance. After all, this is his world, so she hoped he'd give some information to get them started. Perhaps a map so they knew where to go. "Let's discuss our options," Peter suggested, waving his hand to conjure a portal leading to his office. Astrid followed him through, her eyes widening in amazement as she took in the breathtaking view of the New York City skyline through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The city was modern and sleek, a stark contrast to the huts and simplicity of Midgardian life that Astrid remembered. She took a seat on Peter's invitation, still glancing toward the windows every now and then. Peter leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping in thought. "We have 3 main options here, Astrid. First, the Valkyrie can integrate into Earth society. The Avengers would arrange and fund your integration until you can become self-sufficient. This includes homes, clothing, food, and, most importantly, identities. We can provide you with IDs, passports, birth certificates, and the like." Astrid considered this option carefully, shocked that he would help them so much. To begin with, she only wanted a map and a bit of information. This was above and beyond what she could have ever asked for. Second, Peter continued, "We can find a secluded piece of land and establish an Asgardian settlement on Earth, or even a Valkyrie village independent of Asgard. This way, you can maintain your traditions while adapting to Earth's environment." Astrid's gaze drifted to the city beyond the window. "I would prefer it to be close to civilization," she said after a moment. That way, we can choose to integrate if we wish to in the future. Peter nodded in agreement. I can make arrangements for that. And third, Peter concluded, I can step back and let the Valkyrie fend for themselves, with Brunhilde's guidance of course. After all, she's been on Earth long enough to know how things go. Just know, regardless of your choice, we'll provide you with IDs and documentation. Living in the modern age without identification would be unnecessarily challenging. Astrid considered his words carefully, thinking about the best path for her sisters. I believe the second option is the most suitable for us. Please arrange for the land. Peter smiled, relieved that they had come to such a swift decision. I'll have a piece of land purchased by tomorrow, so you'll have to spend the night camping until then. I can help build some houses tomorrow, when the land is procured. No, you've done enough. Astrid shook her head, feeling truly indebted to him. Thank you, but we can't ask for more. It wouldn't be right. We can build our own homes. A few of us have studied magic, so it shouldn't take long to finish building. Okay, Peter shrugged as he waved his hand and opened a portal for her. Go ahead and explain to the Valkyrie. I'll get started on everything. As she stepped through, Peter was left alone in his office. The decision had been made and the Valkyrie had officially joined Earth. Now I just need to convince them to join the Avengers. The sun cast its golden rays over the secluded piece of land Peter had acquired in upstate New York. It had been a whirlwind of activity in the past week as the Valkyrie, with their unwavering determination, transformed the barren landscape into a budding village, a blend of Asgardian aesthetics and modern comforts. Arriving at the settlement, Peter marveled at the progress they had made in such a short time. The houses, constructed in the traditional Asgardian style, were still being completed, but it was clear that the Valkyrie were adapting swiftly to their new surroundings. Even the walkways were being paved alongside street lamps and benches. Seeking out Astrid, he found her in one of the larger houses, its architecture reminiscent of the halls of Asgard. She stood at a table piled with blueprints and plans. Since she was the leader, they naturally put her in charge of the settlement. Yo, Astrid, Peter greeted, offering a wave as he approached her. I've brought the documents you'll need. The land officially belongs to you. Astrid turned her attention to Peter, a genuine smile gracing her regal features. She accepted the documents, glancing at them briefly before nodding in appreciation. Thank you, we'll repay your kindness in the future, I swear it. Peter nodded. It's the least we can do to welcome you to Earth. Astrid's eyes sparkled with gratitude as she placed the documents aside. Your generosity has not gone unnoticed. With that matter settled, Peter shifted the conversation toward another topic that had been on his mind. Astrid, there's something else I'd like to discuss with you. The Avengers would like to extend an invitation to you and the Valkyrie to join our ranks. Astrid's lips curled into a knowing smile. I've been waiting for you to finally ask, she admitted, her tone filled with confidence. Brunhilde already spoke to us about the benefits of joining your organization, especially considering the substantial compensation. Peter chuckled, remembering to thank Brunhilde for the assist. Yes, the financial perks are definitely one of the advantages. But beyond that, I believe that this would be the best recruitment we've ever had. Hulk and Abomination were certainly good pickups for the Avengers, but almost 1,000 Asgardian warriors, each with super strength and skills honed through hundreds or even thousands of years, was far more appealing to Peter. Astrid nodded in agreement. Indeed, we are warriors at heart, and this seems like an opportunity we shouldn't miss. Besides, living as an Avenger beats working a regular Earth job any day. Peter couldn't help but agree. After all, what are they supposed to do? Get normal jobs? No, they were Valkyrie, who spent all their lives training to become warriors, so that's what they'd be. With the decision made, Peter extended his hand to Astrid, sealing their newfound partnership. Welcome to the Avengers, Astrid. We're thrilled to have you and the Valkyrie on board. As they shook hands, a sense of unity and hope filled the room. The Valkyrie had found a new home on Earth, and their journey as Avengers had officially begun. A/N, 2075 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone smiling face with sunglasses police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 463, C463 Maximoff Twins. Police car light insert spying gif /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, Darkslayer, trophy, A/N, crown. After settling the Valkyrie into their new homes and officially recruiting them into the Avengers, Peter relished the chance to spend some quality time with his loved ones. He had been away from them for nearly 2 weeks, and the sight of MJ, Lily, May, Grace, and even the shining, bald head of the Ancient One filled his heart with warmth. They had dinner together, sharing stories of their days apart, with Lily's enthusiastic chatter adding an extra layer of liveliness to the gathering. The newest addition to their little family, the Ancient One, seemed to genuinely smile a lot more than she used to, especially during times like these. Ever since she moved in, it was like a switch was flipped. She went from a wise and omniscient leader with the weight of the world on her shoulders, to a sort of grandma to Lily, a close friend to May and Grace, and a third mother figure to MJ and Peter. As the evening wore on, Peter couldn't help but feel a pang of curiosity about the Maximoff twins, Wanda and Pietro. He had seen them briefly during his last visit to Xavier's school, and something about them had piqued his interest. Leaving his family to relax, he retreated to his room and began to research the siblings. His investigation revealed a tragic past that mirrored their portrayal in the movies. Survivors of the Novi Grad bombings in Sokovia, orphans who had lost their parents at a young age. However, Peter soon discovered a crucial difference. Unlike the cinematic version of their story, where Tony Stark's weapons were responsible for the tragic death of their parents, the real-world events showed that they were orphans long before the bombings. Neither knew who their parents were from the very beginning. This only strengthened Peter's hunch that Magneto, their father in the comics, might also hold that role in this world. But does Eric know? Peter's thoughts swirled as he wondered whether Magneto was hiding from his children, or perhaps, he simply didn't know they existed, which was definitely a possibility. After all, Eric has grown softer in his time as an Avenger, so Peter couldn't imagine him intentionally abandoning his children. Another question appeared in Peter's mind. Do they still hate Tony? Although they still went through a horrible experience in Novi Grad, they didn't lose their parents. Maybe I can smooth things over before they try to do something they'll regret. Dressed in his Spider-Man suit, Peter was about to leave for Xavier's school to investigate further when he was stopped in his tracks by a familiar voice calling out, "Daddy. Where are you going?" Turning, he saw Lily standing before him in her own spider suit, the mask concealing her face but her excitement evident in her body language. "What do you want?" Peter asked, knowing that daddies only come out when she's scared or wants something. And she certainly wasn't scared. "Why are you in your suit?" Lily's smile faltered for just a second before a beaming smile that could be seen even beneath her mask returned, "Because I'm coming with you, Daddy." "I really can't say no, can I?" Peter let out a sigh and bent down to her level. "All right, you can come along, but remember to keep your mask on at all times and don't reveal your identity. We'll just be visiting Xavier's school." Lily nodded eagerly, her eyes shining with anticipation. "Let's go, Dad." And the daddies disappear as soon as she gets what she wants. When did my daughter become so manipulative? Peter shook his head and quickly sent a text to MJ, informing her that Lily would be accompanying him to Xavier's school to keep her from worrying. With preparations in order, Peter opened a portal, and the father-daughter duo stepped through. They arrived at the peaceful surroundings of Xavier's school, greeted by the sight of metahuman children playing in the front yard. Lily watched with wide-eyed wonder as children with various mutations showcased their unique abilities. She was itching to join them, her fingers fidgeting under her gloves. Seeing her excitement, Peter patted her head affectionately. "Go ahead, kiddo. Join in the fun, but remember, no revealing your identity." Lily gave a nod of understanding, her young heart filled with excitement as she bounded off toward a group of children her age. Each of them possessed different mutations, and she was eager to learn about them and make new friends. Peter noticed X-23, Kitty Pryde, and a few other recognizable faces in the crowd she was joining. With Lily occupied, Peter used the reality stone to make himself invisible and entered the mansion, searching for Wanda and Pietro's bedroom. He needed answers about their connection to Magneto, so he wanted to swipe some DNA and test it with Eric's. Maybe steal a few hairs from a brush. Strolling through the mansion unnoticed, it wasn't long before Peter spotted Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch, rushing frantically through the mansion, her eyes wild with worry. "Have you seen Pietro?" Wanda asked each person she encountered, her voice quivering with anxiety. Peter stayed in the shadows, observing her. He followed her for a few moments, watching her frantic search lead her back to her room. When Wanda entered her room and closed the door, the walls seemed to reverberate with the intensity of her emotions as she collapsed to the floor, crying her eyes out. As the tears streamed down her face, her body began to glow in a faint red color, her powers growing stronger and more chaotic with each passing second. This isn't good. Peter knew he couldn't afford to wait any longer. He released his invisibility in the center of her room. The room was a whirlwind of crimson energy, swirling chaotically as Wanda's powers spiraled out of control. Knowing the destructive potential of her magic, Peter acted swiftly. He summoned the Power Reality Stone, its iridescent glow cutting through the chaos. With a focused thought, he contained her unruly powers, sealing them temporarily. Wanda's eyes widened as she felt her magic being brought under control. Her tears continued to fall, but the room around her began to stabilize. When she finally looked up, she saw Spider-Man standing over her. "Are you okay?" Peter asked with genuine concern, crouching down beside her. "What happened?" Wanda wiped away her tears with the back of her hand and nodded. I don't know what happened. My brother, he ran off, and I couldn't stop him." Peter frowned, realizing that this situation might be more dire than he had initially thought. Where did he go? Wanda hesitated for a moment, her gaze fixed on the ground as she battled with her conflicting emotions. Finally, she made a decision and looked up at Peter. He went to kill Tony Stark, she admitted, her voice trembling. I didn't want to tell on him, but I'm afraid of what he might do. I just want him back here, safe at the school, where we can be a family again. Sadly, Peter wasn't surprised. I see. The consequences of such an act would be catastrophic for Pietro, and Wanda seemed to realize that. Tony Stark is a beloved public figure, and an attack on him would make his killer public enemy number one. And that's exactly what Wanda doesn't want to happen. She may hate Tony Stark in America just as much as any Sokovian, but it just wasn't worth it. I'll find him, Peter assured Wanda. But you need to stay here and keep your powers in check. I'll do my best to bring your brother back safely. Wanda nodded, putting her full trust in Peter. If there was anyone who could bring her brother back and fix this situation, it would be Spider-Man. Meanwhile, Wanda's wayward brother, Pietro, moved like a blur through the darkening streets of New York City, his silver hair and red clothing a streak against the night. He had one singular goal in mind, to reach the Avengers Tower and confront the men he blamed for his and his sister's suffering, Tony Stark. As he approached the towering structure, Pietro's eyes scanned the imposing building. He had heard tales of its security systems and defenses, but he was confident in his own abilities. With his enhanced speed and reflexes, he believed he could bypass any obstacle. Slowing down just enough to take in the situation, Pietro assessed the main entrance. 2 security guards stood vigilant, watching over the automated checkpoints inside the grand lobby. A sly grin crossed his face as he realized he could easily pass through the checkpoints and outpace the guards' senses. Without hesitation, Pietro dashed forward at a speed that rendered him nearly invisible to the naked eye. He darted past the guards, who only registered a gust of wind before their alarms began blaring. Confused and disoriented, they exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had just occurred. Inside the tower, alarms echoed through the sleek, modern corridors. Security personnel rushed to the lobby, attempting to assess the breach. Their screens displayed blurred images of a figure in red and silver streaking past. What the hell was that? One of the guards exclaimed. I don't know, his partner replied, still trying to make sense of what had just happened. But it was fast, faster than anything I've ever seen. Pietro, meanwhile, had already ascended several floors, his heart pounding with anticipation. He was closer to his goal than ever before, driven by a burning desire for revenge. A/N, 1608 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone eyes police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 464, C464 Magic Men. Police car light insert Family Guy GIF/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, monk kayaking, trophy, A/N, crown. In the heart of Tony Stark's sprawling workshop, bathed in the soft glow of arc reactor-powered lights, the genius inventor was engrossed in a complex task. His gloved hands deftly manipulated tiny nanobots, refining the latest upgrades for his Iron Man suit. The room hummed with the mechanical symphony of progress, and Tony was in his element. Just as Tony was about to make another breakthrough, Jarvis, the ever-watchful AI, chimed in with a sense of urgency. Sir, we have a breach in the building. Tony frowned, his focus shifting from the delicate task at hand to the monitor nearby. He watched as Jarvis displayed security camera footage of a red and silver blur streaking through the lobby, defying the laws of physics with its incredible speed. The figure effortlessly evaded security guards, leaving them bewildered in its wake. What the hell is that? Tony muttered to himself, his eyes fixed on the chaotic display on the screen. Jarvis replied promptly, unknown, sir. Tony's expression turned more serious as he realized the potential threat. Lock down the stairwell, Jarvis. No sooner had he issued the command, the monitor showed the panels beside the stairwell doors turning crimson, sealing off the path of the intruder. As Tony continued to monitor the situation, the blur of red and silver abruptly came to a halt in front of a door. The camera zoomed in, revealing a young teenager, who appeared frustrated as he struggled to force the metal door open. It was evident that his incredible speed alone wasn't enough to overcome the door's robust security. Pietro, realizing he was being observed, stared up at the camera and unleashed a torrent of colorful language. Stark, UF sharp king P *SSY. Unlock this door, you coward. Face your death like a man. Tony raised an intrigued eyebrow at the mention of his name. Jarvis, who is this kid, and why does he hate me so much? The AI promptly initiated a background check, and within seconds, a holographic screen displayed information about Pietro. He is Pietro Maximoff, a student of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Originally from Sokovia, he possesses the metahuman ability of super speed. There is no specific information available regarding his grievances against you, sir. Tony contemplated the situation for a moment, stroking his chin. He needed answers, and he wasn't one to back down from a confrontation. In fact, he was known for seeking out the truth, no matter how uncomfortable it might be. "Jarvis, draw him up to my workshop. I've got a little welcome gift for our speedy friend," Tony declared, his mind already whirring with ideas. As Jarvis initiated the process to lure Pietro to the workshop, Tony moved swiftly, gathering an old dusty book as well as a selection of odd ingredients from the nearby shelves. He had every intention of getting to the bottom of Pietro's animosity and hoped that their meeting would shed light on the mysterious vendetta against him. In the dimly lit stairwell, Pietro Maximoff found himself at an impasse. The metal door that had previously barred his path suddenly creaked open, allowing him to continue his ascent toward Tony Stark's workshop. His confusion and suspicion was obvious, but curiosity pushed him forward as he ventured deeper into the tower. As Pietro maneuvered around the building, a growing sense of unease gnawed at him. It was as if the tower itself conspired against him, guiding his steps. Elevators pinged open at opportune moments, doors swung shut behind him, and mechanisms blocked off hallways, directing him relentlessly forward like a rat in a maze. He felt like a puppet in someone else's hands, unable to escape the inexorable pull toward his destination. His heart raced as he pressed on, determined to kill the men responsible for his and his sister's horrible childhood. No matter how suspicious this situation was, he just kept telling himself, even if I'm walking into a trap, no one can catch me. The corridors seemed to stretch endlessly, and there was no turning back. And after what felt like forever, Pietro finally found his target. At last, he reached an open door, offering a glimpse of Tony Stark, who stood waiting on the other side, wearing a smug expression. Tony waved toward Pietro, an infuriating grin on his face. "Hey, there. What was it you called me again?" "Oh, that's right, you called me a F# King P*SSY. He gave his guest a taunting look. "Well, are you coming in? Or are you a F# King P-? Pietro knew he should have been more cautious. Tony was most certainly goading him and he wasn't even wearing his armor, but Pietro's anger blinded him to the potential danger. With a rush of adrenaline, before Tony could finish speaking, he transformed into a blur, hurtling into the room with the intent to kill radiating from his very being. However, his plans were thwarted before he could even reach his target. As he took a single step into the room, the floor beneath him illuminated, revealing an intricate spell circle painted into the ground. It was a trap, and Pietro had walked right into it without a single thought. Before Pietro could react, his rapid speed came to a jarring halt as if he'd collided with solid brick wall. As he tried to run out of the circle, an invisible barrier blocked his path. His body recoiled, and he crashed to the floor, gasping in pain. The spell circle had ensnared him, trapping him inside. Tony Stark, who had been watching Pietro's approach with a bemused expression, now wore a self-satisfied smirk. He strode forward, standing just outside the boundaries of the spell circle. "Hello again," Tony greeted, bending down to Pietro's eye level. "Now, care to tell me why you decided to break into my building and kill me?" Pietro clenched his jaw, his blue eyes burning with anger and frustration. He wanted answers, but Tony's trap had left him vulnerable, unable to make a move. "Why do you think? You ruined our lives, Stark. You and your weapons." Before Pietro could say more, a sudden portal rippled into existence beside Tony. The rift revealed none other than Peter Parker, dressed in his Spider-Man attire, and he appeared ready for a battle. Peter had arrived, anticipating a dire confrontation between Pietro and Tony. However, what he found was Pietro trapped within a spell circle, and Tony standing outside of it, completely unscathed. "Oh." Peter grunted as his stance turned much more relaxed than before. "You already handled it." Tony, still wearing that smug grin, gestured toward Pietro with a casual wave of his hand. "Yeah, I take it you knew he was coming here." Peter nodded as he walked over and admired Tony's handiwork. "Yeah, his sister didn't want him to ruin his life, so she asked me to help." Pietro's eyes widened with a sense of betrayal. "I rushed over to stop him, but I guess I came for nothing. Nice work with the boundary spell, by the way. It's not perfect, but it should hold him back with ease." Pietro, still trapped and fuming, turned to Peter with a glare. "There's no way my sister would betray me. She hates Stark just as much as I do." Peter shrugged as he eyed Pietro. "Well, that may be true, but she seems to love you more than she hates him. And she knows that killing Iron Man will make you the most wanted man alive. You'd be hunted to the ends of the earth until you're either caught or killed. Actually, you'd be hunted to the edge of the universe. After all, we have spaceships and all sorts of off-planet connections." Peter continued, his voice firm. "Besides that, did you even think about what could happen to your sister? Because you aren't just sacrificing yourself here. First of all, she'd be losing a brother, and since you're her only family, that would leave her alone for the rest of her life. And let's not even get into the punishment that she'd get if she was even remotely involved in the death of a beloved hero." Pietro glanced up at Peter, his anger still smoldering but his resolve wavering. He wanted to refute Peter's words, but he knew it was the truth. If he really went through with this, his life and even his sister's life would be irrevocably changed, and it wouldn't be for the better. Even if he knew in his heart that Tony Stark deserved it, he couldn't just kill the man. Do I really have to let it go? The thought alone left a bad taste in his mouth, but Pietro couldn't think of another way. Can either of you please explain why he wants me dead? I've never even seen this kid before. Tony asked, unable to hold back his curiosity any longer. Peter turned to Tony. You sold weapons to the Air Force and they used them to bomb the city he and his sister lived in as children. They blame you for ruining their lives. He quickly explained, which brought a sad frown to Tony's face. Unable to contain himself, Pietro spoke up to add more details. He didn't just ruin our lives. He ruined everyone's lives. His bombs killed and displaced countless Sokovians. Even our friends disappeared overnight. They either died to the bombs, starved to death afterwards, or left with a group of refugees, never to be heard from again. Pietro turns to stare Tony dead in the eyes. And before you make any excuses, you might not have dropped the bombs, but you share just as much blame as those who did. Tony pauses for a moment before speaking. I'm sorry, kid. He said wholeheartedly. I truly am. Whatever, Pietro shrugs off his apology without a care. Get me out of here. I need to get back to school before Wanda starts worrying too much. Sure, Peter nods, knowing he won't try this again. Tell your sister I'll be visiting her later. Huh. Pietro didn't like the sound of that, though he didn't have time to ask any questions because a portal opened up under his feet. Ack. Remembering that he needed a DNA sample, Peter closed the portal just in time to cut a few of Pietro's hairs as he fell and disappeared from the room. Walking over to the boundary spell, Peter tapped it with his finger, shattering it with ease. Now you're just showing off. Tony muttered in annoyance. Ignoring the pouting man-child, Peter walked over and grabbed a few of Pietro's hairs. Here, Peter hands them over to Tony. Make yourself useful and run those hairs against the DNA we have from Magneto. Huh? Why? Tony asks. I have a hunch. A/N, 1814 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone eyes police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 465, C465 I am your father. Police car light insert South Park GIF/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Darkslayer, trophy, A/N, crown. Moments after Peter had handed over Pietro's hairs to Tony, Jarvis diligently analyzed the DNA samples. The results arrived swiftly, prompting Jarvis to relay the information with a detached tone. Sir, I have completed the DNA analysis. Pietro Maximoff is indeed the biological son of Eric Laneshare, also known as Magneto. The revelation hung heavy in the air, and Tony was momentarily stunned into silence. It was a truth he hadn't expected, and the implications were staggering. Peter broke the silence with a question that was lingering in his mind. Jarvis, do we have any information on their mother? Who is she? Jarvis responded promptly, I regret to inform you that I could not find any data regarding the identity of their mother in government or corporate databases. However, I have information on her ethnicity. She appears to be of Romani descent. Peter furrowed his brows, pondering this newfound knowledge. So, their mother was a Romani woman. That's something at least. But it doesn't tell us much about her. Is she a normal human, Jarvis? Jarvis replied, based on the available data, there is no indication that she possessed any metahuman abilities. It is likely that she was a normal human. Tony, who had been deep in thought, finally broke his silence. Peter, what do we do now? Do we tell Eric? Peter nodded, his expression resolute. Yeah, I'll handle it though. You should probably stay out of this one. After all, his kids hate your guts with a fiery passion. Tony sighed, his gaze fixed on the ground. You're right, I'll leave this drama in your capable hands. It's probably best if I'm not directly involved in this. Peter placed a reassuring hand on Tony's shoulder, offering a faint smile. Don't worry, Tony. I'll handle it. And maybe, just maybe, we can figure out a way to make it right with his kids. After all, you've already done a lot to make up for your past. They can't stay mad at you forever. Tony managed a small, sad smile in return, appreciating Peter's optimism. I hope so. With their course of action decided, Peter turned to leave, heading toward the door. As his figure disappeared into the hallway, Tony remained in his workshop, lost in his thoughts. He couldn't help but regret every weapon he sold as well as every penny that he made off of the deaths of others. If only he realized his mistake and made the Iron Man suit earlier. Who knows how many people would be alive and well. In the heart of the Avengers Tower, Peter sat behind his desk, his office illuminated by the soft glow of the city lights filtering through the windows. He had called for a meeting with a fellow Avengers councilman, someone who had a significant role in the unfolding drama. Peter's fingers drummed on the polished surface of his desk, his thoughts a whirlwind of anticipation. Moments later, the heavy door to his office swung open, and Eric Laneshare, better known as Magneto, entered with the regal demeanor that often accompanied him. He acknowledged Peter with a nod as he took a seat across from him, his magnetic aura subtly palpable in the room. "So, can you finally explain why I'm here?" Magneto inquired, his tone laced with curiosity and a hint of annoyance. "I don't understand why you couldn't just tell me over the phone. After all, I'm a very busy man these days. You have no idea how many metahuman experimentation facilities have been popping up lately. 2 in the past month and 8 in the past year. Let's not forget that I practically run the Avengers, so, sooner or later, each of your reports finds its way to my desk. But that's not why I called you here." Peter cleared his throat, his expression serious. "Eric, there's something I need to discuss with you. It's important." Magneto regarded him with a raised eyebrow, his helmeted visage betraying no emotion. "Go on." Peter leaned forward, taking a deep breath before he began. "We recently conducted a DNA test on 2 individuals. And the results, well, they were positive. Eric, they are your children." The revelation hung in the air like a charged silence. For a moment, it seemed as if time itself had come to a standstill. Magneto's normally stoic exterior wavered, and his helmeted head tilted slightly as if processing the information. "You must be mistaken," he finally uttered, his voice tinged with disbelief. "I don't have any children." Peter was quick to respond, his tone earnest. "Eric, we're more than certain. The DNA test was conclusive. They are your children. I can show you the test if you want." The shock on Magneto's face was palpable, his eyes widening beneath the metallic facade. And it was a reaction that Peter had hoped for. After all, if he wasn't surprised, then it would be extremely likely that he knowingly abandoned his children. But thankfully, that didn't seem to be the case. He seemed pretty confused and shocked by the whole situation, and there was no trace of recognition in his eyes. Peter continued. "I think you can see now why I wanted to tell you this in person. It's not exactly news you give someone over the phone." "Where are they?" Magneto asked, his voice almost trembling with anticipation. "Where are my children?" Peter leaned back in his chair, a small smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "You've probably met them before, Eric. They're both students at Xavier's school." The revelation brought a smug yet proud smile to Magneto's face. He had always been a staunch advocate for mutants, or rather metahumans as they're called these days. And the fact that his own children carried the X gene filled him with an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. "Who are they?" Magneto asks, dying to know which powers his children received. "Wanda and Pietro Maximoff." Peter reveals. A mixture of emotions played across Magneto's face, his helmet concealing the full extent of his reaction. He was shocked, but beneath that, Peter detected a sense of pride. After all, Pietro was without a doubt one of the strongest metahumans in Xavier's school. And although Wanda's powers were uncontrollable at the moment, they were most definitely powerful. She might even be stronger than her brother. Of course, Magneto mused, nodding. "I remember them now. Wanda with her odd powers, and Pietro, the speedster. They've inherited more from me than I could have possibly hoped for." Peter nodded in agreement, his eyes meeting Magneto's. "Yes, they're both incredibly powerful, but does their last name ring any bells? After all, they probably got it from their mother, and well, you knocked her up. If it helps, Jarvis said she was of Romani descent." Magneto though for a moment before ultimately shaking negatively. "I don't mean to toot my own horn, but I was quite the ladies' man back in the day. I'm afraid it'll take more than that to jog my memory." Peter let out a sigh. "All right, I'll ask the twins later. Maybe one of them will remember something about their mother that can help." Magneto's gaze hardened with determination as he looked at Peter. "I want to meet with them. I want to be a part of their lives." Peter smiled, relieved that the conversation was taking a positive turn. "That's the plan, Eric. We'll arrange a meeting, and you can reveal it to them. They don't know either, so I'm sure they'll be surprised to learn they have a father." Magneto nodded in understanding, his gaze distant for a moment as he contemplated the future. "Thank you for bringing this to my attention. You've given me a second chance I never knew I could have." Peter shrugged as he relaxed into his chair. "No problem. It's what I do." The sun cast a warm, golden hue over the peaceful grounds of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters the day after Peter's meeting with Magneto. In the tranquil garden, Peter stood at a discreet distance, hidden from view by the lush foliage of a carefully tended hedge. He watched intently as Magneto, a powerful figure in the world of metahumans, sat across from two familiar teenagers, Wanda and Pietro Maximoff. Wanda and Pietro were both a picture of youthful vitality and apprehension, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and unease. They couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding as they wondered why Magneto, a figure they had only seen in passing and heard of in whispers and stories, had called them to talk. Magneto's presence alone was enough to send shivers down the spines of most people. His reputation as a formidable general of the X-Men was well known in the metahuman community. To the twins, he was an enigmatic figure, a powerful force to be reckoned with. Sitting at a table in the garden, Magneto clasped his gloved hands together, his piercing eyes locked onto his two children. He could sense their trepidation, their uncertainty about the purpose of this meeting. "I'm sure you're both wondering why I asked to speak with you today," Magneto began, his deep voice carrying a power that couldn't be ignored. Wanda and Pietro exchanged a wary glance but remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Magneto leaned forward slightly, his gaze unwavering. "There are things about your past that you deserve to know, things that I only just learned yesterday." Wanda's brow furrowed as she exchanged another glance with her brother. She didn't know where this was going and only hoped that they weren't in trouble. Magneto paused for a moment, as if searching for the right words. His fingers drummed softly on the wooden table, creating an almost hypnotic rhythm. "I should have been there for you both. I should have protected you. But it seems fate didn't allow that." Pietro's eyes narrowed in suspicion. "What are you talking about?" Magneto took a deep breath, steeling himself for what he was about to reveal. "Wanda, Pietro. I am your father." The words hung in the air, heavy with significance. Time seemed to slow as Wanda and Pietro processed the shocking revelation. Their eyes widened in disbelief, and they exchanged stunned glances, unable to speak. While watching from his hiding spot, Peter couldn't help but think, in a weird way, this kinda reminds me of Star Wars. "Luke, I am your father." A/N, 1747 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 466, C466 New Student. Police car light insert gamer gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Monkayaking, trophy, A/N, crown. Stop sign A/N, as you may have noticed, Sir Random made me a cover picture for this story. If anyone else wants to make one, then feel free to do so. It might be a cool idea to alternate cover pics every week or month, like a rotation of whatever you guys have made. But it all depends on if you guys make any. Once again, thanks to Sir Random folded hands. A few days after the revelation that their father was Magneto, Peter decided to pay a visit to the Maximoff twins. Well, he mainly needed to speak with Wanda. He wanted to do this earlier, but he decided to give the newly formed family some space. After all, it's a big shock to learn that you have a father, especially when that father is a man like Magneto. But after asking the all-important questions, like where the hell have you been all our lives and other hard-hitting queries, the small family seemed to be getting along rather nicely. Of course, that didn't mean they were a perfect family. Magneto was still Magneto, he wasn't the best father figure. But, Peter hoped in time he would learn. As for the twins, Pietro wasn't very happy with his father's excuses, and Wanda was rather guarded toward him, but they were all at least trying. Dressed in his iconic Spider-Man suit, Peter stepped out of a portal, leading to the X-Mansion. Maneuvering his way through the building, he did his best to avoid getting swarmed by young fans before finding Wanda's room. With a few taps on the door, he waited for someone to answer. Inside the room, the twins were going about their day. Pietro was engrossed in a video game, while Wanda was experimenting with her powers, trying to control the swirling red energy that had caused chaos more than once. Hearing a knock at the door, Pietro hopped up to answer it. What? He was shocked to find Peter on the other side of the door. After all, it's not every day that Spider-Man comes to say hello. Yo, Peter gave him and Wanda a wave. Wanda rushed to the door and pushed Pietro aside, her expression a mix of curiosity and gratitude. Spider-Man, what brings you here? Peter smiled under his mask, nodding at her. Hey, Wanda. Mind if I come in for a chat? Pietro eyed Spider-Man warily. He was protective of Wanda and didn't appreciate unexpected visitors, especially someone like Spider-Man, whom he knew little about. Why are you here? Peter read Pietro like an open book and let out a small chuckle. Just a friendly chat. He could easily see that Pietro thought he was here to pursue his sister and possibly even ask her out on a date. Meh, let him think what he wants. It's more amusing that way. Pietro still seemed unsure, but his sister shoved him aside, inviting Leader into the room. Quit standing in the way like an idiot. She chided her brother before turning back to Peter, a smile returning to her face. Thanks for your help, by the way. I never had a chance to thank you for what you did for us. Peter shrugged off her thanks, his voice laced with modesty. No problem. I just did what I do. I'm Spider-Man, after all. As Peter and Wanda engaged in small talk, Pietro, still feeling uneasy about the situation, was about to close the door when Spider-Man stopped him. Actually, Pietro, could you do me a favor and give us a little privacy? There's something I need to discuss with your sister. Pietro raised an eyebrow, uncertain about the request. He glanced between Peter and Wanda, feeling absolute dread. Is this when his sister would get a boyfriend? He knew this day would come, yet he hoped it wouldn't. Seeing her brother standing around like an idiot again, Wanda walks over and pushes him out the door. And without missing a step, she slammed the door in his face, leaving only Spider-Man and Wanda. With the door closed, Wanda turned to Peter, her curiosity piqued. So, what did you want to talk about? Peter leaned against the wall, crossing his arms. Well, I've seen your powers, and I've noticed something interesting. Your abilities seem to be more centered in the magical realm. Wanda blinked in surprise. Magic. But magic doesn't exist, right? Peter nodded. It does, and your powers seem to be related to chaos in some way. They're extremely potent and unpredictable, which is why it's crucial for you to learn how to harness them properly. Wanda absorbed this information, her eyes wide with realization. So, you're saying I can learn magic? Peter grinned beneath his mask. Exactly. I can point you in the right direction and introduce you to someone who can help you tap into your magical potential. It won't be easy, but with your determination, you can master your powers. Wanda's face lit up with hope and excitement. Thank you, Spider-Man. This means a lot to me. Peter stood up and shook his head. No need to thank me. I'd teach you myself, but I just don't have the time. Wanda nodded her head but soon froze. Right, wait. You know magic. Peter nodded. Yeah, how else can I do this? He waved his hand, conjuring a portal with a swirl of magical energy. He took a step towards it, glancing back at Wanda. Ready to start learning magic? Wanda, who had only seen Peter open portals on TV or from afar, hesitated for a moment, awe and a hint of fear in her eyes. She nodded, her voice filled with determination. Lead the way. Peter smiled reassuringly and stepped through the portal. He turned back to Wanda and gestured for her to follow. Come on, Wanda. I'll introduce you to your new teacher. As Wanda stepped through the portal, her surroundings changed dramatically. Gone was the X-Mansion, replaced by a mesmerizing landscape of Asian architecture. Whoa. She found herself at the edge of a tranquil courtyard where a group of individuals dressed as monks were practicing a set of martial arts movements. But that wasn't what initially caught her eye. As they moved, Wanda noticed their hands glowing in a golden light, which reminded her of Peter's portal. Their serene concentration captivated her, and she watched in awe as they molded the energy into various forms. Wide-eyed and amazed, Wanda couldn't help but ask, "Where are we?" Peter turned to her, his masked face reflecting a sense of familiarity with this place. "Welcome to Hogwarts, School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." He spoke jokingly, but Wanda almost believed him. Nah, I'm kidding. This is Camartage. Confusion clouded Wanda's face. Camar what? Peter chuckled softly, his voice resonating with a hint of amusement. Camartage. It's the home and training grounds of the Masters of the Mystic Arts, located in Kathmandu, Nepal. In simpler terms, it's a magic school. Hence the Hogwarts joke. Wanda's eyes widened with realization. But less British and more Asian. Peter nodded with a grin. You could say that, but the Masters of Camartage don't just teach magic. They protect our world from threats from other dimensions and step in for worldly or universal threats if they're needed, but that's rare. As they continued to observe the courtyard, Peter guided Wanda through a grand entrance into the heart of Camartage. Passing through ornate corridors adorned with ancient tapestries, they reached a majestic chamber. There, seated in meditation, was the revered Ancient One. With the grace of someone who had walked these halls many times before, Peter approached the Ancient One and waved. Yo, I brought you a replacement student. Since your old one pretty much graduated, I thought you might want to take up another disciple. The Ancient One quickly realized that Peter was taking about himself. I see, introduce me to your guest. Peter has two identities in Camartage. Spider-Man, who is known to be a normal student, and Peter Parker, who is practically the place's young master, thanks to his connection to the Ancient One. Of course, he had to be careful how he spoke with others around. Or else someone will realize that they're one and the same. Stepping back, Peter gestured for Wanda to come forward. She approached the Ancient One with a mixture of awe and trepidation, her heart pounding as she felt the weight of the moment. Ancient One, this is Wanda Maximoff. She possesses unique abilities, and I believe she could benefit greatly from your guidance. The Ancient One studied Wanda with a keen and knowing gaze. Her eyes seemed to penetrate not just Wanda's outer facade but her very soul. It was as if she could sense the chaotic energy that flowed within her. Wanda's heart raced as the Ancient One's scrutiny continued. "You possess the gift of chaos magic," the Ancient One finally spoke, her voice carrying an otherworldly wisdom that sent shivers down Wanda's spine. Wanda was shocked that the Ancient One could figure that out with just a simple glance. Of course, Peter figured it out as well, but at least he saw her powers in action beforehand. Peter nodded in agreement with the Ancient One's assessment. "That's why I thought it best that you take her under your wing. Her power is immense, and there's no room for mistakes in her training." The Ancient One regarded Wanda with a warm, understanding smile. "Wanda, would you like to learn the ways of magic from me?" Wanda was momentarily at a loss for words. She clumsily bowed, a gesture of respect and acceptance. "Yes, Ancient One. I would be honored to become your student." The Ancient One's smile widened, and she rose gracefully from her meditation cushion. "Very well, then. I will prepare a room for you to stay during your training." Peter, ever the considerate friend, spoke up on Wanda's behalf. "Actually, Wanda's brother is back at Xavier's school. She might want to return there after her lessons." The Ancient One nodded in agreement. "Of course, we can arrange that. Wanda, you may return to your brother when you wish. Your training here can be tailored to your needs." She turned to glance at Peter. "My last student had similar needs." Relief washed over Wanda as she realized she wouldn't have to abandon her brother while pursuing her magical education. She thanked the Ancient One, her heart filled with gratitude for this newfound opportunity. As they prepared to depart, Wanda couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and uncertainty about her future as a student of Camartage. With the Ancient One's wisdom, she was poised to unlock the true potential of her chaos magic and become a force to be reckoned with. A/N, 1752 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone eyes police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 467, C467 Inevitable Revelation. Police car light insert flying gif /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Agist Jenkstx, Trophy, A/N, Crown. A week had passed since Peter left Wanda in the capable hands of the Ancient One in Camartage. He had watched as she embarked on her journey to harness her chaotic magic, a journey that could potentially prevent her from becoming the dangerous Scarlet which he knew she had the potential to be. Thankfully, the responsibility of shaping her into a good witch was now firmly on the Ancient One's shoulders. Peter was sprawled on his couch, engrossed in an oddly captivating reality TV show about sisters who each weighed 800 pounds. It was a strange form of entertainment, but it managed to was a great way to pass the time while he lazed around the house. Beside him, his daughter Lily giggled at the absurdity on the screen. Her innocent laughter brought a smile to Peter's face, reminding him of the simple joys in life. Lily is one of the main reasons why he's decided to offload as much work onto others as humanly possible. He just wants to spend more time with her and the rest of his family. And live as a lazy bum. As they watched TV, Peter couldn't help but multitask. He picked up his phone, scrolling through information about his parents. Their tragic deaths in a plane crash had piqued his interest, and he had begun to wonder if there was more to the story. Ned and MJ's curiosity had ignited his own, leading him to ask Jarvis to dig up information on the crash and his parents' background. A week of investigation had yielded little more than the official crash report, which indicated that it had indeed been a tragic accident. At least, as far as the investigators could tell. There were no signs of foul play or conspiracy. Peter sighed, feeling a mix of relief and disappointment. Perhaps some mysteries were better left unsolved. As he flipped through his phone, Lily, not one to stay idle for long, picked up the remote and began flipping through the TV channels. It was a typical evening in their household until, suddenly, Peter heard something that instantly piqued his interest. As she flipped through the channels, Peter heard a man ranting. "I told you it's real. This isn't some Atlantis or El Dorado conspiracy theory. I have proof that there's an advanced city hidden in Africa. My satellite dash." As Peter looked up to watch, Lily continued flipping through the channels absent-mindedly. She didn't care for the news, so she didn't even bother listening. "Wait, give me that." Peter snatches the remote from her. "Hey!" Lily exclaimed in annoyance. "You said I get to pick what we watch." Ignoring his daughter for a moment, Peter switched back to the news, instantly confirming his suspicion. "I told them this would happen." On the news, a passionate man was fervently discussing a hidden nation in Africa. His satellite images, which were displayed for all to see, showed a city of unparalleled technological advancement. It was the true Wakanda, a stark contrast to the facade the world had been shown. It was only a matter of time before they find out that this is Wakanda. Peter let out a sigh as everything was revealed before the general public. He had warned both Chaka and Chala that this day might come, that someone would discover the real Wakanda hidden beneath the illusion. Now, that day had arrived. Seconds later, Peter's phone rang with an incoming call, and Chaka's name flashed on the screen. Peter answered the call, his tone a mix of concern and smugness. "I told you so," he declared before Chaka could even speak. There was a heavy sigh on the other end of the line, followed by Chaka's deep, measured voice. "Yes, you were right. The time has come, and Wakanda's secrecy is no more. We need to act quickly before things get out of hand." Peter nodded, though Chaka couldn't see him. "I know. Does Chala know?" Chaka's tone grew more solemn. "Not yet, but he'll know soon enough." Peter leaned back on the couch, his thoughts racing. The responsibilities he had tried to shed were returning, but this time, it was a duty he couldn't ignore. He painstakingly fostered a connection to Wakanda, a nation that didn't do connections. And he knew he had to stand by them now more than ever, as it would cement their friendship even further. "All right." Peter spoke after a moment of thought. "Meet me at the tower. I'll call a press conference. We better get on top of this before anyone can muddy the waters. I'm already on my way." As he ended the call, Peter turned to Lily, who was giving him an expectant look. "Can I come?" Lily asks as she gave him her best puppy dog eyes. Smiling at his daughter's manipulative ways, Peter nods his head. "Sure, but we're going as Spider-Man and Spider-Girl, so remember not to reveal our identities." Lily jumped out of her seat in excitement as her spider suit appeared, instantly switching out with her old clothes. "Yes. Let's go." The Avengers Tower buzzed with activity as Peter and Lily, both clad in their spider suits to conceal their identities, arrived for the press conference. The weight of the impending revelation about Wakanda hung heavy in the air. Peter had made arrangements to meet with Chaka before facing the media onslaught, and Lily followed closely behind her father. As they approached Chaka, Peter could see the worry etched on the former king's face, his features marred by the stress of the situation. Peter knew that Chaka was well aware of the consequences of revealing Wakanda's true nature to the world. "Yo," Peter greeted with his usual wave. Chaka nodded in response, his eyes reflecting the gravity of the moment. "This is a precarious situation. I fear the repercussions of our revelation." Peter's concern mirrored Chaka's, though he wasn't nearly as stressed about it. "Have you been able to contact Chala?" Peter inquired, knowing that they would need his help. Chaka nodded once more, his expression filled with resolve. "Yes, Chala is aware, and he stands ready to help. He hopes that the Avengers and I can lay the groundwork for him." Peter agreed with a nod. "Good. We'll do our best to handle this situation delicately. But before we go out, contact Chala again. I have a plan that might help set the right tone." Chaka gave a brief but appreciative smile before reaching for his phone to make the call. Peter knew that the involvement of the Black Panther and the nation of Wakanda was crucial in navigating the aftermath. Once the call was made and Chala was informed of the plan, Peter, Lily, and Chaka stepped out onto the stage of the packed conference room. Cameras flashed, and reporters eagerly awaited their announcement. Anytime the Avengers called a press conference, the world paid attention. Peter took the podium, his voice projecting with authority as he addressed the assembled press. "Hello again, thank you for gathering here today. We have some news that the Avengers have been aware of for a while but is now reaching the rest of the world." A murmur rippled through the crowd as reporters exchanged curious glances. Speculation ran wild, but the hidden civilization in Africa wasn't on anyone's mind. It was still considered by many to be nothing more than a conspiracy theory. Peter continued, his tone measured and deliberate. "To provide you with more details, I'd like to introduce a special guest. Please welcome the former king of Wakanda and newest member of the Avengers Council, Chaka." Chaka stepped forward and took Peter's place at the podium, his presence commanding attention. He looked out at the crowd, his gaze unwavering as he began to speak. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great solemnity that I confirm the truth. The news of a hidden city in Africa is not a fabrication. It is real, and that city is the nation of Wakanda. The true Wakanda." A hushed silence fell over the room as Chaka's words sank in. Reporters and cameramen alike were stunned by the revelation. The world had been introduced to the idea of Wakanda, but it was always portrayed as a poor and tiny country. Now, the truth had been unveiled. Peter knew that the visual impact would be just as crucial as Chaka's words. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a large, shimmering portal behind Chaka. Through it, everyone in the conference room, as well as those watching remotely, could see the grandeur of the Wakandan palace and the city sprawled out around it. On the palace balcony stood Chaka, regal and composed, flanked by his mother and sister. Behind them, the Dora Milaje guards stood in stoic formation. The Wakandan architecture, a breathtaking fusion of tradition and advanced technology, left the audience in awe. As the crowd and the world at large witnessed this astonishing sight, the impact of the revelation hit home. Wakanda was real, and it was unlike anything they had ever imagined. The world watched in astonishment, and questions swirled in their minds about the hidden wonders of this enigmatic nation. And only seconds after the portal appeared, the reporters in the crowd went into a frenzy. Chaka, how long has Wakanda been in hiding? How many people really live in Wakanda? How rich is Wakanda? Has Wakanda ever taken funds under the guise of being a poor nation? How long have you been lying to the world? There didn't seem to be any end to the reporters' questions. A/N, 1607 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 468, C468 Atlantis. Police car light insert food gift /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, Marosino U_U, trophy, A/N, a new king rises, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip, A/N, just to be clear, Sir Random's cover pick will remain the main cover for this story. Unless, of course, someone makes some crazy Bada *S cover that can top his. Also, joke/funny covers are allowed and will be used sparingly for the laughs. The press conference had stirred up a whirlwind of questions and speculations, which would no doubt last for months to come. Once it was over, Peter, Lily, and Chaka returned to Wakanda through a shimmering portal, leaving behind the buzzing excitement of the media frenzy. As they stepped onto the palace grounds, the royal family and the rest of the tribal council awaited them. Chala's expression was a mix of concern and determination. He understood the magnitude of the situation and what it meant for Wakanda's future. The council members, each representing a different tribe, looked equally serious and a bit dreadful as they gathered for an emergency meeting. Peter took his place among the group, flanked by Chaka and Chala. Some tribes didn't look kindly on his presence, but sadly for them, he's their only link to the outside world. They may not like it, but they need him now more than ever. Lily, not one to sit quietly, found herself fidgeting in place. She wanted to tag along, but meetings like this weren't exactly her idea of fun. As the discussion was about to unfold, Peter noticed Lily's restlessness. He leaned over and whispered, "Hey, how about I find you someone to play with?" Lily's eyes lit up at the prospect of escaping the dull meeting. "Yes, please." Peter turned to Chaka. "Chaka, if you don't mind, can we arrange a play date? I'm sure Shuri doesn't want to sit through this boring meeting either." Chaka nodded with a knowing smile. "Of course. Shuri will be delighted." Shuri was, in fact, not delighted. She wanted to stay and hear about the big event. After all, this is a grand and crazy occasion. Wakanda has been hiding for a very long time and now everyone knows about them. She wanted to refuse, but a pointed look from her parents stopped any and all of her complaints. With that, Peter and Chaka returned to business, as their 2 daughters left the room, closing the door on their way out. Lily quietly followed Shuri through the palace before finding herself in a high-tech laboratory that seemed straight out of a science fiction movie. As the doors closed behind them, Shuri turned to Lily. "So, what do you want to do?" Lily shrugged her shoulders and peered around the room, her curiosity piqued by the futuristic surroundings. Whatever you want to do. Is this your brother's lab or something?" Shuri chuckled. "No, it's mine. My brother wouldn't know his way around this place. He'd either blow himself up or burn the place down." Lily, being exceptionally quick on the uptake, took a quick glance at Shuri's workbench. She couldn't help but blurt out, "Is that a vibranium polymer fabric? Does it improve energy absorption and kinetic redistribution?" Shuri blinked in surprise. "Yes, it is." "How did you know that?" Lily grinned beneath her mask. "My dad has vibranium at home. He lets me study it in my spare time." Vibranium technology is fascinating. Seeing that Lily seemed to understand her work, Shuri was about to explain the details of her many other inventions that laid around the room, but Lily, in her typical fashion, cut in with descriptive explanations that were not only accurate but also more comprehensive. Shuri blinked in shock, realizing that she might have met her technological match. Lily seemed to understand everything with just a simple glance. However, instead of feeling threatened, Shuri felt a sense of camaraderie. Most children her age couldn't relate to her passion for science and technology. She was often isolated from other friend groups. After all, not only is she a princess but also a genius. The other children just couldn't understand her, and she didn't care to dumb herself down either. And now, here was someone who not only understood but could keep up with her. With newfound enthusiasm, Shuri decided to forge a friendship. "You really know your stuff. Want to help me with something?" Lily's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Sure, I'd love to." As the 2 girls delved into a project together, Shuri couldn't help but pester Lily with personal questions. "So, where are you from? Do you go to school? Do you have any siblings? What's your real name? I can't keep calling you Spider-Girl. Lily, aware of her father's strict instructions not to reveal her identity or origin, gave evasive answers. I can't really say much about that. My dad told me to be careful. Shuri huffed in annoyance. How are we going to be friends if I don't even know anything about you? Lily thought for a moment and then smiled beneath her mask. Well, maybe someday I can reveal myself. But for now, you'll have to settle for just Spider-Girl. Shuri sighed in frustration but decided to let it go for the time being. She had found a kindred spirit in Lily, and that was more important than knowing her identity. Hours passed, and Peter and Chaka finally finished their meeting. They made their way over to Shuri's lab, where they found the two girls deeply engrossed in a holographic display of their joint project. Sparks flew, and a miniature vibranium device levitated in the air, a testament to their combined genius. Chaka couldn't help but smile at the sight of his daughter smiling and bonding with a new friend. He whispered to Peter, "It seems our children have a lot in common." Peter nodded in agreement. "Yeah, let's not interrupt their fun." As the girls continued their scientific collaboration, Peter and Chaka retreated to the background, content in the knowledge that this newfound friendship could be the beginning of something extraordinary. Days later. In the wake of the press conference that unveiled Wakanda's existence to the world, the international stage was set ablaze with intrigue, curiosity, and, in some cases, resentment. The days that followed were a tumultuous whirlwind of events that left Wakanda at the center of global attention. The United Nations, ever eager to maintain international order and transparency, wasted no time in opening an investigation into Wakanda's history of secrecy and deception. The nation that had long stood among them, posing as a small developing African country, now faced scrutiny like never before. Wakanda, led by King T'Challa and the Tribal Council, displayed a willingness to cooperate with the investigation. They took unprecedented steps to demonstrate their sincerity, even allowing UN investigators limited access to their hidden nation. However, this access was granted under strict supervision, ensuring that spies and other bad actors couldn't come to their country and do as they please. But it wasn't just the United Nations that sought answers. Many countries, driven by curiosity, envy, or a desire for knowledge, attempted to gather information on Wakanda through various means. Some went as far as sending drones equipped with advanced surveillance technology to breach Wakanda's borders. To their dismay, these drones would never return. Instead, they crashed into the invisible barrier that shielded Wakanda from the outside world. It was a clear message that the nation's secrets were not to be easily uncovered. As the global spotlight shifted onto Wakanda, the revelation of its true nature had a profound impact, especially within the African communities. Africans across the world were both awestruck and deeply moved by the knowledge that the most powerful and technologically advanced nation in the world was of African origin. For many, it was a source of pride and inspiration, a testament to what could be achieved. The idea of a hidden African utopia, untouched by colonization and the scars of history, ignited hope for a brighter future. The allure of Wakanda was so powerful that some individuals, overwhelmed by the desire to be a part of it, attempted to sneak into the nation. However, Wakanda's security was second to none. The nation's borders remained impenetrable, thwarting any attempts at unauthorized entry. While some expressed frustration, others understood the need for Wakanda to protect its most valuable assets. But not everyone within the African community shared the same sentiments. Some criticized Wakanda for its centuries of isolation, particularly during the painful era of the transatlantic slave trade. They argued that Wakanda, with its advanced technology and resources, had the power to intervene and prevent the suffering of millions. In response, Wakanda took a nuanced approach, inspired by Peter's advice. The nation acknowledged its past inaction while focusing on addressing present and future challenges. They began sharing knowledge, resources, and technology with the outside world, particularly with African nations and communities. Wakanda initiated programs aimed at improving education, healthcare, and infrastructure in Africa, lifting up those who had long been marginalized. They offered opportunities for fellow Africans to study and work in Wakanda, with the goal of fostering collaboration and mutual growth. Most notably, Wakanda opened a path to Wakandan citizenship, albeit under stringent conditions. Applicants had to demonstrate a strong connection to Africa and a commitment to the nation's values. The restrictions were substantial, but the opportunity to become a Wakandan citizen was an unprecedented gesture of openness. To bridge the gap between Wakanda and the rest of the world, the nation also decided to welcome small groups of influential tourists. These carefully curated visits allowed outsiders to experience Wakanda's culture, technology, and natural beauty. It was a calculated move to change the world's perception of Wakanda, hoping that these influencers would return home with nothing but positive stories to share, posting about their experiences on YouTube, Twitter, and other platforms. As the days passed, Wakanda continued to adapt to its new role on the global stage. The world watched closely, eager to see how this enigmatic nation would shape the future. And in the midst of challenges, criticisms, and newfound opportunities, Wakanda's leadership couldn't help but thank Peter for his help. Even the more xenophobic tribal leaders were thankful. After all, Peter understood the outside world and gave them a perfect game plan, which seemed to be doing wonders for their situation. In the depths of the ocean, where the shimmering city of Talokan lay hidden beneath the waves, King Cha-To Almahan, known to many as Namor, ruled with authority and wisdom. As a Talakanal mutant, he bore the weight of centuries on his shoulders, his longevity a testament to his strength and resilience. Insert picture of Namor/the Submariner here. Namor holds a commanding presence that reflects his royal lineage. His distinctive appearance is marked by short, jet-black hair that frames a strong and chiseled face. His tanned skin was an oddity for a man who spent most of his life under the sea, away from the rays of the surface's sun. And his pointed ears were certainly eye-catching. Namor's physique is a blend of strength and grace, characterized by a lean yet muscular build. His body is honed by a lifetime of swimming through the deepest reaches of the sea. But it is his choice of adornment that truly sets him apart. Namor is often seen bedecked in an array of exquisite jewelry, each piece a symbol of his status and authority. These ornate jewels, often crafted from precious marine materials, serve as a testament to his royal lineage and the splendor of the ocean realm he rules. With every gesture and every step, Namor exudes an air of regality and power, a sovereign of the sea whose presence commands respect and reverence. Namor's throne room, adorned with intricate coral and luminescent aquatic flora, was a place of power and command. The throne itself, fashioned from a massive seashell, sat imposingly at the center. He gazed out through the enormous, curving windows that offered a breathtaking view of the underwater realm he had sworn to protect. On this day, as he contemplated the usual politic problems, a messenger, bedecked in ornate seashell-styled armor, entered the throne room. Bowing low before the king, the messenger delivered grave news. "Your Majesty," the messenger began, "I bring news from the surface. It is said that the true nation of Wakanda has been discovered by the surface dwellers." Namor's eyes, resembling those of a predatory sea creature, glinted with intrigue. The revelation of another hidden kingdom was not something he took lightly. He rose from his throne, his regal bearing matched only by his deep concern. "Wakanda," Namor murmured, the name carrying weight and significance even in the depths of the ocean. "A nation with secrets akin to our own. How have they responded to this revelation?" The messenger cleared his throat before answering. "They seem to be trying to ally themselves with the rest of the surface dwellers. They're sharing some technology as well." Namor's brows furrowed in thought. Wakanda's decision to engage with the surface world, even if cautiously, was a matter of great importance. He knew that this could threaten their kingdom. If the surface allies with Wakanda, then it won't take them long to find out about them. Whether Wakanda reveals it or not, it didn't matter. The technology would do that for them. With a determined glint in his eyes, Namor spoke with authority. "Prepare my royal vessel. I shall make a journey to Wakanda." The messenger, recognizing the gravity of the situation, bowed deeply. "As you command, Your Majesty. Shall I inform the council of your decision?" Namor nodded. "Yes, assemble the council. I shall speak with them before departing." As the messenger left to carry out his orders, Namor continued to gaze out at the vast expanse of the ocean, his thoughts racing like the currents that surrounded him. A/N, 2265 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone starstruck police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 469, C469 Namor's Ultimatum. Police car light insert thick gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, Monkayaking, trophy, A/N, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. In the heart of Wakanda, nestled amidst the lush jungle and towering mountains, the Jabari tribe stormed out of their secluded realm. The air was thick with tension as M'Baku, the formidable leader of the Jabari, stood before T'Challa, the Black Panther and King of Wakanda. The Jabari tribe had always been known for their isolationist stance, shunning the use of vibranium and living in the sacred mountains, where they worshipped the gorilla god Hanuman. M'Baku's powerful voice resonated through the grand chamber of the royal palace as he chastised T'Challa. "You have not been king for even a full year, and yet you have allowed the greatest secret of Wakanda to be revealed to the world. Our hidden kingdom is no longer hidden, thanks to your actions." T'Challa, wearing his Black Panther suit, stood tall, his expression resolute. He knew that the discovery of Wakanda was a sensitive issue, especially for the Jabari. He attempted to defend himself, explaining, "M'Baku, it was not my intention to reveal Wakanda's secrets. The circumstances forced our hand. We had to respond to the global situation." Before T'Challa could elaborate further, the grand doors of the chamber swung open with a resounding thud. A Dora Milaje guard, her spear held at the ready, rushed inside. She hurried to T'Challa's side, her voice filled with urgency. "Your Majesty, there's an approaching ship. It bears the markings of Talokan." As she spoke, a holographic projection materialized beside them, displaying the advanced flagship of Talokan, rising gracefully from the sea at the nearest Wakandan coast and heading directly toward the heart of the kingdom. The vessel's sleek, metal design hinted at its advanced vibranium technology. Millennia ago, just like Wakanda, a meteor from outer space containing vibranium crashed into the Atlantic Ocean near the Yucatan. While the vibranium sank to the sea floor, it also affected some of the underwater plant life closer to the surface. In 1571, a Yucatan Mayan tribe found themselves dying due to smallpox introduced by Spanish colonizers. Praying to a Mayan deity, one of the tribesmen was guided towards a vibranium-enriched plant, which the tribe ingested. Waking up with blue skin and gills, they went into the sea to breathe, where their skin colors were restored. With these newfound attributes, they migrated to the Puerto Rico Trench, approximately 12,000 feet deep, leaving their old lives behind to forge anew, underwater. Inspired by his mother's stories passed on from his Aztec father, Chato Almahan, Namor, took the name of the Aztec underworld paradise Talocan and translated it from Nahuatl into their tongue of Yucatec Mayan as Talocan, establishing this as the name of their new underwater nation. The people called themselves Talacanel and established Talocan on the sea floor where the raw vibranium deposits remained. Shortly after, a small group returned to the surface, only to see a plantation run by a slave master. Setting fire to the property and killing the colonizers, Talocan harbored a resentment towards surface dwellers and elected to keep their existence hidden from humanity. Though they couldn't stay hidden from Wakanda, nor could Wakanda stay hidden from Talocan. After all, both sides possess similar technology, crafted from the same rare and highly sought-after material, vibranium. It was inevitable that they'd meet, and when they did, both sides were relatively amicable. Though that was all. Wakanda and Talocan have always been isolated nations, who kept to themselves. The two nations were similar to acquaintances up until now, which is why their sudden appearance in the surface was odd and slightly troubling. Chala's brow furrowed in puzzlement. The Talocan, led by Namor, were even more reclusive than Wakanda, seldom venturing beyond the depths of the ocean. Their sudden approach was a matter of great intrigue and concern. He muttered to himself, "Why would the Talocan seek an audience with us? This is highly unusual." M'Baku, who had momentarily set aside his grievances, regarded the holographic image with a mix of curiosity and wariness. "The fishmen have never shown interest in our affairs before." Chala nodded in agreement. "We must prepare for their arrival and ensure a diplomatic reception." As the hologram continued to display the approaching Talocan flagship, Chala turned to the Dora Milaje guard. "Alert the council and assemble a diplomatic envoy. We will receive the Talocan delegation." The guard saluted and swiftly departed to carry out her orders, leaving the king, M'Baku, and the hologram behind. The tension in the room remained palpable as they pondered the implications of the Talocan's unexpected visit. The grand doors of the Wakandan palace rumbled open, revealing the imposing figure of Namor, stepping onto the lush marbled floors of the royal hall. Behind him, a formidable delegation of blue-skinned guards, their spears gleaming with an otherworldly sheen, maintained a disciplined formation. Chala, resplendent in his Black Panther suit, M'Baku, and the rest of the council members awaited their guests, tension palpable in the air. Chala stepped forward, extending a hand in greeting. "Namor, King of Talocan, welcome to Wakanda. We are honored by your presence." Namor's piercing green eyes met Chala's gaze as he clasped the Wakandan king's hand firmly. "Chala, the latest Black Panther, it has been a long time since our nations have met on the surface." With the formalities observed, Chala invited Namor and his entourage inside the palace. They proceeded through the resplendent corridors until they reached the throne room, where the ornate Wakandan throne awaited. Chala took a seat in his throne and gestured for Namor to sit, but he remained standing, his posture unwavering. Chala didn't waste time on pleasantries. "Namor, why have you ventured to the surface world? This is a rare occurrence for Talocan." Namor's gaze swept over the council members before settling back on Chala. "Surface dwellers have always been a contentious matter for us. I trust them as much as I trust the sharks that circle our kingdom. Which is why I was deeply surprised to hear of Wakanda's recent actions." Chala's brow furrowed in concern. "Actions? What are you referring to?" Namor's tone was grave. "The revelation of Wakanda to the world and your apparent attempt to forge alliances with the surface nations. This is not the Wakanda I remember." Chala sighed, his shoulders heavy with the weight of responsibility. "Namor, it was not by our choice that our secrecy was breached. The technology of the outside world has been advancing rapidly, and we were discovered by an advanced satellite. We had no control over the situation. And as far as alliances go, we are in talks with nations that have made strides toward being just and righteous." Namor's eyes narrowed, his voice filled with bitterness. "The outside world. It is not what it used to be in my time. Surface nations being just and righteous. How foolish are you?" Chala nodded, trying to explain. "Yes, Namor, they have. Some countries may still not deserve our friendship, but many of them have taken steps towards becoming responsible global citizens." Namor scoffed, a bitter smile on his lips. "Responsible global citizens? How do you interpret the word responsible, Chala? Is it responsible to dump their trash into our ocean? Is it responsible to relentlessly burn coal, trash, and fuels, driving the world to the brink of environmental catastrophe? Is it responsible to destroy the forests and jungles of the world, along with the extinction of thousands of animals, including our sea creatures? Chala was taken aback by Namor's vehement accusations. He frowned, searching for words to counter the submariner's passionate arguments. Namor, I understand your concerns, but it's not black and white. We must tread carefully in these matters. Namor leaned in closer, his voice low and intense. Chala, I offer Wakanda a choice. You can either stand by my side, forcefully correcting the surface world's many wrongdoings, or you can align yourselves with the polluters, slavers, rapists, and killers of the world, the surface dwellers. Chala hesitated, his mind grappling with the gravity of Namor's ultimatum. The room fell into an uneasy silence, broken only by the distant echoes of Wakanda's bustling capital outside. Namor's expression grew somber as he backed away from Chala. You have until the end of the week to make your choice, Chala. Choose wisely. With those words, Namor turned on his heel and, without another glance, strode out of the throne room, his contingent of blue-skinned guards following in his wake. They returned to their advanced flagship, which lifted gracefully into the sky and departed, leaving the heart of Wakanda in a state of profound contemplation. Chala watched the Talokan vessel vanish into the horizon, the weight of the world pressing down upon his shoulders. He had a choice to make and it seemed like both options would lead to nothing but war. As the Talokan flagship disappeared into the horizon, leaving behind a pensive Wakanda, a ripple in reality formed in the throne room. A swirling portal materialized, and through it emerged Peter, accompanied by his daughter, Lily. Both wore the spider suits, hiding their identities from the world. Lily, a bright and spirited young girl with a contagious enthusiasm, rushed through the portal with boundless energy. Dad, come on. I can't wait to see Shuri. We're going to make a lightsaber today. Peter followed more cautiously, his spider sense tingling with unease. As he stepped into the palace, he glanced around, taking in the regal surroundings and the tension in the air. Lily, oblivious to the atmosphere, rushed ahead, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Shuri, where are you? I brought my blueprints. As Lily rushed out of the throne room in search of her newest friend, the atmosphere grew even more awkward. All eyes turned to him, and a heavy silence descended. Peter cleared his throat, trying to break the tension. Yo. What's going on? Chala, his expression unreadable, nodded in acknowledgement. It seems you have arrived at a rather sensitive time, my friend. A/N, 1670 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 470, C470 Avoiding War. Fixed. Police car light insert thin gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Monkayaking, Trophy, A/N, Crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. A/N, yo, I didn't post the earlier chapter like that. Something must have glitched or something. Also, I'm pretty sure it was fine for app users but completely F***ked for site users. I'm sorry I didn't notice sooner. I was asleep sleeping face. In the grand Wakandan throne room, Peter stood at the center of a tension-filled meeting. Chala had just finished explaining the unexpected arrival of Namor, the king of Talokan, and his ultimatum. The tribal leaders were both shocked and worried, and Peter couldn't help but feel a sense of unease at the gravity of the situation. Damn, I didn't think the Aztec Atlantis would show up this early. Peter thought as he listened carefully. A/N, fun fact, Marvel's version of Atlantis came before DC, but they didn't call it Atlantis in the MCU because Aquaman came to theaters before them. So they called it Talokan instead. After Chala's explanation, a few of the tribal leaders exchanged glances, their expressions etched with concern. They didn't trust outsiders easily, and the sudden appearance of Namor had caught them off guard. One of them, a stern-looking elder, eyed Peter as he spoke up, this matter is for Wakandan to decide. The presence of outsiders, even allies, may influence our judgment. Peter raised an eyebrow, recognizing the cautious nature of the Wakandan. He was well aware of their xenophobic history. However, Chala, ever the diplomatic leader, intervened. Spider-Man has proven himself as an ally of Wakanda. He has aided us far more than we could have ever asked for, and his presence here should not be seen as a threat. He is a member of the Avengers alongside my father, and we must consider his perspective. A few council members nodded in agreement, while others remained skeptical. Peter, feeling somewhat out of place but determined to contribute, spoke up, I can leave if my presence causes any discomfort. I don't want to interfere with your deliberations. Chala shook his head, his expression reassuring. No, your presence is valued here. You are an ally, and your insights may prove invaluable in this situation. Peter nodded, realizing that Chala had just offered him a seat among the council. At least for today. It was a significant gesture of trust and respect, and Peter took it gratefully. Seconds later, a group of Dora Milaje guard came forward with a chair, which Peter gratefully took, his posture relaxed yet attentive. As Peter settled in, he couldn't help but notice a couple of tribal leaders who still wore expressions of unease and mistrust. It was clear that not everyone was on board with his involvement, but he was determined to win them over. Suddenly, a sly smirk tugged at the corner of Peter's lips. Hee, everything is going exactly as I planned. By personally assisting Wakanda during its exposure to the world, he had gained a large portion of their trust. So much trust, in fact, that they were willing to allow him access to their council meeting. Now I just need to win over the stubborn fools and Wakanda will be a trusted ally. And trusted allies can be given responsibilities. I'm getting closer and closer to my lazy life dream. Though Peter knew that changing the deeply ingrained attitudes of this secretive nation would take time, but he was patient and persistent. With Peter now seated, the tribal council of Wakanda began to deliberate Namor's ultimatum. Ideas were thrown around, and the council seemed split. Some advocated for forming alliances with the rest of the surface, while others leaned towards siding with Talokan. Of course, the xenophobic isolationists among the council were those that sided with Namor. The leader of the River Tribe stood firmly on one side of the argument. We must consider Namor's perspective. Talokan has been our silent ally for centuries, and their grievances are valid. Aligning with them would secure our borders and protect our way of life. Opposite him, the leader of the border tribe voiced a different opinion. We cannot ignore the progress made on the surface. Many nations have shown a genuine commitment to cooperation with us. It is in our best interest to form alliances with those around us, not to mention the Avengers, who will no doubt side against Talokan. Instantly, all eyes turned to Peter, who had been observing the debate closely. He could sense the deep-rooted divisions within the council. But he remained silent for the time being. He didn't want to push too hard or appear overbearing. He knew that earning their trust was a delicate process, and he needed to tread carefully. Chala, sensing the mounting tension and the need for a direction, finally spoke up. We have some time before Namor's deadline. Let's explore all possible avenues. After all, I would much rather avoid choosing sides altogether. M'Baku, the leader of the mountain tribe, who never attended such meetings, leaned forward, his eyes locked onto Chala. And how do you plan to do that, Chala? Namor has made his demands clear. Chala didn't have an answer for him, though he hoped someone else would. Instantly, his gaze shifted to Peter, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Spider-Man, you have shown great wisdom and resourcefulness in solving many of our problems. Do you have any insights? Peter paused for a moment, considering his words carefully. I suggest that we initiate diplomatic talks with the United Nations. Many of the issues Namor mentioned, such as pollution and environmental degradation, can be addressed through international agreements and cooperation. If we can convince the surface world to fix these issues, then Namor's reasons for war may lose their foundation. A tribal leader, her expression thoughtful, raised a concern. What if Namor remains adamant and chooses to wage war despite diplomatic efforts? Peter's eyes swept over the council members, his voice firm. In that case, the Avengers will step in to neutralize the threat. Wakanda won't have to raise a finger. Our combined strength can handle any threat, and will ensure that peace is preserved. The room fell into a contemplative silence as the council members absorbed Peter's proposal. It was a plan that held the promise of avoiding bloodshed while addressing the concerns raised by Namor, which they certainly liked. Chala nodded in agreement, breaking the silence. Let us consider this approach seriously. We will convene with the United Nations and seek a peaceful resolution. Namor's ultimatum need not lead to war if we can find common ground. Peter stood from his seat and whipped out his phone. Good, I'll call the president and have him assist you in arranging everything as quickly as possible. Namor, the king of Talokan, returned to his undersea kingdom after his visit to Wakanda. As he descended beneath the waves, he could feel the familiar embrace of the ocean welcoming him home. His people, the Talakanil, awaited his return with eager anticipation. As Namor emerged from the water's surface and walked onto the underwater shores of Talokan, his subjects greeted him with jubilant cheers. They swam around him, their blue-skinned forms gliding gracefully through the water, celebrating the return of their king. Namor acknowledged their cheers with a regal nod, his piercing green eyes scanning the crowd. He was a formidable and imposing figure, and his presence commanded respect among his people. He knew that the decision he had made in Wakanda would weigh heavily on their hearts. After all, war wasn't something normal people could look forward to. After a brief moment of revelry, Namor signaled for his generals to gather. The word had to be spread, and preparations had to be made. He summoned them to the Grand Chamber of Talokan, a massive underwater palace adorned with intricate carvings and glowing coral formations. The generals, a collection of fierce warriors and strategists, arrived promptly. They kneeled before their king, their loyalty unwavering. Namor wasted no time in delivering his decree. In 1 week's time, we shall wage war on the surface world. A collective murmur of approval and determination rippled through the assembled generals. They had long prepared for this day, honing their skills and readying their armies for the inevitable clash with the surface dwellers. As the generals took their leave, Namor's gaze shifted to the colossal window that overlooked the kingdom of Talokan. Beyond the glass, the sprawling city of blue-skinned inhabitants bustled with activity. Already, he could see military men and women rushing through the city, preparing for what's to come. His army was eager to defend their way of life, their sanctuary beneath the sea. As he watched the bustling activity of his kingdom, Namor couldn't help but feel a sense of gravity settle over him. He had made his decision, and there was no turning back. Talokan would go to war to protect its interests, and the surface world would soon bear witness to the wrath of the Submariner. The army personnel, in their distinct armor and carrying spears, each formed from vibranium, began to gather in formations, preparing for the impending conflict. They moved with a sense of purpose, each soldier knowing the weight of their duty to Talokan. Namor observed his army from above, perched on a coral outcropping that offered a commanding view of his kingdom. His expression was resolute, his thoughts consumed by the upcoming war. Wakanda had been put on notice, and Namor only had to wait for their reply. But either way, his army would march to the surface. A/N, 1560 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 471, C471 United Nations. Police car light insert glitch gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Loki_Hawk, trophy, A/N, a new king rises. Crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. A/N, sorry for the odd glitch yesterday, IDK what went wrong. I think it's because I updated my app right after I scheduled the chapter. And that somehow bugged it out so I had to delete and re-upload the chapter. It was not like that beforehand, I would have noticed when I scheduled the upload. Anyway, hopefully it doesn't happen again. A day after the tense meeting in Wakanda, Peter found himself standing at a podium in the Grand Assembly Hall of the United Nations headquarters in New York City. The President of the United States had helped arrange this emergency meeting, and Wakanda had specifically requested Peter's presence to address the assembly. As Spider-Man, he was a beloved figure worldwide, and his voice held immense weight. As he walked up to the podium, the room fell into a hushed anticipation. The representatives from every corner of the globe, each bearing their country's flag, watched with eager eyes. When Peter reached the podium, the room erupted in applause, a gesture of respect and admiration for the hero they had all come to love. Peter waited for the clapping to subside, a humble smile hidden under his mask. Yo, he began as usual, his voice projecting clearly through the hall. It's been a while since I've been here. He started his speech by addressing a topic that had been plaguing the world for years, pollution. Alright, let's get this started so we can all go home. We've gathered here today to discuss a crisis that transcends borders, a crisis that affects every living being on this planet, pollution. We've witnessed the devastating effects of global warming, the destruction of our oceans, the decimation of our forests, and the ever-increasing extinction rates of countless species, both on land and in the sea. Many in the audience exchanged knowing glances. Environmental issues were nothing new, and they had heard countless speeches on the subject. But Peter knew that they would see the urgency soon enough. Before we get into the heart of the matter, let me pose a question, Peter continued. What if I told you that our actions, our negligence, have inadvertently created an enemy, one that we never intended to provoke? A few eyebrows raised, and some leaned forward in their seats, intrigued. Peter paused for dramatic effect before dropping the bombshell. Hidden beneath the depths of our oceans lies an advanced civilization known as Talokan, similar to the legends of Atlantis, led by their king, Namor. Gasps of astonishment filled the room. The idea of another hidden nation, akin to Wakanda, was almost inconceivable. Now you're listening, huh? Peter smirks under his mask. And this nation is not happy with us. In fact, they're growing quite aggressive about the whole situation. One of the UN members leaned into a microphone, his voice tinged with excitement. Are you saying that a hidden nation is threatening war against us? Peter nodded solemnly. Yes, precisely. Talokan has grievances against the surface world, many of which are tied to the very issues we've discussed today. They've issued an ultimatum to Wakanda, asking them to ally themselves with Talokan and against us. Instantly, all eyes turned to the Wakandan royal family, who stood behind Peter. Peter continues. Of course, Wakanda immediately came to me with this and we've come to a decision. Instead of a war, which we all know will have no real winner, we can all take action on our part to rectify these problems. Obviously, we can't fix everything in a single day, but we can work towards it in a meaningful way. And if we fail to do so, Talokan seems more than happy to wage war over our actions. The room was silent for a moment before it erupted into a flurry of questions, confusion, and outrage. Voices clamored to be heard as representatives demanded explanations and solutions. Peter held up a hand, urging for calm. Then, he continued, but before anyone entertains the thought of war, I want to make something very clear. Talokan is not to be underestimated. They possess technology and military might that rivals even Wakanda. Your odds of victory without help are close to zero. And of course, the Avengers could handle them easily, but we refuse to fight a war that can be avoided with simple actions. On cue, T'Challa stepped forward beside Peter, his regal presence commanding attention. Wakanda, too, refuses to engage in a war that can be avoided. We believe that there's a peaceful solution to this crisis. The room was filled with a cacophony of shouts, arguments, and protests. It seemed like chaos was about to reign until Peter, growing impatient, snapped his fingers with a touch of magic. The shockwave of sound reverberated, causing everyone to groan in discomfort as they covered their ears. When the room fell silent, Peter spoke again, his tone firm. I understand your concerns, your fears, and your frustrations. But let me assure you, the Avengers are more than willing to step in if necessary. However, we strongly urge that steps be taken to appease Talokan before it comes to that. We need to address the pollution and environmental issues that have driven them to this point. Once the revelation of Talokan's ultimatum and the impending threat to the world had sunk in, the Assembly at the United Nations was abuzz with discussions and questions. Representatives from various countries voiced their concerns and confusion, but it was the impassioned plea from the representative of Burundi, a small and impoverished nation, that drew Peter's attention. The Burundian representative stood with a somber expression, his voice carrying the weight of his nation's struggles. How can nations like mine, impoverished and struggling to meet the basic needs of our people, be expected to address these complex issues of pollution and environmental degradation? We lack the resources, manpower, and funds required for such massive undertakings. His words resonated with many others in the room. Nods of agreement rippled through the crowd. Not every country had the financial means, skilled workers, or technological capabilities to tackle environmental problems on a global scale. Peter, anticipating this concern, motioned for T'Challa to step up and address the assembly once more. As Peter moved to the side, the Black Panther took his place at the podium, his regal presence commanding attention. T'Challa began, I understand the concerns raised by many representatives here. Not every nation has the resources to combat these pressing issues. However, I stand before you on behalf of Wakanda, the richest, most developed, and technologically advanced nation on the planet. His words sparked interest and curiosity among the representatives. Some leaned forward, eager to hear more, while others, who had long held the status of the richest or most advanced nations, grumbled in annoyance. T'Challa continued, Wakanda believes it is our responsibility to assist in this situation. We are more than willing to provide financial aid and resources to any nation that needs it, with the condition that these resources are allocated specifically for addressing the environmental problems discussed today. The announcement seemed to split the room into two distinct reactions. Many representatives looked pleased, imagining the potential benefits of such aid for their countries. Others, whose nations had previously held the spotlight as economic powerhouses, now found themselves overshadowed by Wakanda's generosity. T'Challa didn't stop there. He went on to explain that Wakanda had already developed groundbreaking inventions to combat pollution and environmental degradation. He briefly outlined some of these inventions, including advanced air and water purification systems, sustainable energy solutions, and innovative waste recycling technologies. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. It was one thing to hear speeches and warnings about environmental problems, but it was an entirely different matter to learn that there were actual solutions, and Wakanda had them all. Stepping back from the podium, T'Challa allowed Peter to take his place once more. The atmosphere in the room had shifted. The representatives, once filled with uncertainty and apprehension, were now eager to listen to what Spider-Man had to say. Peter's gaze swept across the assembly, his expression serious and unwavering. Listen up, he began, his voice carrying an undertone of determination. Wakanda's offer is not just a generous gesture, it's a lifeline for our planet. But let me make something clear. This must happen, and it must happen with integrity. His words hung heavy in the air as he continued, any nation that misappropriates the funding, resources, and technology provided by Wakanda will face severe consequences. We will not tolerate corruption or misuse of these resources when the fate of our world hangs in the balance. A palpable tension filled the room as Peter's warning sank in. The representatives exchanged uneasy glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Then, a representative from the United States stood up, his voice filled with conviction. I believe I speak for everyone when I say that we are more than willing to accept Wakanda's assistance. Not only does it hold the promise of preventing a devastating war, but it also provides us with the means to address the critical issues plaguing our planet. And on top of everything, Wakanda is generously footing the bill. Could it get any better? The room burst into applause, a collective expression of gratitude and relief. It seemed like things were moving in the right direction. And now they needed to come up with a game plan for these nations to follow. Then finally, they'd have to convince Namor not to go to war. Peter suddenly got a bad feeling. Why do I feel like he'll want to fight either way? In the Grand Chamber of Talokan, Namor, the king of the undersea nation, had been deep in thought as he contemplated the coming war with the surface world. The room was filled with generals and advisors, each awaiting his next command. Just then, a messenger entered the chamber, swimming gracefully to the throne where Namor sat. With a bow of respect, the messenger began to convey the latest news. Your Majesty, urgent information has arrived from the surface world. Namor's eyes narrowed as he leaned forward, his interest piqued. Speak. A/N, 1650 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 472, C472 Talokan. Police car light insert riz/charm gif/pics here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, Darkslayer, trophy, A/N, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. After hours of heated discussions, tense negotiations, and impassioned speeches, the representatives of the United Nations had finally come to a groundbreaking agreement. The assembly hall, once filled with uncertainty and apprehension, was now buzzing with anticipation and hope. As the clock inched past 2 a.m., Peter stood at the podium once more, addressing the assembly. We're finally finished. I want to commend each and every one of you, even the greedy little b***stards who made this last far longer than it was supposed to, for your dedication to finding a solution to the crisis at hand and working towards a better Earth. He paused for a moment to let the gravity of the moment sink in. Hopefully, this will help avoid a war. And if it doesn't, then at least we can say that we tried to do things peacefully. Now, get lost. All of you. I don't want to see any of you for at least another year. Peter's lackluster goodbye brought wry smiles to everyone's faces. Of course, most of them felt the same. This meeting lasted far longer than it was supposed to, which hasn't happened in the UN for a very long time. The last time was probably during and after World War II. The comprehensive plan that had been devised was the outcome of everyone's tireless overtime. It was a plan that addressed Namor's grievances while also utilizing Wakandan technology and resources to assist every nation in the world. The plan had several key components. First, the Environmental Restoration Fund was put into place. A global fund would be established, primarily funded by Wakanda and other leading nations, to provide financial assistance to nations in need. This fund would be used for various environmental projects, such as reforestation, clean energy initiatives, and the cleanup of polluted water bodies. Second, we have the Wakandan technology. Wakanda would share its advanced environmental technologies with willing nations. This included state-of-the-art air and water purification systems, sustainable energy solutions, and waste recycling technologies. Each country would receive technology tailored to its specific needs. Third, the skilled workforce exchange. Wakanda would facilitate the exchange of skilled workers and experts in environmental science and technology. This would help nations lacking the necessary expertise to effectively implement and maintain the new technologies. At least until they learn how to use and maintain them correctly. Fourth, and one of the most important, environmental accountability. Nations receiving financial aid and technology would be required to submit regular reports, including evidence, on their progress in addressing environmental issues. These reports would be delivered to the Avengers, who would be policing this entire situation. Anyone found misappropriating funds, resources, or technologies will be heavily punished. And lastly, education and awareness. Since some people either don't even know about these problems, or just flat out don't believe in them, a global education campaign would be launched to raise awareness about environmental issues. This campaign would involve schools, communities, and media outlets worldwide. And of course, diplomatic relations with Talokan was the next priority. In parallel with these environmental plans, diplomatic efforts would start to open up with Talokan. Peter, being the figurehead of all of this, would be the one to make the first visit. The ultimate goal was to establish peaceful coexistence and cooperation between the surface world and those under the sea. But Peter couldn't help but wonder. Will Namor even listen? After all, from what he's heard from Chala and the Tribal Council, Namor seemed like a grade A as-dollar hole. And that's a lot coming from the Council, since half of the tribal leaders are as-dollar holes themselves. As the representatives filed out of the assembly hall, tired but hopeful, Peter watched them go. Chala and his family approached him, their expressions a mix of relief and anticipation. Thank you, Chala said sincerely. Your leadership and your alliance with Wakanda have made all the difference. Peter nodded, his mental exhaustion catching up to him. We're in this together, Chala. Now, you and your family have a lot of work ahead of you. Chala smiled tiredly. Indeed, we do. We will begin coordinating the distribution of resources and technology immediately. It will be a challenging endeavor. With that, the Wakandan royal family bid farewell to Peter, leaving the assembly hall to embark on their mission. Without another thought, Peter made his way back to his house. Exhaustion weighed heavily on him. The day had been long and mentally draining. He entered his darkened bedroom, careful not to wake MJ, who was already fast asleep. Crawling into bed beside her, he pulled her into his arms, feeling the warmth of her presence. Despite the immense responsibilities that rested on his shoulders, he found solace in this moment of quiet intimacy. Tomorrow would be the day he visited Talokan and met with the infamous Namor. The next morning, the sun's first rays pierced through the curtains, casting a warm glow into Peter's bedroom. He slept like a baby after yesterday's long meeting, but sadly, his peaceful slumber was abruptly interrupted by a sudden, weighty impact on his stomach. With a gasp, Peter's eyes snapped open, only to find himself pinned beneath an unexpected assailant. "Wake up!" Lily, his grinning daughter, had launched a surprise attack, stomping onto his stomach with both feet. The impact knocked the wind out of him, and he let out an exaggerated groan of surprise. Before Peter could even muster a response, Lily giggled mischievously and darted out of the room, her laughter echoing through the hallway. As she scampered away, Peter could hear her excitedly informing her mother, MJ, that she had successfully woken up her dad. Intent on exacting revenge for his rude awakening, Peter quickly got up and rushed to get ready for the day. After all, he couldn't let her get away with that. As he descended the stairs, freshly showered and dressed in his normal clothes, he spotted Lily preparing to leave for school. She had her backpack slung over one shoulder and was chatting animatedly with MJ by the door. Peter seized the opportunity, a sly grin hidden beneath his mask. "Hey, Lily," he called out as he approached her. Lily turned, her innocent brown eyes locking onto her father's face. "Yeah, Dad." With a feigned sweetness, Peter leaned in and ruffled her hair. "Have a fantastic day at school, sweetie," he said, his tone dripping with mischief. Little did Lily know, Peter had activated the reality stone, turning her dark hair into a vibrant shade of neon green. "Thanks, Dad." Lily chirped, oblivious to the transformation. She gave him a quick hug before heading out the door. Peter watched from the window as Lily joined her classmates at the school bus stop, her green hair attracting puzzled looks from her friends. The smirk on his face couldn't be contained. Turning around, he was met with the amused gaze of MJ, who had witnessed the entire exchange. She raised an eyebrow at him, her lips quirking into a knowing smile. Peter shrugged innocently and asked, "What?" MJ shook her head, a hint of laughter in her voice. "Lily's going to kill you when she finds out, you know." Peter chuckled. "Well, I probably won't be home until late tonight, so hopefully she cools off." With a nod of understanding, MJ wished him a safe trip. "Just be careful, Peter. And don't forget to call if you need any backup." After a quick breakfast with MJ, Peter donned his Spider-Man suit and prepared to embark on his journey. He focused on the coordinates Wakanda had provided him, allowing him to open a portal to the underwater kingdom of Talokan. Stepping through the portal, Peter found himself in a grand throne room. It was a sealed space, allowing him to breathe comfortably. The room was adorned with intricate Aztec patterns and all sorts of rare underwater gems, a testament to the wealth and beauty of the hidden nation. As soon as he set foot in the throne room, alarms began to blare, filling the palace with their shrill noise. Unperturbed, Peter strolled casually toward Namor's impressive throne, the center of the room, and took a seat, waiting for the king to arrive. "I should get a throne for the tower," Peter thought in amusement. Though Tony might get jealous. Seconds later, the towering doors of the throne room swung open, and a small army of blue-skinned guards rushed in, their spears at the ready. But as they assessed the situation, they froze in shock at the sight of someone other than their king occupying the throne. Peter waved at them with a friendly grin. "Yo, can you get Namor for me? I'm here to have a little chat." The guards exchanged bewildered glances but took no action. Instead, they awaited their king's orders. Before long, footsteps echoed behind the guards, and Namor himself appeared, his regal presence commanding the room. He regarded Peter with an annoyed expression, his piercing eyes locked onto the intruder. Namor's deep voice filled the room. "That won't be necessary. I'm already here." Peter maintained his casual demeanor, a smirk hidden beneath his mask. "Good, Namor. I'm here to discuss your grievances with the surface world." Namor's skepticism was evident in his tone. "I've heard about your little trip to the United Nations. Do you truly believe they will follow your plan?" Peter shrugged, his confidence unwavering. "They will, or there will be consequences. I've made that very clear." While Peter agreed with Namor's doubts about some nations following through on the plan, he was prepared for such contingencies. Any nation that refused to comply would face the wrath of the Avengers. "Maybe I'll take over a few countries in the name of the Avengers," Peter thought. After all, if they didn't listen, then maybe some new leadership would be required. Meh, forget it. That sounds like a lot of work. Namor weighed his options for a moment, his guards still standing vigilantly behind him. Finally, he made his decision. War preparations have already begun, and I'm not keen on halting them, especially after Wakanda betrayed us by leaking everything to the surface world. Peter raised an eyebrow, prompting Namor to continue. But, Namor added, I consider a different course of action if the great Spider-Man could best me in battle. Instantly, the guards banged their spears to the ground and erupted into a rhythmic chant of Namor's name, confident that their king would emerge victorious. Peter couldn't help but smirk beneath his mask. He knew that defeating Namor wouldn't be a challenge. After all, he had faced far more formidable opponents, including Dormammu. How could a mere enhanced human stand a chance? Peter sought clarification, making sure he understood the terms. So, if I win, there will be no war, and Talokan will ally with the surface world, just like Wakanda. Namor nodded in agreement. But if you lose, you stand with Talokan in our fight against the surface. Talokan had spies all over the surface world, and they had been well aware of Peter's strength. Or at least aware of what the public knew. Adding him to their side would be a significant advantage. Peter shrugged nonchalantly. Deal. So, when do we begin? Namor signaled to one of his guards, who promptly handed him a gleaming spear. Now. As soon as Namor finished speaking, Peter vanished from the throne, seemingly teleporting across the room. Namor's eyes widened in shock as Peter's fist collided with his abdomen, launching the king of Talokan backward. Blood spewed from Namor's mouth as he was sent crashing into his stunned guards, who struggled to catch him but ended up tumbling to the ground themselves. Peter remained in his position, casually waiting to see if the great Namor would get back up. The guards, once chanting for Namor, were now in disarray, unsure of how to react to this sudden turn of events. A/N, 2003 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 473, C473 Ego destroyed. Police car light insert shut-in / introvert gif / PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, Monkayaking, trophy, A/N, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. Is that all you've got? Peter asked as Namor struggled to pick himself up off the floor. Because I thought you'd be a bit stronger. He taunted as Namor rose to his feet, blood dripping from his mouth. Ah, there he is. The great Namor stands to his feet. What an accomplishment. The tension in the throne room was palpable as Namor glared angrily toward Peter, his eyes burning in rage. The guards had retreated to the perimeter, forming a wide circle around the combatants. Their loyalty to their king was unwavering, and they chanted Namor's name, their voices filled with conviction. Namor, his regal attire torn and blood-stained from the previous hit, tightened his grip on the gleaming spear he wielded. You may have caught me off guard earlier, but you won't win this fight so easily, he declared, his voice tinged with the weight of his ego. Peter merely raised an eyebrow beneath his mask, his expression unreadable. With a casual flick of his wrist, he beckoned his opponent forward, his demeanor relaxed and unguarded. Namor lunged forward with remarkable speed, thrusting the spear toward Peter's chest. It was a desperate attempt to gain the upper hand, but Peter effortlessly sidestepped the attack, the spear whistling harmlessly past him. You really need to work on your aim, Peter taunted, his movements fluid and graceful. Namor growled in frustration, pulling the spear back with surprising strength. He swung it horizontally, attempting to catch Peter off guard, but the agile hero ducked and rolled beneath the attack. As Peter sprang back to his feet, he lashed out with a powerful kick to his opponent's face, sending Namor sprawling to the ground, a cut opening up along his jaw. The guards' chants faltered as they witnessed their king's humiliating fall. Namor staggered to his feet, his face contorted with rage and determination. He hurled the spear like a javelin, aiming directly at Peter's chest. But Peter, his reflexes honed to perfection, reached out and caught the spear mid-flight, its sharp tip inches from his neck. With a dismissive flick of his wrist, Peter snapped the spear in two, the sound echoing through the throne room. Is this really the best you've got, Namor? Aren't you supposed to be some unbeatable immortal mermaid king? I gotta tell you. I expected a lot more. Namor's eyes blazed with fury as he unsheathed the Atlantean blade at his side. With a roar, he charged at Peter, swinging the sword in a vicious arc. But Peter effortlessly dodged the attacks, his movements a blur of speed and precision. With a lightning-fast strike, Peter slapped Namor's wrist and disarmed him, sending the sword clattering to the ground. Namor stumbled backward, his confidence shattered, and his body bruised and battered. Peter took a step closer, his voice laced with sarcasm. Had enough yet? You should really give up. Prolonging this will only make it worse for yourself. Namor, his pride wounded and his body aching, refused to yield. He lunged at Peter once more, his fists a flurry of blows. But Peter effortlessly blocked and parried every strike, his combat skills far superior. With a single, well-placed punch, Peter sent Namor crashing into a wall, leaving a sizable dent in the ornate structure. The guards, witnessing their king's devastating defeat, exchanged nervous glances, their loyalty waning. Peter approached Namor, who lay battered and broken on the ground. He leaned in close, his voice dripping with triumph. "I'll ask one last time, Namor. Do you give up?" Namor, bloodied and defeated, stared up at his conqueror. The stubbornness in his eyes wavered, replaced by a profound sense of responsibility for his people. He swallowed his pride and uttered the words he never thought he would say. I give up." Peter's grin widened beneath his mask as he straightened up. "I'm sorry, Namor. I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it?" Namor's voice was strained, but he spoke the words louder and clearer this time. "I give up." "You win." With a satisfied nod, Peter turned to face the guards, who had been rendered speechless by the one-sided battle. "You heard your king. Stand down." Despite Namor's reluctant surrender, the tension in the throne room remained palpable. The guards, torn between their loyalty to their king and the undeniable reality of his defeat, stood at the ready, their eyes filled with uncertainty. Namor, battered and bruised, managed to push himself up from the ground. His voice, though strained, held a hint of desperation. "Stand down, all of you. I've lost." But not all of the guards were ready to accept their king's defeat. A group of them, driven by their undying loyalty and the belief that they could still turn the tide, rushed forward with spears and tridents raised. Peter, ever vigilant, anticipated their move. With an agility that left the guards in awe, he leaped into action. In the blink of an eye, he dodged the oncoming attacks, moving with a grace that seemed almost supernatural. One by one, he disarmed the guards, his movements a blur of precision and strength. His fists and feet struck with a controlled force, sending them reeling. The once confident guards now found themselves struggling to keep up with the masked hero's unmatched combat skills. As the battle raged on, Namor watched in astonishment as Peter effortlessly defeated his loyal guards. Their cries of pain and frustration filled the throne room, their weapons lying scattered on the ornate floor. Peter, never taking a single hit since he arrived, incapacitated the last of the guards. They lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies battered and broken, their will to fight extinguished. With the guards defeated, Peter turned to face Namor once more. The king of Talokan, now completely defeated and broken, had tears of frustration and shame in his eyes. His bones ached, and his body bore the marks of the relentless beating he had endured. Namor stared up at Peter, his voice filled with resignation. I give up. You win." Peter's grin beneath his mask was triumphant, and he nodded in acknowledgement of Namor's surrender. "That's what I wanted to hear. It's time to put an end to this. After all, war brings nothing but death and ruin to both sides," he says as he motioned to the guards littered across the floor. "I made sure to hold back, but if this was a war, well, I'd have probably killed you all by now." Namor, his ego humbled and his people's well-being at the forefront of his mind, nodded in agreement. The conflict that had threatened to engulf both the surface world and Talokan had been averted. He never though Spider-Man was this powerful. It made him wonder, are all of the Avengers this strong? Although that thought should have brought upon a dreadful feeling, Namor found himself growing excited. He's been alive for over 500 years, yet not a single person could best him in combat. Now, it seemed like the world was full of worthy opponents. And since he lost, these opponents would become his allies. The remaining guards, still reeling from their defeat, reluctantly lowered their weapons, their loyalty to Namor momentarily overshadowed by the undeniable strength and determination of their opponent. Peter extended a hand to help Namor up to his feet, his tone now laced with empathy. "Let's find a way to bring peace to both our worlds, Namor. The Talakanil and the surface nations deserve a future without fear and conflict." Namor, bruised and battered but with newfound humility, accepted Peter's hand. He had lost and he wouldn't go back on his world, his ego wouldn't allow it. Peter patted him on the shoulder. "All right, let's get you prepped." "Prepped?" Namor asked in confusion. "Prepped for what?" "For your debut at the United Nations." As the chaos in the throne room of Talokan came to a close, things were starting to get exciting back in the Avengers Tower. In a laboratory on one of the higher floors, Hank Pym and his daughter, Hope Van Dyne, labored tirelessly. The dimly lit room was a testament to their relentless pursuit of a singular goal, to find and rescue Hope's mother. Before them, a swirling vortex of energy crackled to life, a portal to the mysterious and elusive quantum realm. The room hummed with anticipation as Hank and Hope watched, their breaths held in anticipation. For a fleeting moment, it seemed as though the veil between dimensions had been pierced, revealing a tantalizing glimpse into the enigmatic realm beyond. But as quickly as it had appeared, the tunnel faltered and collapsed, leaving only a fading echo of its existence. Hank Pym clenched his fists in frustration, his voice laden with determination. "We're getting close, Hope. Closer than ever." Hope nodded, her eyes fixed on the failed portal, her thoughts consumed by the possibility that her mother, Janet Van Dyne, might still be trapped within the depths of the quantum realm. It had been decades since Janet had shrunk to subatomic levels, and the search for her had become an unrelenting quest, which the Avengers so graciously funded. Although she was still determined to keep trying, Hope couldn't help but express her annoyance. But why does it keep closing? We've been at this for weeks and the gateway always fails. It's like we're not even making progress anymore. Don't worry. We'll get it. We just have to keep trying. Of course, Hank felt the same as his daughter, but he refused to voice his anguish. At least not in front of her. Maybe I should ask Stark for help. He hated the very thought of asking a Stark for help, but they were running out of ideas here. A/N, 1638 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 474, C474 bothersome gin. Police car light insert drugs gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Monkayaking, trophy, A/N, the Demon King must be dethroned, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. Hours after the battle that had unfolded in the throne room of Talokan, a slightly bruised and battered Namor, King of Talokan, stood before the United Nations. It was an unprecedented moment in history as he addressed the assembly of world leaders, and Peter stood quietly behind him, casting a watchful presence that seemed to suggest Namor's appearance was not entirely voluntary. Namor cleared his throat, his regal attire now impeccably repaired, though traces of recent combat were still evident on his face, which was bruised and cut in few places. Ladies and gentlemen of the United Nations, representatives of the surface nations, and esteemed guests, he began, his deep voice carrying authority. I stand before you today not as a conqueror, but as a seeker of unity and understanding. A hushed murmur swept through the assembly as they beheld the imposing figure of Namor, the King of Talokan. It was a shocking sight, one that many had thought they would never witness. After all, just the other day they were told that this man was planning to start a war with them. Yet here he is, seeking unity and understanding. Namor continued, for too long, the oceans and the surface world have been divided by fear and mistrust, which falls mainly on our part. But today, I come with an offer of peace and cooperation. The time has come to bridge the gap between our worlds and work together for the betterment of all. Peter, standing just behind Namor, had a knack for influencing the situation without uttering a word. His mere presence suggested that Namor had been brought here against his will, and it was clear that the King of Talokan was not in the position to refuse. Namor's speech was well rehearsed, emphasizing the need for collaboration on environmental efforts. He commended the many surface nations for their newfound dedication to preserving the planet, echoing his words of unity. It was a speech that appealed to the very heart of the United Nations mission, and the delegates listened intently, knowing all the while that Spider-Man was behind this. As Talokan joins the United Nations, we pledge to work hand in hand with all nations, to share our knowledge and resources, and to protect the oceans that are our shared heritage, Namor concluded, his words met with resounding applause. Peter smiled under his mask and clapped Namor on the shoulder. Nicely done. Namor, who was forced to say these things, couldn't help but force a smile onto his face. He may not have written those words, but they were his now and he would have to follow them. Though the small bit about the oceans being everyone's shared heritage definitely left a bad taste in his mouth. After all, he is the king of the ocean. The idea of sharing never really came to mind until now. And with that, the UN meeting came to an end, and it was official, Talokan was now a member of the United Nations, alongside Wakanda. The world had witnessed an extraordinary shift in the balance of power, as 2 extremely advanced hidden nations joined the global community, bringing with them the promise of collaboration and progress. The following day, the world was in shock as information about Talokan flooded the airwaves, television stations, and the internet. The hidden nation had been unveiled to the world, and its advanced technology and unique culture were the subject of intense scrutiny and fascination. News broadcasts featured images of Talokan's breathtaking underwater city, its majestic architecture, and its people who had remained hidden for centuries. The world watched in awe as they learned about the advanced technology and sustainable practices that had allowed Talokan to thrive beneath the ocean's depths. But that wasn't all. Rumors began to circulate, fueled by pictures of Namor's bruised and battered form from the UN meeting. Some broadcasters speculated about the events that had unfolded, suggesting that Spider-Man had been instrumental in convincing Namor to seek peace. As the world grappled with the revelation of Talokan's existence, one thing became clear: the balance of power on Earth had shifted once more, and the potential for a new era of cooperation and discovery had dawned. A day had passed since Hank and Hope's experiment in the Avengers Tower had once again ended in disappointment. The failed attempts to breach the quantum realm had left Hank feeling a gnawing sense of frustration, a feeling that had become all too familiar over the years. But this time, he knew he had to do something different, something he had been avoiding for a long time. With a determined resolve, Hank made his way to the hall outside of Tony Stark's workshop. Hope was visiting Scott at the moment, which gives him just enough time to beg Stark for help. Ugh. I feel a headache coming on already. Just the thought of it gave him a migraine. When he arrived outside Tony's lab, Hank paced back and forth, his thoughts a tumultuous whirlwind of doubt and determination. He had never liked Tony's father, mainly because the man couldn't keep his eyes and sometimes his hands off of his beautiful wife. And although Tony hasn't necessarily done anything to him, Hank still doesn't like him, considering him a reckless playboy who had little respect for the scientific community. But desperate times called for desperate measures, and his wife's fate hung in the balance. He just couldn't waste any more time. After several minutes of internal debate, Hank finally stepped up to the door leading to Tony's lab. He hesitated for a moment, his hand hovering over the buzzer that would announce his presence. Inwardly, he cursed himself for needing to seek help from the son of the men he had despised for so long. Before Hank could make up his mind, the door unexpectedly slid open on its own. Inside, he found Tony Stark waiting for him, an amused look on his face. Are you coming in? Or were you planning to pace outside my workshop for another 10 minutes? Tony had been informed by Jarvis of Hank's peculiar behavior outside the lab, and he couldn't resist the opportunity to tease the old scientist. Tony's smirk only deepened as he watched Hank's discomfort. He knew that Hank had come here for a reason, and the fact that he had swallowed his pride and sought help from Tony was a source of great amusement for the billionaire. Hank gritted his teeth, fully aware of the smug expression on Tony's face. He had no choice but to proceed with his request, no matter how much it grated on him. Stark, I need your help. Tony's grin faded slightly as he saw the seriousness in Hank's eyes. He leaned against a workbench, folding his arms across his chest. All right, Pim, I'm listening. What's got you so desperate that you had to come crawling to me? Hank took a deep breath to steady himself before explaining his predicament. He recounted the decades-long search for his wife, Janet Van Dyne, and the repeated failures to access the quantum realm where she was believed to be trapped. He spoke of the recent experiment with Hope and the frustration of being so close yet so far from reaching his goal. Tony listened attentively, his amusement replaced by a growing sense of empathy and interest. He had a keen interest in the quantum realm, and the opportunity to explore its mysteries was too enticing to pass up. He thought for a moment before nodding slowly. I'll help you, Tony said, surprising both Hank and himself with his willingness. But there's a condition. I'm coming with you on this mission. I want to see what's inside the quantum realm for myself. Hank hesitated, torn between his reluctance to involve Tony and his desperation to rescue Janet. After a moment, he begrudgingly agreed. Fine, Stark. You can come along. But don't expect me to hold your hand or be your babysitter. Tony smirked once more, a hint of genuine amusement in his eyes. Deal. Now let's get to work, he said as he grabbed some supplies and followed Hank down to his and his daughter's lab. Returning home a day after his victorious battle with Namor, Peter stepped through the front door, ready to return to his lazy life. I'm going to do nothing but eat, sleep, and watch TV. But he barely had time to take a breath before he found himself under attack from an unexpected assailant. A small figure, barely reaching his waist, lunged at him with all the ferocity an 11-year-old could muster. Instantly, Peter's reflexes kicked in, and he sidestepped the incoming assault with ease, watching with amusement as his daughter, Lily, flew past him in a blur of motion. Her attempts to drop-kick him were valiant but ultimately futile. Getting a good look at her, Peter couldn't help but burst into laughter as Lily scrambled to her feet, her eyes narrowing in determination. The day before he had left to confront Namor, Lily had unknowingly started a war. She stomped on Peter's stomach to wake him up, and in return, he had used some mischievous magic to turn her hair bright green. Of course, she hadn't noticed until her friends had brought it to her attention. But that was halfway through the school day, and up until then she was wondering why everyone was looking at her funny. Lily pointed accusingly at her still green hair and declared, "You'll pay for this." Peter smirked, his playful side fully awakened. Bring it on. What followed was a fierce battle that erupted throughout the house. Lily darted and weaved, launching attacks at her father with all the speed and agility her spider powers granted her. However, Peter, with years of experience and his own enhanced abilities, effortlessly dodged every strike. It was clear that he was holding back, but even at her best, Lily couldn't land a hit on her father. After a long battle of what appeared to be superpowered tag, Peter stood over a panting and collapsed Lily. He knelt down beside her, a mischievous glint in his eye. Why didn't you just turn your hair back to normal? Lily, still catching her breath, glared up at her father. I tried, but it just kept turning green again. I even had to go to school with green hair for a second day because you didn't come back until now. Peter chuckled and waved his hand, instantly restoring Lily's hair to its natural color. There, all better. Lily scoffed, but she couldn't hide her smile as she took her father's hand and got up from the floor. As she did, she angled her leg and delivered a superpowered kick to his stomach. Peter, who could have easily dodged the kick, let it land, wincing playfully as he held his abdomen. Lily might have been small, but her strength was impressive for her age. He grinned and said, "Yeah, that's better." With a beautiful smile and a skip in her step, Lily ran off, her earlier frustration now replaced with joy. As she disappeared into another room, Peter turned to find MJ leaning against the kitchen doorframe, an amused look on her face. MJ raised an eyebrow and said with a smirk, "I told you she'd be mad when she found out about her hair." Peter shrugged, his expression untroubled. "Meh, she seems all right to me." Later that night, Peter lounged on the couch, living his lazy man's dream, flipping through Netflix without much enthusiasm. He had earned a break after stopping what could have been World War III, and he intended to enjoy every moment of it. However, his leisurely evening was abruptly interrupted when a distinctive blue figure appeared beside him. It was Jeannie, the magical being that currently resides in his penthouse back at the tower. "Hey there, compadre," Jeannie greeted as a sombrero appeared on his head. Peter turned his head lazily and nodded. "What's up, Jeannie?" Jeannie was appalled by Peter's low-energy response and floated closer. "You, my friend, seem in dire need of some excitement." "I'm bored, and you know what happens when I'm bored." Peter sighed, not eager to have his peaceful evening disrupted. "Fine, Jeannie. What do you want to do?" Jeannie's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "How about a little adventure? You and me, taking on the world, just like old times. What do you say?" Annoyed and unwilling to entertain the idea, Peter came up with his own idea. "All right, Jeannie, you win. I'll take you on the next mission I go on. Just promise me you'll be quiet until then." Jeannie clapped each of their hands together dramatically, agreeing with boundless excitement. "Deal." And just as Peter and Jeannie were about to settle in for a quiet night of Netflix and chill, minus the innuendo, Peter's phone suddenly went off. He sighed and reached for it, only to see that it was a call from Tony. And he even had a few missed calls from Hank Pym. Instantly, Peter could tell that his night would soon be ruined. Why? "I just want to be lazy." Is a few days on the couch really too much to ask? Turning to Jeannie, who wore an evil smirk, Peter suddenly realized that his blue friend knew this would happen. "You mother asterisk cur. A/N, 2246 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down." Chapter 475, C475 Ghost. Police car light insert presidential gifts/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Shadow_D_Monarch 3, Trophy, A/N, a new king rises, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. "Yo, Tony, what's up?" Peter asked as he picked up his phone, hoping for a simple, quick conversation that wouldn't require him to leave his comfortable spot on the couch. Tony's voice crackled with urgency on the other end. "Hey. We've got a situation here." The sounds of thruster blasts and destruction followed. Peter closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the weight of his laziness being shattered by the demands of being a superhero. "All right, I'm on my way." As he ended the call and let out another exasperated sigh, his spider suit flashed over his body, replacing his normal clothes. With that done, he glanced over at Jeannie, who was practically buzzing with excitement. The mischievous Jinn was loving every minute of this. Jeannie floated closer to Peter, his blue form shimmering. "What are we waiting for? Let's go." Peter chuckled, despite his reluctance. Yeah, Jeannie. You're getting what you want, but remember, you have to keep a low profile. No genie magic, and you'll need to look like a regular human." Jeannie beamed and, with a flourish of his magical powers, transformed into a human form. He now appeared as a tall, athletic Kree man, dressed in casual attire that wouldn't draw attention. "How do I look?" Peter nodded his head. "Yeah, that'll work. But remember, if anyone asks, you're a friend of mine from my time off planet." With their disguises in place, Peter waved his hand, conjuring a shimmering golden portal that hovered before them. He stepped aside and gestured for Jeannie to go first. "All right, Jeannie, let's get this over with." The two of them stepped through the portal, the golden energy swirling around them as they stepped into Avengers Tower. Emerging on the other side, they found themselves in the midst of a fight, which was currently destroying Hope and Hank's lab. The scene before them was nothing short of pandemonium. Iron Man, in his sleek crimson and gold suit, darted around the room with bursts of repulsor blasts. Ant-Man and the Wasp, which Peter guessed was Hank and his daughter, were zipping in and out of sight, their sizes shifting from minuscule to normal in the blink of an eye. And there, amidst the chaos, was Ghost, a masked womanly figure in a white suit that seemed to flicker in and out of reality. Her movements were elusive, a blur of motion as she phased in and out of visibility, making her an elusive target. Insert picture of Ghost/Ava Star here. Tony's voice crackled over the suit's comm system. Come on. We need to corner her. Isn't that the girl with some weird quantum disease? What was her name again? Peter watched the battle unfold with a mix of amusement and curiosity, leaning against a lab table with Jeannie by his side. Looks like they're having a rough time. Jeannie nodded with an impish grin. That lady's powers are interesting, it's like she fades into another dimension. Peter nods his head. Yeah, but it seems to be tearing her body apart and then mending it back together. That's gotta hurt. Ghost sensed Hank and Hope's approach and phased through them, emerging behind the father-daughter duo. Before they could react, she delivered a swift kick to Hank's back, sending him sprawling. Hope narrowly avoided the attack, soaring upwards to regain her normal size. Jeannie nodded his head in agreement as he gestured toward the chaos in front of them. Are you going to help them, or? Peter shrugs. Nah, let's watch for a bit. They ruined my lazy night, so let them suffer for a while. Peter raised an eyebrow, considering his options. He had more than enough power to put a swift end to this little skirmish. However, he wanted to enjoy the show for at least a little while. Iron Man's repulsor beams lashed out, narrowly missing Ghost as she phased in and out of existence. Hank and Hope shrunk down, attempting to take her by surprise in miniature form. The chase was on, and it was clear that they were struggling to keep up. As the battle raged on, the frustration among the heroes was palpable. But Ghost remained eerily silent, her every movement taunting them. She was like a literal ghost, her form intangible no matter what they threw at her. As he watched them fight, Peter started to realize that they need to update the tower's security. After all, Ghost isn't a current member of S.H.I.E.L.D., which means she got past all of their security. I'll have to come up with some sort of dimensional security. Maybe I can con the Ancient One into doing it. After a while, the battle continued to escalate, with no sign of Ghost getting caught. It was at that moment that Tony realized Peter was here, sitting at the back of the room, casually watching them suffer. Tony was not happy. Hey! A little here. He yelled, which drew everyone's attention back to Peter and Jeannie. Peter sighed dramatically, finally relenting to the inevitable. With a begrudging expression, he stepped forward, his power coursing through his veins. In an instant, he snapped his fingers. Time seemed to slow as Ghost's eyes widened in shock. Her phasing powers faltered, and with a loud thud, she ran face first into a nearby wall, her body becoming solid and corporeal. The white-suited woman crumpled to the floor, dazed and disoriented. What did you do? Tony exclaimed, his voice a mixture of awe and confusion. After all, they've been fighting her for a while now and nothing has worked. Yet all Peter needed to do was snap his fingers and she was defeated. Peter glanced at Ghost before shrugging toward Tony. I temporarily sealed her powers, he explained casually. Ghost lay on the ground, her breath shallow as she realized the impossible. Her powers, the source of endless torment and pain throughout her life, were gone. She reached out to touch the wall, her hand trembling as she felt the cold, solid surface. The pain that had always haunted her had disappeared. Seeing that Hope was about to continue her attack on the now powerless Ghost, Peter dashed over, swiftly intercepting her. Easy there, the fight's over. Hope blinked in surprise, her anger and determination waning as she recognized Peter. She hit me at least 10 times. Can't I get one? Peter smiled under his mask. No, but maybe next time. Ghost, lying on the floor, stared up at Peter with a mixture of shock and disbelief. She reached out, her fingers trembling, and grabbed onto Peter's leg. Please, don't let it come back, she begged, her voice filled with desperation. With a gentle but firm tone, Peter replied, well, it's only temporary. Your powers will return eventually. Ghost's mask fell to the floor, revealing her tear-streaked face. She sobbed uncontrollably, her shoulders shaking. I don't want them back. I can't stand the pain anymore. Please don't unseal them. I don't want to die. Tony, Hank, and Hope stood in stunned silence, their formidable foe reduced to a crying, vulnerable woman by Peter's intervention. It was a sight they never expected to witness, the enigmatic Ghost stripped of her powers and her stoicism. What do you mean you don't want to die? Tony asks curiously, confused by the sudden turn of events. Once Ghost calmed down, everyone gathered around Peter and the now powerless woman. Tony was the first to speak, his Iron Man suit retracting its faceplate to reveal his face. All right, lady, the game's over. Who are you, and what's with these powers of yours? Ghost, her mask now discarded on the floor, looked up with tear-filled eyes. Her once defiant demeanor had crumbled, replaced by an overwhelming sense of vulnerability. She hesitated for a moment before speaking, her voice shaky. I'm Ava Starr, I used to work for S.H.I.E.L.D. She began, her words quivering. And my powers, they're a curse. Everyone remained silent, listening intently as Ava continued to speak. I suffered a quantum accident, Ava explained, her voice filled with pain. It tore me apart at a molecular level and then put me back together. I became out of phase with reality. My body constantly shifts between dimensions, and it's excruciating. Tony exchanged glances with Hank, who was equally perplexed by Ava's revelation. So, your powers are what's causing you all this pain? Tony asked, his tone surprisingly empathetic. Ava nodded, her tears continuing to flow. Every moment of my life is agony. I'm in a constant state of flux, never fully here or there. It's a living nightmare. And if that wasn't enough, I'm slowly dying because of it. Hank, who had been silently observing, chimed in, his voice tinged with sympathy. And what were you trying to achieve by attacking us? After all, they were just working on the portal to the quantum realm when Ava suddenly appeared out of nowhere and started attacking them. Ava glanced at the floor, shame and regret in her eyes. Bill Foster said your technology might be able to help. I thought if I could steal it, I might find a way to stabilize myself, to end the pain. I didn't want to hurt anyone, but I was desperate. Hank began to grumble at the mention of his estranged business partner's name. That loud-mouthed idiot. Hope, who had been silently listening, spoke up with a softer tone. We can help you, Ava. You don't need to steal. We'll gladly help you find a cure. Ava's eyes widened in surprise, disbelief etched on her face. You would help me? She was used to a Hydra-controlled shield, who would do nothing but use her without anything in return. Hope nodded, her expression sincere. We're scientists. Our goal is to help people, not to hurt them. We'll do whatever we can to find a solution. Peter, who had been observing silently, stepped forward. Well, I'm sure they can help, but I can probably cure you by tomorrow. The question is, do you want to keep your powers or no? Ava's tear-filled eyes looked up at Peter in shock. You have the power to fix it. Permanently. Peter nodded solemnly. I can. I'll have to run a few scans, but I should be able to fix you up with a spell or two. But it's your choice whether you want to keep the powers or not. Ava hesitated for a moment, her mind racing. Though she didn't hesitate for long. I want them gone. She stated resolutely. I'm tired of being used. I just want to live a normal life. A/N, 1785 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 476, C476 Fixed End Affair. Police car light insert hillbilly gifts /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Alien Warlord, Trophy, A/N, it's me. The one true king has returned. Crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. Peter's eyes shimmered with a faint glow as he waved his hand, projecting a glowing golden barrier around Ava. The magical barrier encased her entire body, bathing her in a soft, ethereal light. It was a sight to behold, a fusion of science and magic, as Peter initiated the scans to understand the nature of Ava's affliction. Tony, Hank, Hope, and Jeannie watched in fascination as the golden barrier began its work. They had never seen anything quite like it, and Peter's proficiency in both technology and mysticism left them in awe. As the scans progressed, Tony couldn't help but break the silence, his curiosity getting the better of him. So, what's the diagnosis? What's wrong with our ghostly attacker here? Peter continued to concentrate on the scans, his eyes locked onto the glowing barrier surrounding Ava. Well, from what I can see, her body has been bathed in an unholy amount of quantum energy. It soaked into her very being, from her physical form to her astral self. He spoke with a tone of concern, fully aware of the gravity of Ava's condition. Tony furrowed his brow. Quantum energy. So she has some type of dimensional radiation poisoning, . Peter nodded somberly. In a way, yes. Humans aren't built to hold these kinds of dimensional energies within their bodies. To do that, you'd need to be either a master of the mystic arts or a metahuman. Ava, unfortunately, is neither. Hank and Hope exchanged worried glances. They had suspected as much, but hearing it from someone as knowledgeable as Peter made it all the more daunting. Ava, who had been listening to the conversation with rapt attention, finally spoke up with a tremor in her voice. So, what does that mean for me? Can you do anything about it? Peter waved off her concerns. Don't worry, Ava. I can help. Since you don't want to keep your powers, it makes things even simpler actually. With a graceful wave of his hands, Peter began to conjure a complex spell circle in the air. The circle pulsed with intricate lines and symbols, each one more perplexing than the last. Ava's eyes widened as she watched the mystic display unfold before her and swiftly cover her entire body. Tony watched as Ava began to glow in an odd light, a mix of concern and interest written all over his face. Is she supposed to be glowing like that? Peter chuckled softly, his focus never wavering from the spell. Yeah, that's just the quantum energy being expelled from her body. It can be a bit dramatic. Ava gasped as the light surrounding her intensified, creating a breathtaking display of otherworldly luminescence. It was as though the very essence of her being was being purged of the quantum torment it had endured for so long. The room fell into a hushed reverence as they watched the transformation unfold. Ava's body trembled with the release of energy, and she let out a shuddering breath. It was a difficult and painful process, but there was a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the brilliant glow began to subside. The spell circle dissipated into shimmering motes of golden light, fading away like stardust. Ava stood before them, her breathing heavy, her body drenched in sweat. Peter stepped forward, his eyes filled with genuine concern. Ava, are you all right? Ava nodded, her voice a mixture of relief and exhaustion. I think so. It's just, I've never felt anything like that before. Hank and Hope approached her cautiously, concern etched on their faces. They had been witnesses to a truly extraordinary event, one that defied their understanding of science and magic. Tony couldn't resist a touch of sarcasm as he quipped, well, that was one heck of a light show. But are you back to normal now? Ava gave a weak smile, her gratitude shining through. I hope so. I haven't felt this human in a long time. Hope stepped closer, her expression empathetic. We'll monitor your condition, Ava. If you need anything, just let us know. Ava nodded in a daze. Thank you. Hope smiled, happy that everything turned out okay. No problem. Ava, now free from her torment and subsequent death sentence, rushed up to Peter and dived into his chest. Thank you, she whispered, her voice quivering with emotion. I can't believe I'm finally free from that pain. Peter awkwardly returned the hug. You're welcome. He pat her back gently. You said you used to work for S.H.I.E.L.D., right? Ava nodded as she released him, tears of relief still in her eyes. Yeah, they promised to help me if I worked for them, but they never did. Why? Because, I'll have Fury whip you up a nice retirement package to help with the start of your new life. Peter explained, which only made Ava cry even more than before. Thank you. She exclaimed as she dived into Peter's arms for a second time. After sending Ava home for the night, Peter finally took a step back, his eyes scanning the room. His work here was done, and he was tempted to retreat to his cozy couch once again. Tony cleared his throat and asked a question that Peter was hoping to avoid. Now that that's settled, how would you like to give us a hand with this quantum portal? Hank Pym, who had been silently sitting in the background, finally spoke up. As you already know, we've been trying to safely access the quantum realm. But we've hit a dead end. The portal keeps destabilizing, and we can't seem to figure out why. Peter's initial instinct was to decline, his cozy couch and Netflix calling out to him. But then he turned to look at Jeannie, who was wearing that unnerving expression that resembled a giant puppy dog, begging with teary eyes. Lily's puppy dog eyes are way cuter. When he does it, it's just disgusting. Although he didn't want to, Peter decided to do what Jeannie asked. After all, he hasn't seen the djinn in a while. All right, I'll help with your little quantum realm rescue mission. But Jeannie gets to tag along as well. He's visiting, so I can't just leave him. Tony's face lit up with satisfaction, knowing that he had convinced Peter to join their expedition. Great. With your help, this trip should be a breeze. We're going to crack the quantum realm wide open. He said before turning to Jeannie. He's the Kree guy that helped us on Sakaar, right? He can come. Jeannie nodded with a knowing smirk on his face. Yup, that me. Just your average Kree male, visiting my good friend Dash. Seeing that Jeannie was hamming it up a bit too much, Peter had to cut in, slapping him upside the head in the process. Don't mind him, he has brain damage. He hasn't been the same ever since. Right. Tony muttered suspiciously. Anyway, let's take a look at this portal. Peter quickly changes the subject. A few days later. The lab was a hive of activity as Peter joined Tony, Hank, and hoped to work on the portal to the quantum realm. Tony had brought along an array of his own specialized equipment, which everyone was thankful for. After all, Tony always had the best toys. Hank wasn't exactly happy to have so many cooks in his kitchen, but he begrudgingly adjusted to a crowded lab. As for his daughter, Hope was more than happy to have the help. She just wanted her mother back and would do anything to make that happen. Meanwhile, Tony seemed to be enjoying his time with Hank, annoying the old man at every possible moment. Peter tried to keep the peace between them at first, but swiftly gave up on that far-fetched dream. Jeannie, on the other hand, just sat back and enjoyed the show. He wasn't exactly a scientist, so he was delegated to the back of the room, where he couldn't mess anything up. As they worked together, the room hummed with a palpable sense of progress as the portal's energy signature began to shift with every test, inching closer and closer to stability. Hope's voice crackled with excitement as she observed the data. We're almost there, just a little more. Soon enough, the final adjustments were made, and Peter, Tony, Hank, and Hope shared a moment of anticipation. The quantum portal, once a chaotic swirl of energy, now stood still, radiating an eerie, otherworldly glow. Tony couldn't contain his excitement. We did it. The portal's stable. Hank's skepticism had transformed into grudging admiration. I can't believe it. Hope's face lit up with a brilliant smile. We've achieved the impossible. Peter shrugged. After all, a portal to another dimension wasn't exactly a new thing for him. Though the quantum realm is a bit different than other dimensions. So, what now? With everything in place, Hank stepped forward to take the lead. Now, we run some tests, prepare, and find a way to bring Janet back. If she's still alive. Quantum realm, Axia. Deep within the shimmering city of Axia, in a chamber concealed from prying eyes, Janet Van Dyne lay in peaceful slumber. Though under her pillow, a shimmering pistol could be seen, hidden and ready in case of emergencies. Insert picture of Janet here. By her side rested her lover, their limbs intertwined under the thin white sheets. He was an older human-looking man with gray hair, and a fellow member of the resistance. A/N, 1,600 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 477, C477 into the quantum realm. Police car light insert blind gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Dark Slayer, Trophy, A/N, Crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. Days had passed since Peter, Tony, Hank, and Hope had embarked on their mission to stabilize the quantum portal and find a way to bring Janet Van Dyne back from the mysterious depths of the quantum realm. In the confines of their high-tech laboratory, they had made significant progress but encountered a series of unexpected challenges. Their first hurdle revealed itself during the testing phase. Drones sent into the quantum realm would occasionally return at different times than expected, as if time itself played tricks within that dimension. It was a disconcerting mystery, one that threatened the very concept of time as they understood it. Tony, his face etched with frustration, pointed at a monitor displaying the drone's erratic return times. This time hiccup is going to make our rescue mission a logistical nightmare. How are we supposed to navigate a place where time is so broken? Peter, leaning over the monitor with a furrowed brow, contemplated the issue. I've seen something like this before in some books in Camartage. It's a matter of stabilizing the connection to time itself between our world and the quantum realm. Hope nodded her head, still completely and utterly confused. And how are we supposed to do that? Just leave this one to me. With that, Peter set to work, carving intricate runes into the portal's casing. His hands moved with precision, imbuing the gateway with a sense of temporal permanence. It was a fusion of science and magic, a testament to his unique knowledge and abilities. Once the runes were complete, Peter stood back, satisfied with his work. There, the portal should now serve as a constant, untethered from the unpredictable flow of time. Hank observed the modifications with a hint of skepticism. If those symbols actually work, then you solved our biggest problem. I guess. Of course, they had to test it. After all, neither Hope nor Hank had much trust in magic. And after sending in more drones to test the time difference, Hank was shocked to find that Peter did in fact fix their little time problem. With that issue resolved, they turned their attention to the next challenge, finding Janet Van Dyne within the vast expanse of the quantum realm. Hank had some theories involving DNA tracking and energy signatures, but it was far from foolproof and would take a while to get working, and that's if it even worked in the first place. Peter took their plans a step further. He held in his hands a normal compass that he bought online, its needle spinning wildly as if guided by some invisible force. This compass is enchanted with a tracking spell. As long as you can give me some DNA and personal items, it will lead us to Janet once we're inside. Hank raised an eyebrow, impressed by Peter's ingenuity. You certainly have a knack for this magic stuff. He began to wonder whether he should look into learning magic as well. After all, it seems to be fixing all of their problems. Peter grinned under his mask. It's my specialty. But they still had a lot to worry about. After all, the quantum realm was known for its unpredictable dangers. They had witnessed some of them through the eyes of the many drones that ventured inside. From raging storms that seemed to bend reality around them, to unknown creatures, both big and small that would gladly rip them apart or swallow them while. They couldn't risk venturing in blindly. And with this mindset, Hank and Hope had developed a cosmic event detector, a device that would alert them to any impending threats such as quantum storms or other unknown anomalies. As for the creatures inside, they'll just have to fight or run when they come across them. And thankfully, they have Peter so they wouldn't be doing much running. But those weren't the only dangers. No, for all they knew, the quantum realm held all sorts of unknown sicknesses and viruses, so in order to fight against that, Peter cast a very useful spell, which every master of the mystic arts has used at least once, on each of their team members, the vaccine spell. Although the spell is called a vaccine, it doesn't really operate like one. It simply reads your body and logs all of the viruses, germs, and sicknesses that you've ever been exposed to. And with that knowledge, the spell adds these viruses to a white list, which basically says these are normal. The spell then blocks anything that isn't on this white list. It's a spell that every master uses, especially when they're traveling the many dimensions. After all, who knows what types of viruses they'd catch and subsequently bring back to Earth if they weren't careful. As the team made final preparations, Peter couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and trepidation. He had traveled to other dimensions before, but the quantum realm was unlike anything he had encountered. It was a place where the very fabric of reality was in constant flux. A dimension filled with danger and uncertainty. Not to mention Kong the Conqueror. Peter thought with a hint of interest. I wonder if he's in this universe. Because if he is, then I can certainly make use of his multiverse traveling ship. Although Kang's ship was ruined in the movie, stranding him in the quantum realm, Peter knew that he could still study it to help further along his own multiverse traveling dreams. He and Tony have been working on this ever since Peter returned from his accidental multiverse adventure. And they were constantly making strides in their research and development. But there was still one question. If Kong is in the quantum realm, does that mean those time police guys are here as well? Peter wondered, but the more he thought about it, the more he realized it's not very likely. After all, I'm an anomaly that they would have at least tried to deal with. I've changed this universe's timeline so much that it's practically unrecognizable anymore. If they existed, they would have definitely appeared by now. But that doesn't mean that Kong doesn't exist. There are an infinite number of universes, which means there's an infinite number of Peters, MJs, Tonys, and even Kangs. I kind of hope he's here, because I really want that chip of his. Peter's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of greed. Once all of the work was done, Tony clasped his hands together and heaved a sigh of accomplishment. All right, I'm guessing we're done with the preparations. I'm going to get some sleep in preparation for tomorrow's exploration. Jeannie, who had been quiet but observant throughout their preparations, chimed in with an excited grin. Oh, are we finally exploring the quantum realm? Peter nodded tiredly. Yeah, just don't cause any trouble, okay. As the team left the room, each of them began their preparations for the dangers that would soon come. On the following day, everyone arrived with an air of anticipation and anxiety. Peter, Tony, Hank, Hope, and Jeannie stood before the now stable quantum portal, dressed in their trademark suits and armor, carrying an assortment of equipment. The enchanted compass, entrusted to Peter's care, glowed with a soft, reassuring light. Tony cracked a grin in his red and gold armor. All right, did anyone forget to pack their lunchbox? Peter smirked under his mask. Nope, my mom packed my fruit snacks and chocolate pudding. Just as everyone was ready to leave, the doors to the lab suddenly swung open. Hey, guys, mind if I tag along? The team turned in surprise to see Scott Lang, dressed in his Ant-Man suit, standing there with a confident smirk on his face. Hope stepped forward, donned in her wasp suit, her voice tinged with worry. Scott, you shouldn't have come. I told you we can handle it. It's too dangerous. What if something happens to you, huh? What will happen to Cassie? Scott, undeterred, wrapped his arms around Hope's waist, pulling her into his chest. You know, I can't let you go without me. They're dating. Peter wasn't that surprised. After all, they seemed to be heading in this direction on the last time he saw them. Tony couldn't resist a quip. Great, now we've got a whole bug collection. Seeing that her boyfriend wouldn't take no for an answer, Hope had no choice but to give up. Fine, you can come. Just stick close, Scott, and follow our lead. This place is unpredictable and extremely dangerous. Scott nodded, his determination unwavering. Don't worry. We'll find my future mother-in-law. After all, I have to make a good first impression. Hank raised a single eyebrow. Why does she get the good first impression and I get a criminal breaking into my house? With final checks and affirmations exchanged, they fired up the portal and stepped into the swirling unknown. The transition was disorienting, like being caught in a whirlwind of colors and sensations. They held onto each other, relying on their suits to maintain a connection as they tumbled through the quantum tunnel. As they emerged on the other side, the team found themselves in a realm that defied all comprehension. Reality stretched and folded around them in kaleidoscopic patterns, and the very ground beneath their feet seemed to shift like quicksand. Insert a picture of the quantum realm here. Peter surveyed their surroundings with a keen interest. Welcome to the quantum realm, everyone. It's about as I expected it would be. Tony, attempting to appear nonchalant, observed their surroundings with a mix of fascination and unease. I feel like I'm inside the Scream. A/N, it's a famous painting. Suddenly, the compass in Peter's hand began to twitch, its needle spinning for a moment before pointing in a specific direction. The compass is working. Let's follow it. Axia. Khan the Conqueror, the enigmatic master of time and space, sat regally upon a grand floating throne within the heart of his impenetrable citadel. The throne itself seemed to defy the laws of gravity, hovering effortlessly above the polished obsidian floor, a testament to Kang's mastery over the forces that bound the universe. All around him, Kang's subordinates scurried about, bringing him vital information gathered throughout his empire. They were loyal and obedient, for they knew that Kang's wrath was as relentless as his ambition. One of Kang's lieutenants, a figure shrouded in futuristic armor, knelt before him, presenting a holographic display of the quantum realm's landscape. "My lord, we have tracked the resistance." The rebel leader was spotted as well. Kang's cold, calculating gaze fixed upon the hologram, his mind racing with possibilities. Janet Van Dyne was a thorn in his side, a symbol of resistance against his empire. With her leadership, the rebellion has gained constant momentum, threatening Kang's iron rule. A sinister smile played upon Kang's lips as he contemplated the unfolding events. "Prepare my forces. It's about time we've dealt with these terrorists." As Kang's subordinates hastened to carry out his orders, the quantum realm itself seemed to tremble in anticipation, for the conqueror of worlds had set his sights on this dimension, and his presence would shape the destiny of all who dared to tread its unpredictable path. A/N, 1885 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 478, C478 Betrayal. Police car light insert crippled / disabled gif / PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, Darkslayer, trophy, A/N, the 2-time. Crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. Amidst the surreal landscapes of the quantum realm, Peter led the way with the enchanted compass clutched tightly in his gloved hand. The compass's needle quivered and twitched, directing them through a realm where reality itself appeared to be in flux. What started as a few-minute march turned into an endless journey through a bewildering wasteland of shifting sands and odd anomalies. Scott, encased in his Ant-Man suit, couldn't help but voice his growing doubts. "Hey, are you sure this compass of yours is working? We've been walking for ages, and there's no sign of Janet or anyone else anywhere." Hope's voice resonated with uncertainty as well. "Scott's got a point. Maybe we should consider if we're heading in the wrong direction." Hank grumbled alongside them, his old muscles feeling the burn from the endless walking. "Yeah, and we should have brought some vehicles, this place is too big to explore on foot." Before Peter could explain that they were close, as the compass wouldn't be working otherwise, the group came to a sudden halt near the edge of a cliff, their gazes locked on a bizarre and unsettling sight. Down in the vast valley below them, a herd of enormous, luminous orange spider-like creatures roamed freely. The creatures' eyes, akin to fiery embers, turned upward in eerie unison, fixing upon the intruders who had appeared on the cliff above. Tony Stark muttered grimly, "Oh, that's not good." The tension in the air escalated, with both sides locked in an eerie standoff. The luminescent spiders' collective intelligence seemed to process the presence of the interlopers, and as one, they surged into action, charging toward the cliff with alarming speed. The group snapped out of their collective shock, propelled into action by the impending threat. Tony's helmet snapped shut as he rocketed off the cliff, and the others quickly followed suit. Scott, Hope, and Hank activated their respective suits, their forms growing to colossal proportions as they descended into battle. Genie, riding atop Scott's massive head, discreetly used his magic to summon some weaponry, raining down red laser fire from above. Peter, however, remained poised at the cliff's edge, hands tucked casually in his suit's pockets. "I'll just wait until they're finished," Peter thought lazily as a comfortable chair appeared behind him, which he flopped back into without a care for the war unfolding before him. With the size and power befitting giants, the Ant-Man and the Wasp descended upon the horde of luminescent spiders. And before the herd knew it, the small prey that seemed so easy to hunt before, was now squishing them like bugs beneath their boots. Tony's repulsor beams cut through the air, striking multiple targets at once, while Scott's enlarged fists pounded the ground, creating shockwaves that sent the creatures tumbling. Hope shrank and zipped through the air, constantly growing and shrinking in order to more quickly squish the herd of arachnids. Hank, in his towering form, utilized his enhanced strength to deliver crushing blows, rendering the spiders little more than shattered remains. Genie stayed exactly where he was, firing off the top of Scott's head like a madman, a cigar in his mouth and a military helmet atop his head. Peter watched the skirmish unfold with a nonchalant demeanor, his masked face betraying no sign of concern. "This is truly one of the perks of being a superhero," he muttered to himself. After all, he gets to see other heroes in action almost all the time. And it was most definitely entertaining. Far more entertaining than any movie, show, or comic could ever be. The battle raged on, the team's combined might proving overwhelming for the luminescent spiders. One by one, the creatures fell, their glowing forms either flattened or riddled with holes. As the last of the arachnoid foes met their demise, the team regrouped, their suits retracting to their normal sizes. Tony's face mask flung open as he glanced around at his battle-worn surroundings. That was unexpected. He muttered as he eyed the dead creatures with keen interest that only a scientist could have. Scott grinned, his Ant-Man helmet retracting to reveal a triumphant expression. And I thought fighting regular-sized spiders was bad. Hope shook her head, her voice laced with relief. No, I think regular spiders are still much worse. Peter scoffed incredulously. I take great offense to that. He shouted from his seat atop the cliff. Hank looked up at Peter and couldn't help but feel annoyed. Is he always like this? Like what? Tony asked. Lazing around while others do the work and then complaining afterwards. Hank clarifies, clearly bothered. Well, yeah. Tony nodded his head absent-mindedly. You know that I can hear you, right? Peter said as he hopped down the cliff, landing beside the group. Hank didn't seem to care. So. Whatever, follow me. Peter shrugged uncaringly and started walking again, compass in hand. I think we're close. With the immediate threat neutralized, the team continued their journey deeper into the quantum realm, the compass once again guiding their way. The city of Axia within Kang's sprawling empire buzzed with tension. Janet Van Dyne, once the hero known as the Wasp, had become the beacon of resistance against Kang the Conqueror's tyrannical rule. Shortly after they had first met, before his empire was even a thought, she had uncovered the truth about the men she had grown to admire, a men whose lust for power and vengeance knew no bounds. Janet's heart raced as the sirens wailed, signaling the impending attack by Kang's formidable army. She had been preparing for this moment for years, but the surprise assault certainly caught her off guard. How did he find us so quickly? She didn't have time to dwell on her shock. Her years of leadership had honed her instincts, and she immediately sprang into action. Everyone, to your battle stations. Janet commanded, her voice laced with determination. She rallied her comrades, heroes and survivors alike, to defend what little freedom they had left. The resistance fighters, armed with their unique weaponry, fanned out across Axia's streets. Blasts of energy and the roar of battlesuits echoed through the city as they confronted Kang's advancing forces. It was a desperate fight for survival, with countless of her allies being slaughtered as the non-combat personnel were hastily evacuated to safer locations. As the battle raged on, it became evident that Kang's army had the upper hand. Their advanced technology and overwhelming numbers pressed the resistance fighters back. Janet's heart pounded with each passing moment, knowing that their resistance was faltering. Then, amidst the chaos, a glimmer of hope appeared. Janet saw an opportunity to slip away from the front lines and regroup. She didn't like leaving her comrades behind, but she couldn't be captured. The consequences would be catastrophic. Darting through the rubble-strewn streets, her agility and familiarity with the area allowed her to evade the enemy's notice as she escaped. Just when it seemed she might get away, a familiar voice called out to her, "Janet, over here." She turned to see Kryler, her lover and fellow freedom fighter, beckoning her into an alley. Relief washed over her as she rushed toward him, thinking that he had come to aid her as he always does. But as she reached him, Kryler's expression dropped from concern to guilt. Before she could react, he raised his weapon and fired, striking Janet with a paralyzing energy blast. She crumpled to the ground, unable to move as Kryler stood over her. "Why?" Janet managed to whisper, her voice filled with betrayal and disbelief. She trusted Kryler far more than any other member of the resistance. He was there for its founding and seemed to hate Kang as much as any other freedom fighter. She couldn't help but wonder why he would do this. Hell, she even betrayed her wedding vows for him. Though technically, she hasn't seen or heard from her husband in what felt like forever, so it wasn't exactly a hard thing to do. Kryler's eyes dated away, he couldn't look her in the eye. "Kang made me an offer," he said, the guilt written all over his face. "He promised to keep you alive in exchange for what he wants. This is a good thing, Janet. We can be together without worrying whether we'll be killed on some insignificant battlefield or starved because we couldn't find enough food to fill everyone's stomach." Janet looked at him in disgust. "How could you do this? I've told you how manipulative he is. How could you believe him?" Janet watched in horror as Kryler turned away from her, his allegiance now firmly with Kang. Her heart shattered as she realized the depth of his betrayal. Moments later, Kang himself strode into the alley, flanked by his loyal guards. His sinister smile stretched across his face as he gloated, "Ah, Janet, the mighty resistance leader. It appears that your loyalty to the resistance was your downfall." Kryler here was quite eager to switch sides when he saw the benefits of serving me. Janet seethed with anger but remained powerless, her body still paralyzed by Kryler's treacherous attack. Kang continued his taunts, relishing in his victory. "Your little rebellion ends here, love. I have to say, it's been fun while it lasted, but everything has to come to end at some point." As Kang's guards restrained Janet, the once proud leader of the resistance felt a profound sense of defeat. Betrayed by someone she had loved, her comrades captured, and her most valued base in ruins, she couldn't help but wonder if there was any hope left. "All right, round them up." Kang ordered, and his men rushed to take all of the survivors into custody, hauling them back to his towering citadel, prisoners in their own city. As his men worked, Kang snapped his fingers, jolting Janet onto her feet. She stood wide-eyed and frozen, her body completely under his control. "Now, let's get home. After all, you have some explaining to do." Janet glared at him, defiance radiating from her very being. "I'll never help you again." "We'll see." A/N, 1703 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down, don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 479, C479 Reunion and Confrontation. Police car light insert creamy gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Kentash Eyes 22, Trophy, A/N, a new king rises. Crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. Not long after their battle, Peter and the group finally arrived at a place that wasn't either barren or filled with deadly colossal creatures, Axia. Axia was a huge and extremely technologically advanced city. Odd humanoid creatures walked the streets and flying vehicles filled the air. It stretched out before them like a metropolis of the future, a stark contrast to the desolate landscapes they had encountered earlier. Peter smirked under his mask. "Yup, Kang's here all right. Multiverse ship, here I come." Although everyone else was surprised and happy to find civilization inside this wasteland, they were also shocked to see the remnants of a battle at the edge of the city. Smoke filled the air, and buildings, which once stood tall, were either completely destroyed or crumbling to bits. Floating away from the destruction, they could see a cluster of ships, each matching as if they were some sort of military or police. Looking down at the compass in Peter's hand, Hank and Hope watched as the dial followed the ship's trajectory perfectly. Peter studied the compass, his expression thoughtful. "It seems she's on one of those ships." Tony asked, his brow furrowed with concern. "Do you think she's been captured? Or is she with the people who did that?" He pointed to the destroyed portion of the city. Hank didn't even have to think before he shook his head, stating firmly, "Janet wouldn't do such a thing." Peter nodded in agreement. "I guess we'll have to go and find out for ourselves, won't we?" With determination in their hearts, the group decided to follow the compass's guidance once more. Peter, with a casual wave, opened up a portal to the towering citadel at the center of Axia, where the ships seemed to be headed. It didn't take long for the rest of the team to fall in step behind Peter, especially Hope and Hank, who were more than ready to finally see their most loved one once again. Upon returning to the citadel, Kang couldn't help but ask, "What did you see?" He turned to Janet, a curious look in his eyes. "We didn't really get a chance to talk about it last time. But I always wondered. When our minds touched, what did you see?" "A monster who thinks he's a god." She spat venomously. Flashback. One fateful day, as Janet Van Dyne went about her usual routine, trapped in the quantum realm, her keen eyes caught something peculiar hurtling from the heavens. Instinctively, she armed herself, the familiar weight of her wasp gear comforting against the unknown. With determined resolve, she rushed towards the impact site, her senses on high alert. Arriving at the scene, Janet's sharp gaze fell upon a crashed shuttle embedded in the earth, its metallic hull warped and scorched. But what truly seized her attention was the sight of a strange creature materializing beside the wreckage. In a surreal display of otherworldly power, it duplicated itself before her eyes, its eerie twin leaping into a frenzied assault. Janet's battle-honed instincts took over, and with precision, she dispatched one of the creatures, her stings finding their mark. Yet, before she could react to the imminent threat of the remaining doppelganger, it met a sudden and unexpected end, a blaster shot ringing out. Turning swiftly, Janet's eyes met those of her unanticipated savior, a mysterious man sprawled on the ground, his weapon still smoking. Bewildered and injured, he looked at Janet and inquired, "Where am I?" After nursing him back to health, the man, who introduced himself as Kang, revealed a tale that transcended the boundaries of belief. He claimed to be a traveler and scientist, navigating the multiverse in his ship. However, an unforeseen mishap had left him stranded, his craft spiraling off course to this unfamiliar world. Their mutual predicament forged an unlikely alliance as they agreed to work together, seeking to repair Kang's ship and chart a course back to their respective homes. Through countless attempts to mend the intricate multiversal engine core, hope flickered dimly. Amidst the toil of endless repairs, Janet found herself gradually opening up to Kang, sharing the fragments of her life and the deep yearning to reunite with her daughter. Kang, in turn, offered solace and reassurance, promising her a path back to her cherished family. Time passed, and with relentless determination, they succeeded in restoring the core. As they seamlessly integrated it with the ship, an unforeseen event unfolded. The ship, unexpectedly connected to Kang's mind, unwittingly bridged the chasm between their consciousness, allowing Janet to peer into Kang's very soul. In the visions that washed over her, she bore witness to a chilling truth. Kang, in countless timelines and worlds, had been a harbinger of chaos, destruction, and untold death, leaving behind a trail of bloodshed and devastation. His remorseless actions painted a grim portrait. Kang, now aware of Janet's newfound knowledge, attempted to persuade her to adhere to their original plan, sweetening the deal with promises of a safe return to her daughter only minutes after she left. It would be as if she never left. After all, his ship traveled in both time and space. A/N, it's basically a multiverse-hopping TARDIS, minus the bigger on the inside bit. Thinking should I have Peter and Tony make their multiverse-traveling ship something like a TARDIS? But Janet's resolve was unwavering. She knew she couldn't allow Kang to escape his sins. Nor could she allow him to leave his prison. Far too many people, worlds, and universes would pay the price if she did. With a heart heavy but resolute, Janet enacted a daring plan. She manipulated the core's size, shrinking it to a manageable scale before stealing it from the ship's clutches. Armed with knowledge and conviction, she faced the formidable Kang, knowing that defeating him head-on was an insurmountable challenge. Harnessing a series of growth discs, Janet magnified the core's size by 1,000 times, turning it into a potent weapon, which she used to distract Kang as she escaped. Flashback end. Kang's shoulders rose in a nonchalant shrug, a stark contrast to the gravity of their conversation. When you can see time the way I do, you don't get to close your eyes. He paused, the weight of Janet's accusation causing an invisible ache. Although he would never admit it, Kang had trusted Janet far more than he ever trusted anyone else. Inwardly, he lamented, if only she didn't see what I've done, what I'm going to do. Things could have been different. Janet pressed on, her voice heavy with disappointment and anger. And you're the only one who sees. Kang met her gaze unwaveringly. I am the only one that can see it's broken. A bitter retort escaped Janet's lips. And who broke it? Kang's admission was stark, devoid of evasion. I did. Every version of me. My variants throughout the multiverse. Playing with time, like children. But I saw how it ends. I saw their chaos spreading across every reality in existence. Universes colliding. Endless incursions. I saw the multiverse. And it was dying. All because of them. Because of me. So, I set out to fix it. Janet's voice trembled in accusation. You mean you started a war? And now you want to wipe away any universe that's a threat to you? That's what monsters do. Kang's response was unapologetic, a glimpse into the mind of a conqueror. That's what conquerors do, Janet. We burn the broken houses, villages, towns, cities, worlds, and universes. And then we rebuild them anew. Janet refused to relent, her words filled with condemnation. You don't care about saving anything or anyone. You only want revenge because they beat you. You started a war and they finished it. You lost and you hate it. You can't lie to me, I've been in the psychotic little head of yours. I know the real you. Kang's eyes held a depth of pain as he responded, his voice tinged with an anguish only he could understand. You do, don't you? And you're right, I have lost. You have no idea what I have lost. And I will burn them out of time for what they've done to me. Janet's tone turned somber as she pointed out the stark consequences of his actions. You'll be wiping out entire timelines and universes. Murdering trillions and trillions of people. Kang's response was chilling in its detachment. I wish that mattered, Janet, I really do. But it doesn't. As Kang's final words hung in the air, a sudden, golden portal materialized behind Janet, causing both her and Kang to turn in surprise. The portal emitted an otherworldly light, and its appearance was nothing short of astonishing. From the shimmering portal, a group of individuals emerged, their presence commanding attention. Among them, Peter led the way, wearing his Spider-Man suit, his expression hidden under his mask. Peter looked around the high-tech chamber for a moment before asking, Yo, you guys don't happen to have a bathroom, do you? We've been traveling for a while and I was too scared to, out there. I mean, what if some quantum creature swims up my stream or shoots up my A*S while I'm not looking? His voice reverberated through the room, cutting through the tension with ease. Janet, still in shock from the unexpected turn of events and the odd question, managed to stammer, you'll have to ask him. But her words were cut short as her gaze landed on her aged husband, Hank Pym, who stood beside Peter. Tears welled up in Janet's eyes as she called out, her voice trembling, Hank. Hank, equally moved, stepped forward, but before he could reply, Janet's attention shifted to a young woman standing beside Hank. It had to be her daughter, Hope. In a choked voice, Hope called out, Mom. Jellybean. Janet whispered, her nickname for her daughter, disbelief and joy mingling in her voice. Hope couldn't contain herself any longer. She rushed into her mother's arms, tears streaming down her face as they embraced, a reunion they thought impossible until this very moment. Hank moved to join the heartfelt reunion, but Kang had seen enough. With a snap of his fingers, he froze everyone in place, their movements coming to an abrupt halt. Panic and frustration swept through the group as they struggled to move, finding Kang's power unyielding. Congratulations, Janet. You finally reuniting with your family. Kang spoke, his voice laced with a sinister satisfaction. Then, his gaze turned toward the newcomers, curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he addressed the group. How did you manage to come here? Kang inquired, his tone tinged with a hint of amusement. And more importantly, how did you open that portal? Is there a sorcerer among you? It's been a while since I've killed a master of the mystic arts. As Kang questioned their arrival, Peter, who had easily overpowered Kang's hold on him, strolled around casually, examining the technologically advanced equipment within the chamber. He couldn't help but praise Kang. You've got quite the lair here, Peter commented nonchalantly. It's been a while since I've seen one like this. Lately, it's been pretty lacking as far as evil bases go, but this is impressive. I'll give you that. Kang raised a single brow, surprised that someone could so easily slip out of his hold. You are? He asked. Spider-Man. Peter answered as he turned back to Kang. Anyway, where's the bathroom? You might want to be quick because I've been holding it for a while. He warns as he gestures to some nearby equipment. Though I could relieve myself here, but I wouldn't want to hose down your tech. After all, it'll be mine soon, so I want to keep it in good condition. A/N, 2000 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 480, C480 Clash with Kang, 1/2. Police car light insert miserable gifts/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Alien Warlord, Trophy, A/N, it's me. Haha. Crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. Not a single person in the room had expected what came next. As Kang and Janet continued their tense exchange, Peter, seemingly unfazed by the high-stakes conversation, decided it was time to address the elephant in the room, the bathroom. He really wasn't kidding, he had to pee. Seeing as no one was pointing him in the right direction, Peter shook his head in annoyance and snapped his fingers, conjuring a urinal right in the center of the room. It materialized with a metallic shimmer, contrasting starkly with the advanced technology that surrounded it. A collective gasp swept through the room as Peter nonchalantly approached the urinal, his mask still firmly in place. He glanced around, noting the shocked and bewildered expressions on the faces of those present. What? A guy's gotta go when a guy's gotta go, he quipped, unzipping his suit and relieving himself. The act left the room in a state of bizarre silence as everyone watched in utter disbelief. Once done, Peter flushed the urinal with a simple snap of his fingers, and just as abruptly as it had appeared, the urinal vanished into thin air. Not missing a beat, Peter conjured a sink next to the spot where the urinal had been. He began washing his gloved hands, the water flowing from the faucet in a precise stream. His movements were efficient, portraying the confidence of someone who had done this countless times before. While he was washing his hands, Peter turned his attention to Kang. So, big guy, he began, his voice muffled by his mask, are you the bad guy here? Kang, who had been momentarily taken aback by Peter's unusual behavior, tilted his head in curiosity. From a certain perspective, everyone is a bad guy, he replied, a faint smile playing on his lips. But to ourselves, we're the heroes, aren't we? Janet, who had been simmering with anger, couldn't hold back any longer. She interjected, her voice dripping with contempt, don't listen to a word he says. He's a manipulative psychopathic monster who has and will slaughter trillions of people. Not to mention the way he's been ruling this little empire of his, ruthlessly slaughtering anyone who even thinks about disagreeing with him, let alone their families. Kang rolled his eyes at Janet's outburst. Some things never change, Janet, he remarked with a sigh. You always did have a knack for dramatics. Peter, having finished washing his hands, vanished the sink just as effortlessly as the urinal. He turned to Kang with a casual demeanor. So, you are the bad guy, Peter concluded, his tone nonchalant. That's good. Kang raised a perplexed eyebrow. Good? How is that good? Peter nodded, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Yeah, because your tech is pretty advanced. I could make good use of it. Tony Stark couldn't help but nod in agreement, his genius mind already racing at the possibilities. He wanted to study the technology surrounding them, and he knew his friend Peter would be more than willing to share. Kang scoffed at their comments. Are all heroes thieves in your universe? Peter shrugged, seemingly uncaring. It isn't theft, it's confiscation. Bad guys use their toys to commit crimes or hurt others, so they lose ownership. It's like when you play a game. Is it wrong to loot the fallen enemies? Especially the criminal ones? Not really. Kang, still trying to comprehend the situation, pressed further. So, in your point of view, am I truly a bad guy? Peter nodded again, his mask concealing his expression. Yep, probably. Kong couldn't help but laugh. You know, my counterparts across the multiverse would laugh if they heard you say that. How so? Peter asked as he conjured a chair to sit in and a bucket of popcorn to munch on. He could tell when a villainous monologue was coming. Kong began to explain. Out of all the Kangs across the multiverse, I was once the most peaceful. I didn't hurt anyone, steal anything, or commit a single crime. I don't know if I was some anomaly, but I cared, unlike my counterparts. He continued, his voice tinged with a hint of sadness. But one day, while traveling the timelines in pursuit of research, I decided to see the end of it all. What happens when every reality comes to an end? When each multiverse dies and reality itself vanishes? What I found shocked me. My alters from across the multiverse somehow managed to kill reality itself. Nothing was left, and it was all their fault. Janet tried to speak again, hoping to remind everyone that Kong was a monster, but Kong snapped his fingers, rendering her unable to utter a word. Frustration and panic welled up in her as she struggled against Kang's hold. Hope, Scott, and Hank, witnessing Janet's struggle, also attempted to speak out, but Kang's powers silenced them as well, leaving only Peter seemingly unaffected. Peter, still enjoying his popcorn, nodded in apparent understanding. Go on. Kong continued. Upon realizing the chaos caused by, well, myself, I came to a decision. A decision that would change the multiverse forever. I created the Council of Kangs, a governing body for my many selves across the multiverse. A government for the Kangs, by the Kangs, to keep us all in check. Kong seemed to smile slightly, remembering his past exploits. Of course, it wasn't easy. I faced so many challenges, especially in recruiting Kangs from across the multiverse. But after a while, I delegated the task to subordinate Kangs, who carried out the recruitment for me. Sounds like a noble endeavor, Peter commented with a smirk. So, what went wrong? Kong paused for a moment, his gaze shifting to Peter. The more chaotic Kangs, the ones I was trying to stop, decided that there were too many laws, too many regulations. And they certainly didn't agree with any punishments. So, they rebelled, recruited like-minded individuals, and started a war that raged over a vast portion of the multiverse, killing trillions and trillions of people. Janet, Hope, Jeannie, Tony, and Hank watched in silence, their frustration evident in their expressions. Well, Jeannie could break free at any time, but Peter said that he couldn't use his Jinn powers. Kong resumed his narrative, his tone weary. I might not have started the war, but I certainly played a significant part in the deaths of many innocents. As I said before you arrived, I didn't care then, and I don't care now. War is hell, and a war across the multiverse is a far worse hell than any of you could ever imagine. Kang's narrative was momentarily interrupted by Peter, who slurped a cup of ice-filled Coke through a straw. Kong shot him an annoyed glance, prompting Peter to stop and offer a sheepish grin. Sorry, please continue. Kong carried on. Despite the chaos, we had made great strides in winning the war. But then something unexpected occurred. The Kangs I trusted most, my advisors and fellow high-level council members, betrayed me. They destroyed every universe I ruled over, killed my people, my wives, my children, my family, and finally, they stabbed me in the back and banished me here, to the quantum realm. Kang's voice took on a somber tone as he turned to Janet, his expression distant. And when I grew to trust someone again, she betrayed me as well. Janet could feel the betrayal in his voice, and she knew that he was talking about her. But sadly, for him, she wasn't that easily swayed. She may feel a bit bad, but at the end of the day, Kong is a ruthless killer who just couldn't be trusted. She's seen it. Peter couldn't help but nod his head, an impressed look hidden under his mask. Wives, huh? You lucky bee asterisk starred. You know, my girlfriend would probably cut my family jewels off if I did anything like that. Yes, well there are perks to traveling the multiverse. It's impossible for your wives to ever meet or even know of one another. Kong explains, a sly smirk on his face. Though I have had a few mishaps over the years, but a simple mind wipe can clear up just about anything. Peter nods as he vanished his snack and stood up, stretching his body for the fight to come. I feel like my girlfriend would still find out. I think it's the spider senses, you know. Anyway, should we get this show on the road? You still want to fight? Kong asked, hoping he could have won Peter over with his tragic backstory. Peter shrugged. You aren't the only villain with a sad backstory and a heroic goal. Although I do sympathize with your situation and certainly see the threat of your alters, I can't just let you go. Kong sighed in exasperation. He was hoping to avoid a fight with someone of Peter's capabilities, but that didn't seem to be possible. You do know that if you kill me, nothing can stop the other Kangs from coming and destroying your universe. I'm the one who's trying to save you all. Peter finished his stretches. Yeah, I get it, but I'd rather just handle them myself. After all, you can't really be trusted. I mean, you admitted to killing trillions of innocents, so what's to stop you from killing our universe? Especially if it would complete your revenge against the Council. Yeah, you're probably right. So be it. Kong, his emotions a swirling maelstrom, suddenly lashed out with a blue laser beam that erupted from his suit's fist. The deadly energy surged toward Peter, who watched the approaching danger with an almost casual curiosity. Gasps of horror and disbelief filled the room as the laser inched closer and closer to Peter. It seemed inevitable that the blast would make contact, until, at the last possible moment, Peter's gloved hand shot out to intercept it. He caught the deadly laser between his fingers, his expression hidden behind the mask, but his posture oozed confidence. With steady determination, he held the energy beam up for everyone to see, the blue light casting eerie shadows across his suit. I would have slapped it away, Peter quipped, his tone dripping with nonchalance, but I wouldn't want to damage any of this cool tech. Kong, momentarily taken aback by Peter's unexpected prowess, watched in astonishment as Peter calmly held the lethal energy at bay. The others in the room shared equally shocked expressions, torn between awe and disbelief. With a smirk, Peter taunted Kong, "Catch." With a flick of his wrist, he released the laser, sending it hurtling back toward Kong. But the powerful conqueror wasn't about to be caught off guard again. In a flash, Kong disappeared, teleporting a few feet away to safety. As Kong materialized with a triumphant grin, he was ready to gloat, convinced that Peter wouldn't be able to best him. However, his confidence was short-lived as he suddenly sensed something amiss. Over his shoulder, Kong heard Peter's voice call out, "Yo." Before Kong could react, a powerful fist connected with the side of his head, sending him hurtling across the room. His body tumbled through the air, crashing into a window with a resounding thud. Glass shattered and rained down as Kang's form fell out of the building, dazed and disoriented. A/N, 1900 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 481, C481 Clash with Kong, 2 halves. Police car light insert narcissist gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, Monkayaking, trophy, A/N, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. Without wasting a single second, Peter jumped out of the window behind Kong, landing right beside the fallen conqueror. "You still alive?" "Hey. Wait." Genie yelled as he left. "We're still stuck." He yelled as everyone turned to him, confused as to why he could speak and they couldn't. Did Kong forget to mute him as he did them? Coughing out a mouthful of blood, Kong glared up at Peter as he used his suit to teleport a few meters away. The city crackled with tension as Peter and Kong faced off. The air seemed to vibrate with impending conflict, and everyone in the area held their breath, hoping for their emperor's defeat as they cleared away from the two combatants. With a flicker of movement, Kong lunged forward, his armor-clad fist aiming for Peter's face. But Peter, his senses heightened by years of heroism, effortlessly sidestepped the attack, the punch whooshing past him. Kang's fist collided with the reinforced wall behind Peter, leaving a deep dent in its wake. Peter wasted no time. In a fluid motion, he spun around and delivered a powerful kick to Kang's back, sending the conqueror staggering forward. Kong, recovering quickly, unleashed a barrage of blue energy blasts from his palms, each one aimed at Peter's rapidly moving form. Spider-Man's agility was on full display as he gracefully evaded the deadly energy beams. He somersaulted through the air, cartwheeling and twisting to avoid the attacks with uncanny precision. Each blast left scorch marks and craters in the ground and nearby buildings, but none of them found their mark. With a confident smirk hidden beneath his mask, Peter shot a web line at Kang's feet, yanking him off balance and causing him to crash to the ground. Before Kong could recover, Peter was on him, pinning him to the floor with his enhanced strength. Kong struggled beneath Spider-Man's grip, his armor whirring as he attempted to break free. But Peter's grip was unyielding, and he held Kong in place effortlessly. "Is that the best you've got?" Peter taunted, his voice a muffled echo behind his mask. "Because I was expecting a lot more from a guy who could wage wars in entire universes. This is actually kind of sad." Kang's response was a defiant sneer, and with a sudden surge of energy, he unleashed a shockwave from his armor, sending Peter hurtling backward. The force of the blast shattered nearby windows and left Peter skidding across the floor. But Peter quickly regained his composure, his body twisting gracefully as he landed on all fours like a spider. With a determined glint in his eyes, he launched himself at Kong once more. This time, Peter was relentless. He unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, each strike precise and calculated. Kong, despite his armor's formidable defenses, struggled to keep up with Spider-Man's blinding speed. Unlike Kong, who had to rely on his armor to fight, Peter's natural reflexes and strength seemed to dwarf his entirely. Peter's fist struck Kang's armor with resounding impacts, denting the once impenetrable surface and sending shockwaves throughout his body. The air crackled with energy as the two combatants clashed, their movements a blur of motion. Peter's spider sense guided him, allowing him to anticipate Kang's every move and evade his counterattacks effortlessly. Kang, realizing he was outmatched in physical combat, attempted to teleport away. But Peter was one step ahead. With a flick of his wrist, he shot a web line at Kang's ankle, which he imbued with a hint of eldritch energy, preventing his escape. Instantly, Kang's teleportation device malfunctioned, leaving him completely vulnerable. Seizing the opportunity, Peter used his superhuman strength to lift Kang off the ground, holding him in a chokehold. Kang struggled, his armor's servos whining in protest, but he couldn't break free from Spider-Man's vice-like grip. "Where do you think you're going?" Peter asked tauntingly, his voice cold and determined. "You can't leave yet. We're just getting started." Kang's eyes widened with desperation as he realized the futility of his situation. He needed a way out, a bargaining chip. With a flicker of his hand, he activated a holographic interface within his armor, bringing up a live video feed of Tony Stark, Jeannie, Scott, Hope, and Hank, who were restrained nearby. "Let me go, Spider-Man, or your friends will suffer," Kang threatened, his voice strained. Peter's mask concealed his expression, but his resolve remained unshaken. He knew Kang was ruthless, but he couldn't allow himself to be blackmailed. With a calm, almost detached demeanor, he raised his free hand and snapped his fingers. The reality stone responded to his will. Time and space seemed to warp around him as he manipulated reality itself. In an instant, Tony, Jeannie, Scott, Hope, and Hank vanished from their sight, leaving only a bewildered Kang in Spider-Man's grasp. "What did you do?" Kang demanded, panic in his voice. "A magician never reveals his secrets," Peter replied casually, as if discussing the weather. Kang's face contorted with rage, but before he could react, Peter released him and took a step back. Kang stumbled forward, disoriented and furious. As he turned to face Spider-Man, blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, evidence of the earlier blows he had suffered. With a swift and fluid motion, Peter closed the distance between them, his leg snapping up to deliver a devastating kick to Kang's stomach. The force of the blow sent Kang hurtling through the air, crashing into a nearby support pillar with bone-jarring force. "Ugh!" Kang grunted in pain as the pillar collapsed beside him, his armor sparking and falling to pieces as blood oozed from his eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and other wounds that he endured during the battle. With Kang lying battered and broken on the ground, his armor in shambles, and his defiant spirit now diminished, Peter stood over his fallen adversary, contemplating the next steps with his masked visage betraying nothing. Kang, though gravely injured, was not one to yield easily. He wheezed and coughed, his voice strained as he spoke. "You may have won this battle, Spider-Man, but you can never truly defeat me. I am eternal, and my legacy will endure." Peter's expression beneath the mask remained stoic as he considered Kang's words. He couldn't deny the Conqueror's resilience and tenacity. Kang's knowledge, particularly about the Council of Kangs, was too valuable to be lost in the heat of battle. With a solemn determination, Peter reached a decision. He had an idea that would ensure Kang's knowledge wouldn't fall into the wrong hands, and at the same time, he would put an end to Kang's reign of cruelty and bloodshed once and for all. "Your legacy will endure, Kang," Peter agreed, his voice a low, measured tone. "But not in the way you imagine." Kang, weakened and bewildered, could do little more than watch as Peter raised his hand, the red glow of the reality stone shining with an eerie light. The power of the mystic art surged through him, intertwining with the reality stone's might. Peter's actions were deliberate, calculated, as he waved his hands, drawing a cluster of golden spell circles along the air. Kang's eyes widened with dawning realization as he felt a strange sensation. It was as if an invisible force was tugging at his very essence, pulling him away from his battered physical form. Panic welled up within him as he understood the gravity of the situation. What are you doing?" Kang stammered, his voice trembling. Peter's grip on Kang's astral form tightened, the mystic energy flowing through him with an otherworldly glow. He uttered an incantation under his breath, a whispered invocation that resonated with ancient power. The crumbling city around them seemed to hum with energy as Peter's actions reached their climax. With a final surge of mystic force, he separated Kang's astral form from his broken body. Kang's spectral self floated before him, a faint, ghostly echo of the Conqueror's former self. Kang's anger and confusion were palpable as he gazed upon his own ethereal form. He attempted to resist, to fight back against Peter's sorcerous grasp, but it was futile. Peter's mastery of the mystic arts was absolute. With a determined flick of his wrist, Peter summoned a small, intricately carved crystal from a hidden pocket within his suit. The crystal seemed to shimmer with an inner light, as if it held a world of its own within its confines. Kang's astral form was drawn inexorably toward the crystal, his struggles growing more desperate by the moment. He pleaded, he threatened, he cursed, but it was all in vain. With a final, ethereal wail of despair, Kang's essence was sealed within the crystal. Peter held the crystal in his gloved hand, examining it with a mix of curiosity and amusement. Kang's voice echoed faintly from within, a constant reminder of the Conqueror's presence. But Kang was trapped, his knowledge and power now at Peter's mercy. "You'll be my prisoner from now on, Kang," Peter declared, his voice casual. "But look at the bright side, your knowledge of the Council of Kangs will remain with me, and I'll use it to destroy the Council just as you want. Isn't that great?" With that, Peter pocketed the crystal as Kang screamed from within, its soft glow concealed from the world. The battle was over, but the consequences of their clash would resonate through the multiverse. Peter thought to himself. I wonder if the Council of Kangs know he's been defeated. They were able to figure it out in the movie. Meh, whatever. The area was filled with an eerie silence, the tension dissipating as the dust settled. Peter eyed Kang's lifeless body for a moment before snapping his fingers, causing all his armor to disappear. "I'll give that to Tony later." Without a care for anything else, Peter conjured a ball of fire in the palm of his hand, which he tossed over. In a matter of seconds the Conqueror's body was ignited in wild flames. And in a matter of minutes, it was completely turned to ash. "Now, let the looting begin." A/N, 1708 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 482, C482 Looting and Betrayed Lovers. Police car light insert toilet gif /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, Cunning Salazar, trophy, A/N, is this a new king? His name is familiar so I'm not sure. Either way, welcome to the throne. Crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. The battle had come to an end, and Kang the Conqueror lay defeated, reduced to a pile of smoldering ashes. Peter Parker, still clad in his Spider-Man suit, stood amidst the aftermath of the epic confrontation, surrounded by the citizens of Axia who looked at him with a mixture of fear and gratitude. It was a moment of triumph, but there were loose ends to tie up. With a casual snap of his fingers, Peter summoned the power of the Reality Stone once more. The air around him shimmered, and in an instant, the missing heroes reappeared. Tony Stark, Jeannie, Scott Lang, Hope Van Dyne, Hank Pym, and Janet Van Dyne blinked in confusion as they found themselves back in existence. "What just happened?" Tony exclaimed, his suit's HUD displaying multiple error messages as it tried to make sense of the temporal anomaly. "One moment, we were about to be Kang's hostages, and the next." Hank was equally bewildered. "I don't understand. Did we just vanish into thin air?" Peter cleared his throat, his voice calm and collected. "You did, but for good reason. I had to keep you safe from Kang. He was using you as leverage." Scott scratched his head, still trying to piece together what had transpired. "So, you made us disappear?" "How?" Peter smirked beneath his mask. "Magic." Hope shot Peter a curious look. "What happened to Kang? Did you defeat him?" Peter nodded, his eyes shifting to the pile of ashes nearby. "He's gone. For good." As soon as Janet heard those words, she couldn't contain her emotions any longer. Her heart swelled with a mixture of relief, joy, and grief that had been building up for far too long. Her eyes welled up with tears, and she looked at her husband, Hank, and her daughter, Hope, who she's finally reunited with after an eternity apart. "Where is he?" Janet's voice quivered with anticipation. She had to be sure that he was dead. After all, Kang is like a mutated cockroach, he could survive just about anything. Peter silently pointed toward the smoldering remains of Kang. Janet stared at the ashes, disbelief washing over her. Kang, her eternal nemesis, the source of so much suffering, was finally defeated. She couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. Hank, equally moved, embraced his wife tightly. She had fought a seemingly endless battle against Kang, and now, she could finally find some semblance of peace. Though she wasn't the only one in tears. The surrounding Axia citizens couldn't help but cry out in relief and sorrow for the many years spent under Kang's oppressive rule. Just as Hank and Janet found solace in each other's arms, a set of footsteps approached them. A middle-aged man, his features etched with a mix of shock and hope, stepped out from the crowd of Axia citizens who had gathered to witness the battle's conclusion. "Janet," he called out, his voice trembling with a strange blend of guilt and longing. Janet's head snapped toward the newcomer, her eyes locking onto his face. Recognition flickered in her gaze, followed by a bone-chilling glare that sent shivers down the man's spine. This man was Kryler, her former lover from her time in the Resistance. Kryler flinched away from Janet's intense gaze but tried to muster the courage to speak. "Janet, I love you. Everything I did, it was to make a better future for us. And now, with Kang gone, we can rule Axia together. We can make it a better place." Janet's sneer cut through his words like a razor. The man who had betrayed her, who had chosen to side with her greatest enemy, now wanted to rule Axia with her. Her expression darkened as she realized she might not have known Kryler as well as she thought she did. Hank, shocked by this revelation, looked at his wife with a mix of confusion and hurt. He hadn't known about Janet's relationships during her time in the quantum realm. They were separate for a long time, so Hank couldn't blame her too much. After all, even he tried his hand in few dates throughout the years, though not a single woman lasted more than the third date. His love for Janet seemed to always dwarf that of anyone else, except their daughter, of course. And although he couldn't exactly blame her, that didn't mean he didn't feel the slightest bit betrayed. The only question was, who would she choose? Her long-lost husband, or the men she found in the quantum realm? And could Hank live with the fact that she had moved on, replacing him with another man? Only time would tell. As Kryler's words hung in the air, Janet's anger boiled over. She pushed Hank away and walked toward Kryler, her steps filled with purpose. Hank and Hope called out to Janet, trying to understand her actions. Janet/Mom. Kryler, blinded by his own desires, thought that Janet was coming back to him. He eagerly opened his arms to embrace her, but as Janet leaned in, she made a swift, unexpected move. With lightning speed, she reached for the blaster holstered at Kryler's side. In the blink of an eye, she drew the blaster and unloaded it into Kryler's chest. The once confident man crumpled to the ground, coughing up blood that mixed with the crimson pool forming beneath him. Everyone around gasped in shock, except for Peter, who let out a low whistle of approval. "Your mom's kinda scary," Scott whispered to Hope. Janet looked down at Kryler, her expression cold and unforgiving. "We're even now. See you in hell." Kryler, struggling to speak through his dying breaths, gazed up at Janet with a mixture of disbelief and regret. His betrayal had cost him everything, including the woman he had once claimed to love. With a final, rasping exhalation, Kryler succumbed to his wounds, leaving behind a world that would move on without him. Janet stood over Kryler's lifeless body, a sense of finality in the air. Kong was gone, and now, so was the man who had betrayed her. The weight of her long-fought battles and tangled emotions had finally begun to lift, leaving her to face an uncertain future with her husband, Hank, and her daughter, Hope, by her side. She only hoped that her husband could look past her indiscretion, praying that Kryler's death would help show who she really cares for. As Janet explained her actions to her confused family, the trio of Peter, Tony, and Jeannie seized the opportunity to sneak away and begin their looting mission within Kang's citadel. Scott Lang, torn between joining the heist and making a good impression on his future mother-in-law, chose to stay with Hope and her family, at least for now. The trio swiftly moved through the labyrinthine halls of Kang's fortress, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. They knew that within these walls lay treasures from across the multiverse, and they were determined to claim them as their own. Tony couldn't resist the opportunity to dig deeper into one particular mystery that had been bugging him. As they scoured the citadel for valuables, he turned to Peter, who was walking beside him. "So," Tony began casually, "I couldn't help but notice that Cree friend of yours, Jeannie. He seems interesting. You care to explain?" Jeannie was a few paces ahead, preoccupied with a holographic display of a rare artifact. Peter realized that Tony's curiosity extended beyond mere observation. Peter glanced at Tony, considering his words carefully. He made sure that Jeannie's true nature as a powerful djinn was a well-guarded secret. Peter had instructed Jeannie to keep his powers and identity hidden, given the potential danger if others were to discover it. "Well," Peter replied in a low voice, "Jeannie is a friend of mine. He's unique, and I trust him with my life. That said, if you want to know more about him, you'll need to earn his trust. I can't spill all the beans, you know." Tony arched an eyebrow, clearly intrigued but also slightly annoyed. "Come on. Can't you just tell me?" Peter chuckled beneath his mask. "No." Tony grumbled but decided to take Peter's advice. He walked over to Jeannie, who was busy examining a collection of alien weaponry. "Hey," Tony began with an overly friendly tone, "find anything good?" Jeannie gestured to a nearby rifle, a wary look on his face. "I think that gun might turn people into food paste." Tony groaned in disgust. "You." As Tony and Jeannie struck up a conversation, Peter managed to find Kang's original ship, but of course, it was missing the multiverse engine core. It should be out in the wasteland somewhere. After stashing the ship into a portal, Peter decided to slip away for a moment. He turned to his two companions and spoke up, "I'm going out for a bit. You guys have fun here, and feel free to explore the city once you're done. Who knows what other goodies you might come across." Opening a shimmering portal with a wave of his hand, Peter stepped through and emerged in the wasteland just outside the city. Reaching into his pocket, Peter pulled out the gem containing Kang's soul. Immediately, he could feel Kang's intense glare boring into him from within the crystal. "Kang," Peter began, addressing the trapped conqueror, "I have a question for you." Kang's voice echoed from the stone, laced with a mixture of surprise and suspicion. "What could you possibly want?" Peter's tone remained cool and collected. "I want to know the location of your multiverse engine core. Where is it?" Kang's initial shock at Peter's knowledge quickly turned to realization. He deduced that Janet had shared this information with Peter, but why didn't she just tell him? After all, she knows where it is. F***ck off, Kang retorted defiantly. Peter let out an exasperated sigh. Kang, you have two choices here. You can either work with me, or I can deliver you to the Council of Kangs as a bargaining chip to keep them away from my universe. Either way, I get the Council off my back. Kang hesitated, weighing his options. He had faced countless challenges and manipulations throughout his existence, but Peter's threat struck a nerve. He knew that dealing with the Council of Kangs would be far from pleasant. With a resigned tone, Kang finally relented, revealing the location of the multiverse engine core. Peter smirked under his mask. Thank you, Kang. You've been most helpful. The Conqueror's angry protests were silenced as Peter stored the crystal back in his pocket, where Kang could neither see nor hear anything. With the information he needed in hand, Peter created another portal, this time leading him to the location of the multiverse engine core. As he arrived at the colossal structure, Peter marveled at its sheer size. With a snap of his fingers and the power of the reality stone, Peter shrunk the engine core down to its original size, catching it effortlessly in the palm of his hand. I'll have to permanently shrink it with PIM particles later, he thought as he eyed the core with a greedy glint in his eyes. The tiny, yet incredibly powerful, multiverse engine core pulsed with energy, which brought a smile to its new owner's face. With his prize secured, Peter was ready to rejoin his companions, knowing that this could be exactly what he and Tony need to finish their multiverse traveling project. A/N, 1864 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 483, C483 Council of Kangs. Police car light insert flirtatious gifts /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, Darkslayer, trophy, A/N, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. After acquiring the multiverse engine core, Peter rejoined Tony and Jeannie on the bustling city of Axia. The once ominous citadel that stood in the center of the city now hollow and stripped of its technological wonders, reduced to an empty monument to Kang's former ambitions. As they walked through the city, the trio made it clear that they were willing to buy any tech that caught their eyes. The citizens, still in awe of Peter's victory over their oppressor, were more than willing to part with some of their prized possessions. It was a small token of gratitude for the men who had freed them from Kang's tyrannical rule. Hey, how much for this? Tony inquired, holding up a compact, advanced hard-light holographic device he had found at a street vendor's makeshift stall. The vendor, an elderly woman with a warm smile, shook her head. No charge, dear. It's yours. We owe you and your friend everything. Tony raised an eyebrow, surprised by the generosity. Are you sure? I insist on paying. After all, they had taken an obscene amount of rare materials and money from the citadel. The woman chuckled, her eyes glistening with gratitude. We've been living in fear for far too long. Please, take it as a gift from the people of Axia. Tony accepted the device with a grateful nod, his heart warmed by the genuine kindness of the Axians. Jeannie and Peter, too, received all sorts of presents as gratitude from the citizens. As they continued their stroll through the city, Peter and his companions couldn't help but notice the transformation taking place. The once oppressed people were now free to rebuild their lives and their society. Hope and optimism filled the air, replacing the despair that had hung like a dark cloud over Axia for so long. Returning to the citadel, they encountered a group of armed individuals standing guard. These were the freedom fighters who had been imprisoned alongside Janet only hours earlier, and now they stood guard, determined to ensure that the power vacuum left by Kang's demise didn't lead to chaos. As the guards saw Peter approaching, they immediately straightened their backs and made way for him and his group. They had nothing but respect and gratitude for the men who had liberated them from Kang's clutches. Inside the citadel, Peter found Scott, Hope, Hank, and Janet gathered in a spacious council room. Janet was at the center, giving out orders and instructions to her fellow resistance members. She had swiftly assumed a leadership role, guiding her people through the critical transition period. Well, technically they aren't the resistance anymore since there's nothing left to resist, Peter thought. When Peter and his companions walked in, Janet's glare fell upon him. Must you rob us of all Kang's technology? You do know we live in a dangerous dimension, right? She demanded, her tone a mix of annoyance and resignation. Peter smirked beneath his mask. To the victor go the spoils. He shrugged. Besides, we only took what was in the citadel. I'm sure there's all sorts of useful things left lying around. I even saw a military base at the edge of the city. And before she could say anything else, Peter waved his hand and opened a portal on the center of the ceiling. What are you? Hope asked as a huge pile of what appeared to be thick credit cards fell from the portal and made a tall pile on the floor. Once it was done, Peter snapped the portal shut and gestured to the pile. That's all the money we were able to find. I thought I'd give it to you since it's useless to us. After all, we can't use it back home. Janet huffed but ultimately let the matter drop. She was mad about the stolen tech and resources, but the very other sum of money, which they called Axie, managed to calm her down significantly. Fine, Janet conceded, but don't steal anything from the citizens. They've suffered enough. Peter nodded in agreement. Of course not. I wouldn't dream of it. With that settled, Peter turned to Janet with a more serious question. So, Janet, what are your plans? Will you stay here and take over, or are you planning to return with your family? The room fell silent as everyone, from Janet's family to her dedicated subordinates, waited for a response. Her family had their hopes, and her subordinates had their expectations. Without hesitation, Janet declared, I'm leaving with my family. Her words sent a ripple of mixed emotions through the room. Her family was relieved to hear her choice, but her loyal followers couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. Janet had been a beloved and trusted leader, and they didn't know what they would do without her. However, Janet quickly added, but I won't leave Axia as it is now. I intend to establish a new democratic government here. I won't depart until an election is held among the people to choose their new leaders and representatives. Her announcement brought a collective sigh of relief from her subordinates. While they would undoubtedly face challenges without Janet's direct guidance, they could take solace in the fact that she would leave them with a structured path to follow. The future of Axia was now in their hands, and they were determined to build a just and free society. A few days had passed since the liberation of Axia, and the city was already showing signs of recovery. Janet Van Dyne, once a captive of Kang's tyranny, was now working tirelessly to set up the foundations of a new democratic government. Her dedication to the task was unwavering, as she knew that the future of Axia depended on the decisions made in these early days. Meanwhile, her daughter Hope had been spending most of her time assisting her mother in this crucial endeavor. The reunited family had much to catch up on, and amongst the chaos and responsibilities, Hope had forgotten to introduce Scott as her boyfriend. Scott, on the other hand, had been feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension about Janet's reaction. After all, he had witnessed her ruthless actions when she had killed her old lover, Kryler. That incident had left an indelible mark on his memory, making him understandably cautious about introducing himself as the man dating Janet's precious daughter. One sunny afternoon, or whatever counts as sunny in the quantum realm, as the sounds of construction and rebuilding echoed through the city, Hope decided it was finally time to make the introduction. She had been discussing various matters with her mother when she cleared her throat nervously. Mom, she began tentatively, there's something I have to tell you. Janet looked up from her paperwork in curiosity. Oh. Hope motioned to the nearby entrance, where Scott entered, a nervous smile on his face. You've met Stott, Mom. He's my boyfriend. Janet's eyes widened slightly, her surprise evident. She hadn't expected this, but she quickly regained her composure and fixed her gaze on Scott, eyeing him intently. Scott, feeling the weight of Janet's scrutiny, shifted uncomfortably on his feet. Ah, hi there, Ms. Van Dyne. It's, nice to meet you. Janet continued to assess him, her silence stretching into an uncomfortable moment. Finally, she spoke, her tone dry and laced with a hint of scrutiny. We've already met. Scott nodded, swallowing hard. Yes, ma'am. I care about Hope a lot, and I promise I'll treat her right. Hope watched the exchange with a mix of anxiety and hope. She didn't know how her mother would react, especially after all that she's been through. Janet's lips curled into a sly smile, and she leaned back in her chair. Well, Scott. She reached under her desk and pulled out the same blaster that took Kryler's life, laying it down in front of her with the barrel's end facing Scott. Need I say more? Scott gulped audibly, his nervousness only increasing. He hadn't expected a warm welcome, but this is a bit much. Hope stepped in, trying to defuse the tension. Mom, put that away. Scott's a good guy. Janet chuckled, her stern facade softening as she put her blaster away. I'm just messing with him, sweetheart. Scott, if you've won my daughter's heart, then you must have some redeeming qualities. Just remember, I'm a mother first, and you aren't my son until she has a ring on her finger. Scott let out a sigh of relief, a small smile appearing on his face. Of course, ma'am. You have nothing to worry about. As for a ring, we'll see when the time comes. Janet nodded approvingly. That's what I like to hear. Hope beamed with relief and gratitude as her mother's acceptance washed over her. The tension in the room dissipated, and it was clear that while Janet might be a formidable figure, she also had a deep love for her daughter, and would do anything for her happiness. In a realm shrouded in ominous dark clouds and lit by eerie purple lightning, a stone temple stood in solemn isolation. The exterior was adorned with imposing statues, each resembling Khan the Conqueror in various incarnations. Inside this temple, 3 prominent Kangs held a clandestine meeting, their voices echoing through the hallowed chamber. The first Kong, adorned in regal Egyptian-inspired attire, questioned with a hint of skepticism, "So, the exiled one is dead? And you're sure of this?" The second Kong, encased in a formidable suit of purple glowing power armor, responded with a firm nod. "If it wasn't true, I wouldn't have called you here." The third Kong, his face adorned with intricate blue paint resembling that of a high priest, chimed in, his voice raspy and low, "None of us killed him. But someone did. And if they can use his ship to touch the multiverse, then they will become quite the threat. So, let's stop wasting time. We're late." With a shared understanding of the gravity of the situation, the three Kong leaders exited the temple. As they stepped outside, they were met with a colossal arena filled with countless Kangs, each clamoring and shouting in excitement. While the arena buzzed with activity and energy, a good portion of the Kangs bowed reverently as the three leaders made their grand entrance. It was evident that these three Kangs held a unique and commanding authority within the Council of Kangs. Though not all Kangs showed such respect. Most of them continued their celebration. After all, the boogeyman of all Kangs was dead. Why shouldn't they celebrate? Little did they know that the Kong they believed to be dead was, in fact, far from it, and his knowledge was now held tightly in the palm of a new enemy's hand. A much worse enemy. A/N, 1813 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 484, C484 America. Police car light insert military gifts/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, FR1 day _ trophy, A/N, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. After helping Janet set up the foundations of a new democratic government in Axia, Peter knew it was finally time to head home. The city was now in the capable hands of its newly elected officials, and it was time for him and his companions to return to their own dimension. However, there was one important task they had to complete before leaving. And that was ensuring Janet's well-being and the safety of their own world. As they prepared to depart, Peter insisted on giving Janet a thorough checkup. The quantum realm was a mysterious and dangerous place, and who knew what kinds of exotic germs or viruses she might have been exposed to during her time here. Before they had ventured into the quantum realm to find her, each member of their group had been subjected to a protective spell by Peter, guarding them against any potential quantum contaminants. Unfortunately, Janet had been living in this dimension for a prolonged period and wasn't protected by anything. "All right, let's see here," Peter muttered as he waved his hand, surrounding Janet with a few golden spell circles. Peter's mystical scans revealed that Janet indeed carried some peculiar viruses. "You didn't tell us that you have powers." To everyone's surprise, the viruses in her system had given her unexpected powers that she failed to mention for one reason or another. Her ability seemed to be quantum energy manipulation, allowing her to control the quantum energy that's collected within her body over the years, heal herself and others, or even harness it as a weapon. Hank and Hope exchanged worried glances upon learning about Janet's condition. The question that weighed on their minds was whether she would have to stay behind due to the potential danger she posed to the Earth. After all, they couldn't risk bringing back some unknown quantum virus. Doing so could have catastrophic consequences on their world. Hank spoke up first, his voice tinged with concern. "Should we stay here until we figure this out?" He wouldn't leave his wife behind. Hope chimed in, echoing her father's worries. "Yeah, we can't risk bringing any quantum threats back. I'll stay too." Just as Scott was about to voice his agreement, Peter waved his hand, conjuring a golden spell circle that encompassed Janet's entire body. Everyone watched in confusion as the mystical symbols danced around her. Hank, his brows furrowed, asked, "What are you doing?" As the spell circle faded away, Peter explained with a reassuring smile, "I've neutralized the viruses inside her. It's safe for her to return with us." Relief washed over Hank and Hope as they realized that they wouldn't have to leave Janet behind. They could finally return home as a family. Janet, still processing the revelation of being able to go home, stared at her hand, which emitted a mesmerizing rainbow of quantum energy. Curiosity and wonder filled her voice as she asked Peter, "Why do I still have these powers?" "You said you removed the viruses." Peter nodded, explaining, "I removed the viruses themselves, but your powers were a side effect, and apparently a permanent one. I guess they're a part of you now." Janet grinned, feeling her connection to the quantum energy that coursed through her. "Thank you. Not just for this, but for everything. Without you, I don't think we could have beaten Kong so easily. You saved a lot of lives." Peter shrugged. "No problem. It's what I do, and the tech we got out of it was definitely worth the hassle." With the matter settled and Janet's condition under control, they prepared to leave the quantum realm and return to Earth. The familiar hum of the quantum realm faded away as Peter's portal deposited them back in the Avengers Tower. It had been a long journey, and that was mainly because they had to build up an entire government before they left, but now they were finally home. Janet, eyes wide in shock, looked out of a nearby window at the cityscape below. She was finally home. Hank, standing beside his wife, placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "Welcome back, Janet," he said softly, his voice filled with warmth and relief. Hope, who had arrived through the portal alongside Scott, rushed forward to hug her mother tightly. "I'm so glad you're back," she exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears. Janet returned the embrace, holding her daughter close. "It's good to be back, sweetheart." As the family shared a heartfelt moment, Peter couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Not only had they successfully rescued Janet from the quantum realm, but they had also gained a valuable ally. Not only does she have quantum-related abilities, but she's an extremely useful scientist as well. After all, she's been living in Axia, a place far more advanced than Earth. She's probably surpassed Hank at this point. Peter guessed. Once the initial excitement had settled, Peter cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. "Now that we're all back safe and sound, there's something I'd like to discuss." Hope, Hank, Scott, Tony, Jeannie, and Janet turned their attention to Peter, curious about what he had in mind. Peter continued, his tone serious but thoughtful. "Janet, has anyone spoken to you about the Avengers?" She nodded her head. "Yeah, your little superhero group. Hope was telling me about it the other day." Peter continued. "Good, then that makes this easier. As I'm sure you already know, your daughter and her boyfriend are part of the team. I'd like to offer you a position as well." Janet blinked in surprise, clearly not expecting this offer. She exchanged a glance with Hope, who wore an encouraging smile. Peter elaborated, "With your quantum powers and after your wasp suit is fueled up, you could be a valuable asset to the team. Though if you don't want to, then you can just be a scientist like Hank here." He gestures to her husband. "He mainly works with Hope in her lab, since he didn't want to join." Janet considered Peter's words carefully. She didn't mind joining, as it reminded her of the work she did in the Resistance. More importantly, she couldn't deny that the idea of working alongside her daughter held a special appeal. After a moment of contemplation, Janet nodded, a determined glint in her eyes. "I'll accept your offer. If it means I can work alongside Hope, then count me in." Hope's face lit up with joy as she hugged her mother once again. "Thank you, Mom. This is going to be so much fun." Normally, a grown woman would find it unappealing to work alongside her parents, especially since she already has her father crowding around her lab, but Hope was more than happy to work alongside her mother. After all, they have so much lost time to make up for. Hank, who had been quietly observing the exchange, couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. He had been Janet's partner in both life and science for years, and he couldn't bear the thought of being separated from her now that she had joined the Avengers. Peter, ever perceptive, caught Hank's conflicted expression. He smirked beneath his mask and said, "You could join as well, you know. I could even make you, Janet, Hope, and Scott a team." Hank frowned in contemplation. "I don't know." Peter shrugged. "If you're worried about your age, I could recommend you for the super soldier serum. It won't make you young again, but it'll certainly help. Plus, it's only fair if you and Janet get to work side by side again, right?" Hope couldn't contain her excitement as she added, "Dad, you have to agree, dot." Hank chuckled, realizing that this was an opportunity, not only to continue his endeavors alongside his wife and daughter, but also to help heal his aged body. "Well, if Janet's in, then I'm in too. And I can't exactly turn down becoming a super soldier, can I?" Peter nodded. "Good, I'll get the paperwork sorted and put you and Janet's name forward for the serum." Tony added. "I don't think anyone on the council will disagree. We can just use their old age as the reason. After all, I don't think they'll pass basic training without a little pick-me-up." "Are you calling me old?" Janet glared dangerously in Tony's direction. "Yes." Tony answered without a drop of shame before being forced to flee due to a hail of quantum energy blasts. "I'm not old," Janet exclaimed as she hurled bolts of energy from her hands. "Can I take the serum too?" Scott and Hope asked simultaneously. After all, who wouldn't want to become a super soldier? "I could put your names forward as well. But it's not likely." Peter answered negatively. "The council doesn't like giving out superpowers without reason. We've argued about this for a long time, and it's always a split vote." Although they were discouraged to hear that, neither of them cared that much. After all, they already had powers thanks to their suits. "Anyway, I'm going to start on the recruitment paperwork," Peter said as he walked off. "In the meantime, you guys should show Janet around the tower." Weeks later. It was a bright and sunny afternoon in New York City, and in the backyard of the Parker residence, Lily Parker was playing tag with her friends, Miles Morales and Gwen Stacy. Her parents had just left on a date, leaving Lily and her friends in Aunt May's capable hands. Laughter filling the air as Miles chased the girls around, annoyed that he was forced to be it for the 100th time. As they laughed and ran around, suddenly, the tranquil scene was shattered by a deafening roar that sent chills down their spines. The children froze, their eyes wide with fear, as a young girl around their age and a monstrous, tentacled creature burst through a star-shaped rip in the fabric of reality itself. The unknown girl had brown hair that fell in loose waves to her shoulders. Her eyes were a deep brown as well, and they often held a determined and fierce expression. But at the moment, they held nothing but a deep-seated fear for the creature behind her. Insert picture of a young America Chavez here. It was some sort of dimension monstrosity, a terror from a realm far removed from their own. The creature's otherworldly appearance was unlike anything they had ever seen, a writhing mass of tendrils and eyes, its very presence radiating malevolence. The young girl from the star-shaped portal ran towards them in a hurry. "Run! Don't just stand there!" She screamed as she grabbed Miles and Gwen by the hand and pulled them toward Lily. But before she could get to Lily, something surprising happened. "Mom and Dad are going to be so mad," Lily muttered as she disappeared in a burst of speed. Lily vanished before their eyes, her body moving with a speed that defied all logic. And before anyone could react, she had appeared again, positioning herself between the dimension monster and her friends. Gwen and Miles watched in astonishment as Lily dodged the creature's tentacles with ease, her reflexes and agility honed by her training sessions with her parents. She moved swiftly, using her limbs to deflect the monster's attacks and to protect Gwen, Miles, as well as the unknown girl. The creature roared in frustration as Lily began her assault, its form jiggling and shifting as small fists impacted its grotesque body. It was clear that it couldn't withstand Lily's onslaught for long. And in one final, powerful blast, Lily unleashed a torrent of eldritch energy upon the monster. It screeched in agony before exploding, covering the backyard as well as its occupants in slimy goo. As the backyard returned to a state of calm, Lily stood there, her hands still faintly glowing from her final attack, while Gwen and Miles looked at her in awe. After all, they had no idea that Lily had superpowers. Is she a metahuman? They two of them thought. The mysterious young girl approached Lily, a warm smile on her face. "Wow, you're amazing," she said as she began to wobble on her feet. "I'm America Chavez. What's your dash?" But before she could finish her introduction, America collapsed to the goo-covered ground in exhaustion. A/N, 2076 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 485, C485 Proposal. Police car light insert itchy gif /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, Jujumu_Jujumu, trophy, A/N, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. It had been several weeks since Peter's return from the quantum realm, and life had settled into a comforting routine. Days were spent balancing his time between leisurely moments with his family and the exhilarating scientific pursuit of his multiverse project with Tony. The latter had made tremendous progress, thanks to the acquisition of Kang's advanced technology. Kang's ship was dismantled on the first day of their return. Tony didn't even wait for Peter to finish with Hank and Janet's recruitment papers before he started taking the thing apart. But their most important acquisition, the multiverse engine core, couldn't be dismantled. Well, it could, but who in their right mind would take such an advanced piece of technology apart? No, they quickly decided to study the core while it's intact, fearing that they could or would unknowingly damage it. And the last of their greatest finds, Kang's suit, was swiftly delivered to Tony. And he was thrilled to have it. After all, Peter had no use for it. Tony's Iron Man armor is really starting to get advanced. He's definitely in the upper echelon of Iron Mans. But of course, almost all of their time was spent on the multiverse project. It had become their shared obsession, and with each passing day, they pushed the boundaries of their understanding further and further. After all, the tech was groundbreaking, and the possibilities were endless. Meanwhile, Peter's family life was thriving as well. Today, he found himself on a date with MJ, a day planned entirely by her. She'd promised him a surprise, and he was more than willing to be along for the ride. After eating dinner in France, strolling the streets of Wakanda in disguise, and watching a kabuki play in Tokyo, MJ had used her newfound magic to transport them to a secluded beach with crystal clear waters. "You're starting to get pretty good with that sling ring," Peter commented as the portal snapped shut behind them. As they strolled along the shoreline, the sky painted in hues of orange and pink, Peter couldn't help but be mesmerized by his date. Her hair fluttered in the gentle breeze, and her eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint. "You know, it's not every day I get a magical date like this," Peter remarked with a grin. "Usually, it's me that portals us all over the place." MJ chuckled, her voice soft and sultry. "Well, I figured you deserved a night out that didn't involve solving the world's problems. Besides, you've been glued to the couch for a couple weeks now. I was afraid that if I left you there, you'd fuse with the cushions or something." Peter looked a bit embarrassed. "I'm not that bad, am I?" MJ just shook her head as they continued down the beach. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the beach in twilight hues, MJ brought out a small, ornate box. She looked at Peter with a twinkle in her eye as she dropped down on one knee, the box extended toward him. "Peter Parker," she began, her voice steady, "you gave me this box on our trip to Ego, and now it's my turn to give it back. Will you marry me?" Peter's heart warmed, and he felt a surge of happiness. He'd given her a wedding ring on one of their more memorable dates, with an open invitation to ask whenever she was ready. He had no doubt in his mind that he was ready whenever she was. Peter grinned mischievously, "Yes, 1,000 times yes." He replied, jokingly imitating the women he's seen in CR*PPY romance movies. MJ couldn't help but laugh as Peter took the ring from the box and slid it onto her finger. "I love it," she muttered as she moved her hand around, growing accustomed to the new presence around her finger. And finally, MJ pulled out another box and opened it up. Unlike the last box, MJ actually bought this one herself. Inside was a male wedding band. It didn't have a diamond or any other stone, but it gleamed with a simple elegance. "Aunt May and my mom helped me pick it out," she revealed as she slipped the ring on his finger. "It's perfect," Peter said as he pulled her into a passionate kiss, the world around them fading into insignificance. As the night deepened, they returned home, hand in hand, their hearts light and brimming with love. However, as they stepped out of a portal and into their bedroom, they couldn't help but notice something amiss. Looking out the window, they were greeted by the sight of their backyard, covered in goo, with Aunt May and Grace frantically attempting to clean it up with shovels. Both of them were bewildered by the bizarre scene that had somehow unfolded in their absence. Peter exchanged a puzzled glance with MJ, who was just as confused as he was. But before they could leave the room, the door swung open, and a goo-covered Lily walked through, freezing upon seeing her parents as if she were guilty of something. Peter couldn't help but ask, "What did you do?" MJ slapped him on the shoulder. "Don't say it like that." She then turned back to Lily. "What happened?" "Well," Lily tried to explain. But before she could say anything, Gwen and Miles came running in, excitement written all over their faces. "Lily, you can't keep avoiding us," Gwen exclaimed. "Yeah, we don't care that you're a metahuman. Spider-Man said they're just people like the rest of us." Miles tried to comfort her. Gwen looked at Lily with a small hint of jealousy. "I wish I was a metahuman," she admitted as the jealousy vanished, replaced by her earlier excitement. "But it's cool having a friend who's a metahuman too. What are your powers?" "You have to have super speed, right?" Miles nodded beside her. "Yeah, you disappeared right in front of us, and then punched that octopus monster right in the face." He was growing more excited as he continued to speak. "Do you have super strength too?" "Octopus monster," Peter muttered as he looked back out the window, noticing a few tentacles scattered amongst the goo in his backyard. "I can explain," Lily says as her friends finally realized that they weren't alone in the room. "Hey, Mr. Parker." Miles stuttered as he and Gwen realized that Lily might be in trouble, not for saving her friends, but for the huge mess in the backyard. Finally, Lily began her explanation. "Well, you see, it all started when..." She began to explain the unusual sequence of events, from the sudden appearance of the Dimension Monster to her speedy intervention to protect her friends, Miles and Gwen. Lily's words painted a vivid picture of her battle with the tentacle monster. Once Lily had finished her explanation, Peter couldn't help but grin. "Lily, that's incredible. You've got the makings of a hero in you," he said, giving her a quick wink. After all, they couldn't reveal that she was already a hero. MJ nodded, realizing where her fiancé was going with this. "We're so proud of you, sweetheart." Lily's cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and happiness. They may be playing it off for her friends, but she could tell that her mother really meant that. "Thanks, but that's not all. There's something else." Curiosity piqued, Peter and MJ exchanged a glance before following Lily as she led them across the hall to her bedroom. As they entered the room, they were greeted by an unexpected sight. Lying unconscious on Lily's bed was a girl who appeared to be around their daughter's age. She slept like a baby, covered in the same goo that had plagued their backyard. Lily introduced her to her parents. "Mom, Dad, this is America Chavez. She's the one who came through the star-shaped portal with the monster." Peter eyed the sleeping girl curiously. "She's younger than the one from the movie. Is she being hunted by a scarlet witch? Or was she just running around the multiverse as usual?" Dream/flashback. Within the depths of her subconscious, America found herself transported to a surreal realm, a familial yet mysterious void. The void was a chaotic expanse filled with an array of colors and strange, twisting lines that defied all logic. It felt like a dreamscape, an otherworldly plane where the rules of reality were mere suggestions. In the midst of this bewildering landscape, America found herself running alongside an unexpected companion, Doctor Strange, but with graying hair and a ponytail. Together, they sprinted along one of the peculiar lines that snaked through the void, their footsteps echoing softly against the abstract ground. Behind them, a relentless monster pursued them, the same monster that Lily turned into goo. America's breath came in ragged gasps as she glanced back at their pursuer. "Did you kill it?" she panted, her eyes wide with fear. Defender Strange, his expression grave, shook his head. "No. We'll kill it with this." With a determined gesture, Strange pointed toward a spinning pedestal, hovering at the center of the ethereal expanse. Resting upon the pedestal was a tome, the Book of Vishanti, its pages radiating with a potent and arcane magic. "Okay," America exclaimed, hoping the book held more than words and pages. "Possibly an AK-47 or a rocket launcher." Strange nodded, his eyes never leaving the pursuing tentacle monster. "We can't let it get your power. Get to the book." However, the path to the mystical book was far from straightforward. The void's landscape defied conventional logic, and they found themselves confronted by a daunting chasm that separated them from their goal. America's voice trembled with uncertainty. "How do we get across?" Defender Strange hesitated for only a moment before making a fateful decision. "Jump." With a shared glance of determination, they leaped together, their bodies defying gravity as they soared through the void. But even in their escape, the demon was relentless, closing the gap with each passing moment. As they reached the midpoint of their leap, Strange turned his attention to their pursuer. With a quick incantation, he cast a spell that temporarily froze the demon in its tracks, buying them precious seconds. "It's too strong," Strange admitted, his voice strained with effort. "I can't hold it much longer." Desperation filled his eyes, and in a heart-wrenching twist, he made a decision that would forever change the course of their journey. He turned to America and began siphoning her powers away, a painful and gut-wrenching process. America, bewildered and betrayed, cried out in anguish. "What are you doing?" Strange's voice was filled with remorse, though she could see a greedy glint in his eyes. "We can't let that thing take your power. You can't control it. But I can." Tears welled in America's eyes as she struggled against the sudden loss of her powers. "But you said we were friends." Strange nodded, the weight of his choice bearing down on him. "I know. But in the grand calculus of the multiverse, your sacrifice is worth far more than your life." But before he could complete the process, a sudden twist of fate intervened. The pursuing monster, unfrozen and filled with newfound rage, lunged at Strange, impaling him through the chest with a savage strike. The sorcerer cried out in agony as his body was torn apart. America, her heart filled with grief and determination, watched as the monster stormed over and wrapped a slimy tentacle around her, binding her in its grasp. "Ah!" With a fearful and defiant scream, America opened a star-shaped portal, a manifestation of her unique powers. Strange saw her actions and fired bolts of magic to release the monster's grip on her, his last act before falling to the floor, lifeless. Free to escape, America rushed toward the portal, leaping through it as fast as she could. The monster, driven by relentless fury, pursued her, its giant form disappearing into the starry abyss. A/N, 2017 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 486, C486 belonging. Police car light insert shocking gifs/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Monkayaking, trophy, A/N, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. After Peter and MJ had finished listening to Lily's explanation of the strange events in their backyard, they exchanged a knowing glance. It was clear that they couldn't reveal the truth about Lily's powers to her friends, Miles and Gwen, who were now looking at them with a mix of curiosity and excitement. Peter decided it was time to spin a concrete web of deception to protect their secret, bringing the kids to the living room. He beckoned for Lily to sit beside him while Miles and Gwen gathered on the couch across from them. Peter cleared his throat and began his carefully crafted story. "Miles, Gwen, we need you both to understand something important," Peter started, his voice serious but gentle. "Lily has been keeping a secret for a while now, and it's time we shared it with you. Lily has an X gene, which means she's a metahuman." Miles and Gwen exchanged knowing glances. "I knew it. Like the X-Men, right?" Miles asked, his eyes wide with wonder. Peter nodded, keeping a straight face. "Exactly. Her powers started developing a few months ago, and we've been helping her keep them hidden from everyone, even you two. We didn't want her to feel different or be treated differently because of her abilities." Gwen chimed in, her voice filled with understanding. "That's why she didn't tell us." Peter nodded. "Yes, we wanted to make sure Lily had a chance to live a normal life like any other kid." Lily bit her lip, her eyes filled with a mix of relief and guilt. Ever since she revealed her powers in front of them, she was worried about how her parents would react. Thankfully, her father knew how to fix everything. Though she didn't like lying to her friends like this, but she understood that this was the only way. At least until they were a little bit older. Peter continued, "Now that you know, we trust you to keep this a secret. Can you do that for us?" Miles and Gwen exchanged another glance, this time filled with determination. "We promise we won't tell anyone," Gwen vowed, her voice firm. Miles nodded in agreement. "Yeah, Lily's our best friend. We've got her back." Lily couldn't help but smile, her heart warmed by the support of her friends. She lunged at them with a big hug, squeezing them tightly. "Thank you, guys. You're the best." As the kids were glued together, MJ came walking downstairs with a bowl and washcloth in hand. "Our new guest is clean and changed into a pair of Lily's pajamas." "Good, did she wake up?" Peter asked. MJ shook her head. "No, she seems exhausted. I don't think she'll wake up until morning, at least." Peter nodded and turned back to the kids. "You heard her. It looks like you'll be having your sleepover in the living room tonight." As the kids began setting up their sleeping arrangements in the living room for their sleepover, MJ pulled Peter aside into the kitchen, away from their young guests. She leaned against the kitchen counter, her expression serious. "I need to talk to you about something," MJ began, her voice low. "When I was wiping her down and changing her clothes, I noticed something troubling." Peter furrowed his brow, concern washing over him. "What?" MJ sighed, her gaze distant as she recounted her discovery. "America. She wasn't just covered in goo. She's far too skinny for her age, her clothes are falling apart, and there are scars on her body. It looks like she's been through something terrible." Peter's eyes darkened as he processed the information. It made sense. After all, in the movie, after getting separated from her parents by her uncontrollable powers, America was forced to become what basically amounted to a multiverse hobo, a homeless child, traveling to all sorts of dangerous universes on a regular basis. It's a miracle she's still alive. Peter thought, his heart aching for the young girl. It sounds like she's been through a lot. MJ nodded, her expression reflecting her concern. "We need to help her, Peter. She's just a kid. She shouldn't have those scars and she shouldn't be that skinny." Peter pulled his worrying fiancée into his chest. "You're right. We'll do whatever we can to help her. But for now, let's let her rest. She's been through a lot, and I don't want to overwhelm her." MJ nodded in agreement. "I'll stay with her tonight, just in case she wakes up scared or confused." Peter smiled. "Sounds good to me. I'll chaperone Lily's sleepover and make sure they don't destroy the house in your absence." As they returned to the living room, Peter asked the kids, "Who wants pizza?" He pulled out his phone and began to order food, eliciting cheers of excitement from Lily, Miles, and Gwen. The promise of pizza seemed to erase any lingering concerns about the mysterious girl in Lily's room. Outside, May and Grace continued their efforts to clean up the backyard, completely forgotten by those that could clean it up with a simple wave of their hand or a snap of their fingers. The next day, after Gwen and Miles left, America Chavez slowly stirred awake. She blinked groggily, taking in her unfamiliar surroundings. The soft, warm bed and the soft glow of the room felt like a dream compared to the harsh reality she had faced in her travels through the multiverse. As her senses fully returned, America realized she wasn't alone. Sitting by her bedside was a woman with kind eyes, quietly reading a book. It was MJ, and when she noticed America waking up, she offered a warm, reassuring smile. "Good afternoon, sleepyhead," MJ greeted her in a gentle tone, knowing America would be a bit disoriented. "How are you feeling?" America hesitated for a moment, still not entirely sure if this was some kind of trap or a temporary respite. But MJ's kindness was hard to ignore, and she found herself softly responding, "Okay, I guess." MJ nodded, understanding the hesitation. "That's perfectly fine. Take your time. I've laid out some clothes for you, and the shower's ready whenever you are. Breakfast will be waiting for you when you're done." America was taken aback by this unexpected hospitality. She had grown used to fending for herself, and the thought of someone caring for her well-being was both scary and heartwarming. As MJ left the room to start the shower for her, America couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. A moment later, MJ peeked her head in the door one last time. "The shower's on," she said as she rushed downstairs to prepare some food. In the bathroom, she quickly showered and changed into the clean clothes that MJ had provided, even though they didn't belong to her. It was a stark contrast to the tattered and dirty clothes she had been wearing for far too long. When America finally made her way downstairs, following the delicious scent of breakfast, she entered the kitchen to find a family scene that felt like something out of a storybook. Lily and Peter were sitting at the table, chatting and laughing together as MJ cooked up a storm by the stove. Peter looked up and offered a warm smile. "Good morning, America. Did you sleep well?" America nodded and took a seat, feeling awkward and out of place. Lily leaned over to her and whispered, "My mom never cooks like this. She must really like you or something because it actually seems edible too." But before America could respond, a shadow suddenly loomed over Lily. It was MJ, holding plates of food and looking unamused. She had clearly heard her daughter's comment. MJ set the plates down with a stern expression. "Well, if my cooking is so terrible, then you don't have to eat it." Lily's eyes widened, realizing she had spoken too soon. She quickly shook her head and started stuffing her face, sending a relieved smile in her father's direction. It was actually edible. No, it was delicious. America, on the other hand, stared down at the plate in front of her, overwhelmed by the kindness and warmth of this family. She couldn't hold back her tears any longer, and they began to trickle down her cheeks. It had been years since she had enjoyed a warm meal, and even longer since she had felt the warmth of a loving home. The emotions welled up inside her, and she couldn't help but cry. Seeing her tears, MJ's maternal instincts kicked in. She moved to give America a comforting hug, but the sudden contact seemed to startle the girl. Her powers, a manifestation of her unique abilities, kicked in involuntarily. In an instant, a star-shaped portal opened in the center of the kitchen, its ethereal glow casting an otherworldly light. America's eyes widened as she felt the magnetic pull of her own creation. She didn't want to go, not now, not when she had found a glimmer of hope. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out, "No, please. I don't want to leave." But before the portal could fully engulf her, a click echoed through the room, as if someone were snapping their fingers. Instantly, the portal vanished, leaving America standing in the kitchen, surrounded by the bewildered family she has just met. She looked up to see Peter, a smile on his face, his fingers still poised in a snapping motion. He had used the power of the reality stone to close the portal and keep her from being sucked away to another universe. "You're not going anywhere," Peter reassured her, his voice filled with kindness and understanding. "You're safe here with us, okay?" America didn't fully understand what happened, but she knew that she wasn't in danger anymore. And as the relief hit her, so did all of her bottled-up emotions. Tears poured down her face and snot dripped down her nose as she cried out, clinging to MJ like a baby. "It's okay, you're safe now." MJ held her, whispering comforting words into her ear, which only made her cry even harder. A/N, 1,700 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 487, C487 America's Past. Police car light insert hypnosis gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, a Bud 1, trophy, A/N, a new king rises, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. After the emotional roller coaster of the morning, MJ was determined to make sure America Chavez had a proper meal. Despite America's protests that she was no longer hungry, MJ had seen just how fragile the girl's condition was. So, she gently but firmly convinced America to sit down at the kitchen table once again. "Trust me, sweetie, you need to eat something," MJ said with a motherly tone. "It's been a while since you've had a proper meal, hasn't it?" America hesitated, her eyes downcast. "Yeah. I guess so." After all, it wasn't easy to find a reliable source of edible food when traveling through the multiverse. MJ dished out a generous plate of scrambled eggs, bacon, toast, and some fresh fruit. She placed it in front of America, who picked at the food with a mix of curiosity and reluctance. The aroma of the hot food filled the air, making it difficult for her to resist taking a few bites. After America filled her stomach, MJ noticed that the girl was still clinging to her side like a lifeline. It was as if she feared being left alone, and MJ couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her. Meanwhile, Lily was practically vibrating with excitement. She had spent the past few hours glued to her new friend, trying to include her in every activity, and now she was bursting with questions. Finally, unable to contain her curiosity any longer, she blurted out, "So, America, where did you come from? And those star portals you make, they're so cool. Is it magic? Or are you a metahuman?" America's gaze flickered between MJ, Peter, and Lily, unsure if she should share her story. She glanced at MJ, who gave her a reassuring nod. "You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to," MJ said gently. She had a hunch that America might be a victim of some sort of incident or abuse, and she didn't want to pressure her. After a moment of contemplation, America finally sighed and decided to open up. She owed this family that much, considering how they had taken her in and even stopped her portal as well. "I don't know what universe I'm from," America began, her voice shaky but determined. "I used to live with my mothers, Elena and Amalia Chavez. When I was just a little kid, about 4 years old, I developed this strange ability. I could create portals to other universes, but I couldn't control it. As America spoke, she couldn't help but remember the day it all began. Playing innocently in a field of flowers, a bee had landed on her hand. In her fear, she had unintentionally conjured a portal, which had swept her parents off their feet and into the swirling, star-shaped vortex. She had never seen them again after that day. Tears welled up in America's eyes as she continued, "After losing my parents, I was alone. I traveled through a bunch of universes, accidentally opening portals whenever I was scared or upset. Not all universes are friendly either." Lily listened with wide eyes, absorbing America's story with a mix of fascination and empathy. She couldn't imagine what it must have been like to lose her parents and travel through different dimensions all alone. MJ, on the other hand, couldn't help but wonder if that was the source of America's scars. She gently asked, "Is that how you got those scars? A dangerous universe?" America nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yeah, some of them, at least." Not the best at reading emotions, Lily continued with her curious questions. "Was that tentacle thing from one of those unfriendly universes?" Suddenly, a shadow of sadness crossed America's face, and she looked away, refusing to speak about it. After all, if she talked about the monster, then she would have to talk about Dr. Strange's betrayal. Peter noticed the change in America's demeanor and couldn't help but feel concerned. "Is it about Scarlet Witch?" he wondered. Clearing her throat, MJ clapped her hands gently. "All right, I think that's enough questions for today. America's had a rough time, and we shouldn't overwhelm her. Let's give her some space, okay?" Lily exchanged a glance with America, and nodded understandingly. "Do you want to play Minecraft with me?" she asked, putting everything else to the back of her mind. As the day went on, America continued to stick close to MJ and Lily, both welcomed the company. It seemed that America had found a sense of security in this new family, and MJ was more than happy to provide it. At least until they could find her missing parents. While Lily and MJ continued to provide comfort and company for America, Peter decided to deal with a pressing concern. He needed to find his universe's Darkhold before it could cause any trouble. Peter was well aware of the dangerous influence the Darkhold could have, having seen its destructive potential in the movies. To ensure America's safety during his absence, Peter decided to temporarily seal her powers using the Reality Stone. With a snap of his fingers, he bound her portal-making ability. It was a precautionary measure to make sure she wouldn't accidentally open a portal and get into any trouble while he was away. With that done, Peter opened a portal to Camartage. As he stepped through, he found himself in the midst of a lesson. The Ancient One was instructing Wanda Maximoff in meditation techniques, helping her harness her formidable powers. Wanda looked up, surprised to see a stranger in the room. She only knew Peter as Spider-Man and had no idea about his true identity. All she knew was that her new teacher had another student, who didn't show up very often. The Ancient One, perceptive as ever, introduced Wanda to Peter. "Peter, this is my new student, Wanda Maximoff." "Wanda, meet Peter, your senior apprentice," the Ancient One said with a knowing smile. Peter extended his hand politely. "Nice to meet you, Wanda." Wanda shook his hand, still somewhat awestruck. "Nice to meet you too." With a subtle gesture, Peter turned his attention back to the Ancient One. "Can we speak in private for a moment?" "Of course." She nodded and gently dismissed Wanda. "Go to Courtyard 17. Master Zhao's class should be starting up momentarily." Once they were alone, Peter got straight to the point. "I need to find the Darkhold, and I need to know the location of the mountain temple where it was recorded." The Ancient One's eyes widened, and she immediately began to warn Peter about the dangers of the Darkhold. "Peter, the Darkhold is an ancient and malevolent grimoire. It corrupts its user, driving them to commit unspeakable acts of evil. You must steer clear of it." Peter nodded in understanding. "I get that, and I have no intention of using it. I'm going to destroy the Darkhold and the temple." The Ancient One regarded him with a mixture of skepticism and concern. She knew Peter had a knack for getting himself into trouble, and she didn't want him to be swayed by the book's dark influence. "Okay, I'll tell you, but only under one condition," the Ancient One said firmly. "I'll tag along to make sure you don't do anything stupid." Peter shrugged uncaringly before nodding in agreement. "All right, then let's go." With that settled, the Ancient One began to explain. "Let's start with the book. Last I heard, it was in the possession of a Salem witch named Agatha Harkness. Original MCU universe, A/N, the same one that Peter visited after the Spider-Verse. In a dimly lit chamber nestled deep underground, the Scarlet Witch paced nervously. Her powers had grown exponentially since her possession of the Darkhold, and she had used its malevolent knowledge to monitor the movements of her quarry, a young girl named America Chavez. However, her frustration had been mounting. Her attempts to capture America had been thwarted time and time again. The girl's unique abilities to manipulate multiverse-traveling rifts had proven elusive, and each time she sent her monstrous creation after her, she always managed to slip away. Suddenly, Wanda's scarlet eyes glowed with anger as she realized that her creation, a grotesque monstrosity of twisted tentacle limbs and gnashing teeth, had failed in its mission. But instead of the being unable to catch its target as per usual, her attack dog had been destroyed. She couldn't help but curse as she slammed the Darkhold to the floor. America Chavez was her only link to her children. She needed the girl's powers to reunite with them, but the America's resilience was beginning to test her patience. With a deep breath, she reached down for the Darkhold, a sinister tome that pulsed with dark energy. Its pages were filled with arcane knowledge and forbidden spells, and she had been using it to peer into the multiverse, seeking answers and guidance. As she delved into the ancient grimoire, her vision blurred and expanded, transcending the boundaries of her own reality. She sought out the truth of what had transpired, reaching out with her enhanced powers to see through the fabric of the multiverse. And there it was, a vision of a young girl, Lily, wielding powers far beyond normal human capabilities. She watched as the girl, with determination in her eyes, faced down the monstrous abomination that she had sent to capture America. With swift and decisive action, she unleashed a deafening blast of eldritch energy, defeating the creature with an impressive display of strength and courage. Wanda's frown deepened as she realized that this new player was a force to be reckoned with. The girl had protected her target, making her a potential threat. I'll have to adjust my strategy. Closing the Darkhold, Wanda knew what she must do. She would need to send another universe-hopping monstrosity after America, one even more formidable than the last. And this time, she would use the Darkhold to enhance its power, making it a truly unstoppable force. A/N, 1688 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 488, C488 Darkhold. Police car light insert drowning gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Monkayaking, trophy, A/N, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. In the dense wilderness of Louisiana, Peter followed the Ancient One through a winding path, surrounded by a thick forest. As they walked, the dense foliage gradually parted, revealing a massive mansion hidden amidst the trees. The mansion seemed to materialize out of thin air, as if it were a secret only the forest knew. Halting at the edge of the property, Peter turned to the Ancient One with a curious expression. So, this is where a witch lives. Makes sense, I guess. Now what? We're just going to wait, he asked, his tone a mix of bemusement and confusion. The Ancient One nodded solemnly. No, I'm going to wait here while you go inside. My presence would alert Agatha to our intentions. She knows me, and if she sees me, she'll flee or hide. That would complicate your plans. Peter scratched his head, raising an eyebrow. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. So I guess I get to go into the creepy witch's house alone. Lucky me. The Ancient One let out a small laugh. Yes, well, Agatha has always had a flair for the dramatic. She tends to take the whole dark witch thing fairly seriously. Just remember that she is formidable, and her mastery of magic is not to be underestimated. After all, she's managed to escape multiple encounters with me and many other masters back at Camartage. Peter conceded with a nod of understanding. All right then, I'll go in. Just keep an eye out for any ghosts, ghouls, or axe murderers. With a bemused look, Peter left the cover of the trees and walked toward the mansion. The imposing structure stood before him like a relic from a forgotten era, its grandeur marred by an eerie stillness. The mansion seemed to beckon him forward, reminding him of every scary movie he's ever seen. I wonder if she meant for her house to look like this. Peter wondered as he climbed the porch steps. Maybe she's just a fan of horror movies. His knock on the front door echoed ominously through the quiet house, and with a slow, eerie creak, the door swung open, revealing the dimly lit interior. Peter, despite his inner thoughts, called out, "Hello. Is anyone home?" Silence greeted him, but he pressed forward, feigning innocence to lure Agatha out of hiding. His footsteps echoed through the cavernous halls as he explored the house, its atmosphere growing more unsettling with each step. The mansion seemed devoid of modern amenities, with no electricity to light its dark corners. Peter's senses tingled with a foreboding feeling of unease as he strolled through what felt like a sinister maze. Soon enough, Peter encountered the mansion's inhabitants, or rather, grotesque apparitions created by Agatha's dark magic. "Hello there. Can I get you anything?" A butler, his mangled face obscured by all sorts of stitches, brandished an axe with deadly intent. Peter deftly dodged the attack, killing the spectral servant with a single punch imbued with phoenix flames. Next, he crossed paths with a pair of creepy maids, their blood-stained dresses a stark contrast to their pale complexions. They lunged at him with gleaming knives, but Peter's agility allowed him to swiftly take care of them as well, leaving behind nothing but flickering flames and dissolving dust. His journey through the haunted mansion continued, encountering all sorts of other horror movie knockoffs. Eerie children with hollow eyes and chilling songs, chainsaw-wielding maniacs, ravenous dogs, each threat vanquished with a combination of quick reflexes and a touch of phoenix flames. It became apparent that these entities were some sort of security measure created by Agatha. This lady has to be a horror movie nerd. There's no way she just created all of these creatures without a bit of inspiration. Finally, Peter ascended a creaking staircase that led to the attic. There, on a mysterious pedestal, rested a book unlike any other. It was the Darkhold, an ominous tome that pulsed with malevolent energy, its pages containing the forbidden knowledge sought by many. Just as Peter reached out to grab the book, said book disappeared before his eyes as a sweet yet chilling voice filled the attic. "Is there a reason why you're trespassing in my house?" The voice dripped with an eerie sweetness, concealing the danger that lurked behind it. Peter slowly turned to face the source of the voice, his senses on high alert. Standing in the shadows was a woman, her eyes glowing with a sinister gleam. It was Agatha Harkness, who held the Darkhold tightly held in her grip. Insert picture of Agatha here. As Peter and Agatha locked eyes, a tense standoff ensued. "Hey, has anyone ever told you that your house is creepy as hell?" Peter asked, destroying the atmosphere in an instant. "What?" Agatha asked in confusion. "I mean, every hallway is filled with these horror movie knockoffs. And how do you live here without electricity or Wi-Fi? What are you doing all day?" Peter asks again, truly curious. "If I didn't have Wi-Fi or electricity, I think that I'd kill myself pretty quickly." The more Peter rambled, the more angry Agatha seemed to get. In a matter of seconds, her eyes narrowed as her grip on the Darkhold tightened. "If you want to die so badly, then why don't I give you a hand?" Without hesitation, Agatha extended her hand, fingers dancing through intricate arcane gestures. With a whispered incantation, she summoned bolts of dark magic, which crackled with malevolence. The dark tendrils surged toward Peter with deadly intent, aiming to ensnare him. Peter, however, was no stranger to facing formidable adversaries. "Whoa. Is this how you treat all your guests?" In a swift, fluid motion, he summoned his phoenix flames, creating a fiery shield that absorbed Agatha's dark bolts with ease. The dark magic sizzled and dissipated, unable to penetrate his defenses. Are all witches this rude? Didn't Hansel and Gretel at least get some food before they were eaten? Seeing her initial attack thwarted, Agatha's eyes narrowed with determination. She changed her tactics, employing her telekinesis to hurl nearby objects at Peter. Furniture, books, and even shards of glass became deadly projectiles, whizzing through the air with frightening speed. Peter's agility came into play as he gracefully dodged the incoming onslaught. He moved with precision and grace, his spider senses allowing him to evade every object with a dancer's finesse. "Is this all you've got? A few books and some furniture? Aren't you supposed to be some big bad witch?" Peter taunted as the attic became a chaotic battleground, littered with debris as their clash intensified. With a flick of his wrist, Peter retaliated. He conjured the two eldritch whips, directing them toward Agatha. The shimmering whips surged forth, illuminating the dim attic with their brilliance. Agatha responded by raising a mystical shield, crafted from the dark magic she wielded. The clash of energies created dazzling displays of light and shadow, each side vying for dominance. The pressure between them was immense, a testament to their respective strengths. In the midst of the battle, Agatha attempted to transmute the very floor beneath Peter's feet. The wooden planks warped and shifted, threatening to engulf him in a trap of her making. But Peter, ever resourceful, called upon the reality stone that was infused within him. With a mere thought, Peter willed the floor to return to its original state, thwarting Agatha's attempt at entrapment. The attic's reality shifted under his command, a testament to the incredible power he possessed. "How?" Shocked, Agatha couldn't help but ask. Peter smirked tauntingly. "Magic." Realizing that her direct magical attacks were ineffective against Peter, Agatha changed her strategy once more. She called upon the Darkhold and summoned ominous tendrils of energy, aiming not at Peter directly but at the surroundings. The attic's objects and furniture began to come to life, manipulated by her will. Chairs levitated menacingly, while ghostly hands emerged from the shadows, reaching for Peter with malevolent intent. Agatha's mastery over dark magic allowed her to animate the very environment, turning it against her foe. Peter responded by channeling some eldritch energy once again. He summoned a swirling vortex of mystical energy, a tornado of light that engulfed the animated objects and spectral hands. With a powerful surge, he banished them, their dark presence dissipating into nothingness. The battle raged on, with Agatha hurling blasts of purple energy from her hands, each attack more desperate than the last. Peter countered with his phoenix flames, creating fiery projectiles that seared through the air. In a final, desperate bid for victory, Agatha attempted to summon the spirits of the deceased, raising the dead to fight on her behalf. Shadowy apparitions emerged from the corners of the attic, their hollow eyes fixated on Peter. Peter, undeterred, pulled on the power of his phoenix flames. With a wave of his hand, he created a fiery barrier that repelled the spectral intruders, returning them to the afterlife from which they had been summoned. Soon enough, the battle reached its climax, with Agatha's powers waning in the face of Peter's unwavering strength. As she realized the futility of her efforts, her expression turned from one of determination to one of resignation. She knew the odds of her victory were slim and was already beginning the plans for her escape. But before she could take a single step, a sudden and unexpected presence made itself known. The Ancient One, her presence concealed until now, materialized behind Agatha with an aura of unparalleled power. With a swift and decisive motion, the Ancient One extended her hand, conjuring a blade made of shimmering eldritch energy. Without hesitation, she swung the blade with precision and skill, severing Agatha's head from her shoulders in a single swift motion. Agatha's body crumpled to the ground, her powers fading as the darkness within her dissipated. UB*TCH. Her severed head spoke its last words before landing with a thud, Agatha's malevolent gaze forever stilled. Peter watched with casual glance as the Ancient One's actions unfolded. He had sensed her presence, so he knew she would do something. Though he didn't expect her to sever Agatha's head so suddenly. I guess they had some unresolved history. The Ancient One, her expression triumphant, turned her attention to the Darkhold, the ominous tome that had been the source of so much chaos. With a wave of her hand, she levitated the book, ensuring that neither Peter nor herself would touch its dangerous pages. Peter, she said, her voice steady and commanding, use your phoenix flames to destroy it. Peter nodded as he summoned his phoenix flames, creating a searing blaze that enveloped the Darkhold. The malevolent tome seemed to screech in pain as it ignited in a brilliant display of fiery destruction, its pages consumed by the cleansing flames. That wasn't creepy at all. Peter muttered sarcastically as the book turned to ash. A/N, 1825 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 489, C489 Mount Wundagore. Police car light insert competitive gifts/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Monk Kayaking, Trophy, A/N, the 2-time, Crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. The aftermath of the battle with Agatha Harkness left Peter and the Ancient One with no time to rest. Destroying the Darkhold was a victory, but to truly eliminate its influence, they had to take their mission one step further with the annihilation of the Darkhold castle atop Mount Wundagore. As the sinister remnants of Agatha's house smoldered behind them, burning to a crisp alongside the Dark Witch's carcass, the Ancient One opened a portal that transported them to the closest mountain peak to their destination. Stepping through the portal, Peter and the Ancient One emerged to a bleak landscape. An ominous black castle loomed in the distance, its spires piercing the sky like jagged obsidian knives covered in white snow. Darkhold Castle, the Ancient One murmured, her eyes locked onto their objective. It's where the texts of the Darkhold were first transcribed. We must cleanse it completely, which means more of the phoenix fire of yours. First a haunted house and now an ominous castle. This just keeps getting better and better. Peter muttered jokingly. Before they could even take a step toward the castle, the ominous silence was shattered by a terrifying sight. Countless black wraiths, reminiscent of the Dementors from Harry Potter, erupted from the castle's gaping maw. With unnatural speed, they hurtled toward Peter and the Ancient One, their ghostly forms trailing dark mist. Without hesitation, Peter and the Ancient One sprang into action, their movements a dance of power and grace. Peter, his senses heightened, anticipated the wraith's approach. He summoned long eldritch whips, the shimmering energy lashes slashing through the air with deadly precision. The whips made contact with the wraiths, sizzling on impact as the creatures let out unearthly shrieks. One by one, the wraiths disintegrated into tendrils of shadowy smoke, their threat extinguished. The Ancient One, a true master of the mystical arts, wove intricate patterns with her fingers, conjuring countless golden blades, which hovered behind her. As the wraiths drew nearer, she launched the blades forward, sending them into the herd of wraiths. Their dark forms recoiled and dissipated as the blades pierced their cloak-like bodies. But the wraiths were relentless, coming at them wave after wave. Peter and the Ancient One found themselves locked in a relentless battle, their synergy and skill complementing each other perfectly. Peter's agility allowed him to evade the wraiths' attacks, leaping and somersaulting through the air. He sent out bursts of phoenix flames, forming fiery barriers that repelled the wraiths and left them writhing in agony. Each snap of his fingers sent forth a searing blaze that engulfed the dark entities, reducing them to ash. The Ancient One called on the power of her necklace, the Eye of Agamotto. She created ethereal duplicates of herself, each capable of wielding eldritch magic. These duplicates acted as a barrier against the oncoming wraiths, their combined power creating a shield of incandescent light that banished the shadows. As the battle raged on, Peter's control over his phoenix flames grew more refined. He summoned blazing rays of fire, launching them at the wraiths with pinpoint accuracy. The lines of inferno scattered the wraiths like leaves in a storm, their chilling cries echoing through the mountain peaks. The Ancient One's spells became more intricate, drawing upon the fundamental forces of the universe. She chanted incantations that resonated with the very essence of creation, causing the wraiths to unravel and disintegrate into the elemental energies from which they were formed. Despite the wraiths' sheer numbers, which had to be somewhere in the thousands, Peter and the Ancient One were a formidable team. With each passing moment, their attacks became more synchronized, their movements a testament to their time spent together. Finally, as the last wraith dissolved into the cold mountain air, a moment of respite washed over them. But there was no time to savor the victory. The castle, still shrouded in darkness, beckoned them forward. "Let's finish this," Peter said, his voice determined. "We have to make it back in time for dinner, or else Lily will complain." The Ancient One nodded, her expression resolute. Together, they made their way to the imposing castle, its ebony walls seeming to absorb the very light around them. As they crossed the threshold, they could feel the eerie atmosphere of the place. Peter and the Ancient One pressed forward through the foreboding corridors of Darkhold Castle. The air grew heavier with each step, laden with the oppressive presence of malevolent magic. They had already overcome the wraiths that guarded the castle, but now they were faced with another challenge, giant demonic-looking golems. As they entered a grand hall with towering ceilings, two colossal figures emerged from the shadows. These golems, grotesque amalgamations of stone and darkness, stood as tall as the castle itself. Their eyes gleamed with a malevolent crimson light as they lumbered forward, each step shaking the ground beneath them. Peter wasted no time. He summoned two golden swords and lashed out with precision and speed. The swords struck the golem's legs, causing cracks to spread through their stone forms. With another swift strike, Peter shattered their legs, sending the golems toppling to the ground. The Ancient One joined the fray, her hands moving in a complex dance of magic. She conjured ethereal chains that wrapped around the golems, binding them in place. With a final incantation, she channeled her mystic energy into the chains, causing them to constrict and crush the golems' bodies into rubble. The golems crumbled into lifeless piles of stone, their threat extinguished. Peter and the Ancient One exchanged a glance before continuing on. Their journey through the castle led them to a grand chamber, its walls adorned with eerie symbols and flickering torches. At the center of the room lay a massive tomb, its surface engraved with ominous runes. The power of the Darkhold pulsed within, its presence undeniable. Peter and the Ancient One could feel the malevolence radiating from every corner of the room, a palpable darkness that threatened to consume them. "This is it," the Ancient One said, her voice grave. "Where it all started. The heart of the Darkhold's influence." Peter nodded as he summoned a fiery ball of phoenix flames into his hand, its searing heat casting a sunny glow on his face. As he prepared to unleash the flames upon the tomb, a guttural, demonic voice echoed through the chamber. "No." The voice was filled with desperation and rage, a chorus of torment and anguish. The dark energy in the room seemed to thicken, coalescing into a shadowy humanoid figure. It was Chthon, the demon who had created this castle, or what remained of him. His form was tattered and ethereal, a specter of his former self. The Ancient One smirked, her eyes locking onto the pitiful entity before them. She knew better than anyone that Chthon was long dead, his once mighty essence reduced to a mere remnant trapped within the castle. After all, she was the one that killed him. Chthon's spectral voice echoed with desperation as he pleaded, "I can offer you anything. Power beyond imagination, riches beyond measure, dominion over realms. Spare the tomb, and all of it can be yours." Peter, unfazed by Chthon's offers, shrugged casually. "Nah, I'm good," he replied, his voice completely and utterly uncaring. With a deft flick of his wrist, Peter hurled the fiery ball of phoenix flames at the tomb. The flames engulfed the stone structure, spreading with voracious hunger. Soon enough, the room was bathed in a brilliant inferno, and the power of the Darkhold was consumed by the cleansing fire. Chthon's screams of agony filled the chamber as the flames consumed him, his torment echoing through the fiery vortex. The remnants of the once dreaded demon was reduced to ashes, his malevolence finally vanquished. Peter and the Ancient One backed away and watched as the castle itself began to crumble, its foundations weakened by the relentless flames. The very essence of the Darkhold was eradicated, its influence extinguished from this world. With a satisfied nod, the Ancient One turned to Peter. "It's done," she said, her voice filled with a sense of finality. Peter couldn't help but smile. "Yup, but I'm surprised you didn't do this much earlier," he remarked, his gaze fixed on the fading flames. As the last embers of the castle were consumed by the relentless blaze, Peter and the Ancient One turned and made their way through a waiting portal. The world was now free from the insidious grasp of the Darkhold, and they had emerged victorious once again. While one universe's Darkhold was vanquished, another's was being put to good use. In a dimly lit chamber, the Scarlet Witch stood before an ancient tome, its pages adorned with eldritch symbols that seemed to writhe and pulse with dark energy. The Darkhold, the forbidden grimoire of unspeakable power, lay open before her. Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch, had dared to delve into its malevolent secrets. Her eyes, once filled with uncertainty, now glowed with a sinister intensity as she chanted incantations from the Darkhold. The room trembled as dark tendrils of magic swirled around her, binding her to the very essence of the tome. With each incantation, she summoned forth visions of chaos and terror, giving birth to a monstrous creation born of her darkest desires. The creature, a nightmarish humanoid fusion of twisted limbs and grotesque features, took form before her, its eyes gleaming with malice. Wanda smiled, her power augmented by the Darkhold's malevolent influence. She had created a monster, a weapon of destruction, and she knew exactly where to send it. Meanwhile, in the quiet neighborhood that housed the Parker residence, Lily sat at the kitchen table, her fingers idly tracing patterns on a drawing of a spell circle she'd been working on. America, their ward for the time being, watched with a curious expression, her dark eyes filled with wonder. MJ, with an apron tied around her waist, stirred a simmering pot on the stove, the aroma of a homemade dinner filling the cozy kitchen. The atmosphere was one of warmth and normalcy, a stark contrast to the impending darkness that lurked just beyond their awareness. A/N, 1710 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 490, C490 mother/daughter beatdown. Police car light insert cheating gifts/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Monk Kayaking and Alien Warlord, trophy, A/N, it's a tie. I'll win next time, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. Unbeknownst to the peaceful family within the Parker residence, the Scarlet Witch had unleashed a malevolent creation from the pages of the Darkhold, sending it across the multiverse. The monstrous abomination, birthed from her darkest desires, appeared in a flash of eerie light in the backyard. Its grotesque form towered over the neatly trimmed lawn, which was finally clean from the last monster she sent. Casting an eerie shadow over the house, its limbs twisted and writhed, an unholy amalgamation of flesh and bone. The creature's eyes, gleaming with malevolence, darted around as it sought its target. Inside the house, Lily continued to trace intricate patterns on her spell circle, unaware of the impending danger. America watched her with a curious expression, but before she could inquire further, the ground shook with a thunderous impact. Did you feel that? MJ, who was tending to the simmering pot on the stove, looked up with a furrowed brow. Maybe it's an earthquake. America guessed. Lily shook her head, her eyes narrowed. Something's not right. She could feel her spider senses tingling ever so slightly. The windows rattled as the monstrous abomination unleashed a deafening roar that echoed through the neighborhood. It was searching for its quarry, and it wouldn't stop until it found her. What the F***CK? Lily muttered as she and everyone else peeked out the window. Language. MJ chided her while America cowered behind her back, frightened by the giant abomination in their backyard. But Peter, with his knowledge of the supernatural and his desire to keep his family safe, had taken precautions. In an instant, protective enchantments surrounded the house, a web of invisible barriers that would keep any supernatural threat at bay. And when the giant tried to tear apart the house in search of its target, it was met with an unknown barrier, which absorbed its blows, leaving the house completely unscathed. Should we just wait and hope it goes away? America asked, feeling safe within the Parker residence. However, there was one problem they hadn't anticipated. As they discussed their predicament, a tiny dog, a feisty chihuahua named Peanut, squeezed through a gap in the fence, like always, and charged towards the towering abomination, barking furiously. Halting its assault for a moment, the giant monstrosity turned to peer down at the tiny creature, confused by its sudden appearance. Peanut! Lily exclaimed, rushing to the window. She could see the danger her four-legged neighbor was in. We can't let that thing hurt Peanut. MJ's eyes narrowed in determination. All right, let's do it, but we have to wear our suits and pretend that we don't live here. Your father does a lot to keep his identity hidden and I don't want to be the reason that it's outed. Without hesitation, MJ and Lily donned their spider suits with a simple thought. Within moments, their normal clothes were replaced, masked and ready to confront the monster in the backyard. America, witnessing their transformation, was both shocked and eager to help. She approached them, her voice filled with determination. I can fight too. I want to help. MJ exchanged a glance with her daughter before turning back to their guest. America, we appreciate your courage, but this thing is beyond dangerous. You don't have powers right now, and even if you did, portals aren't exactly the best offensive ability. We can't risk you getting hurt. Stay inside where it's safe and we'll handle it, okay? America reluctantly nodded, her expression reflecting both understanding and frustration. She retreated back to the kitchen, her heart heavy with the desire to be of assistance to the family that helped her and basically took her in. Outside, a portal appeared on the neighbor's roof and Silk and Spider-Girl stepped out, ready to face the abomination head-on. But as they caught sight of the giant, they could see its foot raised above the tiny Peanut. No! Lily exclaimed as she leaped forward. As the monstrous abomination's colossal foot descended towards the tiny chihuahua named Peanut, Lily's instincts kicked in. She surged forward with a burst of spider-powered speed, her reflexes honed to perfection. Halfway there, she noticed that she wasn't fast enough. Venom, help me out. Acting quickly, she called upon her pet symbiote. Can I eat the creature's brain when you're done? Venom asked as her suit was covered in a black tar-like substance, dyeing it black in an instant. And just as she hoped, her venom-infused abilities gave her the edge she needed. No, Dad said you only get chocolate. Lily replied and rolled her eyes as Venom whined in annoyance. With her agility and strength, Lily reached Peanut in the nick of time. She snatched the small dog from harm's way just as the abomination's massive foot crashed into the ground. The shockwave sent ripples through the grass, but Peanut was safe in Lily's protective grasp. MJ, her eyes locked on her daughter's daring rescue, was ready to spring into action. The monstrosity, now aware of the threat posed by the spider heroines, turned its attention toward them. The creature lunged forward with a disturbingly elastic lurch, its bladed limbs extending with terrifying speed. MJ and Lily reacted in perfect synchronization, their spider sense warning them of the impending attack. Lily gracefully somersaulted backward, her venom-enhanced reflexes allowing her to avoid the slashing limbs as she deposited the dog back to its owner's backyard, webbing up the hole in the fence so it couldn't get itself killed again. Undeterred, the demon continued its assault. Its twisted limbs writhed and contorted, striking at MJ and Lily from multiple angles. The two spider heroines were forced to constantly dodge and weave, their movements a mesmerizing dance of evasion. Lily's training in the mystical arts came into play as she channeled her growing abilities. She conjured mystical shields, shimmering barriers of energy that absorbed the impact of the abomination's strikes. MJ, on the other hand, unleashed her webs with precision. Strands of sticky silk shot forth, latching onto the creature's limbs and hindering its movements. She used her superhuman strength to yank and pull, attempting to immobilize the abomination's flailing arms and legs. But the monster was relentless, its bladed limbs slicing through the air with deadly intent. Lily, utilizing her enhanced agility, sprang into action. She leaped onto one of the creature's elongated limbs, dodging the slashing blades with hairbreadth precision. Her enhanced strength allowed her to maintain her grip. With a powerful surge of energy, Lily summoned a mystic-infused punch, striking the abomination's chest with a glowing fist. The impact caused the creature to recoil and spit out a mouthful of blood as Lily leaped away, landing gracefully beside her mother. From the safety of the Parker residence, America Chavez watched with awe and amazement as MJ and Lily, clad in their spider suits, confronted the monstrous abomination, who had no doubt come for her. Her dark eyes were wide with wonder as she witnessed their incredible agility, strength, and coordination. America had seen her fair share of battles in her travels, but this was something entirely different. The way they moved, the fluidity of their actions, it was like watching a perfectly choreographed dance. She couldn't help but be mesmerized by their prowess. Even though she longed to join them in the fight, America understood the reasons behind their decision to keep her inside. She had no powers at the moment, and she would only be a liability in such a dangerous battle. Still, her admiration for MJ and Lily only grew as she watched them face the monstrous threat with courage and skill. America silently cheered them on from the safety of the house, wondering whether she could ever be like them. Back outside, MJ, still engaged in a web-slinging tug-of-war with the creature, used her novice mystic arts knowledge to her advantage. She chanted incantations under her breath, her free hand weaving intricate patterns in the air. A cascade of energy formed around her, reinforcing her webbing with mystic resilience. With newfound strength, MJ gave a mighty pull, yanking the creature's limbs with such force that they ripped off of its body, causing the master to stumble forward as it screeched in agony. The abomination's balance faltered, and it crashed to the ground, a mess of twisted limbs, spurting blood, and monstrous roars. Seeing an opportunity, Lily acted swiftly. She conjured eldritch energy into her fists once again, infusing them with mystical might. With a burst of speed, she delivered a series of devastating blows to the creature's grotesque form, targeting its vulnerable areas. The monstrosity writhed and contorted in pain as blood spurted out of every hole, its resilience tested by the relentless assault of the spider heroines. With each punch and kick, its twisted limbs began to weaken, and its malevolent presence waned. MJ continued her barrage of webbing, ensnaring the creature's limbs and rendering them immobile. With her novice mystic arts knowledge, she channeled energy into her webbing, creating ethereal chains that bound the creature tighter with every passing second. Finally, as the moon cast an eerie glow on the battleground, the abomination let out a guttural cry of defeat. With it fully restrained, MJ marched forward, summoned a large eldritch sword, and chopped off its big ugly head. As its severed head rolled across the blood-stained grass, its monstrous form stilled, its malevolence vanquished by the mother-daughter duo. "Are you sure I can't eat its brain?" Venom asked again, his eyes transfixed on the severed head. "No, now stop asking or I won't share any of my chocolate with you tonight," Lily threatened, which quickly shut him up. Breathing heavily, the two spider heroines exchanged a triumphant glance. They had faced a monstrous threat and emerged victorious, protecting their neighborhood from whatever that thing was. Speaking of neighbors, they could see at least 15 of them peeking over the fence and peering out their windows, staring at them in awe and wonder. After all, it's not every day that superheroes visit your quiet neighborhood. With a few waves toward the surrounding onlookers, they gathered the remains of their monster and portaled away. Of course, their portal led right back into the house, but the neighbors didn't know that. As they entered the safety of the Parker residence and let out a relieved sigh, America came barreling forward, leaping into MJ's arms. That was so cool. So you guys are like superheroes? How come you didn't tell me? What are your powers? Can you teach me? As she rambled off her questions, another portal opened up beside them and Peter came stepping out alongside the Ancient One. We should watch a movie tonight. I was thinking. Peter stopped mid-sentence as he found a giant demon inside his house. But thankfully, it seemed to be dead. What the hell happened? A/N, 1826 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 491, C491 Adoption. Police car light insert hatred gif /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, Mark_Dark, trophy, A/N, a new king rises crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. In the depths of her own universe, hidden from the eyes of mortals, Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch, sat in her darkened sanctum. Before her, the pages of the ancient and accursed Darkhold floated, suspended by her power. The ancient tome had become her obsession, a gateway to alternate realities where her heart's deepest desires could be realized. As she gazed upon the pages, her eyes sparkled with a maniacal fervor. The Darkhold whispered promises of power and the reunion she so desperately craved. She watched, her smile widening, as an alternate version of herself played in a serene playground with her beloved children. It was a tantalizing illusion, a fleeting vision of the happiness she once had. But in that blissful moment, an unsettling ripple coursed through her being. A sensation of failure, of loss, pierced her like a dagger. Her eyes widened in horror as the illusion shattered, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread. No. No, it can't be. Wanda muttered, her voice trembling with disbelief. In an instant, her attention shifted from the illusion to the horrific truth. The demon she had unleashed into the multiverse, the monstrous abomination born from the darkest recesses of her desires, had been defeated. It was dead, its malevolence extinguished, its purpose unfulfilled. Anguish clawed at her heart, and an agonizing scream tore from her lips. Her powers surged uncontrollably, lashing out at the objects and surroundings in her hidden chamber. Arcane energies tore through the walls, shattering ancient relics, and reducing treasured possessions to dust. Tears streamed down her face as she realized the extent of her failure. It was not the first time that one of her creations had been vanquished, but this loss struck deeper. The monster had been her most potent, her most malevolent creation, and it had been utterly defeated. Unbeknownst to her, the Darkhold responded to her raw emotions, its pages pulsating with a malevolent light. It fed upon her anger, sadness, and unbridled rage, siphoning the dark energies that radiated from her. The Eldritch Tome hungered for her despair, craving the turmoil that churned within her soul. Wanda's power spiraled further out of control. Objects levitated and shattered around her, a tempest of chaos and destruction. She screamed, her voice echoing in the twisted chamber of her sanctum, as her reality unraveled before her eyes. After stashing the demon's body and dealing with the curious police officers who had shown up due to the neighbors' reports, Peter let out a weary sigh as he returned to the living room. The atmosphere was heavy with the weight of recent events, and everyone sat around, trying to process what had just transpired. The Ancient One, Lily, America, and MJ were gathered there, sharing a collective sense of relief and exhaustion. May and Grace were currently out of town on vacation together, blissfully unaware of the chaos that had unfolded in their absence. They were a bit mad about being left to clean the backyard after America's arrival, so Peter sent them to Hawaii for a couple weeks to relax. As Peter sat across from the group, he turned his complete attention to America, his expression filled with concern. America, he began gently, do you have any idea why these demons keep chasing you? His voice was soft, encouraging her to share her burden. Well, I already have a pretty good idea, but it's still good to make sure. America looked down at the floor, her gaze distant and troubled. Memories of her time before meeting the Parkers flooded her mind, and she hesitated for a moment, struggling to find the words. Memories of her past weighed heavily on her shoulders, but she knew it was time to explain. MJ shot Peter a pointed glare, silently conveying her disapproval of pushing America too hard. She reached out and placed a comforting hand on the young girl's back, offering her support. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to, America, MJ reassured her. You're safe with us, and we'll protect you, no matter what. Sighing deeply, America realized that it was time to open up and share the painful truth. She wiped away a tear that had escaped her eye before starting to speak. A few months ago, she began, her voice trembling with emotion, I started getting chased by monsters, like the two you've seen already. I think they want my powers. Her voice quivered as she continued, recounting the events that had forever changed her life. During that time, I met Dr. Strange. He protected me from them and tried to take me to the Book of Vishanti to find a way to stop whatever was after me. America paused, her memories of that fateful journey still vivid in her mind. She swallowed hard, her eyes welling up with tears. When we arrived, so did the monster, she continued. Dr. Strange desperately tried to hold off the creature, but he couldn't contain it, and then, just like the monster, he tried to take my powers as well, even though he knew it would kill me. Tears streamed down America's cheeks as she recalled that moment of betrayal. It was so painful, it felt like my whole body was on fire, and I could see the way he looked at me too, like he planned it all along. I asked him what he was doing, and told him we were friends, and he said my sacrifice would be worth more than I'd ever know. MJ scooped America into her arms, cradling the young girl as she cried into her chest. I think he's dead. She couldn't say any more as nothing but sobs escaped her. The betrayal of someone she had thought was a friend, or even a father figure, had left deep emotional scars on America. In that moment, she found solace in MJ's comforting embrace, feeling safe and loved despite everything. Peter watched the scene with a heavy heart, realizing the immense pain that America had endured. Her story matched his knowledge of the movies, but due to America's much younger age, the alternate Strange betrayal seems to have hit her much harder than her movie counterpart. After America had settled down, her exhausted body finally succumbing to slumber in MJ's comforting embrace, MJ carefully lifted the sleeping girl into her arms. She cradled America's form with a gentleness that spoke of the deep bond forming between them, and with quiet steps, she made her way upstairs to the guest room they had prepared for her. Soft moonlight filtered through the curtains as she tucked America in, making sure she was comfortable and safe. As MJ returned downstairs, she turned to her daughter. Lily, she began, her voice low and concerned, do you mind sitting with America for a while? Just in case she wakes up and needs someone. I'll come and trade places with you in a minute. Lily nodded in response, a mixture of determination and protectiveness in her expression as she hurried upstairs. With Lily gone, MJ turned her attention back to Peter. Where did the Ancient One go? She asked, her brow furrowing slightly. She was just here a moment ago. Peter sighed and ran a hand through his hair. She had to leave, he explained. Something about a demon trying to buy souls in Budapest. She offered to stay and help with America, but I told her we'd handle it. MJ nodded, though concern still lingered in her eyes. So, what are we going to do about this situation? She asked, leaning in closer to Peter. Peter looked thoughtful for a moment. I'll go and find whoever is doing this to America, he decided. You and Lily should stay here and keep her safe. The house is the safest place for her, with all the defensive enchantments I've placed on it. MJ nodded in agreement but then pressed further, her gaze intense. And what about after that? She asked. What's the plan for America? Peter could sense the weight of MJ's unspoken thoughts. She had grown attached to the young girl, and her concern for America's well-being was evident. America has a family already, he stated, knowing that MJ most likely wants to adopt her. MJ corrected him gently, her voice soft but determined. Peter, she's been separated from her parents since she was 4 years old, she said. She's been searching for her parents for almost 7 years, and she hasn't found them. The multiverse is infinite, so what if she never finds them? Are we just going to let her grow up parentless? Peter sighed deeply, realizing the complexity of the situation. He took a seat on the couch, and MJ joined him, sitting in his lap and looking up at him with imploring eyes. Can't we just adopt her? She asked, her voice filled with earnestness. We can still help search for her parents. It's not like we're stealing her. Peter hesitated, his gaze locked with MJ's, and he voiced his concern. And what happens if we find her parents? He questioned. You're going to be heartbroken when she leaves. Lily will probably feel the same. Even May, Grace, and I will grow attached. MJ leaned in, placing a tender kiss on Peter's cheek. Peter, she said softly, it's not about us. It's about America needing parents to take care of her. She's been lost and hurt for 7 years, doing who knows what across the multiverse. She needs us. Peter let out a sigh, realizing the depth of MJ's compassion and love for the girl they had taken in. He knew that she was right, and he couldn't deny that America deserved a stable and loving home. Okay, he relented, a small smile tugging at his lips. We can do it, but we have to get America's permission. And we can't slack in searching for her parents. MJ's eyes lit up with happiness, and she couldn't contain her excitement. She peppered Peter's face with quick kisses before rushing off to see if America was awake. As MJ left the room, Peter let out another sigh, hoping that he made the right decision. Whatever, we'll deal with any consequences when they appear. Putting thoughts of adoption to the back of his mind, Peter focused on the main thread at hand. The Scarlet Witch. He needed a way to travel the multiverse and stop her from bothering America. Peter debated whether to take some of America's blood and copy her powers, or to test out the multiverse ship that he and Tony have been building. But then he realized, why not both? Copying her powers was certainly appealing, and it could come in handy in case the ship ever breaks or malfunctions, leaving Peter stranded in the multiverse. I could just go with her powers, but I'd have no idea where I'm going. Besides, the ship needs testing anyway. Peter thought as he walked up to America's room, ready to take some blood. A/N, 1842 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 492, C492 Back to the Multiverse. Police car light insert religious gifts /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, Alien Warlord and Darkslayer, trophy, A/N, I keep getting ties, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. After injecting and assimilating America's blood, which was a rather uncomfortable and slightly painful experience, Peter tried to use her powers, hoping to open up a star-shaped portal. And thanks to his mastery over his abilities, it didn't take more than a single try to see a small shining star appear. It wasn't large enough for him to fit through yet, but with enough practice he should be able to master this new ability of his. Peter smirked. Thank you, America. I'll be sure to pay you back somehow. With that done, Peter donned his sleek spider suit and opened a portal, stepping confidently into the heart of Tony's workshop. The air was thick with the scent of machinery and the hum of advanced technology. Tony, the genius billionaire, philanthropist, and whatever other titles that fuel his ego, was hard at work on the finishing touches of a new Iron Man suit, using the tech taken from Khan the Conqueror. Tony looked up from his workbench, a concentrated look on his face as he spotted Peter, setting aside his tools. Hey, what's up? Usually, when Peter comes to his lab, he isn't in uniform, so something had to be up. Peter gave a casual wave. Yo, he greeted. I've got a bit of a situation, and I need to use the ship we've been working on. Tony's brow furrowed with interest and a small bit of concern. Does this have something to do with that demon monster thing that attacked your house? He asked curiously. Peter raised an eyebrow in surprise. You already heard about that, he asked, amazed at how quickly word had spread. Tony chuckled and pointed to the AI interface hovering nearby. Jarvis here monitors police frequencies and keeps an eye on all our fellow Avengers, he explained. Safety first, you know. Peter felt a bit annoyed with Tony's surveillance of him, but in the end, he appreciated Tony's protective behavior. Well, you're not wrong, he admitted. And yes, it has everything to do with that demon. Tony's expression shifted to one of curiosity. What do you need me to do? He asked, always eager for a new challenge. Nothing, Peter shrugged, speaking in a hushed tone. I'm going after someone who's causing trouble, he explained. A witch with reality-altering powers and a very dangerous book. Tony's eyes gleamed with excitement. Count me in, he declared, already eager to join the adventure. We built that ship together, and I wouldn't miss its first test run for anything. Besides, I've always wanted to meet a witch. Peter nodded. Sure, you can come. Just remember, he cautioned, this isn't just a joyride. We're going into a universe with a fairly powerful opponent, so be prepared. Tony rolled his eyes playfully. Prepared is my middle name, Pete, he said, though he didn't mention that his middle name was actually Edward. I'll just need an hour to finish up this new suit. Gotta test out the tech during the mission, right? Peter agreed with a nod. Sounds good, he said. I need some time to work out the coordinates for our destination anyway. We'll meet here when we're ready. As Tony returned to his work, Peter pulled out his smartphone and tapped on an app called Spider-Verse Group Chat. The app had been created using a blend of mystic arts and technology, allowing the spider people that Peter's met across the multiverse to communicate with each other. Opening the app, Peter checked the chat history. The members, including Ben, Gwen, Spider-Pig, Tom, Penny, Noir, Miles, Toby, and Andrew, had been discussing their recent encounters with villains and sharing a few jokes at Ben and Toby's expense. Gwen, ugh. I'm so tired. I had to fight like 1,000 mutant mole people today. They just started spilling out of sewers. Ben, I remember my first sewer mutant attack. They tried to take over the surface world with 30 guys riding giant mutant rats. Toby, yeah, back in my day. Gwen, boomers. Miles, plus. Penny, plus. Spider-Pig, plus. Tom, plus. After catching up on their riveting conversations, Peter typed out an important notice. Peter, yo. I'm pushing through an update for the app in 5 minutes. Please make sure your phones are charged and on. It includes some new features like video calling, a trade system, and a few bug fixes. The group chat buzzed with excitement and curiosity as members inquired about the new features. They were thrilled to have Peter actively participating in the chat for once, as he was typically the least active member, with only a few messages a week or sometimes even a month. After addressing their questions, Peter initiated the update. The app's software was a unique blend of magic and technology, so the update required a complex spell along with a software update. When it was complete, everyone in the chat noticed the new features and eagerly tested them out, calling one another and even trading some useless items to see if it would work. Unbeknownst to the others, Peter's update had also secretly added a tracking function. A multiverse map appeared on his phone, lighting up with 9 different locations, each marking the position of a chat member. It was a brilliant move on Peter's part, as it would help him navigate the multiverse more efficiently, like a GPS system. Peter couldn't help but chuckle to himself as he marveled at his ingenuity. With the updated app and the ship that he and Tony had built, they were more than ready to travel the multiverse. As he waited for Tony to finish his suit, Peter couldn't help but wonder how Tom would react when their ship appears in front of him. After all, Peter is fairly certain that it's his universe that the Scarlet Witch is in. I can't wait to see the look on his face. After the final preparations were made, Peter and Tony stood side by side in the far corner of the workshop, facing an empty wall. The wall looked like an ordinary wall, but it was actually a high-tech access point that concealed their most precious and ambitious creation yet. They both raised their hands to the wall's surface, their fingerprints scanned, and a series of tests and passcodes completed. With a soft hum, the wall began to shift and change, revealing a big cylindrical structure behind it. The size of a phone booth, the multiverse ship stood tall and imposing. Its metal surface gleamed under the workshop lights, and it exuded an air of otherworldly technology. Peter had been the one to choose the ship's shape, inspired by the TARDIS from the iconic show Doctor Who. Although the TARDIS typically disguised itself as a British police box, its true form was that of a metal cylinder, just like this one. Tony, however, regarded the design with a skeptical frown. "I still can't believe you convinced me to make it look like this," Tony grumbled, shaking his head as he examined the ship's exterior. Peter rolled his eyes at Tony's complaint. "Come on, Tony," he retorted, a playful smirk hidden under his mask. "You know we can make it look however we like. The cloak can make the ship look like anything. We can change it to look like a porta-potty or a police box, if you want." Tony huffed and crossed his arms. Yeah, he conceded. "But I call dibs on picking the cloak. I need to make this ride look better. I can't trust your taste anymore." Peter chuckled at Tony's response, understanding that his friend had a particular aesthetic in mind. Without further ado, he approached the ship, and as he did, the ship telepathically confirmed his identity before the door swung open automatically, revealing the interior. Just like the real TARDIS, Peter and Tony had used their knowledge of mystic arts to carve all sorts of runes into the ship, making the interior much larger than the exterior would suggest. Stepping inside, they found themselves in a spacious, high-tech chamber that resembled the interior of an advanced spacecraft. It was an impressive sight, a testament to their combined skills and creativity. Once they were both inside and the door sealed shut behind them, Peter made his way to the control panel at the center of the room. He plugged his smartphone into the console and accessed his specially designed app. With practiced fingers, he began open the multiverse map and selected Tom's universe. As Peter worked on the controls, he turned to Tony and asked, "Are you ready?" Tony's nervousness was evident, but it was eclipsed by his excitement. His eyes shimmered with anticipation as he grasped onto a nearby railing for support. "Ready as I'll ever be," he replied with a determined nod. With everything in place, Peter initiated the ship's activation sequence. Just like the TARDIS, the cylinder ship flickered in and out of existence before completely disappearing from their universe alongside its passengers. Original MCU universe. Out of nowhere, a cylindrical ship shimmered into existence in a dimly lit bedroom, causing Tom and MJ to break apart in surprise. They had been lost in a passionate kiss on Tom's bed, their hearts racing with the intensity as they tore off each other's clothes. But, the sudden appearance of the metal cylinder in the room was more than enough to make them jump apart, wide-eyed and startled. Tom's heart pounded in his chest as he tried to process what had just happened, preparing for some sort of villain to jump out and attack. As the ship settled in the room, its presence casting a surreal glow over the space, the door swung open and Peter stuck his head out, pulling his mask off to say hello. "Yo," he called out as usual, grinning as he noticed Tom and MJ's distinct lack of clothing. "Did I interrupt something?" A/N, 1664 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 493, C493 Two Daddies. Police car light insert political gifts/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Alien Warlord and Monk kayaking, trophy, A/N, I grow tired of sharing my throne. One more tie and I'll be forced to take matters into my own hands angry face with horns kitchen knife, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. As he and MJ finished putting their clothes back on, Tom blinked in surprise, trying to wrap his head around the situation. Peter, he asked, what are you doing here? MJ, standing next to Tom, also wore a puzzled expression. Yeah, and why are you with Mr. Stark? She pointed at Tony, who stood beside Peter, his appearance clearly throwing them off. Didn't you say you'd be spending the weekend with Morgan and Pepper? Peter gestured to Tony. Ah, right. Allow me to introduce you. This is Tony Stark from my universe. He then gestured to his look-alike. And this, Tony, is a version of me and MJ from this universe. Tony raised an eyebrow, looking between the two Peters. Two Peter Parkers. And you both somehow ended up with MJ. You've really outdone yourselves. Tony couldn't help but feel a mix of surprise and curiosity. Tom and Peter looked remarkably alike, except Peter seemed a bit taller, and maybe even a little older. This is surreal, Tom muttered as he eyed Tony, still trying to process the situation. You look so young. He's used to the older gray-haired Tony Stark, not this young clone of him. Meanwhile, MJ couldn't resist her curiosity any longer. She approached the cylindrical ship and peered inside the open door. Her eyes widened as she stepped back, pacing to circle the ship before peeking inside for a second time. Finally, once she was done, she glanced back at Tom in disbelief. You won't believe this. It's bigger on the inside. How is that possible? Peter couldn't help but smirk at MJ's discovery. I always wanted to hear someone say that. He had always heard people say it in Doctor Who when they first entered the TARDIS, but now it was real and it was his ship they were taking about. Tom, intrigued, walked over to the ship and repeated the same steps as his lovely girlfriend, confirming her observation. She's right. It's like a TARDIS from Doctor Who or something. What is this? You have Doctor Who here too? Peter asked before stepping over to the ship to explain, a hint of pride in his voice. This, my friends, is a multiverse traveling ship. Tony and I built it together with some donations from various bad guys. I truly have to thank all of those villains that sacrificed themselves to bring me their tech. May they rest in peace, or in jail, or wherever I sent them. MJ eyed the ship's metallic exterior, unimpressed. For a badass multiverse traveling TARDIS, it looks a bit bland, don't you think? It does sort of look like a tin can. Tom nodded in agreement, standing beside her. Peter let out an annoyed sigh, shooting a look at Tony, who merely shrugged and said, I told you so. Peter turned away from Tony and huffed, just go ahead and activate the cloak already. None of you understand what real art is. With a triumphant smirk, Tony entered the ship and began fiddling with the controls. The ship seemed to twitch for a moment before shimmering into a new form, molding itself into a closet right before everyone's eyes, matching the decor of the bedroom. Tom marveled at the transformation. Now that's cool. How did you make it do that? Is it some sort of illusion with the lighting or something? Peter smirked and answered with a single word, magic. Tony stepped out of the closet-turned ship with a satisfied grin. That'll do for now. I'll give it a proper makeover later since we don't have much space in here. As Tom was still eyeing the ship, MJ noticed a shining ring on Peter's finger. Is that what I think it is? She asked, shocked. Everyone turned to Peter, following the direction of MJ's stare. Yeah, my MJ and I are engaged. Congratulations. Tom smiled, glancing over at his MJ, wondering if or when they'll get engaged. Yeah, congrats. MJ follows up, blushing a bit as she peeks over at Tom. Tony raises a single eyebrow at Peter. Why didn't you tell me? It only happened a couple days ago, and truthfully, I've been so busy since then that I haven't told anyone besides family, and that's only because we live together. Actually, I don't even think Fury knows yet. Peter explained, causing Tony's betrayed look to slowly simmer down. Besides, I've been wearing the ring, so I'm not trying to hide it. Yeah, fine, you're forgiven. Just tell me next time. Tony huffed, but ultimately let the matter go. Tom, still processing everything, asked Peter, so, you're here just to test your new ship? And why would Nick Fury need to know about your enhancement? Tony chimed in, correcting, our new ship. And he needs to know because he's MJ's father. At least in our universe. MJ's eyes go while I'm shocked. That can't be right. Peter turned to MJ. Yep, I'm afraid it is. You're lucky you're cute, you know. Because dating the daughter of Nick Fury is a very dangerous position to be in. I mean, the guy shot me at least 10 times. But I'm guessing he's not your father in this universe. He said as MJ nodded. Tom sighed as a wave of relief spread throughout his entire being. Oh, thank God. It's actually not as bad as you'd think. Peter shrugged. As for why we're here. I'm looking for Wanda Maximoff. Do you know where she lives? Tom raised a questioning brow. No, but we can go to the Avengers Tower and find out. What did she do? MJ asks curiously. I'll explain on the way. Before leaving for the tower, Peter took extra precautions to secure the multiverse ship. He and Tony had implemented a multitude of technological and magical seals and security measures, making it nearly impenetrable. Only someone as knowledgeable as the Ancient One could hope to crack it, and even then, it would take months, if not years. Portaling over to the tower, they left their fortified ship behind in Tom's room. The vessel was locked up tighter than anything in the known universe. Peter, Tony, Tom, and MJ emerged from the portal into a luxurious penthouse at the top of the tower. As soon as Tony stepped out of the portal, his eyes widened in shock. Before him, an utterly unexpected scenario unfolded. Standing there were this universe's versions of Pepper, Tony Stark, and their daughter, Morgan. A/N, I will now refer to this universe's Tony as Anthony, since his name is technically Anthony Stark. Peter's Tony will remain as Tony. Anthony was currently being chased around by Morgan, who was dressed as a princess, wielding a plastic sword. Her father, however, wore a comically ill-fitting dragon costume, which he was no doubt forced into by his cute daughter. Pepper watched the spectacle with an affectionate smile. It's been over a year since Anthony came back to life and she's loved every second of it. But no one loved it more than Morgan, who barely ever separated from her father ever since. As the saying goes, you only know the value of something once you've lost it, but luckily, they were given a second chance. Come on, Daddy. Morgan exclaimed, her voice bubbling with enthusiasm. Stop running. The princess has to slay the dragon. You're not allowed to run away. It's against the rules. Tony was momentarily frozen in place, processing the surreal scene. He realized he was a father in another universe, and based on Pepper's joyful expression, they had a daughter together. It was a revelation that left him both astounded and slightly overwhelmed. He had never imagined himself as a father, always finding children to be an annoyance. Moreover, he had been determined not to turn out like his own distant and preoccupied father. Suddenly, Anthony and Pepper noticed the unexpected guests in their penthouse and froze. Morgan, seizing the opportunity, continued her pursuit and dramatically swung her fake sword at her father, declaring, I slayed the evil dragon. However, when her father didn't play along as he usually did, Morgan grew curious. She glanced around the room and realized they had some uninvited guests, her expression shifting from playful confidence to a shy, puzzled demeanor. She instinctively ran away, seeking refuge behind her mother's legs, peeking out cautiously. Peter waved. Yo, sorry for dropping by unannounced. Peter. Anthony muttered in confusion. How did you come back? I didn't think I'd see you again. And this is. He trails off, eyeing Tony, who steps up to get a good look at him. The two Starks look one another up and down with judging eyes. Tony was the first to speak. You look old. Anthony raised a brow at him, looking quite offended. Well, excuse me for aging. He turns his attention to Tony's suit and sneers. Where'd you that suit? Goodwill. I remember donating it about 8 years ago. Tony gestures towards Anthony's dragon costume. Are you sure that you want to mention clothes right now? Anthony sighed. Fine, you got me there. Morgan, sweetheart, Pepper began, crouching down to her daughter's eye level. These are special guests. She exchanged a knowing look with her husband, silently acknowledging the complexity of the situation. Morgan, her curiosity overcoming her initial shyness, looked back and forth between the two Tonys once more. With childlike innocence, she finally voiced her question, why are there two daddies? Tony felt a mix of emotions surging within him, from disbelief to a strange sense of connection to this alternate universe's daughter of his. He exchanged a glance with alternate, older self, realizing how happy he looks. Maybe I should think about having a kid. A/N, 1627 words, smiley face. Should Tony have his own child when they return? Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 494, C494 versus Scarlet Witch, 1/2. Police car light insert skating gif /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, Imer_3815, trophy, A/N, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. As Pepper and MJ led Morgan away to give the two Peters and Tony some privacy, Peter wasted no time in getting to the heart of the matter. He turned to Anthony with a determined look in his eyes. I need to know where Wanda Maximoff lives in this universe. It's urgent, Peter said, his voice laced with a sense of seriousness. Anthony, still baffled by the sudden appearance of a younger version of himself and another Peter Parker, initially hesitated. Why do you need to find Wanda? He asked cautiously. Peter didn't beat around the bush. He decided to lay out the truth, or at least part of it. In my universe, I've been protecting a young girl named America Chavez. I have reason to believe that Wanda is after her. Anthony raised a brow. Why would she be after some random girl? Peter shrugged. I think it's because of America's ability to travel the multiverse, but who knows really? I have a feeling your Wanda has been corrupted by the Darkhold, so she's probably not thinking clearly. Anthony frowned, his skepticism evident. The Darkhold. What's that? The Darkhold, or also known as the Book of Sins, the Book of Spells, or the Book of the Damned, is a dark magic spell book based on ancient engravings carved by a powerful demon named Thon. Peter explained. I've seen some of what the Darkhold can do when I destroyed it in my universe. And if my suspicions are correct, Wanda might be a danger not only to America but to this entire universe. Anthony weighed the gravity of the situation. While he didn't fully believe that Wanda would do such a thing, he trusted Peter, especially after all that Peter's done for him. All right, Anthony conceded. I'll tell you where she lives. But on one condition. I'm coming with you. If there's a chance she's in trouble or needs help, I want to be there for her. It's the least I can do. Peter didn't hesitate to agree. Sure, 2 Tonys is probably worse than 1, but we should be fine. Try to follow my lead and stay quiet though. I have an idea to solve this without fighting. But of course, I doubt she'll accept. Tom raised a curious brow. Why not? As I said, she's been corrupted by the Darkhold. I doubt she's even thinking straight at the moment, so we'll most likely have to beat some sense into her before anything else. Peter explained. With their agreement sealed, Tony told them the address and Peter opened a portal using his newfound magical abilities. The swirling vortex of energy transported Peter, Tom, Tony, and Anthony from the luxurious penthouse to an open piece of property surrounded by lush fruit trees, just outside a small town. The sight that greeted them was unexpected. Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch herself, was leisurely picking fruit from the orchard surrounding her home and filling her basket. Her presence was calm, and she seemed entirely unaware of their arrival. Though it didn't take long for her to sense their presence, her powers tingling with awareness. She turned slowly, her gaze locking onto the newcomers with a facade of surprise and curiosity. Tom, Tony, and Anthony exchanged glances as Peter walked up to Wanda, realizing that their mission had just taken an unexpected turn. Based on what Peter said, they expected to find Wanda in some dark cave, changing an evil ritual over a black leather book, not peacefully licking fruit in the sunlight. Wanda eyed each set or twins with a guarded expression, her powers crackling around her. Who are you, and why have you come here? Peter took a step forward, his voice calm and reassuring. We mean no harm, Wanda. We just want to talk. Peter eyed Wanda Maximoff warily as they stood in the lush orchard, surrounded by fruit trees. With a snap of his fingers, Peter summoned a table and chairs into existence beneath the shade of a nearby tree. He gestured for everyone to take a seat, including Wanda. Eyeing Peter warily, Wanda hesitated for a moment before finally taking a seat. Her crimson eyes bore into Peter's. So, are you related to Spider-Man, or? Peter offered a small nod, confirming, I'm from another universe. But I have a feeling you know a lot about that, considering your recent activities. Wanda's eyes widened momentarily, realization dawning upon her. She had been sending her monstrous creations across the multiverse, all in pursuit of America Chavez. It seemed her secret was no longer safe. Her clothes shifted, and her appearance transformed into the iconic red Scarlet Witch attire, a manifestation of her power and abilities. Anthony and Tom watched in awe as her transformation unfolded before their eyes, realizing that was telling the truth. Wanda's voice took on a more authoritative tone as she spoke, so, you've figured me out. What do you want? Peter wasted no time in addressing the matter at hand. I want to know why you're after America Chavez. Wanda's gaze remained fixed on Peter, her expression unyielding. She's important to me. I need her. You should just hand her over, and we can make this quick. Peter raised an eyebrow, unwilling to give in so easily. Why do you need her? Well, technically he already knows. But he can't appear to be too omniscient in front of others. Wanda's frown deepened as she contemplated whether to reveal her true intentions. Finally, she decided it was time to confide in Peter, hoping her story could help speed things along. I dreamwalk into other universes every night, and in every one of them, I have 2 beautiful children, twin boys. But in this universe, they never existed. At least, not really. She continued, her voice tinged with sorrow, after finally beating Thanos, I was devastated and lonely. In my grief, I used my powers to warp reality, creating a family with a fake vision and our 2 children, Tommy and Billy. But they were never real, and now they're gone, erased by the actions of others. Wanda's voice trembled as she spoke, revealing the depths of her pain and longing. Can't you see? I'm just a mother, trying to reunite with her children. Peter nodded in understanding, empathizing with her plight. I see your perspective, Wanda. You want to kill America by taking her powers and then go take another Wanda's children. Maybe kill off their mother and just replace her without them knowing, right? Wanda didn't like the way he worded it, but he wasn't wrong. Yes. Peter nods as those behind him didn't look happy with their fellow Avengers' plans. But what if I said that I have a better proposal? Wanda's eyes narrowed. What do you suggest? Peter leaned forward, his voice earnest. I can find you a universe where the Scarlet Witch is dead or dying, leaving poor little Timmy and Bobby alone. Tommy and Billy. Wanda corrects, an annoyed frown marring her face. Peter shrugged uncaringly and continued. Right, anyway. The multiverse is infinite, and it shouldn't be too hard to locate such a universe. I can transport you there, free of charge. You can be with your children, give them the love and care they deserve. No need to kill off any mothers or steal any children. Sounds good, doesn't it? Wanda's mouth dropped in astonishment at the unexpected offer. She had never imagined such a possibility, and it tugged at her heartstrings. How would you transport me to another universe? And how can you find one with a dead version of me? Peter grinned mysteriously. Let's just say America isn't the only one who can travel the multiverse. Wanda pondered his words for a moment before finally making a decision. I accept your offer, but how can I trust you to keep your end of the bargain? Wait, not so fast. Peter leaned back in his chair, his expression thoughtful. There's one small thing that you need to do before anything else. Wanda raised an eyebrow, wary of what Peter might ask of her. What is it? She thought this was supposed to be free of charge. Peter's smile turned wry as he stated, hand over the Darkhold, Wanda. He said, holding out his hand. Wanda's entire body tensed at the mention of the ominous book. The Darkhold appeared in her arms as she clutched it protectively. She regarded Peter with a mixture of defiance and apprehension. Seeing the book in her possession, the truth of Peter's claims became undeniable. He was right, she did have the Darkhold and it was most likely corrupting her mind. Peter leaned forward, his voice filled with urgency. Wanda, the Darkhold is not safe. It was created by a demon with malicious intent. If you keep it, there's a high likelihood it will find a way to hurt your children, or even make you hurt them. To protect your family, you must let go of the Darkhold. Wanda hesitated, torn between her maternal instincts and the realization that the Darkhold posed a genuine threat. But as she considered Peter's words, her ears began to ring and a cacophony of sinister whispers echoed in her mind, urging her to keep the book at any cost. The Darkhold was fighting back, manipulating her thoughts and emotions, making her believe that Peter was lying. With a sudden surge of red energy, Wanda unleashed a blast that cut down the surrounding trees, destroyed their seating arrangements, and sent Peter and his group flying backward. A/N, 1,600 words, smiley face. The latest chapters are in a new exciting universe, by the way. Just thought I'd give you guys something to look forward to. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 495, C495 versus Scarlet Witch, 2 of 2. Police car light insert bada asterisk s gif slash PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Darkslayer, Trophy, A/N, Crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. A/N, is this chapter up? There's some sort of bug going on so I had to try uploading again. Instantly, the lush orchard transformed into a battlefield as Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch, her powers enhanced by the malevolent influence of the Darkhold, unleashed a torrent of crimson energy toward the group. The shockwave sent Peter, Tom, Anthony, and Tony flying in different directions. Tony was the first to regain his composure, activating his Iron Man suit equipped with Khan the Conqueror's technology, which quickly formed along his body. Reacting swiftly, he formed a protective energy barrier around himself as Wanda's red energy bolts slammed against it. The barrier held, but Tony could feel the strain on his suit's systems. Jarvis. Tony called. How are the upgrades holding up? Any problems? No, sir. Jarvis replied. The psionic energy converter seems to be working well. Though more tests are required to truly test it all. Peter found himself momentarily tangled in a web of psychic energy since he was the closest to her outburst. Wanda's psionic abilities proved formidable as they encased him in a pulsating red cocoon. With a quick thought, Peter managed to summon golden flames. Suddenly, a burst of fiery phoenix energy surrounded him, melting his way to freedom. That wasn't very nice. Peter muttered as he landed perfectly on his feet, swatting away any more attacks with the back of his hand. We were having a nice conversation, and you just blew up on me. Is that how a mother should act? Wanda flinched, growing more aggressive with every whisper of the Darkhold. Shut up. Meanwhile, Tom swung into action, his agility and web-slinging skills put to the test. He darted through the trees, avoiding Wanda's energy blasts and conjured projectiles with acrobatic finesse. Tom's suit, enhanced by Anthony Stark, allowed him to adapt to Wanda's unpredictable attacks as 4 mechanical spider legs appeared in his back. Anthony Stark, not to be outdone, deployed his state-of-the-art Iron Man suit's weaponry. Blasts of repulsor energy shot from his palms and chest, colliding with Wanda's red-hued psionic attacks. With his suit activated, he flew at high speeds to avoid taking damage, the sky illuminated by bursts of energy. Wanda, her eyes glowing with dark determination, was a formidable adversary. She levitated above the chaos, her gaze locked onto Peter, who had just broken free from her psychic snare. She directed her energy toward him, sending a barrage of red bolts streaking through the air. Peter either swatted them away or chose to simply evade the relentless assault. First and foremost, he needed to protect his allies and find the right opening to take her down. His thoughts raced as he considered his next move. The Darkhold's influence made Wanda's attacks erratic and random, which made it even harder for him to predict. "Tony," Peter shouted, his voice carrying over the battlefield as he rushed toward Wanda, who kept teleporting away, never allowing him to get too close. "We need to find a way to either knock her out or destroy the Darkhold." As Peter chased after Wanda, who did nothing but teleport or fly away whilst firing at them from a distance, he began to realize that this would be a bit of a challenging battle without his Infinity Stones. After all, his precious stones might as well be paperweights in this universe. Tony acknowledged him with a nod as he continued his long-range duel with Wanda, attempting to analyze her movement patterns as he used Kang's tech to teleport across the orchard, following her as he tested his new suit's abilities. Meanwhile, Tom swung in close to provide support, but that might not have been a good idea. "Hey! Over here!" Seeing him, Wanda smirked as she vanished from sight. Tom had no idea what happened. Suddenly, he felt his spider senses blaring before he was hit with a telekinetically powered punch, which sent him flying across the orchard. "Tom!" Anthony yelled in worry as he fired a barrage of missiles at Wanda, creating fiery explosions to obscure her vision. But once again, Wanda simply teleported behind him, unleashing a similar attack that Tom just felt, which sent him flying as well, a large dent in the back of his armor. "Hello there." Wanda's eyes went wide as she heard a voice over her shoulder. Before she could even think to teleport away, Peter's super-powered fist connected with the back of her head, sending her flying across the sky as blood leaked from her ears and nose. Wanda, slightly hurt, unleashed a wave of psychic energy that rippled outward as she recovered, sending shockwaves through the air. Peter, sensing the danger, conjured a protective barrier of phoenix flames, his allies and their opponent. The wave of energy crashed against the barrier but failed to breach it. The battlefield had become a chaotic dance of power, with energies clashing and the air crackling with tension. The Darkhold continued to fuel Wanda's strength, making her a relentless force to contend with. Peter's concern grew as he saw his allies struggling to keep up with her. Only Tony seemed to hold his own, which was no doubt thanks to Kang's tech. As for Tom and Anthony, well, they weren't looking too good. Both of them weren't necessarily equipped to fight a battle against the Scarlet Witch, who stands among the strongest MCU villains. Peter and Tony had to constantly protect them, which left them little room to counterattack against Wanda's non-stop bombardment. Suddenly, with a surge of frustration, Peter made a bold decision. He opened a portal behind Tom and Anthony, who were engaged in a coordinated assault against Wanda. Without warning, he grabbed both of them and shoved them through the portal. "Hey, what are you dash? You two are dead weight," Peter exclaimed, his irritation evident. "Get lost." As the portal closed behind them, Peter turned back to face Wanda, a determined grin spreading across his face. "Now, Tony, it's just you and me. Time to show her what we can do." Tony Stark, his upgraded Iron Man suit gleaming, gave a wry smile. "Finally, some quality time with my bestie." Peter and Tony faced Wanda, the Scarlet Witch, who stood at the pinnacle of her power, fueled by the Darkhold's malevolent influence. Wanda, her eyes glowing with an eerie crimson light, unleashed a barrage of psionic energy projectiles at the two heroes. With precision honed through countless battles, Peter and Tony moved in perfect synchronization. Peter, with his enhanced reflexes, deftly evaded the incoming energy bolts, while Tony's advanced Iron Man suit allowed him to either deflect and absorb the attacks, or simply teleport away. Tony was the first to retaliate with a swift laser blast aimed at Wanda, who countered with a conjured barrier of psychic energy. The shining beam collided with the barrier, creating a dazzling explosion that momentarily obscured their vision. Seizing the opportunity, Peter leaped into action and snaked through the smoke. Flicking his wrist forward, a shot of webbing, which he infused with eldritch energy, ensnared Wanda's legs, momentarily immobilizing her and sealing her teleportation. Peter then unleashed a powerful burst of fiery phoenix energy, which climbed up the glowing webs, enveloping her in searing flames. Wanda cried out in pain, her form flickering as the flames surrounded her. But her resolve was unbroken, and with a tremendous effort, she tore free from the webbing. Her red energy expelling the flames, as she retaliated with a telekinetic shockwave that sent Peter and Tony hurtling backward. As they regained their footing, Peter shot a web line toward Tony, swinging them both back into the fray. "Tony, shake and bake?" he asked, knowing Tony would know what he meant. Tony nodded, his helmet's visor displaying tactical data. "Agreed. Let's show her a little magic of our own." Wanda, hovering above the battlefield, unleashed a telekinetic wave that sent debris hurtling toward them. Peter and Tony synchronized their movements, Peter using his agility to evade the incoming objects while Tony used his suit's short-range teleportation. With a swift hand gesture, Tony initiated a hard-light holographic projection, creating multiple duplicates of himself and Peter. The solid illusions scattered in different directions, confusing Wanda as she struggled to pinpoint the real targets. Peter used a bit of eldritch energy to summon an invisible shield, protecting himself and Tony from Wanda's continued barrage as they rushed forward, blending in with their clones. Tony, flying among the illusions, fired repulsor beams. And he wasn't the only one. Each illusionary Tony fired as well, forcing Wanda to defend herself on multiple fronts. Wanda's powers were stretched thin as she tried to ward off the relentless assault. Her attacks became more erratic, and her crimson aura flickered intermittently. Seeing an opening, Peter and Tony launched their coordinated counterattack. Peter shot a reinforced web cocoon around Wanda, entrapping her within its sticky embrace. Simultaneously, Tony unleashed a powerful hard-light hologram that struck the cocoon with tremendous force, reinforcing it in a sphere of energy. Wanda struggled to break free, her powers surging in a desperate attempt to escape. But it was too late. Peter and Tony's synchronization was flawless, as they both appeared beside her, fists wound back. Without missing a beat, Tony struck firsts, smashing his mechanical fist into her face, and launching her upwards, where Peter could be seen waiting patiently. Night-night, Peter smirked as he spun, his fist colliding with Wanda's nose, which shattered with a sickening crack. The combined assault overwhelmed Wanda, as her head snapped back before her body followed along after, smashing into the ground below. Instantly, the cocoon of web and hard light shattered upon impact, creating a huge crater in the ground. Peter and Tony landed gracefully, their eyes locked on the fallen Scarlet Witch. Wanda groaned, her strength depleted as she slowly fell unconscious. Peter moved closer, his gaze filled with empathy. "It's over, Wanda. But don't worry, I'll still keep my side of the deal." Tony approached as well, clapping Peter on the shoulder. "That was a good test run for my suit. I have so many ideas for upgrades now." But the mission wasn't over yet. Peter extended his hand, palm outstretched, as a swirling vortex of fiery phoenix energy appeared. Laying beside Wanda's sleeping and battered form was the malevolent Darkhold that had caused all of this. With a determined expression, Peter tossed the flame onto the book. The ancient tome shrieked in agony as it ignited, its pages curling and burning to ash. The fiery vortex consumed the book entirely, leaving nothing but a smoldering pile of ashes. The air crackled with the residual energy of the Darkhold's destruction, and Wanda, now free from its influence, unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. "Now I just have to destroy the castle and I'm done," Peter thought as a golden portal opened up behind him. "What's going on here?" A/N, 1818 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 496, C496 farewell, 1/2. Police car light insert basketball gif /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, monk kayaking, trophy, A/N, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. The dust and smoke from the battle with the Scarlet Witch had barely settled when a rippling portal opened nearby. Out stepped Wong, the sorcerer supreme of this universe, and Doctor Strange, who had both been at Camartage when the alarms rang out, urgently calling them to the scene. Peter turned and smiled as he recognized the 2 sorcerers. "Hello again, gentlemen," he greeted them. "No hard feelings from our last encounter, I hope." At first, Strange and Wong believed that the individuals before them were their universe's Peter Parker and Tony Stark, but as Peter spoke, memories of their past meeting began to resurface. Memories of how Peter demolished both of them in a fight and then locked them away in their own prison. The realization hit them, this Peter was not their Peter. Strange stepped forward, his eyes intense with determination. "What brings you to our universe once again, Peter?" Wong joined Strange's side, a look of resolute readiness in his eyes. The last time they had faced this interdimensional visitor, they had been defeated and imprisoned. They wouldn't let that happen again, or so they thought. Peter held up his hands in a placating gesture. "I'm not here to fight," he assured them. "I only came for Wanda and the Darkhold." The mention of the Darkhold sent shockwaves of alarm through Strange and Wong. They had learned about the evil book many years ago, and they couldn't allow Peter to take it. "Where is the Darkhold?" Strange demanded, his tone stern. Peter smirked and gestured to the smoldering pile of ashes beside the unconscious Wanda Maximoff. "There it is." Wanda was using it to send demons to my universe, so I destroyed it. Instantly, the air seemed to escape Wong and Strange sails. It appeared that Peter was not the antagonist in this situation, as they had initially thought. Wong raised a curious brow. What are your plans for Wanda? Peter shrugged. I'll talk to her and decide her fate once she wakes up. But right now, I've got to make a quick trip to Mount Wundagore. Wong's eyes widened at the mention of the ominous location. You should stay away from that place. It's far more dangerous than any dark book. Strange and Tony were clueless about its significance. Peter didn't seem worried or bothered at all by Wong's warning. I've been to Mount Wundagore in my universe, and the Ancient One, and I managed to destroy it. I plan to do the same in this universe. Now that the Darkhold is gone, the final piece of the puzzle is eradicating its source, Darkhold Castle. It's the only way to ensure this universe's safety. He suddenly smirked. You're welcome, by the way. Strange seemed to agree with him, his expression serious. I'll come with you. I don't know much about the place, but I'm sure that I can be of help. Wong let out a sigh before coming to the same decision. I'll join you as well. We should not underestimate the threat that place poses. Peter shook his head and turned to Wong with a request. Actually, can you take Wanda into custody and keep her restrained until we get back? Her connection to the Darkhold makes her presence at Mount Wundagore rather dangerous. And I can't just leave her here alone. Wong reluctantly nodded in understanding. With a flick of his fingers, he conjured ethereal chains that wrapped around Wanda's unconscious form. Hovering her slightly, he guided her through a shimmering portal, leading her back to Camartage, where she would be securely held in check. All right, let's go destroy a haunted castle. With the immediate threat dealt with, Peter waved his hand, opening a golden portal, which both Strange and Tony followed him through. As Peter, Strange, and Tony Stark stood at foot of Mount Wundagore, they gazed up at the imposing structure known as Darkhold Castle. It loomed ominously against the gray skies and white snow, a place of ancient malevolence. Their mission was clear: destroy the source of the Darkhold's power. But they knew it wouldn't be easy. Well, Peter knew it would be easy, but that's just because he's been through this before. As they approached the castle, a deafening hull filled the air, and what seemed like 1,000 flying wraiths burst forth from the dark spires of the castle, darkening the sky as they swarmed their way, stopping them from entering the castle. Peter, who had already experienced this ordeal in his own universe, conjured a comfortable chair and sat back, observing the chaotic spectacle. He reached out, and a bag of chips appeared in his hand, making himself comfortable among the chaos. Tony and Strange, on the other hand, were in the midst of an intense battle against the wraiths. Arcane energy and repulsor blasts filled the air as they fought to keep the wraiths at bay. After an arduous battle, they finally managed to dispatch the last of the wraiths, panting and disheveled. Tony wiped the sweat from his brow, casting an annoyed glance at Peter. You could have helped, you know. Peter, still lounging in his conjured chair, offered a nonchalant shrug. I've been through all this before. Now it's your turn to do the heavy lifting. They entered the ominous castle, navigating its eerie corridors and encountering demonic golems guarding the interior. Each step forward felt like a descent into a realm of nightmarish proportions. But once again, Peter lazed around at the back whilst Tony and Strange did all the work. Tony glared at his best friend. You're really starting to P*SS me off. Eventually, they reached a chamber with a large stone casket at its center. Demonic carvings covered the walls, floor, and ceiling, as if the very room itself pulsed with dark energy. Peter, who had done absolutely nothing since their arrival, conjured a flickering ball of flames in his hand. As the fiery glow danced in his palm, a sinister voice filled the room, resonating with ancient malevolence. It was Chthon, or at least what remained of the deceased demon. Chthon began to offer them anything they could desire in exchange for leaving his castle untouched, but Peter interrupted, his tone laced with indifference. I've heard this spiel before, Chthon, and I'm still not interested. With a casual flick of his hand, Peter tossed the flame onto the casket, and as the flames rapidly spread throughout the room, they could all hear the agonizing, ear-piercing screams of Chthon as what remained of the demon was consumed by the relentless fire. Leaving the room, they retreated back to the castle's entrance. As they turned to watch, Peter's flames engulfed the sinister structure. The castle shuddered and crumbled, disintegrating into ash as the flames devoured it. Within moments, all that remained was a desolate mountain peak, a stark contrast to the malevolent fortress that had once stood there. The Darkhold source of power had been eradicated, and the world was free from the menace that had plagued it for so long. The short trip to Camartage was full of celebration, marked by the absence of the ominous Darkhold castle on Mount Wundagore. As they stepped into the mystical sanctuary, Peter, Strange, and Tony were met with an unexpected sight. Wong, alongside a few other masters of the mystic arts, surrounded a thrashing Wanda Maximoff, who was struggling against her restraints. Each master was concentrating their power, infusing it into the many chains that held their prisoner in place, barely able to keep her contained. Upon seeing this chaotic scene, Peter let out an exasperated sigh. He knew she would cause trouble the second she woke up. With a hint of annoyance, he walked over and delivered a firm slap to the back of her head, temporarily halting her frantic struggles. What do you think you're doing? I leave for an hour and you're already causing trouble. Wanda glared up at Peter, her eyes burning with resentment. You need to return the Darkhold, now. Peter, unfazed, met her gaze with a calm expression. I can't do that, Wanda. I destroyed it. Wanda's reaction was immediate, her face twisting into an expression of heartbreak and despair. It was as if Peter had torn something precious away from her, leaving a void she couldn't bear. Her addiction to the Darkhold had been like a vice, manipulating her with its malevolent influence. She had lashed out in her desperation to keep it, not fully comprehending the horrors it had led her to commit. But before she could sink too deeply into her distress, Peter spoke again, his voice carrying a note of unexpected compassion. My deal is still on the table, Wanda. I can find a universe where you can be with your children again. A universe where Wanda Maximoff is gone, leaving her children in need of a mother. Wanda looked up at Peter, stunned by his offer of help after her attempts to kill him. She hesitated for a moment, torn between her pride and her desire to be reunited with her children. Tears welled up in her eyes as she accepted the lifeline Peter was offering, her voice trembling. Please, please help me. Peter extended a hand, patting her head, his expression holding both sympathy and understanding. I will, but you have to stop causing trouble. He says, and Wanda nods her head frantically. Good, we'll find a way to make things right, I promise. With that said and done, Peter snapped his fingers, which caused Wanda's restraints to shatter before crumbling away completely, setting her free. Exclamation point. The many masters formed up behind Wong, ready to fight should Wanda try anything. But more than that, they were shocked that Peter could so easily destroy their restraints, which held their combined power. Thankfully, Wanda simply stood up and stuck close to Peter, like a lost puppy. Now, I just have to find the right universe for her and I can go home and relax. Though I should probably find one without a Darkhold in it as well. A/N, 1687 words, smiley face. One more chapter before we enter a brand new universe. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 497, C497 farewell, 2 halves. Police car light insert simp gif /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Monkayaking, Trophy, A/N, Crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. After a short discussion at Camartage, Wong came to a decision. As he addressed Peter, Tony, and Wanda, his tone carried a mix of politeness and sternness. I appreciate your help in dealing with the Darkhold, but it's time for you to leave Camartage. It's in your best interests and ours. Peter nodded in agreement. Sure, we'll take our leave. Wong's decision made it clear that the sorcerers of Camartage were wary of the intruders from another universe, and Peter understood their concerns. But that wasn't all, they were also wary of Wanda, who was already corrupted and manipulated by one dark artifact. They didn't want her anywhere near their library or vaults, which safekept many other dark artifacts and books from the wrong hands. And Wanda just so happened to be the wrong hands in this scenario. Returning to the Avengers Tower, Anthony and Tom sat side by side on a plush couch, sulking like children who'd been reprimanded. They had been kicked out of the battle by Peter, who had called them dead weight and unceremoniously sent them through a portal. They were slightly offended but mostly disheartened. When Peter and Wanda stepped through a portal, alongside Tony, they couldn't help but voice their grievances. Anthony was the first to speak up. Dead weight, huh? I'll have you know that we defeated Thanos. You know. The guy who snapped half the universe away in a single second. Tom, with a more subdued demeanor, chimed in, I mean, I've been doing this Spider-Man thing for a while. I'm not that useless, am I? Peter sighed, listening to their complaints in silence. When they finally ran out of steam, he looked at them with a hint of exasperation. If you don't want to be dead weight, then you need to step up your game. What I saw back there was pitiful. You both have the potential to be great, but you need to work on your skills. He turns to Anthony, and you need to upgrade your suit. Peter's words sent both Anthony and Tom back into a sulking mess once again. Peter had a point, but it was hard to swallow their pride and acknowledge their shortcomings. Turning his attention to Wanda, Peter asked, is there anything you need to grab before we leave this universe? Wanda shook her head, her voice tinged with sorrow. Everything I've ever treasured is either gone or never truly existed. And I can always buy new clothes and other essentials. Peter nodded and turned to Anthony and Tom. It's time for us to leave. Although Peter had wounded their egos just moments earlier, they still considered him a friend and said their goodbyes with a mixture of gratitude and disappointment. With goodbyes exchanged, Peter opened a shimmering portal back to Tom's room. Soon enough, they stepped through an unassuming closet that was, in fact, their multiverse traveling ship. Wanda couldn't help but be astonished by the ship's interior, exclaiming, "It's bigger on the inside." Peter chuckled, and Tony chimed in, "Will you ever get tired of hearing that?" Peter shrugged, "I haven't yet." He moved toward the control panel, a fusion of advanced technology and mystic arts, and hooked up his phone, opening the Spider-Verse group chat app before tapping the GPS icon. Instantly, an interface showing a partially mapped multiverse appeared. The possibilities lay before them, numerous realms and universes unexplored. Peter, having charted 2 distinct MCU universes, both his own and the current one they were in, had a sense of where to go next. They would have to venture blindly into the multiverse, a prospect that excited and intrigued him and his passengers. Setting the course to a random universe, Peter activated the ship. It flickered in and out of existence before finally vanishing entirely from this universe, taking its passengers along for a journey through the endless tapestry of the multiverse. After almost a month of relentless travel through the multiverse, Peter, Tony, and Wanda had traversed countless universes, seeking the ideal universe for Wanda to call home. Each day brought them to around 10 new universes, exploring various MCU-related alternate realities. They encountered both the awe-inspiring and the bizarre, from dark universes where Thanos had ultimately triumphed to gender-bent versions of the Avengers, like Antonia Stark and Petra Parker. In one particularly F***ed-up universe, they found a gender-bent Nick Fury named Nicole Fury, but worst of all, she was one of the most beautiful women that they had ever seen. Peter was still traumatized to this very day. "I need to ask the Ancient One to erase my memory when I get back, or else I'll never be able to look at Fury the same way again." In their exploration, they witnessed all sorts of advanced universes filled with flying cars and other futuristic marvels. But they also found some less developed ones resembling a Wild West rendition of the MCU, with the Avengers toting revolvers and a Native American Thanos defending his people. Peter couldn't help but realize that Thanos was probably 100% in the right in that universe. I mean, how can he be the bad guy there? Through their efforts, Peter had mapped enough MCU-related universes to navigate efficiently, leading them to the ideal place for Wanda. As their TARDIS-like ship materialized in this new universe, Peter turned to Wanda and Tony, explaining, "This universe falls between a reality without the Darkhold and another where Wanda faces a tragic fate due to cancer. It should be a perfect blend of the two." Wanda's excitement bubbled over as she practically sprinted out of the ship, only to find herself in a dimly lit hospital room in the dead of night. Her eyes widened as she gazed upon a frail and bald woman, who seemed to be lying dead on a hospital bed. This universe's version of Wanda Maximoff was a shadow of herself, her body worn down by the harsh treatments of chemotherapy. The room was filled with the deafening tone of the heart monitor, which was alerting everyone to Wanda's deceased state, an unsettling reminder of her death. Tony and Wanda stood there in silence, absorbing the somber reality that had unfolded before them, whilst Peter walked over and unplugged the monitor before the nurses were alerted. Wanda's emotions swirled within her as she looked at her dead counterpart, empathy washing over her. She couldn't understand the pain and suffering this version of herself had endured, as she never had cancer, but she couldn't help but feel a deep connection to the woman in that hospital bed. "Wait." Wanda raised a curious brow as she turned to Peter. "How did she die from cancer?" "I could easily cure cancer with my powers." Peter shook his head. "This version of you never awakened any powers. She was just a normal person." Wanda stared at her counterpart, surprised that even a normal version of her could get F***ed over as well. Though instead of the men she loves dying were the illusionary children she created disappearing, this one simply got cancer and lost it all. They were the same, just in a different way. Tony broke the silence, bringing the focus back to the task at hand. "So, what's the plan?" Before Peter could respond, he felt a peculiar presence in the room. It was an ethereal, ghostly presence, distinct from the living world. Peter's eyes widened as he realized what it was. He reached out, his hand passing through the deceased Wanda as he grasped onto the form of a translucent figure, pulling it from her body. Startled, Tony and Wanda watched as a ghostly Wanda Maximoff appeared before them. She looked around in bewilderment, her voice filled with confusion as she asked, "What's going on? Is that me? Why is Tony Stark here?" Peter moved to explain, but Wanda stopped him. "Wait. Let me talk to her." "Sure." Peter shrugged and stepped back, beside Tony. Minutes passed, as the living Wanda explaining why they had come to this universe, the ghostly version listening intently. Surprisingly, a relieved smile began to form on her face, her confusion giving way to understanding. This transformation shocked everyone. They had anticipated resistance from the ghostly Wanda, but it seemed she had a different perspective. Realizing their confusion, she began to speak, her voice soft and filled with a sense of calm. "I'd much rather have a version of me, someone who will love my children unconditionally, take care of them instead of some unknown foster or adoption family. It seems like I have nothing to worry about anymore." With that, the ghostly Wanda's form began to shimmer, her presence becoming more ethereal by the second. She looked at the living Wanda with a final, reassuring smile before she dissolved into the air, her soul finally free to move on to the next life, unburdened by the worries that had tethered her to this world. Wanda stood there, the weight of the moment settling in, realizing that she had gained a chance for a new life and a family of her own. Ruining the moment, Peter stepped up and conjured a pair of scissors, clippers, a razor, and some shaving cream. "Well, are you ready to take her place?" He smirks as Wanda begins to realize what will happen next. Wanda's eyes widened. "Can't we just use magic to make people think I'm bald?" Tony stepped up beside Peter, matching his smirk completely. "How could you ask that? Where's your sincerity and respect for the dead?" Peter nodded along beside him. "That's right. Do you think she liked going bald from all of her treatments?" "No, but she had to do it, and so do you." Wanda looked at their insufferable faces and felt the overwhelming urge to enact violence. Fine. But she held back and simply let go of her attachment to her long, luscious hair. If they wanted her bald, then she would oblige. After all, it was thanks to them that she was even here in the first place. Hee, Peter and Tony giggled like idiots as they surrounded her, buzzing, slicing, and shaving her hair with a mad glee. The next day. The sun cast a warm glow through the curtains of the small hospital room. It was a new day, one filled with hope and change. In this universe, life was unfolding in a way that had not been expected. Wanda, who had taken the place of her deceased counterpart, sat patiently in her hospital bed with a renewed sense of purpose. With a contented smile, she looked around the room, marveling at the opportunity she's been given. And finally, the moment she was waiting for had arrived. The door creaked open, and the two young children, her boys, entered the room. Their faces were a mix of anticipation and apprehension as they approached the hospital bed. One of them hesitantly called out, "Mom." Wanda's heart swelled with love as she held her arms out to them. "Come here, my darlings." Her voice was filled with warmth and tenderness. The children rushed into her embrace, their tears flowing freely. They had experienced a world of pain and loss, and seeing their mother in a much healthier and vibrant state was a dream they had never dared to imagine. Wanda held them close, her heart brimming with love and gratitude. The tears they shared were not tears of sorrow, but tears of joy and healing. They clung to her as if afraid she might disappear. As the emotional reunion unfolded, the door to the room opened once more, and her doctor came walking in, a sense of astonishment in his eyes. He glanced at Wanda and then at the children, his voice laced with disbelief as he declared, "This morning's tests show 0 cancer cells in your entire body. You're officially in remission." The room seemed to hold its breath, the weight of the news settling in. Wanda's eyes welled up with tears as she looked at the doctor. "In remission? But I thought." She played it off well, using her novice acting skills to the best of her ability. The doctor nodded, understanding her confusion. "It's a miracle. We've never seen anything like it. But I must caution you, Wanda. Cancer is unpredictable, and it can come back. We should remain cautious and continue regular checkups." Wanda's children held onto her even tighter, their tears now a mix of joy and relief. One of them looked up at the doctor and said, "Thank you for making Mommy better." The doctor smiled warmly at Wanda and her children. "I wish I could take credit for this, but it's something beyond our understanding. You should cherish this moment, Wanda." Wanda's eyes were filled with gratitude as she nodded. "I will, doctor. I'll cherish every moment of this," she said as she turned to the window, where she could see Peter and Tony stood atop the adjacent building, watching her. "Thank you." Peter and Tony nodded and gave her a wave goodbye before entering their ship, leaving Wanda to her happy ending. A/N, 2211 words, smiley face. Long boy today. Also, next chapter is a new universe. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 498, C498 Injustice. Police car light insert science gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Project_Horton, Trophy, A/N, Crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. After their month-long journey through the multiverse and helping Wanda with her happy ending, Peter and Tony found themselves back in their ship. Tony, eager to explore the multiverse even further, couldn't help but ask, "So, where are we headed next?" Peter glanced at him, his brow furrowing with a hint of weariness. "We've been gone for a month, Tony. I need to check on my family, especially America. MJ's thinking of adopting her, not to mention the fact that I have a wedding to plan." Tony sighed, reluctantly agreeing. "All right, fine. But we have to schedule the next multiverse trip soon, or else I'll just leave without you." Peter shrugged. "Deal. Now, let's head back," he said as he walked over to the control panel and began to set the coordinates for their home universe. But, as the ship's systems came to life, something strange happened. A loud, guttural hum reverberated through the ship, followed by a series of disconcerting bangs. Peter and Tony exchanged concerned glances. This was definitely not normal. Suddenly, smoke began to rise from the ship's control panel, and circuits were popping with bursts of electricity. Panic set in as the ship phased in and out of their current universe before flickering across the multiverse. It was either a malfunction or some critical issue with the ship's design, and now it was manifesting in the worst way possible. At the worst time possible. SHT. 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 Peter quickly tried to take control of the ship and set it to return home, but the problems persisted. Smoke continued to pour from the damaged systems, creating a tense atmosphere inside. Finally, after a few tense minutes, the ship was able to materialize in another universe, but something was off. Instead of appearing on solid ground, it was suspended high in the sky, hurtling towards the green and blue earth below. Feeling the free fall, Peter rushed to the ship's door and wrenched it open. Smoke billowed out as he gazed down at the familiar terrain far below. Acting on instinct, Peter leaped out of the door and summoned phoenix flames along his body, propelling him forward. Grasping the ship with both hands, his extraordinary strength allowed him to slow the plummeting ship's momentum. Gradually, they descended toward the ground, and with a gentle touch, he set the ship down safely. They had crash-landed in a dark, industrial part of an unfamiliar city, the surroundings littered with towering factories. Tony staggered out of the ship, still coughing from the lingering smoke. He surveyed the damage and muttered, "We'll need at least a week to fix all the damage and find out what went wrong." As Tony turned toward Peter, the lights of the city revealing a bright symbol in the distant sky, he noted, "At least we made it back home in one piece dash," but his tone shifted as he stared at the ominous shape. "Is that what I think it is?" Tony asked Peter. Peter turned his gaze upward and froze in disbelief. High above them, piercing through the cloudy night sky, was a bat-shaped signal, unmistakably the bat signal. His jaw dropped as the realization hit him. They hadn't returned to their universe, they'd somehow landed in some sort of DC universe. Peter nods, That definitely looks like the bat signal." As the bat signal loomed over them, Tony was practically bouncing with excitement. He turned to Peter, his eyes gleaming. "This is it. We're in a comic book. I get to meet Batman. This is like 10-year-old me's wet dream. I wonder how he'd react if he found out that he was a comic book character too." Peter though before quickly bringing Tony back to reality. "Hold on. I get that you're excited, but we need to secure the ship and find a safe place to put it first. And we don't even know which DC universe we're in. It could be one where Batman is, not exactly the hero you're hoping to meet. For all they knew, they could be in the universe with the Batman who laughs, one of the scariest versions of Bruce Wayne. He's basically the unluckiest Batman. Joker ruined his life before torturing and dosing him with an irreversible strain of Joker venom, turning Batman into a hybrid of himself and the Joker. A/N, DC should really make an animated movie about the Batman who laughs. It's a cool story. Though that wasn't what Peter was really worried about. The odds of them landing in an evil Batman universe was slim to none. What he was wary of were entities like Lucifer, Trigon, Apocalypse, etc. When it came to power levels, DC was certainly on par, if not higher than Marvel. Tony's enthusiasm dimmed as he realized the wisdom in Peter's words. "Yeah, you're right. We should be careful." Together, they began the task of moving the ship, their thoughts filled with caution and the potential dangers of the new universe they had landed in. While Tony's dreams of meeting Batman were momentarily put on hold, they both understood the need to prioritize the safety of their ship, which any villain and even some heroes would kill for. As they carefully moved the ship away from the industrial district, they scanned the area for a suitable location to hide it. The unknown universe held countless possibilities and dangers, and Peter was determined to ensure that the ship was secured before exploring all of it. Metropolis. In the depths of an abandoned subway tunnel, Batman battled a group of Joker's henchmen. His imposing figure struck fear into their hearts as he moved with unmatched agility and precision, his dark cape swirling around him. Batman was a formidable sight, clad in his iconic black suit, with a cowl that concealed his face, revealing only his mouth and chin. Insert picture of Batman here. In the dimly lit tunnel, the confrontation escalated as the henchmen surrounded Batman, each one brandishing weapons that paled in comparison to the skills of the Dark Knight. They underestimated him, and that was a mistake they'd soon regret. As the henchmen lunged at him, Batman dispatched them one by one. A flash of his batarangs, a blur of fists and feet, and they were swiftly subdued. But amidst the chaos, one of the goons managed to get dangerously close, aiming a pistol directly at Batman's back. Just as the henchman's finger began to squeeze the trigger, a blur of red and blue appeared. Superman descended from above, his chiseled features and iconic S-shield emblazoned on his chest, a symbol of hope and strength. Insert picture of Superman here. Superman's mere presence was enough to send shivers down the spines of the remaining henchmen. He caught the henchman's wrist, his grip unyielding, and with a powerful squeeze, he bent the firearm, rendering it useless. Batman, still in combat mode, pivoted and swiftly incapacitated the last henchman with a precise blow to the jaw. The criminal crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Once the dust settled, Batman stood before Superman, and his voice was as cold and calculated as ever. I had him. Superman raised an eyebrow, a subtle smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. Nice to see you, too. And to what do I owe the pleasure? Batman, never one for pleasantries, pulled out a small device and began scanning the area, his sharp mind already focused on the next lead. The Joker is in Metropolis. I'm here to find out why. Superman nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. As Batman continued to work on his device, Superman couldn't help but offer a small revelation. I have news, Bruce. Batman didn't look up from his device, but there was a noticeable shift in his demeanor. Lois is pregnant. Superman's mouth dropped open in shock, and a rare vulnerability flickered in his eyes. How? Batman glanced up briefly, his voice uncharacteristically gentle. Your hands didn't tremble when you faced doomsday. They are now. The device in Batman's hands began to beep, signaling a specific direction, and he wasted no time in following its guidance. Congratulations, Clark. I'll be out of your city as soon as I find the Joker. You mind cleaning this up? Superman glanced away momentarily, considering the challenge that was always Batman, and when he turned back, he realized the Dark Knight had vanished, leaving him to manage the aftermath alone. With a wry smile, Superman muttered to himself, how does he do that every time? Lois Lane and Jimmy Olsen were no strangers to danger. As intrepid reporters, they often found themselves chasing leads that took them to the darkest corners of the city. Today was no exception as they crouched atop a stack of metal shipping containers at a desolate shipping yard. Lois, with her signature black hair and a determined glint in her eyes, peered through binoculars, watching the suspicious activity unfold below. She wore her characteristic sharp attire, professional yet ready for anything. Insert picture of Lois Lane here. Beside her, Jimmy Olsen, a lanky figure with short red hair, focused on capturing the evidence with his trusty camera. His face displayed the enthusiasm of a dedicated photojournalist, unaware of the danger that loomed around them. Insert picture of Jimmy Olsen here. Say cheese, Jimmy muttered to himself, taking snapshots of some mysterious individuals unloading crates from a ship. He had an innate ability to capture moments in time that told a story in the blink of an eye. Lois, however, had an instinctive sense for trouble. She noticed subtle signs that something was amiss and tugged on Jimmy's arm. Something's wrong. Let's go. Jimmy, intent on getting one more shot, hesitated for just a moment, snapping another picture of the suspicious activity below. But before he could finish, a deafening gunshot echoed through the air. Suddenly, bullet pierced the side of Jimmy's head, causing him to topple to the ground. The blood flowed from the wound as his body went limp, life extinguished in an instant. Lois gasped in shock and horror, rushing to Jimmy's side as she called his name, but there was no response. His eyes dimmed, his once vibrant spirit vanishing with the finality of death. Hee-hee-ha-ha. The ominous laughter that followed sent a chill down Lois's spine. She turned to see the Joker, a man with chalk-white skin and a chaotic mop of green hair, grinning wickedly in her direction. He held a smoking gun, a mad glint in his eyes. Insert picture of the Joker here. Well, the Joker taunted with a chilling chuckle. Beside him, Harley Quinn, with her vibrant red and blue hair and her oversized mallet, gazed at the scene with a manic glee. She twirled the weapon in her hand, ready for any chaos that might follow. Insert picture of Harley Quinn here. Imagine meeting you here, Lois, the Joker mused, his voice dripping with malevolence. Vacationing is so fun, puttin. Harley commented, smirking happily. Only the very best for you, Harley. Joker turned back to wink and mistakenly steps into a puddle of blood. EW. I got some Jimmy on my shoe. A/N, 1921 words, smiley face. If you don't know what injustice is, just Google it. I don't want to spoil too much. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 499, C499 Dead Bird. Police car light insert idiotic gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, monk kayaking, trophy, A/N, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. In the dimly lit, abandoned building they had chosen, Peter and Tony got to work. Peter waved his hands, conjuring golden spell circles in the air. With a deep focus, he began to transform the building around them. The cracked walls were transfigured to a pristine condition, the old, battered floor turned into polished marble, and the crumbling ceiling regained its sturdiness. But Peter didn't stop there. With the building up to a livable standard, he then placed some runes along the walls, which would make any passerbys ignore the place. Nice job, Tony commented as he watched the room transform. You know, we could make a fortune flipping houses. Peter grinned and replied, that would be a good idea if I wasn't already a billionaire, and you weren't a trillionaire. With a flick of his fingers, he conjured some comfortable furniture, making sure the space wasn't just an empty room. While Peter continued renovating their temporary residence, Tony delved into the ship, his hands moving deftly as he started taking apart and inspecting the fried remains of the control panel. It was a meticulous process, but Tony was determined to get to the bottom of what had gone wrong. After a while, Tony emerged from the ship, holding the single motherboard in his hand. He looked at Peter with a mix of frustration and relief. I think I found the culprit. This motherboard was cracked, which triggered a cascade of complications and landed us here. Peter let out a sigh of relief, rubbing his temples. At least it wasn't the multiverse engine core. If that had been damaged, I might have actually cried. Tony nodded in agreement. Yeah, we got off relatively easy this time. With a plan in mind, Peter turned to Tony. I'll go get some supplies and food while you start on the repairs. Tony, who had been itching to explore Gotham City, whined, why do I have to stay here and handle the repairs? We built this ship together, so you know how it works. Actually, now that I think about it, you probably know it better than I do. Peter fixed Tony with a dead look and a raised eyebrow. It's simple, I know you better than you know yourself and I don't trust you not to cause trouble out there. Gotham isn't the friendliest place, and you're too excited. Just stay here, work on the ship, and I'll be back as soon as I can. He said matter-of-factly. Besides, I'm just going to get supplies. We can both head out together when I get back. Tony grunted but didn't protest further as Peter left the building. Watching Peter's back as he departed, Tony muttered under his breath, aren't I supposed to be the mature one here? So why is he the one acting like he's the adult? He knew he had his responsibilities, but that didn't stop him from longing to explore this new and mysterious DC universe. As Peter disappeared into the dark streets of Gotham, Tony sighed and turned his attention back to the ship. There was work to be done, and he was determined to get their means of transportation back in working order. As Peter walked through the dark streets of Gotham, the looming clouds overhead blocked out the sun's light, giving the city an eerie atmosphere. The pollution was thick in the air, and Peter couldn't help but wonder if it wasn't just smog but a curse that shrouded the city in perpetual gloom. Making his way through the crowded streets, Peter did his best to blend in with the people of Gotham. He had to purchase supplies and food the old-fashioned way because he knew that items he conjured would disappear after a certain amount of time. Even conjured food was only worth snacking on, as it held 0 calories or nutrition. So if they didn't want to starve to death, then they had to go shopping. Suddenly, the sounds of car wheels screeching to a halt followed by sharp cracks of gunfire pierced the air, echoing from around the corner. Peter's instincts kicked in, and he strolled toward the source of the commotion. As he turned the corner, he found a gruesome scene unfolding before his eyes. There, in front of him, was the Penguin, a grotesque figure with a rotund body, dressed in a tuxedo, and sporting a monocle. He waddled back and forth in front of a line of captives, men, women, and children alike, all forced to their knees, with guns aimed at their backs. You all should have just kept your mouths shut, shouldn't ya? One of the hostages, a young girl about the same age as Peter's own daughter, bravely spoke up, I don't even know who you are. Penguin leaned in close to the girl, his bladed umbrella poking dangerously close to her tiny neck. Oh, my dear, innocence doesn't save anyone here. You might not have talked to the bat, but your dear old dad did, didn't you? Penguin hissed as he turned his head. The man beside her, who was indeed her father, began to beg for his daughter's life. Please, punish me, not her. She's innocent, she doesn't deserve any of this. He pleading with Penguin. Penguin's cruel laughter filled the air as he grabbed the girl by her hair, ready to carry out a ruthless execution in front of her father. Peter, unable to stand by and watch any longer, was about to step out and intervene. But just at that moment, a handful of pellets hit the ground, releasing a thick cloud of smoke that engulfed the area. As if on cue, the captives climbed to their feet and ran for their lives. And in their place, 2 figures descended from the buildings above, their presence masked by the smoke screen. The smoke choked Penguin and his henchmen, causing chaos as they struggled to see and breath. Emerging from the mist were Robin, a young acrobat in a red and green costume with a yellow cape, and Batgirl, clad in a sleek black suit with a bat insignia, her bright red hair flowing in the wind. One by one, Penguin's men were rendered unconscious, collapsing to the ground as the 2 sidekicks made quick work of them. It's the bat. Shoot. Shoot. God damn it. Penguin, thinking it was the Batman himself, ordered his men to open fire. Instantly, countless bullets sprayed randomly through the smoke-filled air. Many shots missed, whilst others ended in friendly fire, wounded or even killing one another. In the chaos, a stray bullet found its mark and struck Robin in the leg. Batgirl quickly came to his aid, holding his wound to stop the bleeding. By this point, the smoke was starting to clear, and Penguin stood tall, alongside 2 remaining lackeys. His smirk revealed his overwhelming relief that it was Batman's minions, and not the Dark Knight himself. "Where's your daddy? Did he send you 2 idiots out all alone?" As he taunted the fallen heroes, Peter calmly walked over and set down his groceries, drawing the attention of everyone present. Robin and Batgirl, spotting a civilian making a very dumb and dangerous decision, exclaimed, "Run! Quickly! Get out of here!" But before they could react further, Penguin motioned for his men to kill Peter, believing him to be just another bystander. The henchmen, who were aiming at Robin and Batgirl, turned their guns at Peter, and as they opened fire, Peter simply disappeared before their very eyes. The gunmen fired round after round, but Peter was nowhere to be found. Amid grunts and groans, Penguin turned and found his 2 remaining henchmen falling to the ground, incapacitated. Their guns dropped to the pavement, Peter standing behind them, his hands casually in his pockets. Peter, with a playful yet slightly exasperated expression, glanced at his groceries, which had been riddled with bullet holes. "Great, just great. That cost $89 and 30 minutes of my life, which means it actually cost around $1 million altogether." He turned to Penguin, an annoyed look on his face. "You're their boss, right? Pay up. The Bank of Spider-Man takes cash deposits only." Penguin, furious at the audacity of this nobody, cocked his umbrella, which turned out to be a concealed firearm, and opened fire on Peter, thinking he had the upper hand. With a wave of his hand, Peter summoned a golden barrier made of eldritch energy, which halted the bullets in their tracks. As the smoke from the gunfire began to clear, and all of the bullets clattered to the ground, Peter remained completely unharmed. Penguin's ammunition ran dry, and Peter waved the barrier away, but not before using his telekinesis to levitate the used bullets into the air. With a mischievous grin, Peter told Penguin, "I think you dropped this." He then flicked his wrist forward, sending them flying back at Penguin. Robin and Batgirl watched in shock and horror as Penguin was riddled with bullets and fell to the ground, bloody and lifeless. His grotesque figure lay motionless in a pool of his own blood. You killed him!" Robin exclaimed in shock. "Why?" Batgirl asked, just as shocked as her fellow sidekick. "Why? Are you dumb?" Peter asked, a single eyebrow raised. "He just tried to execute men, women, and children in the middle of the street like some crazed warlord. If you 2 didn't show up, then he would have slit that little girl's throat. But no one was hurt." Batgirl rose to her feet, stood protectively in front of Robin, who was still wounded. "You didn't have to kill him. He was out of ammo. All you had to do was capture him." "Right, so you are dumb." Peter spoke matter-of-factly. "First, I don't know about you, but I hold zero sympathy for child killers, even if it's only attempted. And second, I have a right to self-defense. That fat F***CK unloaded a full magazine on me, so I defended myself. End of story." He shrugged uncaringly as he turned to collect his surviving groceries. But Batgirl tried to form a rebuttal, but a sudden transmission through her and Robin's comms stopped her. "This is a priority call to all Justice League members and affiliates. I need as many of you as we can spare in Metropolis. Lois Lane is missing." Peter's ears perked up as he heard the grizzled voice of Batman. A/N, 1757 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 500, C500 saving a damsel. Police car light insert diabetes gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, Monkayaking and Alien Warlord, trophy, A/N, crown my whole life is nothing but a tie. My throne. My kingdom, everything. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. Hearing the call echoing through both Robin and Batgirl's earpieces, Peter froze for a moment and listened intently. The voice on the other end was unmistakable, the voice of Batman. "This is a priority call to all Justice League members. I need as many of you as we can spare in Metropolis. Lois Lane is missing," Batman's gruff voice declared. A second voice crackled over the radio, questioning the urgency. "You want the whole Justice League on a missing person case?" Peter's eyes widened as he realized the gravity of the situation. Batman's response confirmed his suspicions. "Yes. We believe she was taken by the Joker." Instantly, Peter was struck by the reality of his current location. He was in the Injustice universe, a dark and twisted world where the Joker tricked Superman into killing Lois Lane alongside their unborn child, which happens to also trigger a bomb in Metropolis at the same exact time, sending Superman down a path of tyranny and slaughter. Turning back to Robin and Batgirl, who were still dazed from the earlier encounter, Peter moved swiftly and snatched their earpiece comm devices. "Hey, give that back." They attempted to fight back and complain, but Peter didn't waste any time. With precise strikes, he incapacitated them, leaving the unconscious sidekicks in the middle of the street, where they would hopefully wake up soon, or else the police might find them alongside Penguin's dead body. Completely ignoring his groceries, Peter opened a shimmering portal back to their temporary hideout and called out, "Tony. Let's go. We're heading out." Tony, who had been eager to explore Gotham City, rocketed out of their ship in his Iron Man suit and flew straight through the portal, landing at Peter's side. He couldn't help but notice the downed sidekicks and the bullet-riddled corpse of the Penguin a few meters away. "I thought you said I'd be the one to get into trouble." Tony quirked a brow at Peter. "And where are the supplies?" Peter simply pointed at the bullet-riddled groceries, and Tony raised an eyebrow in response. Before Tony could inquire further, Peter pulled out his phone and connected to the local internet. He swiftly located Metropolis on the map and stashed his phone away, all while opening another portal to a tall high-rise building in the sunny, futuristic city of Metropolis. Peter strolled through the portal, and Tony followed, bewildered by the sudden change in scenery. "Peter, I thought we were going to explore Gotham," Tony began, but Peter interrupted with a question. "Do you recall the last DC movie we watched together?" Peter inquired. Tony took a moment to recollect before replying, "The Injustice movie." As the words left his lips, realization washed over Tony. He surveyed the cityscape and spotted 3 figures flying in the distance, along with a red streak zipping through the streets below. Tony couldn't help but ask the question that was gnawing at him, "Is Lois dead yet?" Peter replied, "No, she's just been taken by the Joker." Tony nodded and activated his suit's scanning systems. "Jarvis, locate the nearest explosive signatures." Jarvis promptly responded with a confirmation, "On it, sir." As Tony's suit scanned the city, he picked up a high-level chemical reading emanating from the clock tower at the center of the city. He relayed the information to Peter. "I found Joker's bomb. It's in the clock tower." Peter smirked and said, "Good. You take care of the bomb. I'll handle the damsel in distress before Superman goes rogue," he said as he tossed over Batgirl's earpiece. "That links up with the Justice League. I have Robin's as well. I haven't made our presence known yet, so only talk when you've disarmed the bomb." Tony begrudgingly accepted the lesser of the 2 tasks, knowing that disabling the bomb was crucial to preventing a catastrophe. With a burst of repulsor-powered speed, he shot off toward the clock tower. While Tony takes care of the potentially catastrophic bomb, Peter made a swift decision. Shrouding himself in the vibrant and ethereal flames of the Phoenix Force, he launched himself into the sky, his destination the waters surrounding Metropolis. Casting a quick spell as he descended, Peter scanned the waters below and located a hidden submarine, lurking beneath the waves just off the coast of Metropolis. Not wasting a single second, he donned his spider suit, knowing he'd need its filtration enchantment to protect himself from the kryptonite-laced scarecrow toxin that was no doubt inside the sub, meant for Superman upon his arrival. Opening a portal into the submarine, Peter stepped inside, finding the interior engulfed in a thick green gas. The malicious toxin had already been released, but his suit's enchantment kept him safe from its effects. As soon as the portal closed behind him, Peter could hear it, the eerie and unhinged laughter that could only belong to the Joker. It echoed through the confined space of the submarine, a haunting symphony of madness. Following the deranged laughter like a beacon, Peter ventured further into the sub and stumbled upon a chilling scene. Joker and Harley Quinn were both standing over a groggy Lois Lane. A closer look revealed that Lois had a long, stitched cut on her chest. The Joker had linked her heartbeat to the bomb, which is meant to kill thousands of Metropolis citizens upon her death. Joker raised a dubious eyebrow at Peter's entrance, quipping, "Well, you're not Superman." Peter nodded, his tone dripping with condescension. "You're quite astute, aren't you?" Harley couldn't contain herself and rushed at Peter, her oversized hammer at the ready. She screamed, "No one makes fun of my puddin'." But before Harley could grasp what was happening, Peter flickered out of view and reappeared behind her in an instant. With a backhanded slap, he sent her hurtling into the unforgiving metal wall of the submarine at breakneck speed. As Harley collided with the wall, falling unconscious upon impact, Joker stood behind Peter, a revolver aimed squarely at the back of his head. He was ready to fire, ready to blow his brains out. But Peter, using his speed alone, vanished yet again. He materialized at Joker's side, reaching out and crushing the gun's barrel with his hand into a twisted, deformed hunk of metal. "Ah, that was my favorite piece. I killed Carmine Falcone and Two-Face with that. It had so much history." Joker whined, tossed the ruined weapon aside, and produced a small spray bottle filled with an unknown, sinister liquid. "Let's try this instead." He brandished it menacingly, poised to unleash its unknown horrors. However, Peter moved with superhuman agility and snatched the bottle from Joker's grasp, turning the tables on the clown prince of crime. He sprayed Joker right in the face with his own malicious substance. Instantly, Joker's maniacal laughter turned to blood-curdling screams as the acid-like liquid seared his face, causing excruciating pain. Ayaha! The deranged villain's face burned and distorted under the corrosive assault. Tossing the spray bottle aside and leaving Joker to his anguished cries, which eerily merged with his psychotic laughter, Peter collected Lois and opened a golden portal back to the building where he and Tony had parted. Gently placing Lois on the ground, he turned back to the portal and shot 2 quick webs, which pulled the unconscious Harley and the still screaming Joker through. With everyone out of the submarine, Peter closed the portal and knelt beside Lois, who looked up at him through groggy eyes, seeing him as a nightmarish figure due to the scarecrow toxin she had inhaled while inside the sub. "No. No. Get away from me," she cried out in terror, begging for the illusion to disappear. Casting a quick spell, Peter discerned a device wrapped around her heart, which Joker had no doubt attached. Working his mystical expertise, he delicately opened her stitches and removed the device, erasing any trace of the cut. In an instant, Lois was restored to perfect health, without a scar to be found, and the remnants of the scarecrow toxin that filled the submarine were flushed out of her system. Lois finally gazed at Peter, seeing him for who he truly was and not some monstrous apparition. "Ah. Where am I?" She also noticed both Harley, unconscious a few feet away, and the wailing Joker, clutching his deformed face. As Peter finished, Tony's voice resonated over the Justice League radio. "Spidey, I defused Joker's bomb." Instantly, confusion filled the airwaves as Batman and the others struggled to identify the unfamiliar voice on the line, not to mention the fact that they hadn't even known about the bomb threat. Following Tony's announcement, Peter reported, "Good work, I'm back at the building where we split up. I've captured Joker, Harley, and retrieved Lois Lane." Immediately, Superman's voice, filled with relief, flooded the radio waves. "Where is she? Is she safe?" Peter didn't bother responding, and instead, he gently removed Robin's earpiece and handed it to Lois. Groggily, Lois put it on and heard Superman's voice. "Hello. Answer me. Is Lois all right?" "Hello. I'm fine, Clark. I just feel a bit woozy." As she conversed with her lover, who was infinitely relieved to hear her voice, Peter's attention shifted to Tony, who had landed beside him, his eyes locked on the infamous Joker, the embodiment of comic book villainy. "It's really him," Tony muttered in awe. Even Peter couldn't deny a sense of excitement at encountering the Joker, though it didn't quite match Tony's level of fanboying. As time passed, the Justice League was able to find where they were. The Flash, with his signature red suit and lightning bolt insignia, streaked up the side of the building and appeared before them, bringing Batman along with him. Insert picture of Flash here. Green Lantern, a figure clad in a green and black costume, flew overhead. Insert picture of Green Lantern here. Wonder Woman, the Amazonian princess with her lasso and sword, descended gracefully from the sky. Insert picture of Wonder Woman here. And the last to arrive, Superman, rushed to his pregnant lover's side, pulling her into his arms. "You're all right," he muttered in relief. The mood was generally celebratory, with everyone relieved that Lois was found safe and sound. However, Batman, with his piercing gaze, remained skeptical, silently scrutinizing Peter and Tony, trying to figure out where these unknown heroes came from. As Batman focused on them, Tony couldn't help but experience a sense of awe and fanboy excitement. He stood before the iconic Batman, a legendary character he had admired since he was a child. "It's him. It's really him." Peter couldn't help but shake his head as he watched his best friend vibrate in excitement, like a child on Christmas morning. "Is this how I felt when I first became Spider-Man and met everyone?" Tired of waiting, Batman steps forward menacingly. "Who are you?" A/N, 1810 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 501, C501 kill. Police car light insert school gift /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gift winners, monk kayaking, trophy, A/N, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. Batman's gaze bore into Peter and Tony, his stoic demeanor demanding answers. "Who are you, and how did you come into possession of those communications devices?" Peter offered a casual shrug. "I'm just your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man." He then took a mock thinking pose. "As for the comms, well, I found them abandoned on the road of life." Tony, on the other hand, decided to play along with the banter, adopting an air of arrogance. "And I'm your average genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist, similar to yourself," he adds, sending a knowing look Batman's way. The annoyed and surprised look on Batman's face was evident, but he had more pressing matters at hand. Ignoring Batman's piercing glare, Peter turned to Superman, who protectively cradled Lois in his arms. "Thank you for saving her. I don't know what I'd do if anything happened." "You're welcome," Peter replied nonchalantly, as him and Tony shared a glance. They knew exactly what would have happened if Lois died. Tony smirked as his face mask flung open. "Yeah, no problem, big guy. So, Peter gestured toward Joker, whose face was grotesquely mangled from the acid, and Harley, who was starting to regain consciousness. You might want to deal with these clowns. Superman's eyes narrowed dangerously as Peter explained what happened. Joker and Harley planned to use scarecrow toxin mixed with kryptonite to trick you into killing Lois. But you have nothing to worry about now. I've already healed her and removed the toxin that was in her system. The realization hit Superman like a speeding locomotive, his face hardening with anger as he realized the magnitude of the danger Lois had been in. She wasn't just in danger from the Joker, but himself as well. Tony chimed in, offering a bit more info. And the bomb, which would have leveled the entire city upon her death, is also defused and safely relocated. Superman's eyes began to shine red with rage as he readied to unleash his heat vision upon the Joker, whose taunting laughter had begun to fill the air. Ha ha ha. But just as he was about to exact his vengeance, Batman stepped forward, placing a calming hand on Superman's shoulder. Lois, exhausted from the day's chaos, had fallen asleep in his arms, providing a sliver of an anchor to his simmering anger. Batman's voice was firm as he spoke to his friend. You're a better man than this. Green Lantern added his support. Yeah, don't do something you'll regret for the rest of your life. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group as Superman calmed, his eyes dimming back to his normal baby blues. Before the situation could settle any further, Wonder Woman stepped forward, her voice carrying the weight of her convictions. Why are you defending these murderers? She began, her words as sharp as her blade. Let's not forget the countless lives they've taken and the infinite second chances Batman has granted them. They go to Arkham for a month or two and then escape. And every time they escape, innocent people pay the price for our mercy, for Batman's mercy. We can't keep giving them chances, as the blood on their hands will no longer be just theirs alone but will stain ours as well. A heavy silence fell upon the group as Superman looked down at his sleeping lover and then to Joker, who had started to laugh again, loving every second of this. Joker goaded them. Come on, do it, he jeered, his tone as twisted as his grin. End my life. End our lives. Or do you want to see me escape again? The bloodshed that follows will be on your hands and I'll kill millions. Harley giggled beside him. Yeah, snuff me, bats. No, we aren't killers. Batman stated, but he couldn't help but ask the one question that had lingered in his mind. Why, Joker? Why are you doing this? Usually this is about you and me. Joker's deranged eyes locked with Batman's, and he scoffed, because, bats, I'm tired of always losing. I wanted to play the game on easy mode for once, so I decided to vacation in Metropolis. He then shifted his gaze toward Peter and added with a wicked grin, and I would have succeeded if it weren't for this guy with the spider fetish. Superman's rage continued to smolder, and he asked the ultimate question, his voice trembling with anger. You wanted to ruin my life. Kill my wife and child, destroy my city. You know millions of people live here, right? Joker nodded with a maddening smile, relishing in the chaos he had sown. Oh yes, and what do you think you would have become? A god who deluded himself into believing he was just a man. What will you turn into once everything you've ever loved and cared for is destroyed by your own hands? Isn't it such a good joke? I'm getting tingles just thinking about it. Batman stepped forward, firmly restraining the Joker, his gloved hand gripping the villain's shoulder. We're not killers. We've never been killers, and we won't start now. I'm turning you over to the police. With his jaw set and eyes focused, Batman moved to Harley Quinn and repeated the same restraints. But as he tried to walk away with both Joker and Harley in tow, Wonder Woman, her eyes unyielding, stepped in his path. And a moment later, Superman stood beside her, his face hardened. Don't do this. Batman warned, but it sounded more like begging. Flash and Green Lantern formed up behind Batman, creating a wall of heroes standing their ground. On the other side, Wonder Woman and Superman remained resolute, their convictions unwavering. As both sides stared each other down, tensions rising, and the air thick with uncertainty, Peter and Tony exchanged a glance, then spoke up, their voices cutting through the tension and gaining everyone's attention. Peter mused aloud, do you think they have some kind of shared autism in this universe, Tony? Some sort of collective moral compass that makes them averse to killing, and if they do kill, they're immediately labeled or become evil. Tony held his chin, contemplating the strange conundrum. It would make sense. After all, how has the government not given Joker the death penalty? If he's truly slaughtered thousands upon thousands of people, then how has he not been sentenced to the electric chair or lethal injection? The heroes listened, their expressions reflecting a mixture of confusion and reluctant agreement with the outsider's perspective. Peter nodded, his thoughts taking a contemplative tone. They must all have some peculiar form of moral code, or perhaps this universe is more black and white when it comes to defining good and evil. Universe. Batman thought, immediately realizing why he didn't know of either of them, and he wasn't the only one to realize this. Every League member came to the same conclusion, they weren't from this universe. Either that or they were delusional. Tony pondered for a moment before bringing up a critical point. Peter, you killed the Penguin, so is the universe affecting you? Do you feel evil because of it? The revelation hit like a thunderclap, particularly for Batman, whose expression shifted from stern to infuriated. You did what? Joker, on the other hand, cackled in delight. Well, it's about damn time, you know. That obese bird was really starting to get on my nerves. Peter chose to ignore Joker's amusement and replied calmly, I don't feel evil. I saved lives, including Robin and Batgirl, who would be dead or seriously injured without my help. So maybe Batman should be thanking me. Joker laughed hysterically. Haha. Yeah, thank him, Bats. He's such a kind and giving soul. Batman's face contorted with anger as he set down both Joker and Harley, turning his stern gaze toward Peter. His voice was unwavering as he proclaimed, You're under arrest for murder. Peter couldn't help but chuckle, a sound that seemed to bring joy to the Joker's twisted heart. The Flash, confused, inquired, What's so funny? With a smile, Peter stated, I find it funny that you want to arrest me for killing a man who tried to kill me, and let's not forget that you aren't a cop, Mr. Wayne. Joker and Harley's eyes widened upon hearing Batman's real name. In my universe, that's called self-defense. Plus, that fat waddling trash was about to kill a 10-year-old girl before I arrived, so self-defense or not, he was already going to die. Peter's casual mention of Batman's real name in front of Joker and Harley was like a bombshell that had just detonated on the rooftop. Their shock and surprise were palpable, but it was Joker who broke the silence with a dramatic whine. You ruined it. Joker exclaimed, his voice a mix of disappointment and annoyance. The mystery, the intrigue, the suspense between us and Bats. Now it's not fun anymore. Who would be scared of a spoiled billionaire kid? Harley, with a sultry tone, fluttered her eyelashes and suggested, Why don't you take me back to your mansion, Brucey Pooh? We could have a little fun, just the two of us. Her flirtation was undeniable, as her gaze locked onto Batman, who was now visibly uncomfortable. Joker, in mock shock, gasped. Down, girl. He then turns to Batman. Sorry about this, Brucey. She just can't resist a billionaire. Harley giggled, her voice full of mischief as she leaned closer to Batman, her arms and legs cuffed. I wanna have your baby, Brucey. A/N, when they learn you're a billionaire. The dark, hardened visage of Batman shifted, contorting in disgust as he heard her words. The notion of having a child with someone so twisted and evil was beyond unsettling. Peter couldn't help but smirk at the unfolding chaos. He leaned toward Batman and asked, So, Bruce, what are you going to do now? Joker and Harley will spread your name far and wide. You won't be able to act anonymously anymore. Tony spoke up, following Peter's lead. Maybe you should just get rid of them, permanently. The room fell into an eerie silence, as neither side seemed to be coming to a decision. Wonder Woman was 100% decided in killing them. Superman was conflicted but felt more inclined toward her side. And everyone else stood by Batman, agreeing with his view. Here, let me help start things off. Peter said as he conjured a revolver into his hand and fired before anyone had time to think. Bang. Instantly, a bullet fired from the chamber and shot across the rooftop, landing right between Harley's eyes. In a matter of seconds, her brains were blown out of the back of her head, painting Joker's face red. Mr. J. Harley muttered as she collapsed to the floor, dead. A/N, 1815 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 502, C502 Moral Divide. Police car light insert insertion gifts /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Darkslayer, Trophy, A/N, Crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. The rooftop fell into an eerie silence as everyone, including the Joker, stared in shock at Harley's lifeless body. Her death had come swiftly, and even the notorious clown prince of crime was caught off guard. For a moment, it seemed as if the world had frozen in time. Joker's initial reaction, however, was not what one might expect. He burst into hysterical laughter, cackling as if he had just witnessed the grandest of jokes. His voice echoed off the nearby buildings, filling the city with madness. It was a peculiar reaction, one that left everyone puzzled. Was this laughter of amusement, or was it mourning for his beloved Harley? Peter couldn't be bothered to ponder the Joker's emotional state. In his mind, the Clown Prince was nothing more than a remorseless psychopath, devoid of any redeeming qualities. He had seen the Joker's handiwork in countless comic, movies, and shows, and his loss brought no tears to Peter's eyes. Meanwhile, Batman's gaze remained fixed on Harley's lifeless form, a deep frown etched across his face. He had always adhered to a strict no-kill policy, believing in the possibility of redemption, even for the likes of Harley Quinn. After all, she had once been Dr. Harleen Quinzel, a psychologist at Arkham Asylum, before the Joker's twisted influence had turned her into his loyal accomplice. Batman had always seen a glimmer of humanity in her, a chance for rehabilitation. In the chaos that followed Harley's death, Peter turned to Superman, Wonder Woman, Flash, and Green Lantern. He cleared his throat, breaking the heavy silence that hung over the rooftop. This universe is odd in many ways, Peter began, choosing his words carefully. But in some aspects, it's not so different from ours. We have our own League of Superheroes, similar to your Justice League. The difference is, we don't shy away from taking down the really bad villains. A collective murmur of uncertainty and reflection filled the air as Peter's words sunk in. They began to question the righteousness of their own methods. Tony stepped up beside Peter. In more blunt terms, we aren't a bunch of spandex-wearing pussies, who are too afraid to kill a few bad eggs. He added, his voice dripping with ridicule. Are you calling us cowardly? Wonder Woman raised a questioning brow, offended by Tony's words. Peter nodded, unapologetic. Well, isn't it a bit cowardly to keep letting the same villains escape only to come back again and again, killing and robbing innocent people? Wonder Woman couldn't deny the logic in Peter's words, and her gaze became more intense, resolute in her own convictions. She believed in the necessity of eliminating threats to protect innocent lives. Peter pressed on with his explanation, eager to make his point clear. Drawing from his own experiences, he began, let me explain with a story from my world. I once met a woman named Jessica Jones, who I tried to recruit into our version of the Justice League. But when I met her, she was too afraid to show her face to the public as a hero. You see, Jessica was in hiding from a terrible man. This man had the power to control minds, Peter explained, and he used it to turn Jessica into his puppet, forcing her to commit unspeakable acts. He enslaved her, pet her, abused her, and made her kill for his amusement. When I found him, I didn't hesitate and neither did she. After all, with him gone, she could live her life without fear of being found and turned into a mindless slave again. The heroes listened in somber silence, their faces showing a mix of emotions, including anger, sympathy, and self-doubt. Wonder Woman's eyes burned with indignation, particularly sensitive to the suffering of women. Peter's voice was unwavering as he addressed Batman, his gaze locked onto the Dark Knight. So, Bruce, should I have let Kilgrave live? Should I have let him escape whatever prison the system put him in and continue to torment others? Would that have made me a better man, like you? Batman's gloved fists clenched, his inner turmoil evident, but he replied firmly, we aren't executioners. We can't play judge and jury. Despite his stance, Batman couldn't shake the doubt that had begun to fester within him. The lines between right and wrong had blurred, and he was left grappling with the unsettling notion that perhaps he wasn't always on the right side of justice. Peter's voice grew more resolute as he continued, emphasizing a crucial point. It's important to understand that not every bad guy deserves death, he insisted, eyeing Superman carefully. After all, he took it a bit too far in the Injustice movie. As he spoke, he couldn't help but recall the times he had successfully rehabilitated some of his world's former adversaries. Hell, I've been able to rehabilitate a monster that we called the Abomination, who's now one of our strongest allies, so not everyone has to die. Yet, Peter remained unwavering in his belief that there were exceptions. But make no mistake, he added, staring straight into Batman's eyes as he spoke. There are those like the Joker who don't deserve the right to live and enjoy life. He threw that away as soon as he repeatedly deprived others of that same right. The tension in the air was palpable as Peter gestured toward the Joker. People like him will never change. They thrive on chaos and death. Why let them continue to exploit your leniency, putting countless lives at risk? Shouldn't protecting the innocent be the ultimate goal? Peter's words left the heroes divided. Wonder Woman, her anger unrelenting, believed in taking action to prevent further suffering. Superman was torn, conflicted between his innate sense of justice and the brutal reality of the world. The rest of the heroes stood with Batman, defending their long-standing principles. Batman's final words were a resolute declaration of their moral code. We're not killers. The tension on the rooftop was thick, an unspoken challenge hanging in the air. Peter's logic and reasoning had shaken the DC heroes to their core, and he raised his gun, taking aim at the Joker's head. Pausing for a moment, he turned to Superman. Would you rather take care of him yourselves? Or should I do it for you? He had offered a chance for Superman to take the final decision. After all, it was his life that the Joker just tried to ruin. Superman stood frozen, torn between the desire for retribution and his responsibilities. He had Lois in his arms, her safety his top priority, but at the same then, the Joker had to go. Lois and his child's safety depended on it. Before a decision could be reached, Batman acted swiftly, pulling a batarang from his utility belt and hurling it toward Peter's gun. It sliced through the air with precision before Peter reached out with his free hand, catching the oddly shaped blade. Batman turned to Flash, who stood nearby, and ordered, "Take Joker and run." Without hesitation, the Flash sprang into action, an electrifying burst of speed that took the Joker with him. The maniacal laughter echoed through the night as the two vanished, leaving the heroes to grapple with their unresolved choices. Peter watched as the Joker and Flash disappeared into the distance. Sighing to himself, he eyed the Batarang in his grasp for a moment before stashing it away in his suit. "I'll add this for my collection. Should we go after him?" Wonder Woman asked. Superman, torn between pursuit and safeguarding Lois, watched the Joker's escape, his frustration growing. He looked down at Lois, her peaceful slumber a stark contrast to the turmoil around her, and made his decision. "We'll find the Joker later," he said, his voice tinged with determination, "but for now, Lois's safety comes first." As Superman came to this conclusion, Batman had already engaged Peter in a furious confrontation. Batman attacked with calculated precision, but Peter's mastery of combat and superhuman abilities gave him an overwhelming advantage. He deftly blocked and deflected Batman's strikes without moving a single step. "All right, this is enough." With a casual backhand, Peter sent Batman hurtling through the air, and the Dark Knight crashed into a conveniently placed cushioned chair conjured by Green Lantern. As Green Lantern prepared to join the fray, Superman appeared between the combatants, his presence commanding attention. He spoke with authority, putting an end to the clash. "Stop this," Superman urged, his voice resonating with a sense of urgency and responsibility. "We have much to discuss. Meet me at the Watchtower. There are decisions to be made about the future of the Justice League." Peter, a smirk playing on his lips, knew he had set them on a path of reflection. Hopefully, they would be able to find the sweet spot between benevolent heroes and bad guy murderers. "Good luck with that," Peter said as he began to walk away, his steps carrying an air of confidence. Tony followed. "Are we leaving already?" he groaned. Before they could depart, Superman called out, "Wait. Can you come to the Watchtower? We could use your insight on all of this." Exclamation point. Batman didn't like where this was going. "Clark, I don't think that's a good idea." Ignoring Batman, Peter shrugged and agreed, his stomach rumbling audibly. "Fine, but we need to grab some food. We haven't eaten since we arrived in this universe." Tony, perking up at the idea of staying a while longer, added, "Yeah, I could go for a burger right about now." A/N, 1605 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 503, C503 The cycle continues. Police car light insert lost gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Imer_3815 and Abud1, trophy, A/N, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. The Watchtower, an awe-inspiring space station that served as the Justice League's base of operations, orbited silently above the Earth. Its massive structure gleamed in the cosmic backdrop, an emblem of strength and unity. The exterior of the Watchtower was adorned with the iconic emblem of the League, a beacon for hope and justice. Inside, on one of the top floors, Superman gently laid his beloved Lois on the spacious bed of his private room. He had brought her to the Watchtower, not as a hero, but as a husband and soon-to-be father. The need to protect her and their unborn child had become his paramount concern. He gazed at her with affection, the weight of responsibility heavy on his broad shoulders. As he ensured Lois was comfortable and safe, Batman stood stoically in the doorway, his scowl more pronounced than ever. The tension between the two iconic figures was palpable, a reflection of the current divide among the Justice League. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, Peter and Tony sat at a table, savoring their burgers. Batman managed to separate them from Superman, hoping to talk some sense into him before the League meeting started. Superman, without turning away from Lois, softly inquired, "Did you call everyone?" Batman replied curtly, "Yes, I called for a full-scale League meeting." Clark nodded, "And will Flash be joining us? Or is he too busy hiding the Joker from me?" Bruce shook his head. "No, and he's not hiding the Joker from you. I know you won't kill him, you're better than that. You may be contemplating his death, but you haven't come to a decision yet." He said, and he wasn't wrong. "I'm hiding him from Diana and our guests. Diana's attitude is troubling, but our guests are another story entirely. We can't let them corrupt and destroy everything that we've built." Clark's eyes remained fixed on Lois, their love a source of solace and concern. He acknowledged Bruce's point with a nod. "I understand that you're opposed to killing, but you should at least keep an open mind. Because what we're doing now isn't working, you have to see that, right? I didn't truly notice it until today." Bruce's resolve hardened. "It may not be perfect, but the way we do things is the right way." Clark shook his head. "And that's where we disagree. Hopefully, having more voices might help us reach some sort of understanding." Bruce couldn't argue with that, but he also couldn't shake his fundamental beliefs. He finally spoke his mind, I'll be honest, Clark. I'm conflicted about all of this. I've always followed a strict code against killing, and I know it's a slippery slope, but so is murdering every criminal that P** sees us off. We aren't gods, nor are we the government. We can't just go around acting like judge, jury, and executioner. Clark nodded, his mind racing with all sorts of ideas. You're right, we aren't gods. But we could easily be the government if we wanted to. It would take less than a day for me to take over this entire planet, and less than an hour if I had the League's backing. Bruce's eyes go wide in shock. You can't be serious. Clark, still focused on Lois, took a deep breath before turning to Bruce. You know, Bruce, I don't blame you for not killing the Joker. I know you're just a man trying to do your best in an impossible world, like me and every other League member. But I do blame the system, the government. Our guests were right when they said the Joker should have been sentenced to death by now. After all, how many thousands of people has he killed? Bruce but clenched his fists and answered. 79,698, he kept count of every single murder. Clark froze for a moment, not realizing that it was actually that much. And that's all that's been linked to him. I wonder how many murders we don't know about. The room went quiet for a moment. Bruce, I think I'm starting to realize just how corrupt and ineffective our justice system is. Batman's shoulders slumped as he let out a tired sigh. Yes, but that doesn't mean we have to dash, he began to argue, but just then, Wonder Woman appeared behind him at the end of the hall, her presence commanding attention. The League members have arrived and are waiting for us to start the meeting, she informed them. Clark nodded, his talk with Bruce only seemed to strengthen his resolve. Bruce, Diana, go ahead of me, he instructed. I'll pick up our guests from the cafeteria. I don't think non-League members should be dash, Bruce tried to protest, but Diana firmly took his arm, guiding him away, leaving Clark to prepare for the difficult discussions that awaited. In the meeting room in the Watchtower, every chair was occupied by members of the Justice League. The room buzzed with anticipation and curiosity as they waited for Superman to arrive, accompanied by the unfamiliar faces of Peter and Tony. When the trio entered, it was evident that everyone was curious about the newcomers, their identity shrouded in mystery. Superman led Peter and Tony to empty seats and offered them a respectful nod before taking his own place. He motioned to Batman, indicating that it was time to provide a briefing. Shazam couldn't contain his curiosity and blurted out, "Where's Flash?" Batman assured the group, "We'll get to that, but there are more pressing matters to discuss." He proceeded to explain the recent events, the Joker's sinister plan to deceive Superman into committing an unthinkable act, and his plot to destroy Metropolis. As the story unfolded, the League members listened in rapt attention. Batman continued, begrudgingly emphasizing how Peter and Tony had thwarted the Joker's scheme. The new guests earned nods of respect and acknowledgement from the gathered heroes. Green Arrow raised an eyebrow and inquired, "So, did you call us here just to give us a mission report? Sounds like a waste of time." "No." Superman interjected, silencing the room. "Today's events have opened my eyes to a bigger problem, a problem I want to discuss with the League. I need your perspectives." Aquaman questioned, "What problem are you referring to?" Wonder Woman, her voice resolute, declared, "The problem is criminals like the Joker. No matter how many times we arrest him, he escapes, repeats his crimes, and innocent people pay the price, often with their lives or the lives of their loved ones." Tension filled the room as her words hung heavily in the air. Shazam posed the inevitable question, "What are we supposed to do about it? Isn't our job to catch the criminals and let the government handle the rest?" Superman affirmed Shazam's point and then added, "Yes, but I want to change that. The way we operate needs to change before more people get hurt or, worse, killed because of our negligence and leniency." Black Adam spoke up, his voice a mix of interest and curiosity. "Do you mean what I think you mean, Superman? Are you suggesting we kill people?" Superman paused for a moment, his gaze unwavering, before nodding. "If it's necessary, yes. If killing people like the Joker, who have killed over 70,000 innocent people, will stop others from sharing the same fate, then yes." The room erupted into a debate, with some heroes supporting Superman's stance and others vehemently opposing it. Seeing an opportunity, Peter pulled out his phone and connected to a large screen in the room, projecting images of atrocities occurring across the globe, from war crimes to small-scale holocausts and prison camps. The League members watched in grim silence, their faces reflecting a mixture of distress and helplessness. Batman scowled and inquired, "How did you manage to hack into our systems?" Peter, with a smirk, admitted, "It was fairly easy. After all, your tech is about 20 or 30 years behind ours." Tony added, "Don't be too hard on yourselves. We're arguably the best hackers you'll ever meet. There's no system we can't break into." Turning back to the League, Peter began to explain, "You see, these atrocities can easily be prevented, but they're hindered by the League's self-imposed limitations. What's stopping you from putting an end to war on this planet? If no one has weapons, then how can they fight? And even then, if they keep fighting with their bare hands, then simply arrest them or scare them into peace. Tony chimed in, adding, where we're from, we faced similar issues. However, once we formed the Avengers, all wars came to an end. All countries knew the Avengers would hold them accountable for their actions, so everyone became much more open to peaceful outcomes. Peter's gaze swept across the room, and he confessed, I have to be honest and say that this won't solve everything. Even our world still has problems, but it's far less severe than the world I see before me now. Superman regained the spotlight, his tone earnest, why must we let these atrocities pass? Why can't we help? Why can't we at least try to save everyone? Why are we holding back when we could assist so many people? And most of all, why do people like the Joker deserve to live? Just as the impact of his words resonated across the room, the screen suddenly changed and displayed a groggy-looking Flash through a video call. His suit was torn and he seemed to be bleeding from his head. With a grim expression, Flash delivered the unsettling news to the League, the Joker escaped. Peter couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation, and the cycle continues. A/N, 1628 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 504, C504 Legion of Doom. Police car light insert execution gif /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, a Bud 1, trophy, A/N, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. Flash's words echoed through the meeting room, and the atmosphere shifted palpably. Peter watched as Superman's face contorted with a mix of anger and frustration. The sudden shift in mood did not go unnoticed by anyone in the room, even the groggy and battered Flash noticed Superman's anger. Batman frowned and ordered, explain. With visible reluctance, Flash began recounting the ordeal. He had brought the Joker to Green Arrow's secure underground base, cleverly lined with lead to avoid Superman's X-ray vision. His intentions were to keep the Joker isolated. But, after leaving for a few minutes to grab some food, Flash had returned to find Joker passed out. But he soon learned that he was only playing dead and unleashed a treacherous green spray hidden within a flower on his chest when Flash got close to check on him. Thankfully, he had managed to dodge the spray, but his respite was short-lived. An unexpected visitor, Eobard Thawne, or better known as Reverse Flash, had appeared, likely trailing Flash after his quick food run. Reverse Flash's ambush had caught Flash off guard, and he had been swiftly beaten before Thawne took Joker and vanished on a burst of speed. Flash let out a grunt in frustration. I tried to follow, but as you can see, he kinda kicked my A*S on his way out. Superman's frustration grew as Flash continued. It was clear that if Batman hadn't insisted on taking Joker away, this wouldn't have happened. Flash admitted, I have no idea what Thawne and Joker are plotting, but it can't be anything good. Wonder Woman, however, wasted no time in pointing fingers. She glared at both Batman and Flash as she rose from her seat. This is your fault. If you didn't take him away then this wouldn't have happened. We could have taken him to the Watchtower or even executed him, as we were discussing. Before Batman could come to his and Flash's defense, Superman intervened. He acknowledged Wonder Woman's frustration but argued, I feel the same as Diana, but they couldn't have foreseen Joker's rescue by Thawne. But, this does serve as undeniable proof of the point I've been trying to make, no matter how many times we apprehend dangerous criminals like the Joker, they always find a way to escape. Innocent lives will inevitably be lost because of our reluctance to take drastic action, even as a way to protect the greater good. The room fell silent, and uneasy contemplation hung heavy in the air. Some heroes nodded in agreement with Superman's viewpoint, while others remained quietly disapproving, none more so than Batman. They knew that it was challenging to argue against the harsh reality presented by Joker's escape. Doing so would only leave them on the losing side of this argument. Before the tension could escalate further, the doors to the meeting room swung open, and in walked Lois Lane. Her appearance drew the collective attention of everyone present. Although her body seemed to have healed thanks to Peter's assistance, her clothes were disheveled and torn from her encounter with the Joker and Harley. Instantly, Superman's previously tense demeanor melted away as a warm, loving smile graced his face. Without hesitation, he reached out and enveloped Lois in a protective embrace. She had been through a horrible ordeal and needed comfort. Tears welled up in Lois's eyes as she cried into Clark's chest. Jimmy's dead. She began to speak, her voice quivering with grief. We were investigating the docs together, and then the Joker, he just appeared and shot Jimmy in the head. He died right in front of me and I couldn't do anything. I just stood there and watched as he. Superman held Lois tightly, his own eyes betraying a deep sadness. I know. I found him while I was looking for you. Jimmy had been more than just their colleague, he had been a close friend to both of them, but more than that, he was Clark's best friend. And sadly, after everything that's happened, Clark wasn't able to mourn Jimmy's death. He measly found his body and immediately went searching for Lois. As Lois wept in Clark's embrace, she suddenly thought of something and clutched her stomach, a silent cry for her unborn child's safety. Although her pregnancy didn't show yet, the concern for her baby's well-being was evident in her eyes as she looked up at Clark. Noticing this, Clark reassured her with a gentle tone, "I've checked 100 times since I found you, Lois. The baby is perfectly fine." Lois's distress began to subside as she took comfort in her husband's embrace. The room watched in solemn silence as this intimate scene played out. It was a clear picture of the innocent lives caught in the crossfire, lives like Jimmy's and families like Superman's, that suffered due to their reluctance to take more decisive action against criminals like the Joker. Done with staying quiet, Peter's voice cut through the tense atmosphere in the meeting room, capturing everyone's attention. Even Clark and Lois, who had been lost in their poignant, grief-filled reunion just moments before, turned to listen. Peter's tone was composed yet firm as he addressed the room. "With the Joker's escape, we have a pressing problem. We should act swiftly to find him and ensure the safety of both Batman and Superman's loved ones." Aquaman raised a skeptical brow and asked, "Why should we be concerned about that?" Before Peter could explain, Batman, who had been sitting in silence, abruptly jumped out of his seat and dashed out of the room, leaving everyone shocked by his sudden departure. Batman might not have many loved ones, but he did have Robin, Batgirl, and Alfred, all of whom could be considered easy targets for Thawne and the Joker. As Batman exited, Clark's eyes widened with realization, and he muttered, "My parents." He released his hold on Lois and, without a moment's hesitation, launched himself out of the room, leaving her behind and following after Batman. Peter didn't waste a moment and quickly explained the situation to those who remained. "As many of you might have guessed by now, Joker knows both Batman and Superman's true identities," he emphasized, "which means anyone connected to them is at risk." The room was left in a state of alarm, the gravity of the situation hanging heavily over them. Superman wasn't so hard to figure out, as he doesn't wear a mask, not to mention his very trusting attitude towards fellow League members, but Batman was startling. Only very few select members know who he really is. Soon, Wonder Woman stepped forward to take charge. Her voice was authoritative as she ordered, "While Batman and Superman are busy securing their friends and family, we must initiate a search for the Joker and Thawne immediately." Hawkman, with a furrowed brow, posed a question that was on everyone else's mind: "What should we do when we find them? Should we capture or kill them, considering what you and Superman have suggested her today?" Taking a moment to think, Wonder Woman responded, "For now, we will focus on capturing them. Their fates will be decided later, but we must not let them evade us any longer. Innocent lives are on the line." As the room began to empty, and members of the Justice League prepared to fan out in search of the dangerous duo, Flash raised his voice, seeking guidance. "What about me? What should I do?" Wonder Woman, with a hint of concern in her voice, instructed, "Return to the Watchtower for a thorough checkup, Flash. You don't look too good." Flash smirked, blood dripping down his lip. "Aw, I didn't know you cared so much about me." Diana sneered in annoyance. "I don't." She refused instantly as she marched out of the room. "I just don't want you interfering in this more than you already have. You can pretend all you want, but I know you love me." Flash yelled at her as she walked off. And once she was gone, he ended the call. As the last ones remaining, Peter and Tony looked between one another. "Should we get back to fixing the ship?" Peter asked. "Fine." Tony begrudgingly agreed. "But we can't leave too early. I want to see what they decide to do. This is so much better than reading a comic or watching a movie." "Sure, besides it shouldn't take too long to fix the ship." Peter shrugged as he waved his hand and opened a portal. In the shadows of the night, Eobard Thawne brought the Joker to a concealed base hidden deep within a labyrinthine network of underground tunnels beneath Gotham City. As they traversed the tunnels and entered a dimly lit chamber, the Joker, surprisingly, found himself among some familiar-looking colleagues. The room was filled with all sorts of notorious criminals. From Poison Ivy and Bane to Bizarro and Brainiac, each of them were big names in his line of work. Joker's arrival did not go unnoticed, and the mix of wicked smiles and annoyed scowls of his fellow villains hinted at the divide in the room. "I still disagree with recruiting this clown. He can't be trusted." Poison Ivy was the first to speak. "It's already been decided by a majority vote. Just let it go." Sat at the forefront of the group, Lex Luthor waved off Ivy's concerns before turning back to the new arrivals, smiling welcomingly. "Thawne, I see you found our friend." Joker frowned for a moment, but soon enough his trademark smile returned. "I don't remember us being so friendly, Lexi." Lex shrugged as if it didn't matter. "Well, things change. And we've brought you here to offer you a chance to join us," he declared, his voice laced with a chilling undertone. "What's this? Are you putting together some sort of boy band?" Joker's manic laughter filled the room before his eyes landed on the females in the room. "If this is a boy band, then I refuse to join with these girls around. You know they have cooties, right? It's a deadly disease." My poor Harley couldn't withstand it for long. As the woman in the room rolled their eyes in annoyance, unaware of Harley's death, Lex finally got to the point. No, not a boy band. I would say that we're more of an antithesis of the Justice League. Joker raised a brow, finding that to be a very interesting idea. Tell me more. A/N, 1770 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 505, C505 RIP birds. Police car light insert hacker gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Dark Slayer, Trophy, A/N, Crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. Since the Joker's escape, the Justice League had been on high alert. Their patrols had intensified, blanketing the world with their presence. News channels buzzed with reports of Justice League sightings, but the public remained in the dark about the real reason behind these activities. All they knew was that something grave was afoot, given the League's unprecedented mobilization. Back in the Watchtower, Batman and Superman returned with their loved ones. For Superman, that meant bringing his elderly parents, Jonathan and Martha Kent, to the space station. He had decided it was best to keep them away from Kent Farm for the time being. It was an unusual sight for the elderly couple as they were teleported, via the boom tube, up to a space station filled with all sorts of high-tech marvels that they didn't come close to understanding. Jonathan Kent scratched his head, his eyes wide as he marveled at the advanced surroundings. Son, is this the Watchtower you've told us about? What's going on here? Why the rush to get us out of the house? Superman exchanged a knowing glance with Lois, who was waiting for their arrival. Yes, Mom, Dad, this is the Watchtower, a safe place for now. He then motioned to Lois. And as you already know, this is Lois. We'll explain everything shortly. As they showed Jonathan and Martha around and explained why they were brought to the Watchtower, Clark and Lois noticed a sense of bewilderment on the elderly couple's faces. However, as the couple shared their concerns about the situation, Clark and Lois decided to reveal a piece of joyful news to smooth things over. Mom, Dad, there's something important we wanted to tell you, Clark began, a warm smile on his face. Lois and I are going to have a baby. The revelation had an instantaneous and miraculous effect. Jonathan and Martha's concerns about everything they've learned simply melted away. Tears of joy welled up in Martha's eyes as she pulled Lois into a heartfelt embrace. Oh, that's wonderful, dear. Jonathan clapped Clark on the back, his eyes glistening with pride. You're going to make a great father, son. I know it. In that moment, the worries of the outside world faded away as the Kents celebrated a new member of their family. It was a brief respite from the turmoil they had found themselves embroiled in. Meanwhile, in another part of the Watchtower, Batman was handling his own delicate situation. He had brought his most important people as well. Robin, Batgirl, and even Alfred, whom he had coerced into donning one of his old batsuits to help hide his identity, which made the poor old man look like some sort of elderly trick-or-treater on Halloween. The reason for the suit was simple: Alfred's identity is forever linked to Bruce Wayne. And although Bruce's identity may be compromised, that doesn't mean he would throw away all precautions. As he settled them into their temporary quarters, Robin and Batgirl couldn't help but voice their discontent. We don't need protection, Robin argued. We've handled ourselves pretty well so far. Batgirl chimed in, crossing her arms. Yeah, we're not helpless, you know. Well, you could have fooled me. Batman looked at both of his protégés with a heavy dose of skepticism. Did I or did I not just pick you two up from a GPT prison cell? That's not our fault. Batgirl exclaimed in protest. Robin nodded his head. Yeah, it was that A*Shoal who knocked us out after stealing our comms. Excuses. Bruce shook his head. The fact that you were arrested is no one's fault but your own. And because of that, I'll be increasing both of your training schedules. What? Both sidekicks exclaimed in dread. You heard me. Bruce raised an annoyed brow. Besides, you're both extremely lucky that it was Commissioner Gordon who found you, or else the whole world would know exactly who Robin and Batgirl truly are. Robin sighed in defeat. Fine, we messed up, but do we have to stay here? Yeah, can't we at least stay with you? Batgirl asks, filled with hope. We can handle the Joker, you know that. No. Batman answers simply. This goes beyond the Joker. Alfred, ever the loyal butler, nodded in agreement. Master Bruce may not say it very nicely, but he is correct. We should stay here until this business is dealt with. After their protests had subsided, Batman left them to settle in with Alfred keeping a close eye. As he walked the corridors of the Watchtower, Bruce couldn't help but feel the weight of the world pressing down on him. Not only was the Joker still out there, but he also had to fight the growing murderous sentiments rising in his own organization. Just then, he turned a corner and almost collided with Superman. Both heroes seemed drained, their shoulders slumped as they stood face to face. Superman broke the silence. "Bruce, any trouble on your end?" Batman shook his head, a brief moment of camaraderie amid the tension. "No issues. Just ensuring everyone is safe. How about your?" A faint smile touched Superman's lips. "My parents are fine. They're a bit confused about everything, but the news about the baby lifted their spirits." Just as the two of them were about to delve into their ongoing debate about the kill or not kill policy regarding criminals, an alarm blared through the watchtower, cutting their conversation short. Both heroes immediately made their way to the Situation Room, where emergency calls and situation reports were received and assessed. As they entered the room, Batman swiftly took a seat at the computer terminal and noticed the activated emergency beacon signals for Hawkman and Hawkgirl. Instantly, Bruce got to word and pulled up the CCTV cameras, which displayed a dimly lit street, and both heroes were visible, but the Hawk couple's condition sent shivers down their spine. On the screen, Hawkman and Hawkgirl lay in a puddle of their own blood, battered and broken. Their faces contorted in pain, and it was evident that they were in dire need of assistance. The feed showed them in a condition close to death, breathing shallow breaths as blood quickly drained from their bodies. And not a single perpetrator was in sight. Flashback. Moments earlier, high above a bustling city, Hawkman and Hawkgirl soared through the night sky. The couple was on patrol, their keen eyes scanning for any signs of the Joker, as well as the accomplice that broke him out of Flash's custody. The Justice League was on high alert, and the winged duo had taken to the skies in search of the notorious criminal. Their wings flapped gracefully as they glided through the cool night air. The anticipation weighed heavy on them, knowing that the Joker was a cunning adversary, but their determination to bring him to justice spurred them on. "I've got a bad feeling about tonight," Hawkgirl confessed, her golden mace clutched tightly in her hand. "It's just too quiet." Hawkman nodded absent-mindedly as his gaze scanned the city below, the feathers on his wings rustling. "Just stay alert and we'll be fine." As they continued their patrol, their sharp eyes picked up a hint of movement down on the darkened streets. It was a familiar figure, clad in a purple suit with a bright green hair. The Joker had appeared, his malevolent grin visible from even this height. "There he is," Hawkman exclaimed, his voice determined. "Let's take him down." They dove swiftly, aiming to corner the Joker before he could escape. But as they descended, the Joker led them further into the dimly lit streets, a sinister laugh echoing around them. The narrow alleyways swallowed them, and their descent landed them in a concealed courtyard, surrounded by tall buildings. It was a trap, and the Joker had lured them right into it. From the shadows emerged a figure, massive and imposing. Bizarro, the reverse version of Superman, stood there, his pale, chalky skin and unnatural features contrasting sharply with the night. His crimson eyes locked onto Hawkman and Hawkgirl. "Joker brought friends," Bizarro grumbled, his voice distorted and twisted. "Me fight you now." Hawkman and Hawkgirl shared a quick, concerned glance before they surged into action. Hawkman lunged at Bizarro first, his mace swinging through the air with the intent to strike a powerful blow. Bizarro, however, moved with astonishing speed. He dodged Hawkman's attack effortlessly, then retaliated with a crushing punch to Hawkman's midsection, sending him hurtling backward into a brick wall. The impact left cracks in the wall, and Hawkman slumped to the ground, groaning in pain. Hawkgirl, undeterred by her partner's plight, lunged at Bizarro, her mace whirling around her like a deadly weapon. She aimed for his head, hoping to disorient him. But Bizarro was ready. With his superhuman reflexes, he caught her mace in midair with one hand and yanked it from her grasp. His other hand snaked out, gripping her by the throat and hoisting her into the air. Hawkgirl struggled, her wings flapping frantically, but Bizarro's strength was overwhelming. He grinned sadistically, reveling in her futile resistance. "You weak," he sneered. Hawkman, having recovered from the wall collision, lunged at Bizarro again, his wings spread wide. But Bizarro was too fast, shifting his grip on Hawkgirl and using her as a shield. Hawkman's attack struck his partner instead, sending her sprawling to the ground, dazed and bleeding. The fight was completely one-sided, a brutal display of Bizarro's power. Hawkman and Hawkgirl tried their best, but they were outmatched in every way. Bizarro battered them relentlessly, his blows striking with bone-crushing force. They were left battered and bloody, on the verge of death, their wings tattered and broken. As Bizarro continued his assault, the Joker watched with sadistic glee, reveling in the first of many hits he had orchestrated on behalf of his new club. It was a nightmarish encounter, a brutal reminder that even the mightiest of heroes could be brought to their knees with the right weapon. Flashback end. Batman and Superman arrived at the grim scene too late. The perpetrators were already gone, leaving behind the bloodied forms of Hawkman and Hawkgirl in the middle of the street. Rushing to check them over, Batman soon came to a startling and soul-crushing realization. They're dead. Superman knelt by their side, his eyes filled with sorrow and regret. His super hearing confirmed what his friend had already told him: there was no heartbeat, no breath. They had bled out from their wounds, their lives extinguished. "We're too late," Clark muttered in regret. Batman stood silently, his fists clenched, feeling the heavy weight of their loss. Did the Joker do this? He wondered, regretting his past actions more and more. As they beat themselves up for being too slow to intervene, their comm devices buzzed with urgency. A chorus of emergency beacons were going off, each signal representing a fellow member of the Justice League in distress. Instantly, the realization struck Batman like a bolt of lightning. "The League is under attack," he declared, his eyes wide in shock. Whilst Peter and Tony worked on repairing their ship, the earpieces they stole from Batman's minions suddenly started going off like crazy. "What the hell is going on?" Tony asked as he turned off his blowtorch. Peter sighed and tossed his screwdriver aside. "No idea, but it's probably not good. A/N, 1917 words, smiley face. No offense to Hawkgirl and Hawkman, but they are my least favorite DC characters, so they were chosen for the chopping block. R.I.P. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 506, C506 Sinestro. Police car light insert fear gif/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Darkslayer, Trophy, A/N, Crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. The shrill sound of alarms blared through the watchtower, each pulsating ring echoing the urgency of the situation. Batman's voice cut through the chaos as he issued the distress call, summoning every available League member to the heart of their headquarters. "The League is under attack. All available members report immediately to the watchtower for emergency assignment." Peter and Tony heard his call through their stolen comms. Instantly, they glanced at each other, tension thick in the air. Fixing the ship had been a dull and monotonous task, but this was an entirely different matter. Tony's eager eyes pleaded with Peter, the desire to be part of the action clearly etched across his face. Peter sighed, knowing that there was no way Tony would be content sitting this one out. He waved his hand, creating a shimmering portal right beside them. "All right, let's go see what's happening." With an excited grin, Tony stepped through the portal, followed closely by Peter. The portal snapped shut behind them, leaving the spaceship repairs momentarily abandoned. As they emerged in the watchtower, they were met with a flurry of activity. League members were pouring in from every corner, each having used the boom tube, the teleportation system designed to get them to the watchtower in record time. There was an air of tension that hung heavy in the room, especially because some of their fellow heroes were absent. Batman, ever vigilant, eyed Peter and Tony with his usual stoic expression. He might not have liked them, but the situation demanded their cooperation, and he wasn't about to kick out potential allies in the fight against this unforeseen threat. With everyone assembled, Batman approached a control panel and, with a swift motion, activated a massive screen that dominated one wall of the room. The screen lit up with a grim display, showing the status of various League members who were currently under attack. Superman's eyes narrowed as he watched the screen, a mixture of anger and concern etching his features. The Joker, a man responsible for countless atrocities, stood alongside Bizarro, an entity that had brought him nothing but grief over the years. They were engaged in a brutal battle with Cyborg, who appeared to be on the losing end of the confrontation. As he witnessed the chaotic scene, Superman's grip on the armrest of his chair tightened. Bizarro was a longtime nemesis of his, but the Joker was a much more important target now. His attempts to harm his family and the death of his friend, Jimmy Olsen, had left deep scars on Superman's heart. This was not just another mission, it was personal. Batman's gravelly voice cut through the room, drawing the attention of every hero present. "We are facing a coordinated attack from some of our most notable enemies," he declared, his jaw set with determination. "Each of you should be prepared for combat. We will be using the boom tube to transport you to the locations of your respective teammates." Batman and Superman failed to mention anything about the deaths of the Hawk couple, which was most likely due to the fact that they were running low on time. If they didn't move quickly, then others would no doubt succumb to the same fate. As the room buzzed with energy and tension, Tony raised his hand, capturing the attention of those present. "We're here to help. Send us wherever you need us." Superman, his expression softening, nodded in approval. "Thank you both. Your assistance will be greatly appreciated." Without wasting another moment, Batman operated the control panel once more. The room vibrated with power as the boom tube activated. One by one, League members disappeared with a flash of light, ready to confront the threats that had befallen their comrades. Peter and Tony shared a brief look before disappearing as well. As everyone left, including Batman and Superman, the watchtower fell into a calm silence, contrasting heavily with the chaos taking place on the planet below. Emerging from the boom tube, Peter found himself hovering above a bustling city, his keen senses immediately focusing on the turmoil across from him. High above the city, two figures, clad in green and yellow, clashed in the skies, locked in a vicious battle that threatened to tear the city apart. The first figure was none other than Green Lantern, a hero Peter had met before. However, the state he was in now was a stark contrast to the confident and formidable hero Peter remembered. Green Lantern's suit was tattered and torn, blood trickled down from a split lip, and numerous cuts marred his body. He was struggling against a powerful adversary, clearly fighting a losing battle. The source of his suffering was unmistakable, a sinister and imposing figure that radiated an ominous yellow light. Sinestro, the arch-nemesis of Green Lantern, was a sight to behold. His yellow power ring glowed with malevolent energy, casting an eerie illumination over his villainous visage. His skin was a sickly pale yellow, and his piercing blue eyes exuded a sense of cold and calculating menace. Insert picture of Sinestro here. Peter knew a bit about Sinestro and his yellow power ring, which was fueled by fear rather than the willpower that empowered Green Lantern's green ring. However, Peter was an exception to the rule. He didn't fear most people, and Sinestro was no exception. After fighting Dormammu and meeting beings like the Great Weaver, it's hard to be scared of most people. As the battle raged on, Sinestro, with a wicked grin, sent Green Lantern hurtling toward the ground. He summoned a lance of yellow energy, poised to impale the hero. It was a critical moment, and Peter decided it was time to intervene. With a burst of supernatural speed, Peter appeared beside Sinestro, delivering a swift and powerful Spartan kick to the villain's ribs. Caught off guard, Sinestro spat a mouthful of blood as he was sent hurtling across the city, crashing into a nearby building with a deafening impact. "Hey, you good?" Peter turned to check on Green Lantern, only to find him unconscious from the brutal battle. The extent of his injuries left Peter bewildered, unable to fathom how Sinestro had managed to gain the upper hand so brutally. With a shrug, Peter opened a portal beneath Green Lantern, whisking him away to the medical bay inside the watchtower. He only hoped someone would be there to tend to the fallen hero. Meh, whatever, he'll live either way. As Green Lantern vanished, Sinestro emerged from the rubble, seething with anger and a desire for vengeance. He had no knowledge of who Peter was, but he was ready to destroy the interloper who had dared to challenge him. "You. Me." Peter faced Sinestro, jokingly looking over his shoulder to see who his opponent was talking to. "Yes, you." Sinestro seemed more than set off at Peter's antics, but he soon realized that Green Lantern was gone. "Where are you hiding, that weak-willed lantern?" Shrugging, Peter began pointing in all sorts of direction. "There? No, maybe over her." "Huh. Not there either. Maybe in there." This only seemed to anger Sinestro even more as he bore down on Peter while bloodthirsty radiating from his harsh glare. Enough of this. Without another word, Sinestro launched himself at his new enemy, utilizing his yellow power ring along the way to create constructs in the form of deadly weapons, each designed to brutally tear his enemies apart. But Peter's unique combination of powers made him a challenging opponent. His extreme agility and reflexes allowed him to evade Sinestro's attacks with grace and ease. With a burst of phoenix flame, Peter soared through the air, his fiery silhouette illuminating the sky. He launched tendrils of flame at Sinestro, who responded by creating an energy shield to protect himself. It held for a few seconds but ultimately crumbled under the flames of destruction, which could burn away anything. Exclamation point. Sinestro's eyes widened in alarm as his shield was eaten away. Not letting up, Peter waved his hand and summoned a spell circle, which in turn launched eldritch-powered bolts of lightning at Sinestro, who was forced to constantly adapt his defenses, running from every attack that came his way. As the battle raged on, Peter's relentless attacks began to wear down Sinestro. The combination of his agility, phoenix flames, and mystic arts gave him the upper hand. Sinestro struggled to keep up, his energy constructs faltering as they clashed with Peter's relentless onslaught. Finally, as Sinestro was preoccupied with dodging a ball of phoenix flames, Peter seized the moment. "All right, I think this has gone on long enough. After all, I have to go and find the Joker." In a burst of eldritch energy, Peter summoned a gleaming spear of pure energy, poised to deliver the final blow. He drove it through Sinestro's heart, impaling the villain with a surge of eldritch power. Sinestro's defiant scowl turned to shock as his chest was pierced through. With a shuddering gasp, Sinestro's life drained away, and he fell to the ground, his yellow power ring flickering and fading. "Don't mind if I do." Peter reached down, plucking the ring from Sinestro's lifeless hand and pocketing it as his spoil of war. As the battle ended, the city below breathed a collective sigh of relief. Sinestro had been vanquished, and the threat had been eliminated. Peter stood victorious, hearing the sounds of an entire city thanking him and cheering from below. He had been ruthless in the way he dealt with Sinestro, yet the people didn't seem to care a single bit. Maybe not everyone in this universe is a pacifistic idiot. Now, with Sinestro defeated and Green Lantern safely in the watchtower, Peter could finally go and check in Superman, who was no doubt fighting Bizarro and the Joker right now. I wonder if he'll kill them. A/N, 1667 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 507, C507 taking a life. Police car light insert killing gifts slash PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Project_Horton, Trophy, A/N, Crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. Tony should be able to handle himself, so I'll just check on Clark and the Joker. Opening a portal to the location where he had seen the Joker and Bizarro fighting Cyborg earlier, Peter stepped through and found a scene that he had pretty much expected to walk in on. In the futuristic city of Metropolis, Cyborg lay unconscious in a pile of rubble, his robotic body in pieces, though he was still alive. Across from him, Peter could see both Superman and Bizarro locked in a fierce battle high above the city. They were joined by Lex Luthor, who wore a high-tech suit that enhanced his powers enough to fight alongside Bizarro against Superman. He wasn't here earlier. Peter presumed that he had been waiting for Superman to take the bait and come after the Joker, who had recently attempted to kill Lois and his unborn child. And Lex's plan seemed to work perfectly, as Superman had come running as soon as he spotted the Joker. Speaking of the Joker, the green-haired clown stood atop a building, laughing maniacally while watching Lex and Bizarro double-team Superman. Their every punch and collision sent shockwaves throughout the city below. "What's the matter, Supes?" the Joker taunted, his grin as wide as ever. "Isn't this just the perfect moment for a picture? Maybe we should call that friend of yours, what was his name again? Timmy? Tommy?" He taunted with a manic smile. It doesn't matter what his name was. He's dead either way. Shut up." Superman seethed with rage, his eyes burning with fury as he struggled to focus on the opponents in front of him. The Joker's taunts had hit a nerve, especially when he mentioned Jimmy Olsen, Superman's best friend, whom the Joker had cruelly murdered just days earlier. Man. The Joker is as ruthless as ever. Before making his presence known, Peter decided to assist Cyborg. He waved his hand and opened a portal beneath the fallen hero, safely depositing him inside the Watchtower's medical bay just like Green Lantern. With that done, Peter was just about to capture the Joker before helping Superman, but before he could move, a green light filled the night sky, and he could hear the sound of Superman grunting in pain. Looking up, Peter saw a compartment on Lex's suit open, revealing a fist-sized piece of kryptonite. It immediately began to sap Superman's powers and inflict excruciating pain upon him. Ugh. Enjoying a little piece of home, Superman? Lex taunted, floating confidently in the air. "You know, I always love to see you powerless. It's quite entertaining, really. When a god feels what it's like to be an ordinary man." Peter watched as Lex, with a malicious grin, grasped the kryptonite and slapped it onto Superman's chest. Seconds later, a metal belt shot out from the suit, locking the kryptonite in place around Superman's chest. Before Peter could react, Lex gave a casual swipe of his hand, sending Superman crashing to the ground at the Joker's feet. The Joker burst into laughter, relishing the opportunity to beat down the fallen hero with a hail of stomping kicks. Superman, despite being powerless due to the kryptonite strapped to his chest, began to rise to his feet. His extensive training with Batman and Wonder Woman had honed his combat skills, allowing him to fight as a regular man. He looked Joker up and down with a bloodthirsty glare. "Oh. That smoldering stare of yours is almost as good as the Bat's," Joker practically moaned in pleasure. He was enjoying this entire situation more than anyone else present. Just as Lex and Bizarro descended to finish off the weakened Superman, Peter jumped into action, blocking their path. Lex froze, his eyes fixed cautiously on Peter, but Bizarro, driven by brute force, barreled forward. "Where do you think you're going?" Seeing Bizarro charging, Peter effortlessly backhanded the brute, sending him tumbling back towards Lex, who casually moved out of the way. Ultimately, Bizarro crashed into a nearby building, causing a spectacular, bone-shattering impact. Peter took a moment to assess the situation. Superman was holding his own against the Joker, and Peter couldn't help but notice the burning rage in Superman's eyes. He knew that Superman desired nothing more than to end the Joker's life, and Peter was willing to let him have that opportunity. However, to ensure Superman had the chance to deliver the justice he sought, Peter needed to keep Lex and Bizarro occupied. With a smirk under his mask, Peter waved the two villains over, eager to take on more of DC's notorious villains. "I wonder how many I can kill before we leave." Seeing Peter appear and finally give him the opportunity to vent his frustration against the Joker, Superman smirked happily. Even as Joker punched him across the face, he couldn't help but smile. "It's just you and me now. Hee hee. This is just how I dreamt it would be." Joker seemed to enjoy the outcome as well. Superman, weakened by the kryptonite strapped to his chest, all alone for him to play with. A/N, that sounds oddly sexual. But for Superman, this was a death match, a brutal confrontation born of vengeance, for the Joker had not only threatened Lois and his unborn child but had also taken the life of his dear friend, Jimmy Olsen. As the battle commenced, the Joker couldn't help but cackle with glee. He danced around Superman, his manic laughter filling the air. He wore a malicious grin, his green hair fluttering in the breeze. Superman, despite his weakened state, was determined to bring this twisted nightmare to an end. He lunged at the Joker, fists clenched, but the kryptonite's presence weighed heavily on him. The Joker deftly sidestepped the punch, delivering a powerful kick to Superman's side. The Man of Steel stumbled back, gritting his teeth against the pain. But he couldn't afford to show weakness, the Joker would exploit it without hesitation. He advanced again, quicker this time, aiming to grab the clown and end this fight as quickly as possible. But the Joker was slippery, ducking and weaving, delivering a jab to Superman's jaw, causing him to stagger. It was clear that this fight would not be easy. If only this rock wasn't strapped to my chest. I would have pulverized him by now. With his honed speed and reflexes, the Joker evaded every punch Superman threw, taunting him as he danced around. Come on, Supes. You can do better than that. Even Batman can beat me black and blue, and his superpower is being rich and broody. What's your excuse? Superman fought through the pain, determined to avenge his friend's death. He swung with his good arm, and this time, his fist connected, sending the Joker sprawling. The clown's laughter faltered for just a moment as he crashed into a nearby wall. But the Joker was far from done. He sprang back to his feet, delivering a savage knee to Superman's abdomen. The Kryptonian hero winced in agony, his breath escaping in a painful gasp. Superman's eyes blazed with determination as he grabbed the Joker by the collar, lifting him off the ground. But the Joker wasn't one to go down easily. He drove his elbow into Superman's chin, forcing him to release his grip. With a wild grin, the Joker produced a hidden knife, which fell into his hand from his sleeve, slashing at Superman. The blade cut through his costume, drawing a thin line of blood, but the pain only fueled Superman's resolve. He tackled the Joker to the ground, wrestling for control of the weapon. Their struggle continued, a brutal back and forth. The Joker's laughter mixed with Superman's grunts of effort as they fought for dominance. The knife danced between them, a deadly instrument of their clash. In the midst of the chaos, the Joker's taunts continued. You know, it was so easy to get under your skin. Lois, your child, Metropolis, your poor friend, Jimmy. I mean, the punchline didn't end as I'd hoped, but it was still funny, right? Superman's vision blurred, not just from the kryptonite but from the seething anger within him. He wanted nothing more than to end this madness, to put an end to the Joker's chaos once and for all. With one final surge of strength, Superman managed to wrest the knife from the Joker's grasp. In a swift motion, he tried to stab the Joker in the head, but the knife ended up stabbed into the ground beside the Joker's head instead. Giving up on the knife, Superman's hands closed around the Joker's throat, his fingers tightening. The laughter that had echoed through the night continued alongside a desperate gasp for air. Do it, kill me, haha, the Joker's egged him on as his eyes widened at the fact that he really might die. This was a death match, and Superman was willing to deliver the ultimate justice. With a primal roar, Superman tightened his grip and snapped the Joker's neck, watching as the light left the clown's eyes. Though the smile on Joker's face never disappeared. The city fell into a somber silence as Superman, still weakened by the kryptonite, rose to his feet. His eyes were a mix of sorrow, relief, and the weight of his actions. He had avenged Jimmy, protected Lois and his unborn child, and put an end to the Joker's madness for good. I did it. But before he could think on it for much longer, a loud bang filled the air as both Bizarro and Lex Luthor came crashing down from the sky above, colliding with the adjacent building. A/N, 1625 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 508, C508 rising kill count. Police car light insert YouTube GIF/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Titty Technician, Trophy, A/N, a new King Roses. Crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. Minutes before the Joker's death, Peter stood firm, blocking the path of Lex Luthor and Bizarro. His stance was confident, a subtle smirk beneath his mask. Lex Luthor eyed Peter cautiously, his high-tech suit glistening in the city's dimly lit streets. You pack quite the punch, don't you? He asked as Bizarro fumed beside him, upset at being B*TCH slapped into a building only moments ago. I'm Lex Luthor, and who might you be? Just your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Peter answered with the usual line. Before Lex could continue the conversation, Bizarro, his brutish form still recovering from the impact with the building, growled with rage. His monstrous fists clenched, and his eyes locked onto Peter. Bizarro crush puny spider. Peter couldn't help but chuckle. You know, I've already killed 3 villains since I've arrived in this universe, and I'm trying to get my kill count even higher. So why don't we do what the guy with a few missing chromosomes wants and skip the talking, huh? With lightning speed, Peter disappeared and then reappeared beside Bizarro, slapping him for a second time, knowing full well that it would enrage the big idiot even further. While Bizarro launched backwards for a second time, Peter didn't waste a single second and lunged at Lex, who activated his suit's defenses just in time. A shimmering force field erupted around him, deflecting Peter's initial strike. Lex grinned, his confidence unwavering. Impressive, but it's not going to be that easy. Peter wasn't discouraged. He unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks, each one faster and more precise than the last. And surprisingly, Lex's suit held up against the assault, but it was clear that Peter was pushing the limits of its defensive capabilities. Just as Lex's shields were about to break, Bizarro charged toward Peter with a roar. His fists were like wrecking balls, but Peter's agility gave him the upper hand. He dodged, weaved, and countered with precise strikes that left Bizarro reeling. "Is that all you've got?" Peter taunted as he somersaulted over Bizarro, landing a powerful kick to the back of the brute's head. Bizarro stumbled forward, crashing into a nearby car with a deafening impact. Peter returned his attention to Lex, who was waiting for his force field to recharge. With a grin, Peter intensified his assault. "You know, I'm actually impressed by this tech of yours. It's too bad that it's about to take a serious beating." Lex grunted in frustration, realizing that his suit's defenses were shattered and gone. In a last-ditch effort before Peter could land the next punch, he fired energy beams from his palms, forcing Peter to leap out of the way. The beams collided with a building, causing it to crumble in a shower of debris. As Peter avoided the blast, Bizarro returned to the fight, his fury unabated. He launched a massive punch at Peter, who managed to evade it at the last second. The shockwave from Bizarro's punch shattered the ground beneath them. "So close, yet so far," Peter taunted, striking Bizarro's exposed neck with a well-aimed punch. The brute staggered, disoriented. "You might need some brain exercises to help you come up with a better plan than just screaming and rushing forward." Lex, realizing they were losing ground, tried to retreat and leave behind his lesser-brained partner, but Peter wasn't about to let either of them go. He webbed Lex's legs and yanked, slamming the bald genius into the street below. "Now, where do you think you're going? We only just met and you're trying to leave." Before Peter could finish dealing with Lex, Bizarro regained his footing. He roared in frustration, his fists crackling with energy. With a mighty leap, he launched himself at Peter, who was still focused on Lex. The impact sent Peter crashing into the side of a building, causing a shower of bricks and dust. "All right, big guy, you got me that time." "I'll give you that," Peter grunted, as he stood UPSMD dusted himself off. Bizarro raised his massive fists for a finishing blow. But just as he was about to strike, Peter tapped into his mastery of mystic arts. He conjured a portal, causing Bizarro's fists to pass harmlessly through it. The behemoth stumbled forward, disoriented. As Bizarro struggled to regain his balance, Peter emerged from another portal behind him. With a powerful punch, he sent Bizarro flying through the air. The brute crashed through several buildings, leaving destruction in his wake. Turning back to Lex, Peter found the billionaire still sprawled out on the ground, trapped by his webbing. "Now, Lex, where were we again?" Peter said with a grin. He was confident that Lex wouldn't be causing trouble anytime soon. But just as Peter was about to interrogate Lex further, Bizarro returned to the battle, his eyes filled with fury. "Bizarro not done yet." Peter sighed. "Guess I'll have to finish you first." With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a handful of phoenix flames, which he tossed at Bizarro. And Bizarro, being the nearly indestructible idiot that he is, didn't even bother dodging. "Well, rest in peace, I guess." In an instant, the flames engulfed Bizarro, who howled in agony as he burned, his roars turning into pain screams as he began to flail in the air. "I think this makes 4 DC villains now," Peter commented as he watched Bizarro's agonizing demise. The flames consumed the brute until there was nothing left but ashes, which blew away in the wind. With Bizarro defeated, Peter returned to Lex, who was now trembling with fear. "So, you ready to die?" "Because I'm serious about my kill count." Lex froze up in fright. I. He wasn't used to such ruthlessness from the good guys. After all, his arch-enemy is Superman, who may be a godlike alien, but at the end of the day he's always gone easy on his enemies. If Superman were to come after you, then the most you had to worry about was a few bumps and bruised, not to mention the trip to jail. Death was never a possibility until today. Peter extended his hand, lifting Lex into the air with a single thought. "Well, this has been fun, but I have other bad guys to kill and the whole Justice League to change, so let's make this quick, shall we?" Walking over with a casual gait, he opened his hand and conjured a sharp axe. With a swift, fluid motion, Peter decapitated Lex Luthor. His head rolled on the ground, and his body fell lifeless. That makes 5. With Lex's demise, the battle was over. Peter stood amid the destruction, his body a bit sore from the hit he took from Bizarro, but victorious nonetheless. As he gazed at the carnage around him, Peter couldn't help but look towards a nearby building, where he found Superman watching him. Scanning the area beside him, he smirked as he witnessed the dead body of Joker. The clown's neck snapped sideways. I'm surprised he had the balls to actually do it, Peter thought, his eyes locked onto the lifeless body of the Joker. Nearby, the headless form of Lex Luthor lay still. The streets were a scene of chaos and destruction, and there was a somber air lingering in the aftermath. Landing beside Superman, Peter nodded his head in approval. Good work, he said as he walked over and ripped the kryptonite off of Clark's chest, storing it in his necklace alongside his other stones. I'll keep that for my collection. Ah, thanks. Superman looked at Peter, a mixture of admiration and uncertainty in his eyes. Where did you put it? Peter lied, his voice calm and resolute. I destroyed it. It's a cleaning spell that just vanished things. Don't worry, it's gone for good. Superman seemed to calm, believing Peter completely. Thank you. That stuff is like poison to me. You have no idea how much of a hassle it is dealing with it. As the two heroes conversed, Peter conjured another phoenix flame, tossing it onto the Joker's body. He watched as the flames began to slowly consume the clown. Superman raised an eyebrow, clearly disapproving of the act. Burning the body, it feels disrespectful to the dead. Peter didn't waver. In our line of work, it's the safest option for guys like him. You never know what they're capable of, or who's willing to help them. They always seem to find a way back, like cockroaches. Burning the body ensures they can't return, or at least cuts down the possibility that they will. Superman pondered this for a moment, the weight of Peter's words sinking in. He realized the truth in what Peter was saying, even if it went against his principles. I may not like it, but I can't deny your logic. We can't risk the Joker returning. Just as the flames consumed the Joker's remains, a dark figure silently descended from the shadows of the nearby building. Batman, his stoic expression hidden beneath the cowl, surveyed the scene with a disapproving eye. He noticed Lex Luthor's headless corpse as well as the illuminated Joker, and it was clear he wasn't pleased. So, you made your choice, huh? Batman eyed Superman in disappointment, his words striking directly into his friend's soul. He had come to inform them that the threat against the Justice League had been taken care of, but that was instantly forgotten after seeing the dead bodies. Yeah, Superman replied weakly. Although he believed that Joker's death was for the best, he still didn't take pleasure in doing it, nor did he like his friend's disappointed stare. Peter turned to face Batman, ignoring his judgmental glare. I know you don't agree with their deaths, and that's a dumb yet respectable position to hold, but have you ever considered that you could be wrong? I mean, I kill scumbags in my universe all the time and the world hasn't come to an end. It's still the same as it was before. Just safer and more peaceful for people to live in. Batman didn't respond, his eyes never leaving Superman. Superman spoke, trying to ease the tension. Bruce, I'm sorry if I didn't live up to your expectations, but I truthfully believe that this was for the greater good. And I hope you'll see that one day. Batman shook his head, his expression remaining stern. I doubt I ever will, he said as he turned around and stepped off of the building, disappearing into the night. A/N, 1771 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 509, C509A League Split. Police car light insert disgusting gifs/PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Project_Horton, Trophy, A/N, Crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. The sun had risen on a new day, casting a gentle light on a world forever changed by the previous night's battle. The threat to the Justice League had been vanquished, but not without its sacrifices. In the wake of the battle, the League gathered to pay their respects to 2 fallen comrades, Hawkman and Hawkgirl. Although they knew that the 2 of them would be reborn sooner or later, as they were cursed to repeat their lives together, it still didn't make losing them in this life any less hard. After all, who knew when they would return? It could be 20 or even 200 years before they reincarnate again. Amid the somber atmosphere, the funeral took place in a secluded garden at the Justice League's headquarters on Earth. The tranquil setting provided a stark contrast to the previous night's chaos. The fallen heroes lay side by side, their lifeless forms shrouded in the American flag. The League members, including Peter and Tony, who were invited by Superman, stood in solemn formation. The Flash, with tears glistening in his eyes, stepped up to speak. They were always there to help us, even when it meant putting themselves in harm's way. Their courage knew no bounds. They flew high, and they'll forever be remembered as the bravest of us all. Wonder Woman, a symbol of strength and grace, added her voice to the tribute. Hawkman and Hawkgirl were true warriors, defenders of the innocent, and champions of peace. We will carry on their mission, for the world still needs heroes like them. Superman, the Man of Steel, stepped forward, his voice filled with a deep sense of loss. Hawkman and Hawkgirl were more than our teammates. They were our friends, our family. Their unwavering dedication to justice was an inspiration to us all. Their wings may be stilled, but their legacy soars on. He kept it short and sweet before stepping back. Batman, his stoic demeanor unyielding, stepped forward next. In the face of danger, they never faltered for even a second. They fought for a world where justice prevails, like the rest of us. Their deaths were a terrible tragedy, just as any other. He paused for a moment to look around the crowd, his gaze landing heavily on Superman. Because life is precious, no matter who that life might belong to. Tony rolled his eyes as he leaned over to whisper in Peter's ear. Did this mother***er just use a funeral speech to lecture us? Peter nodded his head, noticing the annoyed look on Superman's face. Yeah, he did. As the eulogies came to an end, the heroes of the Justice League lowered Hawkman and Hawkgirl into the ground. Each member placed a white rose on their graves, a symbol of remembrance and respect. The fallen heroes would rest in peace, their duty fulfilled. The funeral served as a stark reminder of the sacrifices heroes make to protect their world. It was a day of mourning, but also a day of recommitment to the cause of justice, a cause that wasn't so clear anymore. The League stood together physically, but ideologically, they couldn't be more divided. With the meeting that took place before all of yesterday's chaos, as well as the fact that Superman killing the Joker was common knowledge among the League, two parties were beginning to form. On one side, you have those that would follow after Batman's example. People like Flash, Green Lantern, and Aquaman, who believe that killing, in any form, is an inexcusable and evil act. On the other side, you have those that would follow after Superman's example. People like Wonder Woman, Cyborg, and Black Adam, who don't mind killing as long as it's for the good of others. Especially Black Adam, who has always been more of an antihero than anything else. Soon enough, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the garden as the heroes took their leave. In the face of recent controversies, they found strength in their own group. Batman sympathizers seemed to gravitate toward each other, and the same could be said for Superman's side as well. Watching this happen in real time, Peter and Tony shared a concerned glance. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Peter asked. Justice League Civil War. Tony guessed. Yeah, that sounds about right. In the heart of the Justice League headquarters, a solemn meeting room had been prepared. Superman, the iconic leader of the League, sat at the head of the long, polished table, his countenance one of gravity and determination. He spoke first, his voice carrying the weight of his resolve. My friends, we have come to a crossroads. The events of recent days have shown us that the world we protect is not as black and white as we once believed. Around the table, the members of Superman's faction, including Wonder Woman, Cyborg, Black Adam, and many others nodded in agreement. Their stance was clear, they were willing to consider lethal force if it meant protecting the innocent. Superman continued, we cannot ignore the fact that there are threats in this world that cannot be contained without extreme measures. The Joker is a glaring example of this. How many lives have been lost or forever scarred because we chose to show mercy time and time again? Wonder Woman, her expression determined, added, agreed, the world is not forgiving, nor is it merciful. If we continue to allow those who embrace chaos and cruelty to roam freely, we fail in our duty to safeguard the innocent. Cyborg chimed in, we should establish clear regulations for when the use of lethal force is justified. It must be a last resort, of course, but we should have the option. Black Adam, who had always walked the line between hero and villain, grunted his agreement. I've never been a fan of the League's idiotic way of doing things, so I'm just glad to see that all of you are finally waking up to reality. Some people are just better off dead, end of story. As the meeting progressed, the mood grew more optimistic. The members of this faction envisioned a future where they could be more effective protectors, unburdened by the limitations of a strict no-kill policy. Superman looked at his assembled comrades with a sense of hope. The future of the Justice League rests in our hands. We must work together to draft a code of conduct that reflects our new vision and, in doing so, reaffirm our commitment to the cause of justice. The discussion continued late into the night, as the heroes began to outline the regulations that would define their path forward. While the meeting was filled with optimism and unity, they knew that the road ahead would not be easy. The Justice League stood on the precipice of a significant transformation, one that would shape the future of heroism in their world. As the meeting concluded, Superman stood and offered a final thought. We will face opposition and challenges, but together, we can forge a better world. Our mission remains unchanged, to protect the innocent, no matter the cost. With newfound purpose, the members of Superman's faction left the meeting room, ready to embark on a journey that would redefine the very essence of heroism. Just as Superman and his faction were holding a meeting, Batman's faction held one of their own as well. The heroes had paid their respects to the fallen, and swiftly come together to discuss the recent developments. Batman, the Dark Knight, sat at the head of a dimly lit conference table, his expression as stoic as ever. The room was filled with the loyal members of Batman's faction, the Flash, Green Lantern, Aquaman, and several others who shared his unwavering belief in the sanctity of life, even in the face of the darkest evils. The Flash, his trademark red suit looking somber, broke the silence. We all know where this is headed. Half the League wants to follow Superman's example, and it's going to tear us apart. Green Lantern, his emerald ring glowing faintly, nodded in agreement. It's not just about ideology anymore. It's about what kind of world we want to leave behind. Aquaman, with his commanding presence, spoke with a sense of urgency. I've seen enough bloodshed in the oceans to last a lifetime. I won't stand by while our League descends into this chaos. Batman leaned forward, his cape pulling around him like a shroud. We need to address this issue head-on. We can't let our differences divide us further. Especially when we have people like Wonder Woman and our guests, who are whispering nonsense into Superman's ear 24/7. The heroes exchanged troubled glances, fully aware of the stakes. They believed that Wonder Woman, Peter, and Tony were corrupting Superman, pushing him down a path they couldn't condone. The memory of the Joker's death at Superman's hands still bothered them, a grim reminder of the shifting moral compass within their ranks. The Flash sighed deeply. But how do we convince Superman and his followers to see things our way? They truly believe that their way is for the greater good. Batman's voice was laced with frustration. We need to find a way to reach him, to make him understand that there are lines we should never cross. Killing can't be our solution. Green Lantern offered a suggestion. Maybe we should initiate a discussion, an open dialogue with Superman's faction. Try to find some common ground. Aquaman frowned, crossing his arms. I've known Superman for years. He's not one to easily change his mind. Maybe that would work if he hadn't already killed someone, but that ship's already sailed. Worst case scenario, he might see our efforts as a threat to his newfound ideals. Best case scenario, we push him further and further into his beliefs. As the heroes pondered their next steps, the room grew heavy with doubt and apprehension. They all understood that if this conflict couldn't be resolved through words, it might come to blows. A civil war among the Justice League was a dire prospect, one they hoped to avoid. The Flash tapped his fingers on the table thoughtfully. We have to prepare for the worst, just in case. We can't let our world fall under a tyrannical Justice League. Batman nodded, his jaw set in determination. Agreed, we'll do whatever it takes to protect the world from those who would become tyrants, no matter who they may be. With that, the meeting came to a solemn conclusion, leaving a sense of foreboding hanging in the air. The Justice League had been a symbol of hope and unity, but the fracture within their ranks threatened to change everything. As they departed, Batman's faction couldn't help but wonder if their ideals would be enough to save their world from the chaos that loomed on the horizon. A/N, 1827 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 510, C510 Happy Halloween. Police car light insert Halloween gifts /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, Project_Horton, Trophy, A/N, Crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. Days after the solemn funeral, while Batman's and Superman's factions were engaged in secret discussions, Peter and Tony found themselves in their temporary base in Gotham, tinkering with their ship. The dimly lit workshop was filled with the hum of technology and the scent of metal and grease. Peter, his hands deftly working on the last screw on the control panel, couldn't help but break the silence. Tony, we've fixed the ship, and we've seen enough drama here to last a lifetime. It's time for me to go back to MJ, Lily, and the rest of my family. I've been away for too long as it is. Tony, who was hunched over a holographic display, remained absorbed in his work. I get it, I really do. But look at what's happening here. Superman and Batman are on the brink of a full-blown war, and we've got a front-row seat. Do you really want to miss out on this? Peter sighed, leaning back in his chair. Tony, I've got a kid to get back to. MJ's been holding down the fort while I've been gallivanting around the multiverse. And to top it all off, we might be adopting another kid. I got sh*T to do. Tony finally turned to face Peter, his expression serious. Pete, I know family's important, but you and I both know how unique this situation is. We've got a ringside view of history in the making. Think about it. Justice League Civil War. It's like something straight out of a comic book. Peter couldn't help but smile at Tony's enthusiasm. You've got a point, Tony. It's tempting, and I'm curious to see how this all pans out. But I can't stay here forever. I'll stay a bit longer, just to satisfy your craving for drama, but then it's back to reality for us. After all, let's not forget that Pepper is probably waiting for you as well. Tony grinned, clapping Peter on the back. That's the spirit. Besides, we can do some good here. We've got connections, skills, and knowledge. Maybe we can help mediate this whole mess and prevent it from getting too bad. Peter nodded, realizing that Tony was right. They had a unique position in this world, and their presence could make a difference. Okay, Tony, we'll stay for a while longer. I won't lie, I do want to try and convince Batman that, sometimes, killing is the right thing to do. But we can't let this drag on forever. My family is waiting, and I've got a ton of other responsibilities as well. With a renewed sense of purpose, Peter and Tony continued their work on the ship, making sure it was fully operational. As they did, they couldn't help but wonder what the future held for the Justice League and the world they found themselves visiting. Meanwhile, in the time that Peter and Tony spent to fix up their ship, Superman and his faction had not remained idle. They had been hard at work drafting new regulations for the League, or at least their side of the League. These regulations were controversial, allowing members to use lethal force under specific circumstances, something that had been strictly prohibited in the past. They believed it was a necessary evolution to better protect the world. Additionally, Superman and his followers had begun involving themselves in international conflicts, something that the Justice League had previously avoided. The world had grown more complex, and they felt that they needed to take a more active role in resolving global issues. One such scenario unfolded in a war-torn South American country ruled by a ruthless dictator. The citizens had been living under his oppressive regime for years, and they were practically hostages in their own land. As Superman and his faction descended upon the crisis-ridden nation, they were met with fear, hope, and uncertainty from the citizens. The dictator, known as General Vasquez, had a stronghold in the heart of the capital city. He had hoarded wealth while his people suffered, and he was not above using brutal force to maintain his grip on power. Superman and Wonder Woman landed in the city, their presence a beacon of hope for the oppressed. The citizens watched from the shadows, afraid to openly support the heroes, but their hearts swelled with the possibility of freedom. General Vasquez's soldiers were heavily armed and fortified. They had orders to shoot on sight, and they defended their dictator with fanatical loyalty. As the Justice League members approached the stronghold, the soldiers opened fire. Superman, his blue and red costume shining in the sun, moved with incredible speed, deflecting bullets with his body and sending shockwaves through the air that disarmed the soldiers. Wonder Woman, wielding her lasso of truth, bounded through the air, capturing enemies and compelling them to surrender. Their combined prowess allowed them to bulldoze past all security measures with ease, leaving General Vasquez and his men shocked and confused. After seeing the state of the civilian population, it was hard for their of them to show restraint as they unleashed the full extent of their immense power on Vasquez's army. In a matter of minutes, the stronghold was taken. General Vasquez, bloodied and defeated, was brought before the League. The citizens emerged from hiding, their tears of joy flowing as they witnessed the end of their oppressor's reign. Superman, his voice carrying authority, spoke to the people with Vasquez kneeling in defeat before them. You have been oppressed for far too long. But that ends today. You're free to rebuild your government however you wish, but I do recommend democracy. He motions toward the raided dictator. And of course, he will face the consequences of his actions. You have my word. With the dictator, his ministers, and high-level soldiers in tow, the Justice League made a solemn journey to the United Nations headquarters. They delivered General Vasquez to face international justice for his crimes against humanity. The citizens of the war-torn country, now free from tyranny, watched as the dictator was carried away in chains. As they departed the UN after dropping the prisoners off, Wonder Woman addressed the crowd, her voice resonating with hope. As you have seen, the Justice League is committed to protecting not only the innocent but also the oppressed. Although we've strayed away from international conflicts in the past, that isn't the case anymore. We are here to make a difference, no matter if it's a person, group, corporation, or even a country. We will stand up for those that cannot do so for themselves. The UN workers and diplomats, who seemed wary but hopeful, cheered for the Justice League. They hadn't expected the League to take a more proactive stance in addressing global issues, and they were conflicted on how to feel about it. On one hand, they celebrated the fact that people like Vasquez wouldn't be able to thrive unimpeded anymore. But on the other hand, they didn't want the Justice League to overstep their bounds and insert themselves into their nation's business. While everyone was trying to decide whether they liked this new Justice League, General Vasquez would be thrown into a cell before facing trial for his crimes, thanks to the intervention of Superman and his faction. The world was changing, and the Justice League's involvement in international conflicts was having a profound impact. As Peter and Tony observed these events unfold in live television, they decided to head to the League and enjoy the drama from close up. After all, they had nothing else to do now that their ship was fixed. Hours after delivering General Vasquez to the United Nations, Superman convened a meeting with his faction. The atmosphere in the Justice League headquarters was somber, reflecting the weight of the discussions that lay ahead. Peter and Tony, out of both interest and their unique perspective, attended the meeting to offer their experience and knowledge. Superman, his expression grave, began the discussion. I know that we've come up with the guidelines for lethal force while in the field, but now we need to address the issue of when and how we should consider the death penalty out of the field. We all know that some individuals, like the Joker, have committed unspeakable crimes and shown no remorse. They pose a perpetual threat to innocent lives, even while in prison. Peter nodded in agreement. The Joker is a prime example of someone who shouldn't have been given more chances. But you need a clear criteria on what type of person deserves the death penalty. Tony added, you should consider the scale of their crimes, the number of lives they've taken or ruined, and whether they've been given opportunities for redemption before. You should also factor in the level of threat they still pose. Superman nodded, absorbing the input. We should establish a threshold of heinous offenses and stipulations that need to be met before considering the death penalty. We can't take this decision lightly. It's a matter of balancing justice and the protection of innocent lives. Cyborg spoke up. I think I have our first recommendation. He says as he taps a few buttons and brings up a live video from the prison. Brainiac has been responsible for mass destruction and countless deaths. It's clear that some villains simply can't be contained or rehabilitated, and he is sat at the top of that list. No matter what we decide, he'll probably make the cut. The heroes engaged in a lengthy, thought-provoking discussion, debating the criteria for their own personal death penalty. They agreed that it should be reserved for villains who had committed a substantial number of murders, engaged in acts of terrorism, or posed a clear and ongoing threat to humanity. In the end, they drafted a list of villains that are already in custody, who would qualify for the death penalty. Names like Eobard Thawne, the Reverse Flash, who had wreaked havoc through time itself, and Brainiac, who has destroyed entire worlds, were included. These individuals had shown time and again that they couldn't be rehabilitated and that their continued existence posed a grave danger. Superman concluded the meeting with a sense of resolution. Our goal is to protect the innocent, and we'll do what's necessary to achieve that. The death penalty is a last resort for the truly irredeemable, but it's a tool we need to have at our disposal to safeguard the innocent. The Justice League had taken a significant step in defining their stance on the death penalty for the most heinous of villains. The list of those who would be brought to the ultimate justice had been set. As the meeting adjourned, many heroes left with a shared sense of purpose, leaving behind Wonder Woman, Superman, Peter, and Tony. Peter curiously glanced between Superman and Wonder Woman. So, who's going to execute the people on that list? A/N, 1831 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 511, C511 mass execution. Police car light insert hot gif /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, /ninja, trophy, A/N, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. In the dimly lit meeting room of the Justice League headquarters, the weight of their decision hung heavy in the air. Superman and Wonder Woman exchanged a long, silent look, understanding the gravity of the task they were about to undertake. Superman turned to Wonder Woman, his voice steady but filled with determination. Diana, you don't have to do this. I'll take care of it. She shook her head, her eyes reflecting the same resolve. No, we'll do it together. After a moment, they both nodded in unison, volunteering themselves for the daunting role of executioners. Peter spoke up, hoping to continue his kill streak. I'll tag along as well. There's over 40 names on that list, so more hands will expedite the process. Tony echoed his sentiments, realizing the urgency. Yeah, and we better get moving before someone blabs to Bruce. The decision had been made, and they couldn't afford to delay. The 4 of them united, ready to carry out the grim task ahead. The villains on the list, each locked securely in their cells, were all located only a few floors below in the maximum security wing of the Justice League's headquarters. Many of them were just recently captured during the orchestrated attack on the League. The heroes moved together, their steps echoing ominously in the sterile, dimly lit corridors of the prison. As they approached the first cell, a wave of tension washed over them. The men inside, the notorious Eobard Thawne, the Reverse Flash, known for his malicious manipulation of time, stood defiantly behind the reinforced bars. He glared at the 4 of them, a sneer curling his lips. Peter stepped forward, his voice rather casual for the situation. Thawne, sadly for you, it's time to face the consequences of your actions. ? Thawne gave him a confused look. After all, the Justice League has never done anything like this before. Seeing his confusion, Peter stated it plainly. You've been sentenced to death. Thawne's eyes darted from one hero to another, realization sinking in. With a bitter smile, he muttered, do your worst. Without hesitation, Wonder Woman used her lasso of truth to immobilize Thawne, and Clark, his eyes glowing in red light, administered a quick, painless end to the villain by decapitating him with his laser eyes. Thawne's eyes widened in shock as his head toppled off of his body, never truly expecting the heroes he knew so well to execute him. As the group moved to the next cell, Peter managed to discreetly swipe a tiny bit of Thawne's blood before tossing a wisp of phoenix flames at the body. I wonder if I can get the Speed Force with this. He wondered as the body quickly turned to ash. The procession continued, cell by cell, as the heroes went down the list. Some villains, aware of their imminent fate, begged for mercy, their pleas falling on deaf ears. Others remained defiant, vowing vengeance even as their lives were extinguished. As the minutes turned into hours, and the list dwindled, the atmosphere grew increasingly bloody. Everyone, each with their unique abilities, played their part in the grim task. In order to spare Clark the entire responsibility, each person took turns killing off the irredeemable villains. Superman didn't enjoy this at all, but he knew that it had to be done. Wonder Woman wasn't as pure as him, and seemed to take a small bit of pleasure in the deaths of these villains, who over the years have caused her and her comrades so much trouble and heartache. On the other hand, Peter and Tony were very used to killing scumbags at this point. As long as the F** curse deserved it, then they wouldn't cry over their deaths. In fact, they enjoyed the killing about as much as Wonder Woman did. At last, they reached the final cell on the list. It contained Brainiac, a ruthless artificial intelligence responsible for the destruction of countless civilizations and worlds. Unlike the others, Brainiac was not defiant or remorseful. Instead, it regarded them with an eerie calmness. Superman stepped forward, determination etched on his face. Brainiac, you've caused immeasurable suffering. It ends today. With a nod from Superman, Tony activated a new feature on his armor from Kang's tech, designed to disable nearby tech. As the malevolent AI's lights flickered and its metallic form slumped, Peter completed the task like he did with all of the others, tossing a small ball of phoenix flames inside. The group watched in silence as the last name on their list was burned to ash before their eyes. Soon enough, the heroes exited the prison. Superman trailed behind them, his steps heavy with the weight of their actions. They had carried out a grim duty, sparing the world from the potential resurgence of these villains, but it had come at a high cost. Only a few hours later. In the dimly lit confines of the Batcave, Bruce Wayne's keen eyes were glued to the multiple screens displaying live security footage from the Justice League headquarters. Batman was well known for his unwavering dedication to justice and his staunch opposition to killing, so seeing what he saw now certainly brought his blood to a boil. His jaw clenched, and his gloved hands tightened into fists as the shocking events unfolded before him. As he was returning from his usual nightly patrol of Gotham, a member of Batman's faction had alerted him to a disturbing development in the prison. Many of the captured villains had vanished from their cells, leaving nothing behind but scorch marks and ash. The member's voice, tinged with disbelief, had relayed the news to Batman. It was a report that chilled the Dark Knight to his core. Rushing to his Batcave, Bruce hastily pulled up the security footage from the prison, his expression darkening with each passing moment. His once trusted ally, Superman, along with Wonder Woman, and their multiverse traveling guests, were seen on the screens, executing the defenseless prisoners, one after another. The heroes showed no mercy, and Peter incinerated the lifeless bodies as they moved on to the next victim. Batman watched in disbelief and horror, his gloved hands tightly clenching his chair's armrests. The heroes, who were supposed to be the beacon of hope and morality, had committed an act he considered unforgivable. He had always been firm in his belief that taking a life, regardless of the circumstances, was an evil act. Now, the actions of those he once held in high regard shattered his faith. Clark. Diana. What happened to you? He couldn't help but ask himself. As the killing spree reached its gruesome conclusion, with a body count of 47 defenseless prisoners, Batman refused to sit still any longer, he just couldn't. He stormed out of his seat, his voice firm but tinged with anger as he spoke to his allies over their secure communication channel. Listen up, everyone, Batman's voice resonated with steely resolve. I need everyone suited up and at the Justice League headquarters within the hour. We're finally making our move. He calls out as he pulls out a handheld device and taps the touch screen a few times. I've just sent a video to all of you. Watch it and prepare yourselves for the battle to come. Because it won't be easy. His faction, filled with heroes who had shared his principles and values, listened in shock and disbelief as they received the video footage of the prison executions. Their responses ranged from anger to disbelief, mirroring Batman's own emotions. Flash's voice crackled over the comms. That can't be real. Is that really Superman? It can't be, right? Green Lantern spoke in agreement. Yeah, are we sure that's Superman? Batman grunted in response. It's him all right. Martian Manhunter added, this goes against everything the Justice League stands for. It's a betrayal of our core values. As the heroes digested the shocking information, Batman prepared to confront Superman and the others. He knew that it would be a confrontation of epic proportions, pitting friend against friend, and testing the very foundations of the Justice League. With a deep breath, Batman declared, we can't let this stand. I need each of you ready for action. We're going to confront them and demand an explanation for this atrocity. Get to the rendezvous point, and be prepared for anything. It's about time we put a stop to this madness. Relaxing in the Justice League headquarters, Peter and Tony lounged in the dimly lit media room, the silence between them broken only by the soft hum of the AC. Tony's patience wore thin, a growling reminder from his stomach that he hadn't eaten in hours. He shot a disgruntled glance at the wall clock. "Come on, Peter," Tony complained, the frustration evident in his voice. "We've been waiting here forever, and nothing's happening. I'm starving. Can we just grab a bite to eat?" Peter, however, had a thoughtful expression on his face. He turned to Tony with a knowing look, and his response was laced with significance. "Tony, have you thought about what happens when Batman finds out about what we did?" Tony's eyes widened in realization as the gravity of their actions sank in. "You mean Justice League Civil War?" Peter nodded in agreement. "That's exactly what I mean. We've just set the stage for a major conflict among them, which will no doubt be interesting to watch. Are you sure you still want to leave? We might miss the good parts." Tony shook his head, a wry smile playing on his lips. "You know, you have a knack for situations like this. I'll stay. After all, who would want to miss out on the show?" Peter grinned, his thoughts mirroring Tony's. As they settled back into their chairs, they knew that the peaceful calm they currently enjoyed was merely the eye of the storm that was to come. A/N, 1654 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 512, C512 Eve of Civil War. Police car light insert dark gif /PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's gif winners, Jujumu_Jujumu, trophy, A/N, I'm ashamed to admit that I looked at that gif for longer than most, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. In a secluded meeting room, Superman, Wonder Woman, and the other members of their faction gathered to discuss their approach to handling Batman's impending arrival. It was a somber and grave conversation as they grappled with the weight of their actions. They weren't stupid. They knew that Batman would quickly learn about what they did in the prison cells. Killing so many criminals, irredeemable or not, will no doubt P*SS off Batman. And they knew he wouldn't sit still. A nervous silence filled the room as everyone contemplated the chaos to come. Superman, with a furrowed brow, was the first to break the silence. "Batman will undoubtedly confront us about the executions. Our actions, while necessary in our eyes, go against everything he stands for. How do we handle this, and how do we convince him that it was the right choice?" Wonder Woman, her eyes reflecting the same turmoil, chimed in. "We need to make it clear that they were beyond redemption, that they were a threat not just to us but to the world. The likes of Brainiac, Thawne, and others like them have caused untold suffering. It was our duty to ensure they could never harm anyone again." Cyborg, his metallic features revealing a sense of unease, added, "But we also need to consider how we can prevent an all-out conflict with Batman and his side of the League. We can't afford to be divided, especially now, when we're trying to shape the new order of the League." Superman nodded in agreement, recognizing the need for unity. "Yeah, we should try to reason with them. Batman's a strategist, and we should try to present a strong case for our actions. Convince him that this was the only option." As their conversation continued, the tension in the room remained high, but they hoped to resolve the coming conflict with words alone. They knew that their once united league was at risk of splitting, and the consequences of that division could be dire. Meanwhile, as Superman and his faction were hoping to solve things peacefully, Peter perked up in his seat, catching Tony's attention. "They're here." Hopping to his feet, Peter walked to the lobby of the Justice League, followed by Tony, who already activated his suit. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, Peter let out a whistle as he watched a small army of heroes standing outside. "Hey! Did he copy my suit?" Tony asked, eyeing the men at the front of the army forming outside. Batman, in a mechanical Iron Man-like suit, led his faction to the Justice League headquarters. His eyes glowed in a green light, which matched the sleek outlines on his suit. He came for a fight and seemed to bring along the kryptonite as well. Peter shrugged as he and Tony casually stepped outside. "It does look a lot like your armor, doesn't it? Though I doubt he has any of your tech." Tony glared at Batman unhappily. "Jarvis, when did he skin my armor?" Jarvis replies. "I apologize, sir, but there's no record of any scans." As Tony was trying to figure out how Batman reverse-engineered a template of his armor, the doors behind them opened once again, revealing Superman and a long trail of League members. As the two sides stood across from one another with Peter and Tony at the center, Superman's eyes landed on Batman and widened as he caught sight of the armor he was wearing, realizing the presence of kryptonite. It was a calculated move, a clear indication that Batman was ready to take extreme measures to make his point. Superman began, his voice laced with regret and determination. "I know what you all have seen, and I understand how it looks. But we need you to understand the reasons behind our actions. These were not decisions taken lightly. Each of those criminals we executed posed a clear and present danger to the world, a danger that we couldn't allow to persist. Batman, on the opposite side, his mechanical suit a constant reminder of the impending battle, remained stoic. His voice was cold as he responded. You slaughtered those people in their cells like animals. Actions like these can never be justified. We stand for justice, not vengeance. You took the law into your own hands, and you executed prisoners without a trial. This goes against everything we stand for. Superman attempted to plead with his longtime friend, his voice tinged with desperation. I had to make a difficult decision for the greater good. I hope you can understand that. I didn't want to put the world at risk by keeping those individuals alive. Their powers and ambitions were a threat we couldn't ignore. Wonder Woman, who had long shared Superman's view but had never voiced it, stepped forward to support him. I, too, felt that these villains had exhausted every chance at redemption, and would no doubt escape their imprisonment at some point. We're not evil, Batman. We're just trying to protect the world. Black Adam, a formidable figure in his own right, nodded in agreement. We must look at the bigger picture. Some threats cannot be held at bay with mercy alone. We had to take action to prevent further suffering. Flash, unable to contain his anger any longer, interjected, his voice charged with accusations. This isn't the league I joined. Before these two, he pointed to Peter and Tony, showed up, we never even thought about killing anyone. They've corrupted our values, and it's time we got back on the right path. Peter and Tony, caught in the middle of this intense standoff, attempted to mediate. Peter's voice was earnest as he spoke. We understand your concerns, Flash, but not every situation can be resolved without making difficult choices. The world is not black and white. Sometimes, there is no other way to protect innocent lives but to kill those that would threaten them. Tony chimed in as well. We've seen firsthand the devastation these villains can cause. Sometimes, it's not about corruption but about adapting to the changing times. They're just doing what's best, and we're offering some guidance based on experience. Despite the attempts at resolution, it was clear that both sides were entrenched in their positions. Batman remained unwavering, his hatred of murder in any form clear. This can't stand. What you've done is murder, and I can't make exceptions, not even for friends and colleagues. I have Northwest choice but to place you under arrest. The room grew even tenser, and the threat of imminent conflict loomed. It was a moment none of them had ever anticipated, a fractured league, divided by ideals and actions that seemed irreconcilable. He knows he isn't a police officer, right? Tony whispered to Peter. Peter nodded. Yeah, I told him that already, but I don't think that he cares. Wonder Woman turned to Batman, her eyes filled with sorrow. Please reconsider what you're about to do. We can't allow our differences to destroy everything we've built. We're supposed to be a team. But Batman's response was resolute. I'll do whatever it takes to uphold the principles we stand for. He says as he turns to Superman. The same principles that you once stood for as well. Instantly after those words left his lips, the atmosphere crackled with tension as the two factions faced off, their once united alliance now fractured beyond repair. A mere spark would ignite the powder keg of conflict. Superman and his faction, their actions justified in their eyes, were prepared to stand their ground, even if it meant clashing with their fellow League members. Batman, resolute in his commitment to justice, stood firm, prepared to arrest his friends for the murders they had committed. And with a powerful rush of air, the clash began. Cyborg, surrounded by the hum of his mechanical body, was immediately attacked by Aquaman, the Sea King's trident clashing against Cyborg's integrated weapons. The air echoed with the sounds of metallic strikes as the two collided. Wonder Woman, her lasso in hand, clashed with Green Lantern, their fighting styles a stark contrast. The green constructs formed by the power ring met Wonder Woman's agile, sword-wielding techniques. Sparks flew as they exchanged blows, each determined to prove their point. Flash, his speed a blur of crimson, darted across the battlefield, taking on both Peter Parker and Tony Stark. He delivered lightning-fast strikes, creating afterimages that left his opponents disoriented. Peter's spider sense tingled as he barely evaded each assault, while Tony's armor provided him with some much-needed protection. Black Adam, radiating electric energy, faced off against the formidable Martian Manhunter. Their powers clashed, as Black Adam's might and Martian Manhunter's many abilities created a mesmerizing and destructive battle. Superman and Batman, the leaders of their respective factions, locked eyes from their original positions. Their unwavering gazes were filled with sorrow and determination. Their clash, a confrontation between two pillars of the League, was inevitable. As the TIE sides fought with all their might, the area became a battleground. Debris and sparks filled the air as powers collided, and technology clashed with ancient weapons. The very foundations of the headquarters trembled under the strain of the conflict. Each member of the League was a titan in their own right, and the battle was a mesmerizing display of their abilities. It was a testament to the power of the strongest organization in the world. And as the clash unfolded, Superman looked to Batman, a sad frown on his face. We don't have to do this. We can stop the fighting before it gets out of hand and solve this peacefully. Batman looks at him for a moment, contemplating his offer before shaking his head side to side. No, I think we've done more than enough talking. It's time for action. A/N, 1648 words, smiley face PS, Peter and Tony have returned to their universe in the newest chapters. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 513, C513 Peter vs. Flash. Police car light insert sigma gif slash PICs here, most likes wins police car light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy yesterday's GIF winners, a Bud 1, trophy, A/N, crown. Paperclip cover art submissions paperclip. The tension in the battlefield, which was once the entrance of the Justice League's planetary headquarters, was palpable as the world's most powerful heroes clashed, like gods descended to Earth. In the midst of the chaos, Peter found himself facing off against the Scarlet Speedster, the Flash. Tony, go find your own punching bag, Peter said, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. I call dibs and on this one. Tony Stark hesitated for a moment, sizing up the situation. The Flash, his red suit a blur of motion, had already accelerated toward them, intent on preventing Tony from leaving. But Peter had a trick up his sleeve. He flicked his wrist, casting a swift spell that removed the friction from the floor beneath the Flash. In an instant, the speedster's footing gave way, and he slipped uncontrollably across the polished surface, slamming headfirst into the nearest wall with breakneck speed. The impact was a resounding crash, and for a moment, the Flash was left dazed and disoriented. Ha! What an idiot. Tony couldn't help but laugh at the Flash's misfortune, a smirk playing on his lips as he made his escape to engage another member of the opposing faction. Peter turned his attention back to his downed opponent, a wicked grin stretching across his face. Flash, you really need to watch your step, Peter quipped, his tone laced with mockery. This is no ordinary fight, and you can't simply rush in mindlessly, like I'm sure you've grown used to doing over the years. The Flash, shaking off the dizziness from his collision with the wall, shot a glare in Peter's direction. You won't get away with that cheap trick, and you certainly won't get away with corrupting my friends and turning us against each other. And what are you going to do about it? Peter chuckled, weaving strands of eldritch energy between his fingertips. You're quick, I'll give you that. Bit speed isn't everything, my friend. Watch and learn. He smirked and disappeared, teleporting directly behind Flash and smacking him upside the head. Wah! Flash muttered in confusion as he was hit, launching across the battlefield. I didn't see him move. Quickly recovering from the surprisingly fast attack, the speedster darted around the area, his movements almost too swift for the human eye to follow. Peter, on the other hand, exhibited a remarkable combination of perception and agility. Flash delivered a flurry of rapid punches, his fists a blur as he aimed for Peter. With his enhanced spider senses, Peter effortlessly dodged the lightning-fast strikes, narrowly avoiding the speedster's blows with the assistance of his short-range teleportation spell. Appearing beside Flash, Peter retaliated by launching a web line, which coiled around the Flash's legs, tripping him up for a moment. What is that? Flash asked as he recoiled at the foreign body fluid, which was now glued to his legs. However, the speedster quickly vibrated his molecules, phasing through the webbing and regaining his footing. Nice try. But you'll have to do better than, whatever that was, the Flash taunted, his confidence unwavering. Peter's response was a mischievous grin as he activated another spell, which he had been sneakily preparing since the beginning of the fight. Okay, then try this. Suddenly, arcane symbols glowed beneath the Flash's feet, and instantly, the frictionless surface reappeared, sending the speedster sliding once more. This time, however, he didn't just slide off into a wall but instead, ran in place like a treadmill, trapped in the same spot no matter how much he struggled to get free. You know, this reminds me of that meme with the guy who's trying not to fall on the ice, Peter said, feigning innocence. You know what I'm talking about, right? With no other choice, Flash was forced to allow himself to fall, so that he might be able to slide out of the trap he's found himself in, but once again he didn't get very far. Asterisk crunch. Crunch. Slurp, asterisk breaking from his struggling situation, Flash looked up to find Peter sat down in a couch, which wasn't there before, whilst eating snacks. Don't mind me. Peter waves at him dismissively. I'll wait until you're ready, so just take your time. I know it's hard for you to use your brain, so it may take a while before we can continue our fight, but I've got food and a show to watch in the meantime, so don't worry. Exclamation point. Instantly, an infuriated look appeared on Flash's face as he vibrates his body once again. Phasing through the floor by a single inch, he was able to bypass the spell and leap out of the area, landing on the friction-filled ground once again. So you do have a brain, incredible. Peter muttered as he stood from his seat and clapped his hands in applause. Infuriated by Peter's condescending and sarcastic words, Flash rushed at him, a mad glint in his eyes. But infuriatingly enough, Flash was always a millisecond too late before Peter would simply disappear, dodging his speedy attacks with relative ease. The battle raged on, a dynamic exchange of blows, dodges, and spells. Peter's mastery of the mystic arts allowed him to teleport at short range and even create portals, making it difficult for the Flash to predict his movements. Meanwhile, every time the Flash failed in his attacks, Peter would punish him with a quick punch, slap, or kick that left the poor speedster with a torn costume and minor cuts and bruises all over his body. And soon enough, after using his opponent like a living punching bag, Peter cast a binding spell, restraining the Flash with mystical chains. The speedster struggled against the ethereal restraints, but Peter's control over his magic was absolute. "Give it up," Peter declared, his voice firm. "You won't be able to escape." The Flash, panting and bloodied, tried to vibrate his molecules once again, but soon realized the futility of his situation. He finally relented, his voice strained. "Fine, you win. Kill me already. Is that what you think of me? That I'm some mindless killer who slaughters everyone that I meet?" Peter asked with a scoff as he released the mystic chains, allowing the Flash to stand once more. "What?" Flash mutters in confusion as he picks himself up off the floor. Peter gazed at the speedster with a mixture of triumph and sympathy. "I don't want to kill you, Flash. I just want you to understand that sometimes, the world isn't as black and white as we'd like it to be. Some threats are beyond redemption, and we have a duty to protect innocent lives, even if it means taking the lives of others." Flash looked down at the ground, unsure how to feel about all of this. "Come on, you can't tell me that you didn't feel the least bit relieved knowing that people like the Joker or Reverse Flash were dead?" Peter asks incredulously. "I mean, Gotham literally held a parade and named Joker's death date a citywide holiday. How can you not see the logic and good in ridding the world of its most heinous criminals?" Flash remained silent for a moment, but after a few seconds of thought, he spoke. "I admit, when I heard Thawne was gone, I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. I thought, no one will ever have to suffer because of him again, but dash." Peter raised a questioning eyebrow, interrupting before he could add anything else. "Then why are you on Batman's side? It seems like you agree with us. Just because I was relieved doesn't mean I agree with their deaths." Flash said weakly, as if he were internally conflicted. "So you like that they're gone but don't like what was needed to be done in order to make that happen?" Peter asked in annoyance. "I guess." Flash answered. "You're really an idiot, you know that." Peter stated matter-of-factly. "You remind me of animal lovers, who would argue all day long for the lives of cows or other farm animals, whilst still regularly enjoying meat from their local grocery store. You're a hypocrite who doesn't have the balls to do what they know is right." Flash winced at his every word. Peter continued. "Just like they should either shut up and enjoy the food, or cut it out of their diet for good, you should either shut up and do what needs to be done, or hang up that suit and retire." I. Flash stuttered in self-doubt before turning into a blur and disappearing into the distance. Peter watched his opponent leave the battle, wondering whether he should chase after him. But ultimately, he decided to give the speedster some space to think. Maybe he'll change his mind. Moments earlier. Superman, his blue and red costume still pristine despite the turmoil around him, floated just above the ground, his expression a mix of sorrow and determination. He knew that this would happen, yet he still hoped that words alone would be able to solve everything. On the other side, Batman, his mechanical suit gleaming with the unmistakable green glow of kryptonite, stood resolute. He couldn't turn a blind eye to Superman's behavior any longer. Seeing that Superman wasn't making the first move, Batman decided to be the one to kick things off. With a burst of inhuman speed, he lunged forward, his every move enhanced by the suit, which covered his entire body. A/N, 1647 words, smiley face. Police car light give gemstone stones gemstone pleading face police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget to vote, backhand index pointing down.